The demons are the weakest race in the monster forest, surviving only by eating rotten corpses. When they encounter stronger monsters, they are beaten like nothing. But one day, the once weak demons suddenly become fierce and start hunting other races, becoming the top predators in the food chain. What's even more surprising is that the reason behind this change is a human. Do Hanso is a young, promising weightlifter in South Korea's sports scene. During the competition, he tried to lift 10 tons to impress the audience, but a failed attempt sent him crashing into the ground and ended with the young man being reincarnated into another world. As soon as he opened the cage, Hanso was faced with a bunch of dazed-looking chickens. He thought he had eaten too much chicken breast, so even after going to hell, they still kept pecking at him. But these guys are just kids, and Hanso already knocked them out cold. Suddenly, Hanso realized he could see their information and status like in a game. I didn't expect these guys to look dazed but have such a high protein content. In his hunger, the young man went all out and slaughtered the entire flock. Only after finishing did Hanso realize the truth that he had been reincarnated into the body of a skinny addict. So all the effort of grinding for years to get a six-pack body was for nothing. Fortunately, Hanso still managed to keep his strength. He tore down a large tree with his bare hands and placed it on his shoulder to train and regain his figure. 3 months later, Hanso's body was more muscular, but it still wasn't comparable to his previous life. Seeing the fat and plump chickens, he decided to load up on more protein. At this moment, something suddenly appeared behind Hanso. When he turned his head to see what it was, he was taken aback, because it was a giant super chicken. Since Hanso had devoured all its chicks, today it came here to take revenge. Knowing he was no match for this creature, he immediately ran away because just one of its blows would shatter his body like a wall. While running away, Hanso couldn't help but envy the chicken for its huge chest like Lee Duke's. Those guys who lift weights for over 180 minutes are really crazy. A person and a chicken keep chasing each other through the forest. Hans is running away when suddenly 2 crazy chickens emerge from the bushes. They even mock you, huh? For daring to eat the guys yesterday, now you're getting your karma. Hans is so bitter but can't do anything to them because the crazy chicken behind is about to eat him. While fleeing, Hans unexpectedly activates the Eagle Eye skill. From then on, he discovers that the giant chicken's name is Cocatrice and it weighs 1.2 tons. By eating Cocatrice's chest, you'll unlock the rare skill of muscle regeneration. Seeing that, Hanso decided not to run anymore and stay to fight it solo. It's more about regretting your muscles than your real life itself. Most people think building muscles is just about training, but that's not entirely true. Actually, the muscles will be destroyed, and at that point, their strength and ability will decline. When we absorb enough nutrients and rest properly, damaged muscle fibers will start to grow faster than usual. This process is called muscle recovery. Hanso thought that if he could kill this chicken, his old muscles would come back to him. During the fight, Hanso accidentally activated the Great Handspin skill. With just one punch, the giant chicken's head exploded, and he managed to barely survive. So he absorbed more protein to build muscle again. Warning, muscle fatigue has been triggered to recover. That evening, Hanso enjoyed a delicious grilled chicken feast. If only there was some good salt to go with it, the sauce would be perfect. But Hanso didn't know that nearby in the forest, greedy eyes were staring at him covetously and drooling. Actually, those people are just 3 residents here. They haven't smelled meat in a long time, so that's why they reacted like that. They realized that Hanso was the one who defeated the giant Cocatrice chicken, the terror of the forest. At first, the 3 of them didn't dare approach Hanso because they thought he was very dangerous. But they were so thirsty that the 3 young men sat down and started drinking without any shame. When Hao asked who they were, they said they were demons from the Alamai region. He immediately activated his Eagle Eye skill to check their information, and indeed, they were not lying. Hanso felt quite curious because it was the first time he had met a creature like a demon. A demon revealed that they were looking for someone to defeat Miss Chris and asked if Hanso had any information. You also admitted that you were the one who killed it and apologized for thinking this chicken had an owner. The 3 young demons were overjoyed. Then they began to explain that with the death of the most powerful monster, a territorial war had broken out among the species in Amy. Cocatrice is not very intelligent, but it is extremely aggressive when its territory is invaded. Their goal is to ask Hanso for help to save the demon tribe, but he refused because he is busy training to regain his former figure. The 3 demon youth were very disappointed and had to say goodbye to Hanso and return to the village. Hanso then told them to take some chicken meat home to eat, since he couldn't eat it all by himself. The group of demons thank Hanso for his generosity. They haven't eaten meat in a long time and are very happy. At this moment, one of the 3 is about to bend down and lift the piece of meat. Hans found this irritating and stopped him, explaining that lifting heavy objects with improper posture can cause very dangerous back injuries. The young demon youth still looks confused and doesn't understand what we're talking about. Is there no one here who knows what the D-clip exercise is? What is that? It's the first time we've ever heard of it. No wonder your limbs are so thin as sticks. Hanso remembered what his elementary school PE teacher had taught him. Hanso, I only truly understand when I teach someone else. If your muscles stop growing someday, try teaching someone. It will help them. Hanso found his teacher's words reasonable and decided to help the 3 demon youth transport the meat back to their village. Inside the demon tribe's village, Hans is being personally received by the demon king. The demon lord thanks Hanso for providing food supplies to the villagers, but while talking, he only notices his strange body structure with thin limbs and a fat belly. This is a sign of obesity caused by laziness. I bet Hua also likes to drink and eat greasy food, like my old boss with the fat belly. Forget the greetings. Hanso told the Demon King to get straight to the point. He asked what brought him here. The Demon Spirit King revealed that they are in trouble because of the death of the giant Kokris chicken. The Demon Spirit Clan is the weakest force in Ali Mai. They have no strength or skills, so they have to eat rotten corpses to survive. Hanso said she knew nothing about this, which made the Demon King very angry. He immediately ordered his subordinates to escort the 3 demon prisoners who had brought Hanso back to the village. The 3 were quickly bound and brought before the Demon King. He asked them, "Do you still not know your crime? Then order his subordinates to bring that thing here. You must know loyalty to the strong. That's the law of the jungle that has existed for a long time. So I want to lure the one who defeated Kokris and make him loyal to me. But you dare to deceive, then pay with your lives." The hammer skill doubles its power. As soon as the Demon King tried to punish the 3, Hanso stopped his sledgehammer with his bare hands, wasting others' time and bullying the weak. See, is this the culture of this village? I already activated my skill. Maybe I haven't used my strength the right way. Otherwise, how could a weak human withstand my attack? The Demon King thought Hanso was just lucky, so he started bragging that he would show his true skills. My skill is weight manipulation, which can increase the weight of a weapon from 2 to 10 times. With the current mana of the Demon King, he can quadruple the weight of the Warhammer. The 32-pound club multiplied by 4 is nearly 130 pounds, and with the force of the Demon King's swing, the destructive power is even more terrifying. But Hanso only used his hand to hold it, and the club shattered in his terrified gaze. Then, Hanso easily controlled the Demon King by pinching his weak point with just 2 fingers, causing him to fear and not dare to move. Hanso, showing off his cool attitude, also didn't forget to thank Freak for his workout routines that made him so strong, but none of them had ever heard of those exercises before. So Hanso challenged the Demon King to a fitness contest to show him what bodybuilding really means. If Hanso lost, he would become the Demon King's subordinate. Hanso reminded him not to forget to keep the proper posture or he would risk injuring his back, and at that moment, the Demon Lord suddenly smirked sinisterly. So, he has another skill called Heavy Blank that can reduce the weight of objects. Once this skill is activated, the weight of the barbell is only a quarter of its original. In this way, the Demon King successfully lifted a 200-pound weight, but in reality, it only weighed 50 pounds. Now it's Hanso's turn, and he tells everyone below to watch his movements and posture carefully. Before lifting the weight, Hans must warm up to loosen his muscles so he doesn't cramp during training. The deadlift or the deathlift is a full body exercise, with the most used part being the lower body. The first movement is to stand straight with feet shoulder width apart. Second, arch your chest as much as possible and maintain a straight posture by shifting your weight onto your back. Next, focus on the middle of your feet and slowly lift the weight through your lower body and entire body until it reaches knee level. At this point, the Demon King secretly manipulates the situation, causing Han's 200-pound weight to become many times heavier. But no matter what tricks he uses, you can't be defeated. Hans not only lifts the weight, but also throws it into the air, astonishing the villagers. Seeing this scene, the entire village, including the Demon King, immediately knelt down and begged him to be their leader. From then on, Hans officially became the chief of the Demon Village. From Gulo, Hans learned a few things. This world is completely different from Earth, but there are also legends about people crossing over here who can return to their original world. This world is called Lysa, where strong beliefs and the idea that the big fish swallow the small fish literally prevail. Gulo led Hanso to the training ground for the Demon Tribe warriors. The training ground sounds fancy, but in reality, it's just an empty lot with nothing there. Hanso ordered everyone in the village to quickly gather at the training ground. They may not understand what the new leader wants to do, but they still follow and line up neatly. Hans believes that demons are weak creatures, only living off the leftovers of other races. But that will no longer happen if they have a strong enough body. Over the next 3 months, I will train everyone to become true warriors. If they can complete the training, they will no longer be looked down upon by other species. The first exercise in Hanso's 3-win training program is push-ups. This exercise may be simple, but maintaining the correct posture is not easy. It helps strengthen the chest and arm muscles. The demon's task is to learn how to do push-ups today. After 3 hours, everyone was exhausted after doing about 700 push-ups in the midday sun. Meanwhile, Hanso had done over 20,000 push-ups with a boulder on his back and still felt it wasn't enough. You even told Gulo to make the stone heavier. The ghostly guys watching are sweating, not knowing what the leader eats to be so tough. At this point, everyone in the village was exhausted and leaving, and some even said it would be better to let Gulo remain the leader rather than endure such brutal training that no one could stand. Hans overheard their comments and was extremely angry. It's because you only have such a lazy spirit that you're called the weakest. Are you really willing to accept being called the weakest? This is a wilderness refuge where only the strong survive. Do you plan to live like cowards who only run away when your friends, loved ones, and family are slaughtered? If you are just trash, then get out. I refuse to train you. But those who dare to stay and continue doing push-ups, I will grant you the strength to protect what matters most. After Han So-tong's speech, the Ghost Village finally understood the importance of training. Everyone decided to stay and continue practicing. No one left. No matter how tired they are, they still try to complete their first training session. When the training ground sweats, the battlefield bleeds less. Hans inspired everyone to become stronger. What makes a great trainer? The best coach is not the one who knows the most about muscles or reaches the limits of their body, but the one who can revive others' determination and fighting spirit. At that moment, Hanso's eagle eye skill also leveled up to level 2. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and 3 months had gone by. A group of strangers appeared on the trail leading into the Ghost Village. They are the Lizard Folk. Today, the Lizard Tribe has decided to seize the Ghost Village and turn it into their colony, but they don't know that Hans has already discovered their movements. He immediately orders the Ghost Warriors to prepare for battle. This is their first fight after 3 months of training. At this moment, the Lizard Gods have entered the canyon, and suddenly countless rocks fall from above, leaving them no time to react. Soon, several members of the group were kicked and badly injured, unable to stand up. Only then did they realize they had fallen into a trap set by the ghosts. The young men in the village are no longer the weakest. Each one now has bulging muscles. The snake god leader must quickly come up with a plan, or failure will only be a matter of time. The leader sensed Ghoul's demonic aura and believed he was the one leading the demons, so he decided to challenge Go to a one-on-one fight to turn the tide. That demon, come out here and stop hiding behind your subordinates. Come down and fight me one-on-one. Mr. Hanso, how will you respond to his provocation? Hanso can't help but remember the day he kept a crocodile as a pet, which had an incredibly strong bite force of up to 2 tons. That crocodile's muscles still can't bite through my trained muscles, and after biting, it just goes on its way. You've been my pet for quite a while. From then on, he remembered how to deal with reptiles. Hans immediately jumped down and forced the leader onto the ground. First, you need to flip these lizards over so they lie on their backs. Then, stare directly into their eyes. When the animals are young, you need to show them that you're stronger than they are. Sure enough, when faced with Hanso's intimidating gaze, the opponent quickly surrendered, not knowing if this person would bite him. The battle against the serpent god of the demon faction resulted in an overwhelming victory. Not far from Alimai lies the Wheerot Principality. It is a great honor for a small nation like this to have such outstanding talents as all of you. I entrust you with the task of investigating the disappearance of Cockatrice. We will comply. Yes, Count Wheero. General, is it really okay to assign such an important mission to these young warriors? Haha, don't worry too much, Count Wheero. Although still very young, they are all rare geniuses. Labor uses flashy swordsmanship to toy with his opponents. He is a master swordsman. Henda uses a heavy greatsword. It has the power to deflect all kinds of weapons from opponents. If they fight together, nothing except the dragon could possibly defeat them. So, I guess the warrior looks pretty simple, but the one behind him must also be an exceptional character, right? That name is a bit hard to pronounce, and I don't really know about his abilities. Labor and Henda suggested he come with them because they have been friends since childhood, and because the 2 geniuses also like him. Then the 3 of them went into the forest to investigate the mysterious disappearance of Miss Catrice. On a nearby tree trunk, a goblin was aiming its bow at them, but Labor was faster and skewered it with his sword. At this moment, the other 2 are surrounded by goblins. Henda, unfazed, immediately brandished her great sword. Because it is a heavy weapon with great destructive power, every place it passes through is met with a swarm of responding monsters. The young man still has an easy task ahead, while his 2 close friends have already finished off the monsters. Block feels quite jealous of his 2 friends because all 3 of them are trained by the same master, but only he remains weak. Perhaps this is the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. Right now, at the Ghostly Village, the divine beings are learning Hanso's rapid muscle growth training course. Thank you for everything you've done for us. It's nothing. If you want to keep training, just come by here. The demon village also told the divine tribe to train their blood to grow bigger like them. In the end, the divine tribe left wondering how the weak demons could be so muscular, it's almost unbelievable. A toned body like the one I saw in myself earlier was quite surprising, you know. When you train, your muscles get sore and grow through recovery. However, if fatigue accumulates in the central nervous system, training ability will decrease or injuries may occur. To prevent this, resting to reduce fatigue after training is called recharging. When the demons reached their 9th week of training, they also felt tired, so Hanso allowed the village to rest for a day. Unexpectedly, the next morning, the demons' bodies showed significant development, not only in muscle but also in height. Hans used the eagle eye skill to assess the ghosts and found that their body fat was only 8%. Even he didn't expect the ghosts to progress so quickly, since there's nothing to do here and no place to suck blood. The snake god's followers have left, Hanso told the village to prepare dinner quickly. A young man asked if they could go hunting on their own today. It's not that they want to skip a training session or anything, but they've never had the chance to face their prey directly because Hanso is always the hunter. Gulo is curious whether a strong zombie athlete could beat Hans. He boldly declared that if they were just kids and amateurs in weightlifting, he could beat the whole village. Then everyone started carrying their gear and heading out for the hunt. Even when they go out, the zombie still has to train its leg muscles on Hanso's command. At this moment, a zombie suddenly turned around during the exercise and injured its ankle. Hans immediately told everyone to stop and check his injury. That night, Block was practicing swordsmanship alone in the forest. You want to become stronger so you won't have to hide behind your friends when something happens like this morning. So while everyone was sleeping, you kept practicing diligently. Labor suddenly approached and told Block to put more force into his thumb so his sword strike would be faster and stronger. It turns out that the sound of his training had woken up his two friends. Henda reminds them that it's late at night, and if they don't go to sleep, their bodies will be tired tomorrow because of lack of rest. Suddenly, a group of snake-like gods rushes out from the forest and heads toward everyone. But the target of the snake god group is not them, but seems to be fleeing from something extremely terrifying behind. Following them is a flock of crows that also seem to be afraid of something. It turns out they are being chased by Hanso and the ghostly village to gather protein, creating a new ecosystem in the forest with you at the top of the food chain. Back in the afternoon, they were hiding behind the leaves to observe their prey, which was a plump, juicy chicken that was both delicious and rich in nutrients, growing muscle extremely quickly. But the ghosts are still a bit afraid when facing the crazy chickens. Right now, a crazy chicken is hunting but gets blocked by two trees. Unexpectedly, the crazy chicken suddenly crowed loudly. Its body immediately swelled up, and in an instant, it easily knocked down the two trees. When it's hungry, even a chicken can become dangerous. No wonder the ghosts are too afraid to hunt them. Witnessing the power of the crazy chicken, a young ghostly man went to find two other trees to test his strength. He couldn't believe that after months of training, he was still not as strong as a chicken. But no matter how hard he tried, the two trees didn't even budge. I'll wait for a minute and try again. You can give him a full 3-minute break. You don't need to tense up, just focus on moving your heels. After Hans reminded him, he performed the correct move, but it seems the roots are planted too deep, so he still doesn't have enough strength to push them over. At this moment, Hanso suddenly noticed the chickens. While observing them, he realized the difference between the wild chickens and the zombies. They've improved their muscles so steadily that I didn't notice this. Is something wrong, Lord Hanso? I'm sorry, it's not that you can't do as well as they do. Is it because our posture is wrong? That's not it, it's just that your muscles are already used to my training schedule. From now on, the Ghost Village must change its training schedule. Hansao gathered everyone and then introduced the new equipment and exercises. The cable behind me is a cross cable, specially designed to change your ingrained training routines. From now on, you will use it to train your back muscles. If you do this exercise, you'll be able to easily defeat those chickens. Truly our leader. The leader always knows the answer. Cross cable. This exercise is used to stimulate chest muscle growth and will elevate the trainee's muscles to a new level. This exercise will only be effective if done correctly. It is one of the challenging exercises for beginners. First, lean your upper body slightly forward and bend your knees slightly. Second, stand with arms fully extended, keeping your body centered throughout the exercise to limit movement. Third, position your body in the middle of the equipment, pull the cable with appropriate force like a bird trying to flap its wings, then cross them. Fourth, different hand directions will stimulate different chest muscle groups. Make sure not to shake and keep the pulling arm steady, without using the cable's force. Under the leader's instruction to learn the new exercise, the demons immediately started practicing. By the time they faced the flock of crazy chickens, everyone's chest muscles had grown significantly more developed. Unaware, the chickens also start to level up upon seeing this. Their size has grown larger than before. The demon is not afraid and continues to charge forward as their belief in the new workout has given them renewed strength. Both sides decided to jump into battle right in the forest. Hanso stayed outside, using his eagle eye skill to observe the situation, and he discovered that the crazy chickens had evolved into cocat. With 132 grams of protein and 12% fat, the ghostly creatures are no match for them. If they don't want the chickens to evolve, they must ensure the chicken breast can't grow any further. At this moment, inside the demon village, there is still someone left. Go, who was assigned to stay in guard. Guarding an empty house doesn't seem boring, but Ghoul doesn't think so and feels very happy and free. Hanso is really a good person, but our tastes are completely different. That's why I prepared this. Today's menu is crispy fried chicken skin. The ingredients include cleaned chicken skin, flour, chili powder, oil, and salt. The first step is to cut the cleaned chicken skin into even pieces. If you cook it immediately, it will smell. So before cooking, you need to use seasoning to remove the fishy odor. Next, add chili powder to the flour and mix well to create a magical blend. Finally, sprinkle this mixture onto the chicken skin before frying in hot, sizzling oil. So Gulo's crispy golden fried chicken skin dish is complete. Back in the forest battle, the zombies were completely overwhelmed by the chickens. They have trained their chest muscles exactly as Hanso instructed, but still can't defeat the chickens. Hans simply explains that everyone has only been training for a few months, while since childhood, the crazy chickens have developed their chest muscles to hunt. Getting great chest muscles isn't easy, but that doesn't mean there's no way for you to win. You must remember how you got this far. You need to train your foundation first before you can unleash your full strength. The source of muscle strength ultimately comes from the roots. You finally realize it. Maybe you only used your chest muscles and lost, but what if you combine that with the strength of your legs? Show me your effort and spirit. The demon that the brother brainwashed is very aggressive, immediately rushing at the chickens. But in the end, it still got knocked out by a chicken's peck. Turns out carrying heavy loads all the way here has exhausted their leg muscles. Now Hans realizes it's already too late. After winning, the chickens start looking down on everyone with contempt, as if they're still just kids. It's time for Hanso to show them who is the top predator in this forest. The chickens, still angry that someone dares to challenge them, rush toward him. Faced with that situation, Hans remains completely calm. He simply extends one hand forward. The reckless chickens rush forward, but suddenly, slow motion footage appears before their eyes, showing them from when they were tiny eggs just hatched, growing a bit, then being taught by their parents how to hunt, and as adults, always competing with their peers. That process helped their chest muscles grow incredibly strong, but today their opponent is Hanso. In the end, he put them all in a pot and stitched up whichever ones got away. Eat plenty of protein, and tomorrow you'll have to try catching one yourselves. Yes, leader, anyone holding a chicken leg will have to do 300 push-ups. The next day, under Hanso's orders, the ghost went hunting again. He warned them to be careful, or they wouldn't be able to train if they got injured. Hanso won't be going with everyone because he's busy working out his chest. Without the leader to command the fight, the ghosts have to come up with their own plan of action. Based on the calculations, Hans caught 27 gang AO alone yesterday, so today everyone's goal is to catch at least 50. They decided to split into 3 groups. If any group encounters danger, they will signal the other 2 to come and help. So, the second hunt of the demon village officially begins. At this moment, 3 young humans have found the skeleton of the cockatrice, its flesh boiled away. I can't find its skull bones anywhere. It seems to have been destroyed by high-level magic. A creature that can kill a cockatrice with a single strike must be as powerful as a great wizard. Are we really capable of taking on this mission? Don't worry, even though you're the weakest in the group, we won't let you get hurt. The 3 of them were talking when suddenly the ground trembled. It turned out a team of demons was herding chickens nearby. Quickly, the demons spotted the 3 humans, who were also very surprised to see such strange six-pack monsters for the first time. Stop! Humans are a cruel and violent species. We don't know how they will behave. Reckless decisions could endanger everyone. What are the evil spirits doing? Is this a way to show off before using their special move? Go call Team 1 and Team 2. We need to gain the advantage with numbers. The demon thought of using its chest muscles to send signals to its allies. Susit. Unexpectedly, this action provoked the chickens and unintentionally helped them level up. The crazy chickens evolved into coquette monsters, and their faces also looked less crazy. In a fit of rage, they all charged at the demon. Team 3 thought to themselves, this time we're doomed. However, in moments of crisis, the captain of Team 1 and Team 2 quickly arrived. The reinforcements had come, and the ghosts no longer feared the coquette monsters. Now they can use the secret technique learned from Hanso. Push the weights with the correct form, you're doing well. When you can't maintain the proper posture, you need someone to support you. But what should we do if we truly want to feel our strength safely? The answer is Hanso's secret bodybuilding technique. The 4 demons work together to form a team. From then on, the attack of the person in front would carry the power of all 3 behind him. Based on their formation, the 4 demons successfully took down the chickens, but there was 1 demon left behind, about to be ambushed by a giant catfish. The 3 young humans decided to help him because they were moved by the united fighting style of the demons. Just as they had teamed up to defeat the chickens, a new threat suddenly appeared. It is a gigantic fish. Its eyes are full of rage as it looks at everyone. This cockatrice makes them think of a dragon named Longnut. That dragon is famous for being greedy and brutal. It was afraid that in the future other dragons might surpass it, so it took extreme measures by dispersing its power. And this is also how cockatrice, a species closely related to dragons, was born. This chicken may not be a dragon, but to everyone, it remains an extremely dangerous creature. Hanso is still focused on training his chest muscles and hasn't yet learned what is happening in the forest. Although his muscles are developing more slowly than in his previous life, he still has plenty of time to adapt to the new world. 3 months have passed. At first, they were as thin as sardines. I had to teach them step by step, like teaching a newborn to walk. They almost gave up, but that was just a fleeting thought. In the end, they tried with all their might, and none of them gave up. That's why their bodies have been developing more, and now they seem to be okay. Leader, we're in trouble. The chickens have grown too quickly, and now everyone is in danger. If things continue like this, everything will fall apart. Shut up and quickly show me the way. Overloading the muscles with energy could be dangerous. Do you want to cancel this skill? How dare you touch my kids? Confirm to continue using the skill. Hanso stomps the ground to gain momentum, causing the surrounding earth to crack. Then he leapt into the air and disappeared in an instant. Over here! Lara and Henda are fighting the chicken. One person draws attention to distract it, while the other targets its weak spot. Although their attack strategy is very effective and the chicken is hit in a vital spot a few times, it's much stronger than they thought. Quickly, Lear was knocked into the air by its wings. Although the young man was badly injured, he signaled that he was still alive to reassure his teammates. Seeing that, the demon's heart had to use its secret combat form. The bodybuilder's final technique is the pyramid stance. But the chicken attacked so fiercely that soon everyone's coordinated formation was broken apart. Just as the ghosts were about to be in danger, something descended and took down the chicken. The dust quickly dispersed. The one who just appeared was Gulo. Han, after jumping too forcefully, landed in the wrong spot, and now a flock of giant chickens has surrounded Gulo. He is not afraid and mocks you, chickens. Is that all you can do? That demon looks like the Demon King. That long-range attack was pretty impressive. What are you all looking at? Do you think I came here unprepared? Has the Demon King already planned everything in advance? I have attracted their attention. Now is the time to wipe them all out. Lord Han. So, please make your appearance. Leader, why aren't you here? Where are you, leader? If the Demon King messes with these chickens, there's no saving him anymore. Unlike ordinary demons, Gulo doesn't join weight training sessions, but his status remains unchanged. So why has he been able to maintain his position even though other demons in the village have become much stronger? That's because Gulo was assigned a very important task by Hans to control everyone's weight. Gulo had no choice but to continue using his weight-increasing skill. Gulo's heavy blank skill had reached its maximum level and was becoming increasingly powerful while he was distracted. Previously, Gulo could have taken down the giant chicken with just a single stone, but now they called in reinforcements, so he hesitated a bit. The demon sees this and starts cheering for Guo. If he can defeat the chicken with a single strike, then he is truly as powerful as Hanso. No one can defeat this giant with just one strike. Maybe I am a genius. Since I was born, I have been different from ordinary demons. Come on, you chickens, this great demon king will defeat all of you. But just after crowing, Go got knocked out cold by the chicken's blow. We're really screwed now. Hindalur, I'm sorry I can never quite understand your jokes. In my final moments, at least I have friends by my side, so I won't be alone. We will also try our best to the very last muscle. Thank you, leader, for guiding us. Training was tough, but we could feel the joy of becoming stronger. If there's a next life, please guide us once again. Elsewhere, Hanso has found the location where Gu fell. The ghosts are in danger. Leader, please save them. Activate the calm skill to detect an overwhelming emotion beyond the calm skill. The calmness skill has been cancelled. What's going on? Suddenly, where did the chickens run off to? It turns out they sensed the threat from Han, so they gathered around to surround you. Stop right there. I am as calm as I can be. When an emotion surpasses the calm skill, the user will be monitored and the calm skill will be cancelled within a day. This chest scar must be from Hanso. Who do you say Hanso is? He is our teacher and also our leader. His muscles are much more sensitive than all of ours. Is that all? Words can't fully convey it. Once you meet him, you'll understand. Why not just say it simply so people can get it right away? Lord Hanso is our new Demon King. I still have no idea what these guys are talking about. At this moment, Hanso is facing a giant flock of chickens alone. He uses the Tron Yathu technique to send one flying into the sky. The other two immediately jumped up and stomped down where Hanso was standing. Although pushed deep into the ground, he was not afraid and used his weightlifting technique to throw them elsewhere. While jumping out of the hole, Hans defeated another chicken. My ancestors taught me that your kind can grow muscles from the shocks in your chest. That's why I brought you here. This is definitely the place. I can develop my muscles using my own chest. How about you? Can you do it? Hanso is seen leaning on the ground, with the image of a weight with infinite mass appearing behind him. Hanso's muscles suddenly bulged as if he had become a giant. Then he unleashed his ultimate move, the divine staff strike, and the crazy chickens were beaten like crazy. Everyone who happens to arrive saw Hanso tormenting the chickens. So this is the Demon King the ghost mentioned. If he's fighting like this, is he even human? I've been using my legs too much. I can't waste any more time. I don't know how much longer I can keep this form. But if I give up now, Hanso, if he stays like this, I will die from exhaustion. But letting the person die alone is better than the whole village. If I give up now, I won't have the face-to-face former Demon Lord Gulo. You volunteered to help me train. I must settle this with just one move. Tajita activated super muscle recovery skill. Recovered 15% of muscle. Warning. Muscles of limbs in standing form and muscles of upper body. Your limbs are very weak. Quickly relax the muscles in your upper body. A risk of muscle injury detected. Please relax the muscles in your upper body. Mr. Han, we will all help you. Then everyone worked together to defeat the chickens. That's enough for today, Gulo. I will miss you a lot. Before Lord Hanso arrived, he was always stubborn and aggressive. But now, just by meeting you, Lord Hanso, he has become a good person. So who will help me up now? Don't turn away like that, you ungrateful brats. Coming back here, you'll face my wrath. You've had a hard day today, Hanso. The sudden appearance of Joe stunned everyone for 5 seconds. What's going on? I felt unwell earlier, so I took a nap before coming here. Gulo, are you still alive? What is that? Don't rush in like that, everyone. Stop right there or I'll give you a real beating. Welcome back to Gulo. From now on, let's protect and take care of everyone together. He single-handedly destroyed all the Kokat. He's also the one who killed Cocatrice, right? That's right. I'm quite sure of it, Lord Weirut. That Demon King isn't a threat, but that kid is definitely very dangerous. We still don't know when they'll reveal their true nature. I need to think carefully and find a way to deal with him. Come to think of it, where is Block? Didn't he return with you guys? Hey, can I ask what you're doing? Hey kid, are you planning to hurt him? Wow, look at this. The generals look pretty impressive. No kidding. Don't treat the block like an object anymore. Do you want to be stronger than your current self? That's not important. What matters is what's behind him. So, do you want to try it? You've probably thought about it at some point, right? If you want, stay here and train with me. We have no choice but to let him take block like that. Boss, please save block from those damn monsters. We still don't know exactly what they're training. It could be dark magic. I'm sorry someone was captured like that, but since we don't know anything about them, we can't take such a risk. Besides, your boss isn't the type to do something so dangerous. No, today we will teach them a lesson. You two get ready to fight. Why are you suddenly so energetic? You don't look like yourself at all. Come on, get out of the way. This old man dares to touch my students. We have to save the block from the monsters. In the demon village today we have a newcomer, so let's start with some squats first. May I ask what squat is? I'll teach you. Come here. Squat is the best workout method to make your body more toned and also to build muscle. What's wrong? Why are you planning to just sit down like that? All right, stop it. Honestly, with this, you just look like you're standing up and sitting down. Instead, you need to focus your strength on your thighs. That way, you won't harm your body. Stand with your feet shoulder width apart like this, with your knees pointing forward, and move up and down as if you're about to sit down. Whatever you do with your hands is fine. Just do it decisively, focusing your strength on your thighs and hips. That's called a squat. For your first time doing it, you're pretty good at it. Have you ever trained anywhere before? I do know swordsmanship. Really? Then try squatting again. Remember to do it decisively. Can you raise your hand? Let me lift the weight for you. Stand correctly and do the squat. All right, very good. Everyone, give a round of applause for this guy. How is it possible that he can stand firm while squatting and lifting weights at the same time? Just as I thought, I do have good instincts. That's what I call physical training. I dragged you along because you want to become stronger, right? Well, yes, I want to be strong like my friends. I'm just afraid you won't be able to do it. Honestly, I know full well that no matter how hard I try, I can't compare to someone with innate talent. But I still thank you very much, Hanso. If I had your guidance, I think I could at least handle everything on my own. What are you talking about? You will become stronger in a different way. Strong enough to protect your friends. Block, you have great potential. This is the first time someone has recognized my talent. All right, don't cry. Your muscles are already weakening. Your eagle eyes and level 2 skills have been upgraded to level 3. Lord, Hanso, why are you bringing baby chickens? We can hunt the chickens, but we can't do it recklessly, or there won't be any left. We should prevent that before they go extinct. Hanso, these chickens grow very quickly, so raising them won't be a problem. There aren't many monsters capable of destroying all of them in Imai, and now we are stronger than those chicks. But if they evolve, no one can defeat them except you, Hanso. You can't defeat them? You really can't. Actually, that's not entirely true. We can. I knew it, right? Why are you underestimating your own kind? Well, I'm disappointed. Use your thigh bones and main muscle groups to hold the weight. Heavy blank 1/10. Are you ready? I'm ready. Let's do this. All right, I will activate my skill now. Heavy blank X, put some weight into it. You can do it. Suddenly, a stranger infiltrates the ghost demon village while everyone is training. Are you the monster who kidnapped my student? I think there's been a misunderstanding. I don't know who you are, and I am no longer the clan leader here. Your answer is just yes or no. We haven't done anything other than train. What do you mean? Wow. Can he block a sword with his bare hands? Did she just injure her own muscles? This older woman is really dangerous. Hey, you two, are these the ones who kidnapped Block? Yes, it's him. Our master Block is here to save you. Block, where are you? Answer us. I'm sorry to interrupt your training, kid, but capturing someone else's disciple isn't right. Is it, Block? You already have a trainer? This wouldn't have happened if you had told me earlier. But lifting weights is more fun than fencing, isn't it? Be honest. Why are you stammering? I'm sorry, master. I prefer weight training over fencing. You went through so much trouble to come here. I'm sorry, master, but I've already found a new master. Is that so? Then I can't do anything more. I have to use force to take you away now. With that, the mysterious woman unleashed her ultimate sword technique and swung her sword. Han also quickly tensed his muscles to block the attack, which hurt my pride. Can I only make you get a scratch? Block, do you want to train to achieve this physique? Yes, master. Hanso is so cool. Then, let's do it this way. This kid and I will have a duel to earn the right to be your master. The martial art of the winner will determine the outcome. You may not know this, but bodybuilding is not martial arts. It is exercises to train and improve your own body. I heard you killed a cockatrice using something called bodybuilding training? That's to supplement protein. All I do is to survive. So, does bodybuilding have no effect in fighting? What did you say just now? Why are you so angry? Does that hurt your pride? What's the point of training your body if you can't fight? In other words, it's just a useless thing. I'll show you what training is for. The chicken leg muscle compression mechanism is activated. I wonder who would win if Lord Hanso and that girl fought. Just look at their bodies and you'll understand. Body size doesn't mean anything. My master is one of the 10 strongest people on the continent. Activating level 3. Eagle Eye skill, human species. Swordsmanship, master profession. With muscles only this much, how can she hurt me? Humans can't use swords to damage muscles. You, alien, what kind of martial arts are you teaching? The swordsmanship I'm teaching can help me cut my enemies to pieces with sword energy. Let me, an elder, teach you a few things. Do you know why I call you an alien even though you look like a human? It's because your magic power is red. The redder your magic power, the purer your demon bloodline, and the technique you're using cannot be changed by any human during battle. As long as you have determination, you can change your form, so don't pretend to be knowledgeable. That only happens to aliens like you. Humans can only use inner strength like this to compensate for their shortcomings in battle. One sword, 10,000 swords piercing the heart. Even if you try to spread your martial arts here, it's useless. Do you understand now? Your martial arts are nothing but trash to humans, and yet you think you can defeat me with such shameful techniques. So your opponents have been defeated this way? Are the opponents you face stronger than me or not? Why should I care about that? If you are my opponent, no one can survive. We, the bodybuilding enthusiasts, will always try to surpass those stronger than us. Now I will show you that. Block, can I say this? I'm sorry, we went to see the master because we thought it would be hard to meet you again. We knew it would make you hate us, but for some reason, I don't understand what you two are saying. Why would I hate you? It's just because you left when we forced you. What? I came here because I want to learn more about bodybuilding, and I plan to go back later. Han, why did he also agree? What kind of martial art are you planning to learn? We also want to know. Since we're new here, we're not sure either. Lord Demon King, could you guide us? Sure, follow me. Do you remember when you first started learning swordsmanship? Did the master tell you what the most important thing was in swordsmanship? It's the lower body's center of gravity. That's right. For the exercise we're about to do, we'll be using our entire lower core. We will focus on the quadriceps with squats. Han said we must learn the correct form first. But if we want to make the exercise more interesting, using weights might be very dangerous, right? It's okay, I'll help them out. Meanwhile, Han So is still exchanging techniques with the seniors of those three young men. But something feels strange. Both sides keep pushing back and forth as if lifting weights. Why are you holding back your strength? No, I'm just focusing my strength. Technically, it's called the squeezing and contracting technique. Are they making Lear and Henda moan? So these two old men were also lured into the Jymer path by that friend. What the hell is going on? Are they practicing? Oh, they're doing squats. This is part of the training. Sorry about that. Can I include your workout in my training program too? Really? Why did you suddenly change your mind so quickly? I could sense a fierce passion in it. I have found happiness in looking at bodies covered in sweat, forming a united alliance through training. When seeing off the three young men's master back to Han Ho, she noticed something. Shaking her hand was no joke. What kind of training do you do? Haha, are you curious? Alright, I'll tell you. Actually, there's nothing because my job is to swing a sword all day. Do you think I train? But I'm curious about something else. Are you okay with teaching others advanced training methods without asking for payment? It's okay. The more people training, the better. Why do you think otherwise? Because it can be dimmed anywhere, and she will work more efficiently by learning more training methods, right? It could be feasible across the entire continent. I want the culture of health to spread widely. You're more humorous than I thought. I like you now. I'll grant you a favor whenever you want. That evening, while everyone was eating, Block wanted to speak. Sorry, Hanso, maybe you don't know, but the city I live in is extremely discriminatory. Not just against abnormal people, but also against sorcerers, dark arts practitioners, and so on. Humans, even their leaders, prioritize certain things. People like me are less concerned, but I worry that you, Hanso, and your friends here might get hurt. Hanso, chewing on his chicken leg, then felt this was a serious issue. So, let's take it slow and think about the journey. Hanso didn't answer Block's question, only paying attention to the horse's feed bucket. Its texture is just crispy and sticky. There's no doubt this is the main ingredient for oatmeal porridge. Only horses can eat so cleanly and be this nutritious. This really is a serious problem. Just look at that boy. He's even eating livestock feed, and it's not even tasty. In the end, monsters are truly poor eaters. If a monster hears this, it would be upset. I've tried the military rations that you usually eat, and they're usually a bit boring. But do you want to try my food? Is this monster inviting us? I think it's delicious. It has a sweet and refreshing taste and a little bit of spiciness too. Moreover, that spicy flavor was added so skillfully, it's truly amazing. I used to lose my appetite when my armor was damaged, but now I feel like eating. I'll give you guys the recipe when we get close, so don't criticize our monsters. Understood, sea monster. You said you're Rihanna? We will continue tomorrow morning. Do you remember you said you would grant me a favor in the morning? Of course I remember. I have decided what I want. I want you to help me with the grain issue. Isn't this livestock feed? You've heard what everyone is saying. I heard you're planning to raise chickens. Are you going to feed them grains? It's not them, but we will eat grains. It doesn't really matter to me. But I will feel sad to let you eat that livestock food. Yes, that's right, Lord Hano. She seems to be a high-ranking member of the human team. Besides, we're not used to eating cereal anyway. What did you just say? Say it again so I can hear. They're not wrong. If you want something bigger, just tell me. You can turn your tent into a wooden house. You can wear a warrior's outfit instead of civilian clothes. And all you need is chicken meat, Lord Han. So really likes eating chicken. It's not like that. Eating only protein is very bad for the body, especially the liver. But if we consume a moderate amount of carbs, glycogen will produce substances that help us build muscle. Actually, oats are a complex carbohydrate that can slow down digestion. They are low in calories and rich in nutrients, which is why they are called the king of cereals on earth. So there's no better reward than oats? Everyone was speechless after hearing that, not understanding what this guy was talking about anymore. But the ghost felt very excited. What could it be? Let us see it too. I think it's probably the secret technique he uses to face Lady Rayona. Do you think so? We can't lose to those monsters. We're eating too. Block is eating too. Let's try it together. But after eating, everyone suddenly called out Hugh's name. That Crown's dish isn't tasty at all. Spit it out. It's not tasty at all. Even the strongman spat it out. It tastes good and I've chewed it well. Don't you see that? He also has talent in eating. He will get stronger quickly. He is very excited. I don't understand what you're saying, but you seem to know it well. I will start the production process to meet your request. Are you serious, Rayona? You're the best. At least we won't be at a disadvantage. General Rayona is returning to open the city gate. Han, do you remember what I told you? This is the land of the oddities, the strongest nation on the continent, a country that discriminates. The judging eyes of the people here make the ghosts feel uncomfortable. What's wrong? Walk properly and stand correctly. They're just looking because you guys have good physiques. Is that true, leader? I'm pretty sure that's not how it is. So, in everyone's judgmental eyes, they started walking while confidently showing off their muscles. Why do I feel like I like these monsters? Right now at Watt Castle. So, you've taught my soldiers how to train and even fed them livestock food? It's not livestock feed, but oatmeal, like porridge oats to eat. Truly an impudent fellow. My general suggested bringing the special monsters to the castle. Without that proposal, I wouldn't let any of you step inside. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Don't cause any trouble. Just teach our soldiers how to train and then quietly leave. If you have finished your work and also want to learn, I will be your personal trainer. We don't need to keep doing this. Such a mess. The generals are so famous that I worry, how can I change the attitude of the people? This is a good opportunity. Bring the mercenary Tutu Law here. General, your guest will bare its fangs and claws at you. Everyone, stop the training session. Today, we will have a special training session. The person standing next to me now is the special trainer that General Ron brought into the castle. The Demon Lord Duhanso. The Demon Lord's master? So isn't he a monster? Why would a monster become our trainer? I know you don't like the new coach, but if you don't follow his orders, it means you're going against the rules. Hello everyone, I am Du Hanso, the special coach who will guide you through today's training. I don't like the way everyone looks at me, so everyone bow down. Why are you all staring at me? Just do as Hanso told you. Lie down and suck in your stomach, you bastards. Aren't you going to do as you're told? What are you all doing? Hurry up and do it. This scene is really funny. Are you all listening to that monster? Young commander, if you call Coach Han a monster, that act will be considered disrespectful to the general. Do you think that way? Coach, do you think that the command of that monster is the command of the general? Everyone, stand up. Are you going to follow that monster's order? Maintain your dignity as humans. Military orders are absolute. Is there a problem? There are many problems, actually. First, we are humans, and we do not obey monsters like you. Second, the so-called training you mentioned, we have no reason to practice anything other than swordsmanship. The last issue is that we don't want to learn the training methods of uncivilized monsters. Wait a moment. Hanso, I think I can handle this. Regarding the first issue, the person over there can teach you on behalf of Hanso, so you won't have any problems anymore. As for the second issue, I don't know if practicing swordsmanship is more useful, since we've never tried comparing or dueling to see. And as for whether it's civilized or not, just go ahead and have a match with those humans. Are you ready? We are ready. These guys are really impossible to deal with. All right, I accept the challenge. Coach, is this allowed? I stand with the humans. Where is the other side? Stupid monsters. But I'm sorry, I'm not a recruit. Let me show you the fear that the Count's Tula mercenaries personally summoned can bring. The battle just started, and this reckless kid already knocked him out cold. Hey, are you okay? Is he dead? I see he's still twitching, so he's probably still alive. Don't be too rough. Are you showing off? I'm sorry, leader. Never mind, you didn't mean it. No need to apologize. Now that you have lost, follow my orders. Yes, coach. Unexpectedly, the young man woke up and was secretly activating his power. Taking advantage of the demon turning away, he suddenly lunged to ambush from behind. But before his sword could strike down, Hanso struck him with a palm that sent him crashing into the wall. The next day, Rayona went to the training ground to visit everyone. Hanso, how are you? It's clear he used magic. I agree. I believe he also used magic during the fight. That's why I can't trust monsters. Coach, I don't quite understand what's going on here. Please explain what's happening. Yes, sir. A battle broke out because some people refused to follow your orders. And then what? Our soldiers lost, but some say the monsters used magic. Han. So, did you really use magic in the fight? I won't bother doing that. Do you really believe that, monster? General, I just passed by and already overheard a few interesting things. Tell me what's really going on here. General, are you on my side? Are you with these monsters? Of course I am on the humans' side, so who are you listening to now? Are you here to train? Get off the horse first. Lord Han, I don't think he's here to train either. Do you? My general is very unhappy. The guests you brought back are causing some problems for our people. A soldier was injured, and that's a very serious matter. How can a lord like me ignore this? As the lord of the Wyrot Duchy, I will exile General Rihanna for 2 years. But seeing Rihanna's eyes full of fierce intent, the lord immediately dares not speak further. Sir, that cannot happen. Let us kill those monsters. Please revoke the order. I almost got into trouble. And so, I'm sorry for bringing you here and not being able to take good care of you. Don't worry about it. It's not like we're always welcome. Sir, at least can we keep them here for 3 months as promised? I will keep my promise. Good, the preparations are complete. Everyone, be silent in front of me. How dare you defy the Lord like that? Do you still dare to call yourselves soldiers of this country after what happened? But sir, I told you all to be silent. You bastards, I thought you only discriminated against monsters, but it turns out you also know how to fight back against your superiors. I should step back so the seeds of the future still have a chance to grow. I wonder how this will change the future seedlings I hope for. I'll be so happy when I return. What is she laughing at like that? In the evening, the person who caused trouble for Hanso secretly left the city with a reward. Just need to do these things a little more and I will have enough money to stop doing dirty jobs. The bell looks like a flower. Should I open a flower shop? My wife and daughter are waiting a little longer. I'll be home soon. But little does he know that the village where his wife and daughter are has already been engulfed in flames. Our hometown welcomes us in a truly beautiful way. Princess, will you dance with me? The next day, 2 ghosts are in the Sunslim Forest. Weren't you the one who just broke your arm? My hand is completely normal now. Hey, what are you kids doing with that slim pile? It's Lord Block and General R. Didn't you say you wouldn't come back after going with her? Well, you still haven't answered my question. Why does Lord Han say we need this pile of Slim? What for? Slim still can't be used as medicine. Come with us. You should probably see for yourself. Lord Hanso, we have arrived. Are they here already, Rayona too? I'm just stopping by to see everyone before I leave. I'm also quite curious about what you guys will do next. Use your chest muscles to push them into a corner. So what are you planning to do with that pile of Slim? When I looked at my students on the training ground, I thought that training to build muscles or lift weights wouldn't be very effective for the kids. In this case, training them like athletes would probably be more useful. But we don't have enough equipment, so I have to make them myself. Crafting tools from Slim. Is it like the dummy you use to practice quick slashes? No, it's not the same as swordsmanship. You bring a Slim here. First, once you have the Slim, you will do as I say. Take this one out. It will regenerate in just a few days, so I can leave it outside and do this. I will make a hole in the middle of the Slim once the rebirth stone is gone. These Slim monsters are incredibly elastic. Next, I will stretch them like this before they contract again, and that will create a training belt. Its shape will look like that. Rihanna, I'm sure you don't know this, but with it, you'll be able to do many different exercises. The elasticity will depend on their colors, so we will name them and perform many different exercises. Thank you and sorry, Lord Han. Why is that? I guess you don't know, but I used to suspect you. I used to think you only pretended to be obsessed with training to connect with people, but you have truly been sincere with us. I am truly a failed teacher for not being able to prevent Wyrot from becoming a wise nation. That's why I endure the Lord's irrationality. But you are different. I believe you can change this country. Change? Let me see. That's my expertise, not that kind of change. So that's how it is? It's not like that either. That's the change I mentioned before. Monster trainer, let's see what he will teach first. We're not here because we lost the battle or anything. Don't start with weird actions like lying face down. Mr. Han, so, can I leave these kids to you? Of course it is. The number of new members has increased again. Meanwhile, not only the surroundings around Hanso change, but our enemies are immortal monsters. The scary thing about these zombies is that I will also turn into a monster if I get bitten by them. Be careful not to let your horses get bitten and stay alert yourselves. Brave warriors, charge and attack them for me. Beat them. Don't wait. If we show up now, we'll only cause trouble for others. Just wait a little longer. Beat them. Those zombies are just props. The corner of the training camp in the duchy. As I said, a person's physical capacity is limited each day, which is why we focus on training the necessary muscle groups. Do you all understand what Lord Hanso just said? Everyone start stretching with the belt to prepare for the chest press exercise. No, today we will do CrossFit instead of bench press. Sir, what is CrossFit? CrossFit is a training method invented by Greg Glassman. It is a continuous, non-stop workout with high performance and high intensity exercises. This means it's a workout that targets multiple muscle groups across the body and requires us to move in a hexagonal pattern. If we form groups and set goals together, it will foster teamwork and boost competition. I've made a list for each group, so if you have questions, ask Gulo. Let's all do our best to complete the workout. During training, Hans occasionally hears strange noises. I've heard that sound a few times already. What is it used for? Our Lord has recently been personally attacking the zombies after they started appearing frequently in the villages around the castle. They are sending a signal requesting additional support. It seems the enemy is stronger than they expected. Their bodies are collapsing. You guys should lose some weight and train properly. Just as I suspected, he doesn't care. According to the reconnaissance, we have identified that the enemy base is at the end of this road. This time, eliminate them and bring peace to the homeland. All troops, move out. My lord, I fear we have gone too deep into the zombie horde. Zombies lack intelligence, so they cannot strategize. All we need is strength and manpower to eliminate them. Look, our soldiers are moving forward steadily. All troops, don't slow down, keep moving ahead. War is all about maintaining the momentum of the attack. Don't stop until we have wiped out the enemy. Have you finally arranged everything and made it appear? Very quickly, the enemy commander has revealed himself. He is Ben, the old friend of Wudo from years ago. He was surprised to realize that even after decades, Ben still hasn't aged. So, during that time, Ben was researching and experimenting on his own body. After injecting the blue liquid into himself, he transformed into a giant monster. His strength and speed have been pushed to the limit. With just a few basic moves, Gudo was beaten to a pulp by Ben. Ben believes that Gudo is weak because he only focuses on sword training, while what he is doing is using research to develop and elevate civilization to a new level. At this moment, Ben's experimental monsters are frenziedly slaughtering the soldiers. He confidently believes this is proof that his research is correct. There will always be a great person in this world for something, but that person is not the standard of an ordinary person. Just as Ben was about to finish Gudo, subordinate Ivan appeared in the nick of time to block his attack. He shouted at the lord and soldiers to retreat quickly, while he stayed behind to stop Ben and his group. Seizing the opportunity, Gudo rode away from the battlefield, but his loyal subordinate heroically sacrificed himself under the punch of the brutal monster. Gudo hurriedly urged his horse forward, breathing heavily with worry. Panting heavily, he thought to himself that this was hopeless. As images of Ben and the terrifying monsters kept flashing through his mind, making him wonder how he could possibly defeat those monsters. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hansen and his muscular army are tirelessly training with intense effort, continuously lifting enormous stone weights, and quietly counting 152,123, 152,124, 152,125. Hansen's face remains completely calm even after more than 150,000 repetitions. He continues counting 152,138, 152,139, 152,140. Back to the moving army, Gudo shouted loudly, demanding a report. Is no one reporting on the troop situation? Immediately, Lumi approached and spoke. I am the captain of Team 20. Lumi, this is Gudo. Report now. Lumi revealed the grim numbers. Out of 400 soldiers, 347 had fallen or been infected, 27 wounded, leaving only 26 unscathed. Hearing this, Gudo was stunned and calculated that there were only about 100 reserve troops left in the city, mostly trainees or wounded soldiers. He angrily shouted, Damn it! How can we wage war with only 126 people? Lumi suggests calling General Leon back, but Gudo dismisses it, thinking it's too late for reinforcements. Then Lumi comes up with a bold idea.
Then why not borrow the strength of the monsters trapped inside the city? Gudo asked in surprise.
The monsters? Lumi explained that their leader, Hansen, once had power comparable to General Leon. Since the army is providing food and shelter for them, we can use that as leverage to force them into battle. Gudo nodded in agreement with the plan to use monsters to control monsters. Mr. Ha was determined and said, All right, do it that way and then ride your horse quickly forward. 3 days later, at the military training camp, Gudo charged in on his horse and roared for the training to stop. Everyone gather, while Hansen and his muscular troops are still stunned holding the purple weights. What are you doing? Hurry up and follow the Countess's orders. Gudo looked down at the crowd surrounding him and asked, Hey, Noble, is your name Hansen? Hansen calmly smiled and replied, So you're here for a workout? Gudo's face immediately hardened with seriousness. No, I am here to give orders to your monsters. He suddenly shouted in anger, It's time for you to repay the kindness of the Lord for providing you with food and shelter. You lowly creatures, Gudo loudly declared with a clenched fist from now on. By order of Count Gudo, I command you to destroy the approaching army of zombies outside the city. Seeing the silent and dazed faces of the muscle army, Gudo angrily thought to himself, Well, these low-level monsters don't understand human language, do they? Just look at their clueless faces, he continued shouting. You are honored to be our human shields, especially you, Han-sun, the leader. I will grant you the title of citizen of the great Gudo kingdom. Seeing that the opponent still didn't react, Gudo roared excitedly. Isn't this the best condition? Just go ahead and confidently show off your weird bodybuilding stuff. Hansen suddenly shouted, Strike a pose! Front double biceps, less about war and more about showing off your muscles. Immediately, the muscle squad flexed together, displaying their bulging muscles with confidence. Seeing this bizarre scene, Gudo could only exclaim in frustration, What are you guys doing? Hansen still looked proud as he explained that this is bodybuilding, a concept within the broad scope of gym, pointing to his teammates and affirming that showcasing physique is what he's talking about. However, Gudo had completely run out of patience. He growled, There was no time for small talk. If you don't follow my orders immediately, Gudo threatens that if they get hurt or die, everything will be over. This statement strikes Hansen at his core, and he immediately radiates murderous intent, his eyes blazing red as he growls, You won't be able to do dim exercises anymore, you fool. If I lose my muscles, can you take responsibility? Under the suffocating pressure and the giant shadow appearing behind Hansen, Gudo's face turned pale, sweat pouring down his face. He stammered, I don't understand what you're saying, but it seems I have to apologize. The Countess was completely defeated and hurriedly bowed his head, saying, I'm sorry. The overwhelming pressure made Gudo want to vomit, and he meekly apologized, saying, I was wrong, please forgive me, don't resist anymore, I'm scared. Seeing that the opponent had acknowledged, Hansen nodded slightly in acceptance of the apology. Gudo didn't dare to linger, quickly urging his horse to leave with Lumi. Hansen immediately returned to training, excitedly shouting, "All right, enough rest. Let's start from the beginning." On the other side, Lumi nervously asked Gudo if they should try to persuade them one more time, but he flatly refused, believing there was no point in expecting anything from those monsters from the start. Gudo ordered the general to come immediately. To Lumi's surprise, Gudo affirmed that although his temper was a bit bad, his strength was definitely on par with General Lion. The two quietly urged their horses forward. Gudo ordered all troops to gather in front of the city gate. He is determined to show the zombies the strength of humans. Outside the city walls, the undead are relentlessly howling and closing in. On the city wall, the general with a sturdy build and a distinctive nose ring was ready to face the battle while Gudo anxiously watched from inside as a sea of zombies flooded toward them like a waterfall. Suddenly, the general roared, stopping, and shouted at the enemy, "I received a report that you have a leader with intelligence." OC continued to suggest, "Are you not planning to talk?" From afar, Ben and his massive henchmen approach hesitantly. Gudo is surprised to recognize Ben's presence. He casually twirled his ear while walking, looking down on everything with contempt. What's so urgent that they called for him? From above, the sharp-minded leader declared that no matter how numerous the monster army is, crossing this solid wall is impossible. He issued a challenge, so I am the representative of the Gudo kingdom and the monster's representative. "How about you settle this battle with a one-on-one fight to decide the outcome of this war?" Ben said, laughing excitedly. "Sounds interesting. I accept the challenge." Seeing the opponent bite the bait, Awakens smirked triumphantly and suddenly leapt straight down from the city wall, creating a powerful impact. Through the dust, Awk growled, "Who will step out here?" Immediately, a giant muscular monster with a black mask covering its face approached. It roared loudly and began to tense up, showcasing its threatening, bulging muscles. Awk looks at the large opponent in front of him and comments that the size is quite decent. He immediately charges forward to see what his true strength is. After the big collision, OC's lips are also quite tough. He continues to pour in strength, delivering a series of rapid punches that make the monster's skin and flesh tremble constantly under the force. Suddenly, the monster spewed out a stream of black liquid from its mouth. I quickly dodged and thought to myself, as expected, it's a skill that must be avoided. Looking at the corrosive liquid on the ground, Ock sarcastically thinks, "What is this rotten corpse doing here? I've never seen a zombie like you before." The monster trembles. Its only thought is that the danger is too great. It immediately turned and ran for its life. Ock shouted in surprise, trying to run away. He chased fiercely and roared, "You can't do this!"
"One of us has to die for this to end." Ox quickly closed in and grabbed the monster from behind.
Gudo shouted a warning, "General, watch out on your side." Ox barely managed to lean away at the last moment. Ock roars with fury, daring to interfere in a divine battle. He immediately gathers strength in his legs and charges straight at the troublemaker. Suddenly, a lightning-fast punch to the face sends Ock flying back, causing him to bleed in pain. "Cough!" Ben appears with a maniacal grin. "What kind of godliness? Just win already," he said, laughing as he flexed his huge muscular arm with prominent blue veins. Ben looked with a cold gaze and asked, "Do you know why I accepted this fight?" He emphasized, "Because you are the only remaining variable in this country." The harsh clashing sounds echoed repeatedly, signaling a tragic ending. Witnessing the scene of the strongest general being tormented, Gudo and Lumi could only stand frozen in horror. His face pales at Ben's extreme brutality. His brain is gasping on the ground with his body broken and battered. He stammers in despair, "Please, please forgive me." "You want to be spared? Fine. Of course I will let you live." In the stunned silence of the general, the monster with terrifying strength hurls him high into the sky. The general falls from the sky, his face stunned by the sudden attack. He screams in despair as he charges straight into the midst of thousands of screaming zombies below. A horrifying sound erupts, followed by the mournful cries of chaos tearing through the sea of distorted bodies. From the crowd, a monster with white hair and a white beard appears, revealing the once brave general, now completely transformed. Seeing this horrifying scene, Gudo exclaimed in shock, "It's really over. My elite troops are now just ghosts." Ben watched with a triumphant look and tempted him. "Gudo, why don't you give up and hand over the city neatly, and I will spare your life?" Gudo angrily shouted it back, "Do not speak foolishly. Do you think I will hand over the Gudo kingdom to someone who has abandoned humanity like you?" Ben sneered with a sinister laugh. "Fine. The negotiations have failed. I never intended to let you live anyway." His face immediately turned cold. Ben signaled and ordered the zombie army to advance. The horde of zombies rushes toward the city gate like an unstoppable flood. Gudo frantically shouts orders to the soldiers to shoot their arrows now. But the soldiers on the wall could only tremble in helplessness. "We've never shot a bow before. How are we supposed to aim? This army is too reputable." Seeing the army's weakness, Gudo grits his teeth in frustration. He punched the wall hard and cursed, "Damn it!" Lumi nervously steps forward and asks urgently, "What should we do, Count?" Gudo stood motionless, his face covered in sweat, lost in utter despair. "I don't know." Facing Lumi's stunned and questioning gaze, Gudo suddenly snapped and shouted loudly in her face, "I told you I don't know either." The Count has completely lost his fighting spirit. He turned and ran desperately into the city, ignoring Lumi's calls behind him. Gudo charged wildly through the streets, leaving everything behind. In his mind, the cruelly sarcastic words from the past kept echoing. Coward Gudo! The mocking laughter of the children still haunts me. Gudo is a coward. Even those close to him once looked at him with contempt and claimed that Gudo running away was an act of cowardice. The young master is too cowardly. That's why things went wrong. Another acquaintance mocks him again. Isn't running away your advantage? Staying with you while you run is the safest option. A woman is being held captive and crying out for help. Gudo, save me. It felt like a knife stabbing into my heart. Gudo ran away while crying out in bitter anger. I'm exhausted. He screams in despair, wondering if anyone understands the weight of the word responsibility or has ever been in his position. Although he was a cowardly leader unable to bear responsibility, deep inside he still longed to protect those he cared about. Gudo summoned all his strength and pushed the door in front of him. He shouted through tears, "Of course there is. Please save me." The demon count collapses in tears. Boss, Gudo keeps begging for forgiveness. I was wrong. Jim is the truth and Ta is my way of life. In the face of Hansen's indifference and the muscular army, Gudo desperately begged, "You can kill me, but please save the people, save my soldiers, save this country." He bowed his face to the ground, crying bitterly. Amidst the encirclement of the muscular army, Gudo kept bowing his head. "Please save me. Sob, please. I beg you. Sob." Hansen looked at the men struggling at his feet and calmly summarized, "So you just want to train." Gudo looked up confused and puzzled as Hansen, flexing his bulging shoulder muscles, declared, "Gudo, I don't need your life, but training fees will be expensive." He smiled confidently with his strong army behind him. A group of soldiers hurriedly rushes to Hansen and pleads. Hansen nods. "We will join too." But Hansen immediately shouted firmly, "Newbies, get out of the way." He outright refused help from those weighing less than 400 kilograms and declared they were not allowed to join this fight. Hansen and his muscular team stride forward, surprising everyone. From behind, Gudo sweats nervously and quietly assesses, he looks truly crazy. But as he looked at their muscular backs shining with a radiant glow, he wondered why they looked so incredibly cool. Hansen led the army running through the streets, their synchronized shouts echoing loudly. "You just point straight ahead towards the city gate, right?" Seeing the situation is extremely urgent, Hansen orders, "We will switch to interval training." The entire team responded in unison. Yes. Then they suddenly accelerated with terrifying speed. The counting voice still echoed loudly with each pounding step. Hansen roared, demanding the entire team to maintain high intensity for 1 minute and 30 seconds. The muscular army charged forward with full force, shooting like arrows at wind-breaking speed. Despite being exhausted, with their tongues lolling, sweat pouring down, and breath ragged, they kept going without slowing down. Seeing that horrifying scene, the people on the street could only gasp in amazement, terrified beyond words. The muscular army continued to charge forward, leaving behind clouds of dust and smoke. Amidst the wreckage, a mother tightly holds her small child surrounded by bloodthirsty zombies. The child shouted in despair, "Mom!" Immediately, a powerful strike and a shout of press erupted, crushing the monsters in an instant. The child looked in awe at the heroes who just appeared and then reassured his mother. "Mom, it's okay now, they already saved us. This hero is a bit strange." The mother could only watch in awe as Han-sun and his team of muscular fighters ran past, counting their training reps 16, 17. The boy excitedly asked, "Mom, if I learn swordsmanship, can I be strong like that too?" "No, that's not swordsmanship. Let's wait for the war to end and ask what technique that is." The situation at the city gate is extremely chaotic as a sea of zombies is frantically attacking inside. At this moment, Hansen's level 3 Hawkeye skill is activated, allowing him to see everything clearly. Watching the screaming zombies, Hansen wondered, Why do those zombies keep howling and rushing forward like that? Hansen muttered with a professional tone. "These guys are so skinny and bony they probably have no idea what W is." A team member explained with difficulty. "That's called a zombie." Seeing the younger ones panting and bending over from exhaustion, Hansen immediately reminded them, "Hey, even when resting, keep your back straight or you'll damage your spine." Pity really is the most caring person in the universe. The guy quickly obeyed and continued explaining that these zombies have no intelligence left, only their hunger and the fact that they are moving corpses. Hearing this, Hansen showed a relieved expression. "Luckily, I don't have to feel guilty about taking action." The man next to him anxiously asked, "Han-sonum, what do you plan to do next?" Watching the zombies rapidly approaching the city gate, Hansen calmly made a shocking proposal. "Maybe we should use our chest muscles to push them all away, surprising our opponents into silence." Han-sun shouted. "What? What's with that face?" The guy nervously waves his hands in fear. "No need to apologize. That's a brilliant plan." Hansen laughed heartily. "Is that right?" He immediately turned to ask for their opinion. "Then can I take command of this operation?" Hansen asked with determination. "Just do that." Orders are issued rapidly, one after another. A muscular team member shouted loudly, "Everyone disperse!" Team 1 and Team 2 quickly spread out across the village to protect the residents. He continued to coordinate the forces. Teams 3 and 4 quickly climb onto the city walls, coordinating smoothly to support the soldiers and fight back the zombies. Team 5, help Hansen Nim push the zombies away from the wall. Right at the gate, Hansen is using his incredible strength alone to fend off a sea of zombies flooding in. Wow! They actually managed to do it. However, the situation remains extremely tense. Gudo shouted urgently to close the city gate. He worries that even if Hansen Nim pushes back the enemies, if they slip through the gaps, the village will be in danger. Gudo continues to urge desperately. So please close the city gate. Hearing that, Lumi shouted loudly and reported, "Count! The city gate has been completely destroyed!" She pointed to the broken entrance where Hansen was desperately holding back, with no door left to block the way. Could it be like this? At that moment, a confident voice rang out. I knew this would happen. The heavy footsteps shaking the ground echo loudly. They carry a giant metal ball-shaped weight together as Hansen approaches the city gate. Gudo is astonished to recognize a familiar face. The weak little boy from before has become incredibly muscular now. Lumi can't believe his eyes. How can they lift that thing? Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, Hansen calmly performs the move. Walking L. A member is straining to lift the weight and shouting loudly. Block, you go ahead. The sweaty swordmaster, panting and breathless, asked in surprise, what's going on here? He grits his teeth in pain. My quadriceps are completely worn out. I can't move my legs anymore. Don't give up, senior. I'm sure you can do it. A team member from the muscle squad said, you always think about the seniors' bodies, but if you train beyond your limits, you might get injured. He trembled as he urged, don't save me. I'd rather die than be forced to skip training by the jacker. Then he collapsed to the ground in helplessness. Seeing that scene, Guro shouted in pain, Senior, it's not like that. Guro gritted his teeth and said, how can the others lift this? His vision started to blur from exhaustion, but when he saw Hansen standing alone against the sea of corpses at the gate, he was suddenly alert again. It's faint, but it can be lifted. Another member hurriedly ran to assist Goronum. He shouted loudly to coordinate the forces. Team 5, support Team Colobel. Team Bio, move quickly to block the city gate. The massive iron block radiates a brilliant purple energy as it moves toward the entrance, heavy footsteps echoing behind it. Guro roars loudly, channeling all his life force to push the metal forward. From above, shouts urging to advance echo out, the Bayo earthquake team. The entire army responds with determined cries. Our giant weight block is placed right at the position where Hansen is blocking, ready to fill the gap at the city gate. With all our faith and unwavering will, we shout that we can do it. Guro gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face, breathing becoming extremely heavy as he bore the enormous weight. They moved carefully, step by step, reminding each other to be cautious until the heavy tonnage of the weights was finally placed in the correct position, forming a solid barrier against the zombie sea outside. Seeing the effort of his subordinates, Hansen gently smiles with satisfaction and then looks at Guro exhausted and says, knowing how to value your training equipment is good. He approves. The praise from the leader acts like a boost of morale, making his muscular brothers burst with happiness. Good, the wall has been blocked. The rough team can rest now. Immediately, another leader pointed forward and shouted to coordinate the forces. Except for teams 1 and 2, everyone else, on behalf of Han Son Nim, pushed back the zombies. The muscular army launches simultaneously, their heavy footsteps echoing across the wall as they charge into battle. They charge straight into the zombie horde, using pure physical strength to sweep away the enemies. The Guardian's hands grasp tightly, easily pushing back the monsters and forming a solid wall of flesh. A warrior, struggling to hold off the zombies, turned back and asked, is this okay? Hansen calmly observed the battlefield and advised, put a little more force into your glutes. Even fighting should be done with style. The muscular army shouted in unison, yes! The strong men easily defeated and threw the monsters like toys from above. Gudo Hut shouted in panic, no! If bitten by a zombie, he fears that they will turn into the undead instantly when he sees a member attacked on the shoulder. Suddenly, a muscular warrior freezes, his eyes blazing with a threatening red glow. His teeth clenched tightly, his whole body trembling violently, as if undergoing a terrible transformation. He threw back his head and roared loudly, veins bulging fiercely across his guardian's body. But my teammate casually reminded me, don't pretend to be infected and be lazy anymore. We've been part of the Andes clan from the very beginning. That guy immediately returned to normal. Haha, is that so? Seeing this clumsy display, Lumimi could only stand silently with a speechless face. She looked down with a look of disgust and muttered, they're really just messing around. Below, the muscle team members are still laughing and joking, even daring each other to pretend they've transformed. At that moment, the zombie horde suddenly charges forward, howling wildly. Hansen quietly stepped forward, facing the bloodthirsty monsters. A zombie suddenly lunged, sinking its teeth into his shoulder. Hansen's face darkened, a murderous aura beginning to emanate with pressure. Hansen angrily exclaimed, you've sullied my muscles. Immediately, a blazing golden energy burst out from his body, knocking all the surrounding zombies away in an instant. From afar, Ben watched this unbelievable scene in amazement, wondering what it was. He sat on the hill, squinting and analyzing, looking like a half-human, half-monster, but why are they helping humans? Ben covered his face and chuckled happily. So this is what crazy guys like Ta are up to. Ben points toward the city gate and coldly orders his minions to tear them apart. The monsters with sharp teeth and glowing eyes in the darkness begin their furious rampage. A soldier could only watch in amazement as the massive energy beam swept past, and he exclaimed bitterly that this was General Ivan's attack. Hansen watches with a cold gaze as another purple beam streaks past. It's the attack from the general that has been completely transformed. The ferocious monsters rush in to tear apart, creating a chaotic scene. Gudo hurriedly runs away and shouts loudly to get out of the way. As soon as he saw Hansen's figure, he hurriedly clung to the city wall and shouted to point out Hansen's location. He's over there. Gudo pointed to the distant tree and firmly confirmed that he was the mastermind behind all this. However, with the muscular army surrounding them, Hansen's view was blocked, so he couldn't see anything. Keep going straight, just keep going straight. There will be a blue-haired guy there. Hansen confidently smiled and replied. All right, he turns to instruct his subordinates and says he'll go advise the green-haired customer for a bit. You guys keep practicing. A member of the muscular army replied, yes, we can do it. Hansen's face immediately turned serious. He clenches his fists, radiating fierce intent, and mumbles. All right. Then Hansen suddenly performs the reverse B-deck fly technique with earth-shattering power, his rapid swings creating echoes at maximum speed, leaving Gudo stunned and gasping. This is the miracle. The miracle is happening. A massive wave of pressure from Hansen's move instantly wipes out the entire zombie horde and the wreckage, leaving a wide gap in shock and disbelief for Gudo, while Ben sits leisurely under a tree with a mysterious figure in the distance. He scoffs dismissively. Whether it's these guys or those others, they're all just useless anyway. Evil people often talk about morals. Ben looked worried, sweat pouring down his face, as he clenched his gloves and asked his companion, Isn't that right, Elise? Elise stood quietly under the tree, nodding slightly in response. Ben looked visibly annoyed because the appearance of an unexpected variable forced him to step in personally. He hesitated for a moment before stepping out of hiding, ready to face the enemy. At the same time, Hansen, with his muscular physique, was also approaching. The two opponents face each other directly on the battlefield, the tension in the air becoming almost unbearable. Hansen tenses his muscles, showcasing his massive back muscles as he strides forward with commanding power. Sensing the pressure from his opponent, Ben immediately unleashes his dark power, transforming into a pitch-black monster with glowing yellow eyes and sharp horns. Hansen remains unfazed, increasing his speed, gathering strength, and rushing forward with explosive force. A deafening collision erupts at the center of the battlefield, with both grappling fiercely, relying on pure physical strength to overpower each other in a relentless clash. Hansen's eyes blaze with deadly intent through the thick red dust, his face showing a resolute determination to eliminate his enemy. Facing him is Ben's twisted, ferocious face in the form of a monster, baring his teeth and laughing maniacally. Hansen and Ben brace themselves in a tense showdown, the ground beneath them cracking from the overwhelming pressure. Ben grits his teeth as he fights back, but he is completely overwhelmed by his opponent's extraordinary physical strength. Hansen roared angrily, How dare you touch my VIP client? Are you dead yet? He used his guardian hands to squeeze Ben's arm, leaving him completely unable to resist. Ben gasped in pain. Phew! Hansen didn't give him a moment to breathe, grabbing him tightly and growling loudly. So it was you, the blue-haired guy who likes to cause trouble. He immediately lifted the monster up and slammed it straight down onto the ground with a force of 1,000 tons. Ben's eyes widened, his mouth agape in shock and extreme pain. Hansen continues with the deadly strike, pressing Ben's head into the deep hole just created. Trapped on the ground, Ben Thieu Tao is terrified. What the hell is this power? He struggled and shouted. Let go. This bastard stands tall with blazing red eyes. Hansen coldly asked, Are you done? Then looked down at the battered enemy and declared, Now it's my turn. Hansen slammed Ben to the ground and activated his move called Mountain Climber. Hansen's relentless wide-legged strikes create devastating explosions, tearing the ground into a deep, endless trench. From afar, Elise quietly observes the battle with an emotionless face. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, the muscular troops and soldiers are also frantically sweeping away the remaining monsters. The sound of powerful slashes and punches echoes repeatedly, clearing out the undead army. From afar, Elise assesses the situation. Ben, you're really dangerous. Immediately, a cold command was issued to eliminate the threat, and it swiftly sped through the forest at incredible speed to reinforce. A girl with long brown hair suddenly appears, blocking the attack of the assassin robot with her sword. The stranger coldly asks, Who are you? The girl confidently replied, Look carefully. I am a descendant of the lion family. Don't try to bully me. The clash of metal echoed repeatedly as both of them engaged in a high-speed sword fight witnessed by the growling black wolf. The robot orders its comrades to go to point B and then immediately accelerate, slicing through the wind. Law sneers defiantly. With that level of swordsmanship, you think you can stop me? The machine calmly responded that the opponent's sword skills had no chance of winning. It begins to spin its blades at maximum speed, creating a fierce tornado that surrounds Lai. In another part of the battlefield, a member of the muscle army with glowing pink hands shouts loudly, pulling quickly. The entire group together pulls with all their might, stretching a massive energy cord attached to the purple weight. When the elastic force reaches its limit, a loud shout rings out, and at that moment, they release it, sending the enormous energy weight hurtling forward at an incredible speed. Heavy Blant 1/10 has been officially activated, transforming the formation into a purple fireball that streaks across the sky. Below, both the kingdom soldiers and the muscular troops look up in horror as the purple glow engulfs everything. Suddenly, the explosion turns into a barrage of deadly rays, crashing onto the ground with terrifying impacts, creating towering clouds of smoke and fire that wipe out the enemy legion in an instant. Amidst the battlefield of smoke and dust, the Muscle Squad members quickly coordinate their forces, one pointing and shouting loudly to reload faster. The next order was issued clearly. Team 1, check if there are any zombies left in the village. While a group focuses on protecting and supporting the civilians inside the sturdy walls, the rallying cry of battle resounds with full vigor. Stop the chest push exercises and move on to full contact sparring drills now. The Guardian warriors all charged into the zombie horde, using their iron fists to crush any resistance. Watching this coordinated effort, Gudo silently observed and silently evaluated. At first I thought they were fools, but now I realize I am walking with legends. It feels like he's watching the entire battle from above. Gudo recalled his grandfather's story about a legendary figure from long ago, a brilliant strategist among monsters who sided with humanity, a hero of the Fourth Demon World War. Looking at Guro's back, Gudo was stunned and wondered why that name suddenly appeared in his mind. Meanwhile, at the center of the wreckage, Hansen used his core to lock down the opponent's attack, leaving Ben Bang Huang confused about what was happening. Ben struggles to break free, feeling Hansen's hand like a steel clamp squeezing him tight, unable to escape. A loud bark cuts through the air, followed by the appearance of the move called Bornado. This is an advanced technique of bowman, perfectly combining wind magic and dark soul summoning. The rotating bones within the tornado are terrifyingly hard, just like refined steel. This brutal attack could crush anyone's head in an instant, but against Hansen's iron-hard body, this bone tornado felt like a gentle nightmare. When the opponent's ultimate move is just enough to scratch an itch, the wolf bomb can only whimper in disappointment, but it immediately perks up again when it hears the cheers. Well done! Ben was dragged by Hansen so hard that his eyes bulged and foam came out of his mouth. In unbearable pain, he decided to resort to his last measure, stabbing a series of strange green liquid-filled needles directly into his tense arm. B grits his teeth and warns you that everything that happens next is your own fault. A blatant pill-taking in the middle of the fight, Hansen remains calm. He is confident that no matter how strong the opponent becomes, they will never surpass the grip of his hands. Suddenly, a hand from behind reached out and grabbed Hansen's shoulder, startling him as Ben's shadow with glowing eyes and a sinister smile whispered in his ear. "Are you thinking that way?" A deafening collision erupted, and Hansen was sent flying into the sky. Ben's maniacal laughter echoes again. A series of energy beams start firing rapidly, crossing each other at lightning speed. Ben triumphantly shouts, "You can't even keep up, right?" Ha! The deadly beams of light continue to sweep through, tearing apart the ground around Hansen's position. Standing at the center of the attack, Hansen remains calm as he ponders muscle contraction, analyzing the fiber properties of skeletal muscles as the continuous beams explode around him. He roars in anger. Why did I have to use this move when Leon isn't even here? Why get involved in someone else's matter only to face death myself? Despite the threats, Hansen continued mentally explaining that muscles are divided into white and red fibers, with red fibers storing oxygen to sustain activity, as a barrage of energy bullets rain down around him. Hansen tenses his abdominal and thigh muscles tightly, using the six-pack pose technique called abdominal ent to block the apocalypse. The high myoglobin content gives the muscles their characteristic red color, helping to slow down muscle fatigue. Hansen immediately demonstrates the 5 technique, stance number 5, causing his entire back muscles to tense up in a powerful surge. Although this red muscle type has the advantage of endurance, its contraction speed isn't very fast. So what about the white fibers? Unlike the red muscle, Ben started to feel suspicious as his attacks seemed to have no effect on the opponent. He wondered, after punching until his hands were tired, why was he still standing there tense? Hansen stands tall with a grim face full of pressure, his eyes blazing in the darkness. The white muscle, despite its low myoglobin content causing quick fatigue, has an overwhelmingly superior contraction speed. Inside the monster's body hiding in the tree, he grits his teeth and decides that if this doesn't work, he must attack even harder. He rushes down wildly, intending to keep attacking no matter what. A terrible collision erupts right in the middle of Hansen's body, but amidst the relentless barrage, Hansen realizes the only way to win this battle. That is to endure all of the opponent's attacks. Hansen clenched his teeth and assumed the stance known as side chest. He tensed every muscle, enduring the continuous energy blasts that collided and exploded on the Guardian's body. Hansen patiently waited until his opponent was exhausted because he understood this was truly a test of endurance. However, at this moment, Hansen still does not know the truth. Ben's body was never created naturally. The scattered syringes on the ground are proof of this twisted transformation. Seeing the pitch-black creature with glowing red eyes in front of him, Hansen exclaimed in shock. Ben the monster has completely lost his humanity and is laughing maniacally.
There he is, laughing ha-ha, revealing sharp, terrifying teeth.
Hansen delivers a powerful press attack that causes a massive explosion, shattering the ground beneath the pressure of 1,000 tons. Witnessing this unbelievable strength, B, in monster form, is stunned with pupils shrinking in shock. He shouted in horror. How did he punch so hard that the map collapsed like this? Sweat poured down his twisted face as he gritted his teeth, desperately fighting in despair. Seeing the huge disparity, Ben knew he had to avoid directly confronting Hansen's strength. Hansen smirked confidently and explained that no matter how superior the muscle fibers are, controlling the nervous system under extreme pressure remains incredibly difficult. Hansen's whole body suddenly blazes with fierce red flames as he tenses his muscles, admitting that even he is not fully accustomed to the constant changes in his body. At this moment, the enemy's blue beams streak around Hansen at lightning speed, but he remains steady as a rock and calmly wonders when this agile foe will get tired. Meanwhile, in another corner of the battlefield, the giant monster Farron was frantically sweeping through soldiers with powerful swings of its arms. The deafening clash of metal echoed repeatedly as it suddenly spun its arms like a giant windmill, creating a tornado that crushed and flung everything in the path of the human army. The giant monster strides into the wreckage, its glowing red eyes looking down at the defeated foes and scoffing. Weak as a slug, it's already gone after a few spins. Faced with that terrifying dominance, a young warrior still stands bravely. He faces death and calmly admits, "I know we are weaker than you, but our friendship's strength is different." The young man shouted confidently, "I am much stronger than someone like you." Immediately, a surge of aura and sword energy burst out fiercely from the blade. He smiled smugly, but that smile quickly faded as his face changed in shock. A powerful collision throws him back, accompanied by a scream of pain. The broken sword, "Watch as I dance with my blade." Immediately, a fierce slash of chaotic energy with brilliant purple streaks is unleashed. The monster nonchalantly comments slowly as the opponent is stunned, as the giant sword tears through the air. Due to the tremendous acceleration, the attack couldn't stop and directly struck the body of the person lying on the ground. The sword stopped just an inch from Rapier's face as he hesitantly asked, "Do I look strong?" A cold voice responded. Weak, a giant shadow with blazing red eyes exuded a dominating aura that enveloped the scene. But the monster was knocked away before it could do anything, leaving everyone on the battlefield stunned and confused about what was happening. "Well, you've been training hard too, huh? Are you going to fight or just go flirt, guys?" The story shifts to a small village at the remote border. Amidst the peaceful scene by the cliff and river, a man in a cloak rushes up the stairs, desperately calling out to the general with a look of utter panic. And with all his strength, he forces open the door to the room ahead. Seeing the man suddenly burst in, the muscular general sitting casually at the dining table asked, "It's a bit rude not to knock when entering a lady's room." And she even teased him, leaving the village chief stunned in shock. The village chief, sweating profusely, shouted that there was no time for jokes and announced a shocking event that had occurred in Bai Kingdom. General Lion told him to stay calm and sarcastically remarked that he was only 40 years old and already out of breath. The village chief slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "A horde of zombies is attacking Bak Kwok. We truly need the general's strength." Lon laughed loudly, casually believing that the army could handle it on their own with just that, and continued eating and drinking. But when the village chief revealed that the mastermind behind the zombies was Ben, Leon's movements suddenly froze. Her eyes turned cold. Recalling the name Ben, Leon chuckled softly, revealing his back with powerful, bulging muscles. Ha ha ha. The cheerful laughter of the female general echoes throughout the room. The mustached officer beside her, sweating nervously, exclaims, "General, now is not the time to be laughing." Leon subtly smiles with a hint of meaning. If not now, then when? It's a perfect strike for Uncle Ben, hitting right into the fire ant nest. Facing the bewildered expression of the subordinate, Leon raised two fingers and affirmed that there are currently two strong shields in the White Nation. One is a trustworthy ally named Hansen, who is using extraordinary brute strength to crush enemies with a single powerful punch. And the second shield is her beloved granddaughter, the #1 hope of the continent. La moves at an astonishing speed and immediately shifts into a bird of prey sit-up pose. Her blazing yellow eyes shimmered with a cold, dangerous sharpness. Les was born during the continent's dark age, when endless wars raged. Because of their laziness in exercising, the elf race nearly disappeared from the map. To help them, a human doctor named Josip Pill-Les researched and promoted a meditation-based training method specifically for the elf race. However, Les now has gone far beyond a simple exercise routine. It has been turned into an advanced combat technique. During her time in the elf forest, Elle tirelessly practiced this martial art. Every movement she made exuded grace, with point and flow techniques that left opponents stunned as she effortlessly balanced on his weapon. In just 7 years, Lai had completely mastered this technique and made it her own. She leapt into the air and executed the brisk chop exercise with incredible power. Facing the enemy, Lai coldly declares, "I will eliminate your existence." A massive wave of energy erupts, charging straight at the target. La continuously transforms with techniques Zbok and Zokup, completely overwhelming her opponent who can only stand frozen in amazement. She coldly declares to her rival, "You are no match for me." Still not over, the broken robot stubbornly replies, "My mouth is still healthy." Immediately, Lai begins to perform the So-Cum technique, spinning the swords into a whirlpool of continuous attacks. The sound of metal clashing echoes nonstop as the two engage in a breathless duel. Lai continues to fight calmly, mocking as she spins like a washing machine, while the crazy robot unleashes a barrage of sharp blades surrounding her from all sides. A deafening collision erupts as two forces clash head-on. Lai activates her aura called Powerhouse. She raised her flaming sword high in the golden flames, and seeing the clumsy robot struggling with its bulky weapons, she sneered. What should we do now? It seems like having too many people involved is throwing off your balance. The robot trembles helplessly under the overwhelming pressure from the opponent. Lai coldly declares, "This ends here," then unleashes a powerful hyperextension move, knocking the enemy away in a blinding flash. Amidst the dust and smoke, Hansen, though breathing heavily and exhausted, still stands firm like a rock, making the enemy wonder, shouldn't he be completely worn out by now? Ben couldn't believe his eyes because, according to his calculations, there should be a clear, overwhelming difference in strength. He frantically moved at maximum speed, creating streaks of light that surrounded Hansen from all sides. Seeing the opponent's incredible endurance, Hansen also started to wonder why he still wasn't tired. Ben grits his teeth in frustration, wondering why all his attacks are useless and why there's no difference at all. Ben roared in utter fury. What kind of body is that made of? Creating a net that surrounds Hansen, Ben charges forward with eyes blazing with murderous intent, roaring as he keeps punching without falling. Is he really human or just iron? Hansen immediately retorted fiercely. That's exactly what I was going to say. Ben, raving attacks and reveals that the drug he just took was specially formulated to target Lon, granting him a massive dark energy. He asserts that his current power has reached a level comparable to that of the Elder Dragon. He charged straight down like an arrow aimed at Hansen, but Hansen only roared defiantly. I guess it's because I've trained harder. Are the side effects already kicking in? Hurry up and give me the antidote. The consequences of using illegal steroids. This time, are you planning to change your form again to create some kind of stimulation? In front of him now is a giant, grotesque creature with yellowish fluid oozing from its mouth and glowing eyes full of sickness, suddenly vomiting a large amount of disgusting, yellow-green liquid that covers the entire area. Hansen looked at the scene and wondered, is it an imbalance of nutrients, or is it gout? A system notification immediately appeared confirming that. That's not the case. From the gooey mass, Ben's gaunt figure gradually emerges, looking exhausted. He trembles and can only pray silently. Hurry up and inject me. Wait, why do I have to fight that monster? He looked up at Hanson with tear-filled eyes and whispered, let's stop here. Ben keeps complaining in despair. Fighting is too tiring. Maybe we should go get some coffee, especially in a beautiful world like this. Hansen crossed his arms. His face darkened with pressure and he retorted, I don't want to fight either, but you're the one who started everything. His murderous aura began to flare up. Hansun gritted his teeth and growled, do you know how many people couldn't continue training because of you? What is the greatest crime, banning the gym? Facing Hansen's terrifying face, Ben was terrified, crying desperately and begging. Sorry, I was wrong. Why did I do these things? Please don't look at me with that scary face anymore. Ben knelt down in the gooey mess, sobbing as he muttered, I just wanted to save Elise. Hansen quietly approached and softly repeated the doubtful name. Elise Ben Theo Tao confirms it has to be Elise. In his memory, the image of the black crow perched on the wooden pole haunts him. Elise is dead. She was tightly bound to the tall post before the indifferent crowd, her grief and loss turning into a blazing fire of revenge. He roars, revenge. I am here to take revenge. His face contorted with a crazed smile. Trembling hand raised the syringe filled with the bright green liquid, and he muttered to himself, this drug is extremely painful. It drives my mind to madness. That's the real problem. He shouted angrily at his opponent, I was about to be swayed and forgive you. Without hesitation, Ben plunged the syringe into his chest, injecting the entire dangerous serum into his body. He gritted his teeth in determination, took his final dose, and sent you on your way forever. Ben's body erupted with a terrifying surge of dark energy, transforming him into a giant monster with sharp teeth and blazing red eyes full of murderous intent. I will end this once and for all. A blinding flash suddenly erupts in the deep forest, causing a powerful explosion that blinds everyone. Amidst the light, Eliza's figure suddenly appears floating, leaving Ben stunned and speechless. Elise. The story rewinds back 32 years to the Gudo Empire. Under the sunlight, a young man is diligently practicing swordsmanship with the wooden dummy, the sound of clashes ringing out steadily. That was Gudo at 17 years old, while his close friend Ben was sitting relaxed on a bench with a book in his hand. Gudo, why are our people so weak in magic? Gudo, swinging his sword fiercely, snapped back irritably. Do I even have to know about those things? Ben smiled gently. He reminded him that because Gudo is the heir to the throne, he needs to understand this. Even though Gudo says he doesn't want to hear it, he knows his friend's personality well. So he keeps training and pleading. Even if I tell you not to listen, you'll still keep talking. Sing. After a long and exhausting training session, Gudo stopped, leaning against the wooden sword and panting. Phew! All right, go ahead, tell me, Ben replied enthusiastically, agreeing. Ben begins explaining that unlike energy manipulation, magic is something incredibly delicate, and the stronger the emotional change, the more pure the flow of mana becomes. He raises the Book of Magic Principles and points out that the core issue is that the people of the Gudo Kingdom are always constrained by strict rules and overly concerned with others' opinions, leading them to suppress their personal emotions. It is this repression, like these tight ropes, that prevents the flow of magic and the mana reservoir from expanding. However, 17-year-old Gudo firmly insists that magic is a witch's curse. Unlocking your true potential is the spirit and identity of this place, Ben teased. Oh, that sounded just like a conservative politician. Gudo immediately got angry and threatened. Are you trying to die? Ben sat down, clutching his book tightly and muttering to himself instead of studying useless things like magic. He looked at the wooden sword on the ground and suggested we have a match again. What do you think? Gudo smiled and agreed. All right, let me warm up a bit first. A premature retreat often leads to a bitter end. The match begins with a series of rapid clashes of wooden swords. Both of them clash intensely, and the match ends with the score of 123 to 43. At that moment, a girl appeared and loudly called out Master Leon. She approached and began to scold him. Ben, you're always so impatient. With your talent, how could you be like this? Ben quietly walks away, scratching his head and muttering, These sword-swinging tricks are so boring, I'm going to study now. The female master smiles and explains, That's because you haven't reached that level yet. I don't know how it's interesting, but look at Gudo. See how he's enjoying himself. As she spoke, she gently punched her chest to encourage her, but Gudo secretly thought, I don't find swordsmanship interesting at all. I'm just practicing for fun. I know I'm not that good. Surprised, the master asked again, What did you just say? Who is that? The purple-haired girl smiled and explained, I came for this kid, but I'm a bit late to introduce myself. She confidently announces, Today's opponent for your training is also my beloved disciple, Elise. Elise appears full of confidence with her neatly braided white hair and a staff in hand. The girl tilted her head slightly and smiled. If it's those guys, I think even if both rushed in at the same time, I would still win. That remark made the two boys blush, and one of them shouted, What did you say? You're just a worthless girl who dares to... Are you into gender discrimination? Take this hit, kid. Elise rushed forward like lightning, swinging her stick to attack relentlessly, leaving her opponent stunned. The powerful strikes rained down one after another, leaving both of them wide-eyed and stunned, unable to fight back. After the overwhelming assault, Gudo and his friend collapsed to the ground, groaning loudly in pain. From today, using the words woman or girl is forbidden. Gudo reluctantly agrees. Yes, watching Elise's back. That guy silently thought, Elise, she's completely different from the fake nobles. He quietly observed and felt a simple yet powerful attraction from this girl. In his mind, Elise's radiant smile appeared. She's beautiful too. Under the sunset, he turned to his friend and said, Gudo, I have a dream now. Gudo asked in surprise, what kind of dream? The man confidently declares, I will marry Elise. Gudo jumps in surprise and shouts in amazement. What? The guy just looked back calmly and asked, Why are you so surprised? No, it's just that it was too sudden. If you're this weak, Ellis would be eager to see it. Your sword skills are terrible. So I decided to give up, but the young boy remained determined. From now on, I will train in swordsmanship seriously. Both of them threw themselves into relentless training sessions. Time passed, and their confrontations continued without pause. As the days went by and your efforts paid off with your first victory, seeing Elise nearby, do you really not plan to join the competition? Gudo bowed his head silently. I looked at the sword lying on the ground and the backs of my two friends walking away, and I silently thought, I want to go with you too. But when facing them, he forced a stiff smile and said, Yeah, I was too busy with work to come. Immediately after, his father's fury erupted. He roared, I trained you in swordsmanship, yet you couldn't even defeat that inferior kid. A loud bang echoes through the main hall, and Gudo can only stand there, meekly accepting his punishment. I mutter in disappointment. Father, maybe I am not talented in swordsmanship after all. I don't want to hear anymore. A glass flies straight into Gudo's head, injuring him. Countess Leonard Gudo looked at his only child with contempt. Tisk tisk, is this the only child and yet so useless? Gudo tremblingly bowed his head and apologized. I am sorry, father. I am sorry, Count. In the pouring rain, Gudo sat alone atop the towering city wall, silently watching the waterfall below in utter despair, as a soldier approached and warned him, If you keep sitting like this, you'll catch a cold. Lord Gudo, Gudo replied tiredly. I'm fine. Step back now. Suddenly, Elisa rushed from behind, grabbing his neck tightly and shouting, What do you mean you're fine? Gudo was startled and exclaimed, Elise! The girl snapped back, her face almost dead, and yet she still said she's fine. How is that possible? Ilez, what's there to hesitate about dragging Gudo along? She clearly doesn't know how to enjoy life. Come with me, young master. Gudo could only stammer and run helplessly. Watching Elise always radiant and smiling in the city, Gudo wondered to himself, why can this girl always keep smiling like that? Watching her excitedly try on new dresses, Gudo blushed and wondered, is meeting me really such a joy? She must be crazy about me. There's no way that Ben guy stands a chance. He quietly vowed to himself that if that was the case, he would love her more than anyone else in the world. At the military training camp, Gudo accidentally overheard the soldiers' gossip. Did you hear? Ben confessed his feelings to Elise and got rejected. Someone else asked in surprise, aren't they dating each other? Hearing that Ben was rejected, Gudo was stunned, but a glimmer of hope sparked inside him. So that means I still have a chance. He is sure that Elise also has feelings for him, so he runs wildly through the streets, shouting in his heart, Elise, I like you. I love you. Gudo defies everything. He told himself that despite his father's oppression and the risk of losing his family, he would only focus on her and make her happy. Gudo stops in front of a room, his breath quickening with exhaustion and anticipation. He pushes aside the curtain, his heart pounding as he prepares to face the person of his dreams. Gudo swallowed nervously and peered inside, but the scene before him left him completely speechless. Gudo's face contorted in horror as tears streamed down his cheeks when Thieu Tao called out Ben's name. The night before, under the starry sky, Ben painfully grasped Eliza's hand and begged, "Why did you refuse me? I told you I also have feelings for you." He desperately repeats his efforts. "I almost fainted doing sit-ups because you like six-pack abs. How could you reject me?" Ben looks at Eliza with pleading eyes. "Don't do this. Think it over one more time." Ben's eyes suddenly widened in shock as a blazing blue light began to envelop Eliza's body. She floated in midair, radiating a massive magical energy, and started to release her innermost feelings. "I have possessed a body full of magical energy since I was born." Elise looked at her glowing hands and explained that if the magic accumulated too much, it would destroy her very being, so she had to find a secluded place to disperse it. Elise's face is sad as she thinks about the future. "Right now, I am secretly dispersing my magic to avoid everyone's gaze, but someday this will be exposed." She looked at Ben with a distant gaze and a faint, bitter smile. "I still don't have enough courage to turn the person I cherish into an accomplice." Ignoring the danger, Ben suddenly rushed forward and held Elise tightly amid the exploding energy. Elise shouted in panic, "Careful of the electric shock. Why did you rush to hug me?" But as the only mage scholar of the kingdom, Ben still held tightly onto the ordinary girl. His eyes burned with determination. "From this moment on, only I can solve your problem." Ben holds Ellis close and solemnly vows, "I swear I will spend my whole life loving you." Amidst the shimmering light of love and magic, Ben softly whispers her name, Elise. Behind the half-closed door, Gudo witnesses the entire scene with a broken heart. Tears of pain stream down his distorted face of despair as he grits his teeth, enduring the rising rage while watching the girl he loves in another's arms. Gudo whispers Eliza's name in despair while Ben silently vows to do everything just to protect his one and only girl. In Ben's memory, the joyful days with Elise and the little dog were filled with laughter. But for Gudo, they were long nights secretly drinking and standing behind a tree, watching Elise unleash her magic in solitude. Seeing the one she secretly loved happy with someone else, Gudo could only bow his head and cry bitterly in front of an old photo. But that happiness was shattered when Elise suddenly coughed up blood, staining her hand red. The heroine endured the pain fiercely, and Ben rushed over in panic. "Elise, are you okay?" Amidst the coughing fits and the barking dogs, Elise tries to reassure. "It's okay. My magic has been a bit stronger lately, so this happens sometimes." She forced a smile, teasing Ben about losing his sword skills to lighten the mood. But his face was now filled with shock and extreme fear. "Seeing you fall, I feel like the world is collapsing around me." Ben is determined to keep his promise to protect her. "I won't leave here until I find a way." "I think it's time to keep my promise to you. I earnestly ask Elise to hold on a little longer until I return with the cure." Ben begins to research the newly discovered stamina-boosting compound, hoping she will help him find a cure so they can be together forever. But the cost was incredibly brutal, as terrifying mutated creatures began to emerge from the crazy experiments. Returning to the present, Gudo staggered forward with a bottle of alcohol towards Elise, making her wonder, "Why does the smell of alcohol still linger so strongly here, Gudo?" "Drunk," Gudo shouts out full of resentment. "Didn't you like me too? We used to be so good and happy together." In the face of that madness, Eliza remained calm and straightforwardly replied, "I have never had romantic feelings for you. Sorry if I gave you the wrong impression, but let's put that aside." She begins to emit a radiant blue aura surrounding her body and asks a cruel question. "Gudo, even if we assume we were together, could you truly love someone forced to use magic and become a sinner like me?" Elise looked at Gudo with a disappointed gaze, bitterly blaming him for knowing her situation all along, but pretending not to notice. Gudo is now holding a bottle of alcohol, his face covered in sweat as he screams in frustration, "Back then, I was cowardly. Now I drink to dare to speak." He was about to speak again, but the sobs and overwhelming fear took over his mind, leaving the Count only able to scream in despair. Seeing that his cowardice had not changed, Ella softly apologized and then turned to walk away, ignoring Gudo, who is painfully covering his face in shame. It seems he is still very afraid. Elise's words cut deep into Gudo's wounded soul. Old memories resurface. Those were the dry months of drought, with cracked earth causing suffering among the people, and the angry crowd carrying torches and farming tools gathered in front of the city gates. They shout, "Lord, come out and call the rain for the people." Standing on the high wall and looking down at the angry crowd, Gudo's father coldly says, "Son, look carefully at these so-called citizens." He calmly admitted that rain would be good, but he was not a god and could not perform magic to make it rain. Gudo could only bow his head in helplessness and ask his father what to do in this situation. Instead of worrying, the old lord asked his son in return whether he thought those people truly hated him. No, they don't. What they need right now is someone to vent their anger on, a target to blame everything on. The Lord spoke through clenched teeth, his fist clenched in a sinister grip. He grinned eerily and revealed that he had found someone to bear the wrath of the crowd for him. When Gudo tremblingly asked who it was, his father suddenly widened his eyes and laughed maniacally, uttering the name Élysée. "The one you confessed to." Gudo was completely stunned. He stood frozen as his father placed a hand on his shoulder and sarcastically thanked him for finally being useful to him once. Count Leonard coldly spoke to his son. "Thank you, son, for snitching so Dad can have a shield for the people." Godo was stunned and fought back. No, you can't do that to the person I love. A slap immediately sent Godo crashing to the ground. He shouted loudly, "You fool! How can the future ruler of the country be swayed by personal feelings?" The Count pointed threateningly. "If I leave you alone, you'll definitely ruin everything," he growled as he ordered the soldiers. "Hey, go and lock Godo in a room for me." At sunset, Godo secretly climbed over the wall to escape and whispered to himself, "Dad, I'm sorry. Even though it's my father's wish, I can't follow it this time." Godo hurriedly runs through the crowd. Even though she is the woman I can never have, I don't have the courage to watch the one I love die. Godo finally found the scene and shouted loudly, "Found her!" Elise, seeing Godo, desperately calls for help while being restrained by soldiers. "Godo, save me!" The sneering voice begins to rise from the fierce crowd. Lord Godo? Could it be that he is an accomplice of the witch? The rage erupts. They shout that even the Count's son must be punished if he's an accomplice. Yes, we must also eliminate the rest of the accomplices. Under the terrifying pressure and the blazing eyes of the crowd, Godo, terrified, pulled down his hood to hide his face. The most tragic hero in history, Oz. Despite the calls behind him, he turned and ran for his life, leaving Elise staring after him with a look of deep sadness and despair amid the circle of executioners. Ben held Elise's lifeless body. He screams in unbearable pain at losing his loved one, as shattered mementos fall apart like his broken heart at that moment. Returning to the present inside the monster's body, Hansen in his guardian form rushes forward like an arrow. Ben roars with deadly intent and disappears. This bastard. Hansen remained unfazed, putting all his strength into his arm and launching his attack. One-arm dumbbell press. Ben roared in madness and let go. He begged in pain, "Let me go! Let me go!" But Hansen continued to press relentlessly, leaving his opponent completely unable to resist and collapsing to the ground. Hansen clenched his massive fist, ready for the next exercise as the light in his eyes ignited in the darkness when the pullover technique was activated, delivering a powerful strike from above that shattered the ground. Not giving the opponent any chance to catch their breath, Hansen performs the cable push down with incredible intensity, 15 reps per set and continuously for 10 sets without rest. The relentless hammering of punches made the scene incredibly devastating. After finishing his punishment, Hansen looked at his battle-worn hands. He casually shrugs his shoulders, his face returning to a calm expression as he mutters to himself, "Now it's time to go eliminate the remaining zombies." That damn dog again. He looked up at the sky and asked calmly, "Do you plan to take your family away?" Hansen gently smiled and remarked, "That's cute." Immediately, skulls and debris tornadoes began to soar into the sky. Lai, with fiery red hair, stood tall before the raging tornadoes. Hearing the barking, she coldly turned around and declared, "Take them away. I don't care about losers." Seeing this scene, Godo shouted in panic, "No, don't let Ben go like this." He screams desperately in madness, he will come back for revenge. Lai, chase after him quickly and eliminate him completely, or he and I will never rest. Lai muttered Count Godo's name, then suddenly drew her sword and charged forward. She growled with deadly intent, "I will kill you." Godo looked blankly at the rushing figure and felt worried. What's going on? It seems she's rushing toward me like this. Ignoring everyone's surprised looks, she steps closer with an extremely angry face and shouts loudly at Godo, "Hurry up! What does he dare to do to my house?" Godo panicked and ran for his life, shouting orders to the soldiers. "Stop her! Quickly stop Lai for me!" A blonde girl nearby just sighed in frustration as she watched the Count's back disappear. That guy is running away again. Suddenly, two muscular soldiers appear, brandishing swords to block the path and advise Lai, "Stop." And it's best if she stops now. Lai remains unfazed, leaping over their heads and asserting, "My senior brothers can't stop me." Even knowing that, she never slowed down. Sometimes she had to act, and she adopted a tabletop stance to maintain perfect balance in midair. Immediately after, she lowers her center of gravity with a stacking the spin technique, concentrates all her energy, and her legs before executing an explosive extension. La glides smoothly like a flowing stream, leaving Block frozen in awe at this unbelievable speed. The sword in her hand points forward as she declares firmly that no one is allowed to touch the Count. Lai causes the enemy to cry out in pain. Lai performs an elegant somersault in the middle to escape the encirclement. Block quietly approaches. He softly asks his junior sister to stop. Seeing an acquaintance, Lai is stunned and calls out his senior brother Block's name. She sheaths her sword and stands proudly, eyeing the man before her and commenting that he's quite handsome and muscular. But Law immediately pours cold water on the idea by wondering if any enemy would stand still to be hit by such a slow attack. Block stared blankly at his own hand, sweating profusely, and admitted that all this time he had only been practicing for show. Without giving your senior a chance to explain, Lai swung her sword again, attacking relentlessly. She growled, demanding that he take responsibility for the downfall of the family. Faced with deadly sword attacks, Block could only dodge and keep apologizing in panic. Lai charged fiercely with her sword. "Don't apologize, just die." Udo's sharp sword stops just inches from the Count's face. Hansen suddenly appears, grabbing Lai's ankle with his hand, rendering her immobile. Gudo joyfully shouted. Hansen suddenly lifted Lai into the air and she screamed wildly. "Hey, let me go! Let me go!" Hansen coldly announces the pullover move. He used his incredible strength to throw Lai to the ground, creating a powerful impact. Hansen continued with 10 reps, relentlessly smashing his opponent to the ground. Seeing the girl lying motionless, Hansen suddenly remembered and blamed himself. He worried if she was still breathing after training too hard and wondered whether she might have lost her life. Hansen quietly grabbed her leg and pulled her away, explaining to Gudo, who quickly reassured him because our warriors are very resilient, probably not dead. Hansen Lai, lying face down on the ground, thought to himself, I'm alive. The scene shifts to Gudo's majestic castle. Lai suddenly sat up in bed and shouted Gudo's name. She looked around the unfamiliar room, confused. Where is this? A young maid gently asks as she enters. You are awake now, the girl explained. This is the Gudo Castle's living room, Linum. I was asked by Han's son to take care of her. The girl politely asked if Lai needed any more help. Lai looked at her and asked if she could tell him where Count Gudo was. The girl thought surely Lai wouldn't ignore this, but still honestly replied that the Count was receiving something called PT from Han's son. Do you want to come along? Seeing the girl eager to lead the way, Lai nodded slightly in agreement. Are the Count really here? The girl firmly insists that it is indeed so. The deeper they go into the wilderness, the more impatient Lai becomes. Exercising or disposing of the body like this, the girl just smiled and told her to be patient and trust a little more. Lai secretly blamed herself for being too naive to believe that someone who just attempted to assassinate the Lord would be brought to see him. Suddenly the girl exclaimed, I see him, Han's son. Lai is stunned to realize she has truly been brought here. She saw Hansen's figure and hurriedly ran over. In front of her was the scene of Good crawling on the ground, breath ragged with pain. Hansen stands behind, clearly announcing the new exercise. Santa Claus bear walking Gudo screams in tears. Kill me! Hansen smiled brightly, full of satisfaction. Immediately, a system notification appeared confirming that inspiration had been drawn from Gudo's scream, followed by another message confirming a new skill had been formed. Inspired by Gudo's scream, the system announced a new skill was being formed. Below, Gudo was crawling on the ground alongside a squad of muscular workers pulling heavy carts like slaves. He shouted in despair, Lai oi, just kill me. I'd rather die than go through this training. Immediately, Hansen received the coach's mind skill and merged it with his calm skill. Hansen smiled brightly, looking at Gudo with excitement. Kill him? Do you like this training so much? An epic passive skill called the Perverted Trainer has officially appeared. Hansen suddenly changes his expression, his eyes wide with excitement as he shouts loudly, So it's really amazing, isn't it? Let's get fired up! Gudo shouted in horror. What kind of madness is this? Gudo kept screaming in pain. Lai said she would kill me. But unlike Gudo's suffering, Lai is clasping her hands to her face, closing her eyes and enjoying herself with a very satisfied expression. Ha! Pilatus and Jim have found common ground. The shimmering streaks of light surrounding her look like they're witnessing a magnificent scene. Meanwhile, the convoy still had to continue pulling the carts under strict supervision. In the main hall of the castle, an important meeting was taking place with all the officials present. Gudo, sitting as the chairperson with a serious face, announced, We will start the meeting now that all key figures are present. A magistrate with a distinctive map unfurled a scroll and announced the first agenda. Due to Ben's invasion, many important figures of the country have fallen. The council begins discussing how to fill the staffing gaps after General Leon refused to return to the kingdom. The official continued to ask about how to fill the vacant positions. Gudo suggested, anyone with muscles and achievements should become officials for me. The ministers all agreed, believing it was a good idea, followed by the second part. The official announced that many villagers, after witnessing Hansen's activities, came to the training center to learn bodybuilding, leading to the official formation of a new force called the Bodybuilding Swordsman Army. A mighty army of muscular warriors, all wearing sturdy helmets, raising their swords and shouting powerful battle cries. The official announced that the training director position would be temporarily assigned to Good Builder Gong and asked if everyone agreed. Gudo smiled brightly with excitement. Do you agree? That's good news. He turned to express his deep gratitude for Hansen's support of the national defense, but Hansen suddenly raised his hand to signal the title, with money to be dealt with later. It's time for training now, so I quietly turn my back and walk away, leaving the Count still stunned. Gudo hurriedly runs after and asks anxiously, Wait, Han Sonam, is there something bothering you? In front of him is the enormous back with bulging muscles full of pressure. A powerful collision occurs, and Hansen suddenly destroys part of the wall, causing Gudo to fall back in shock. He exclaimed helplessly, What is it this time? Gudo trembled and begged, Is there something you are not satisfied with? Hansen's face now is filled with murderous intent as the muscular army behind him stands ready in formation for training. Seeing the tense situation, an official hurriedly warned the soldiers nearby. Hey, put away your spears. Hansen Nim is angry again. Hansen looked directly at those present in the meeting room and asked, Do you also want to join the training session? Gudo slumped into his chair, whimpering in despair. Sigh, I'm always the only one. To end this brutal training session, Gudo quickly clasped his hands together solemnly and ordered the ministers. I will hold the meeting quickly, summarize all options, and report as fast as possible. Seeing the Lord's decisiveness, a muscular soldier tearfully cheered. The Count is amazing! Immediately, a hairpin official ran in with a scroll to report the next steps for the third route. At the main hall, Lai faced judgment for the assassination of the Count, but thanks to Gudo's mercy, the punishment was reduced. However, she still has her royal citizenship revoked. Looking directly at Lai, Gudo said in a deep voice, "Lai, I know you still hold a grudge against me." He suddenly made a shocking proposal, "So if this is not to your liking, I will give you the right to kill me." The words left all the soldiers around stunned and confused. Gudo started trembling violently and shouted out in despair, "No, I really should be killed." But Lai smiled brightly with satisfaction and replied, "I refuse." Gudo collapsed, clutching his chest and crying uncontrollably. "Please, Lai, just kill me so I don't have to go to PT with Hansen." He screamed in madness, begging anyone to come forward and judge him. At that moment, Hansen suddenly appeared behind and announced, "Good news, you no longer need to be a marquis. From now on, July 24th, only Ta and Ta will be involved." The opponent is stunned in horror. Hansen looked excited. Hearing that, the ministers nearby started whispering loudly to each other. Is he planning to hand over the country to us, or should I take this opportunity to do it myself? The Count's power is weakening, so it should be doable. I didn't expect it to be so easy to become a lord. Seeing that scene, Hansen was moved to tears. "I didn't expect you to care so much about the fate of this country's cultivators. It's truly touching." Hansen immediately smiled, flexed his bulging muscles, and declared, "I'm very happy. No matter who becomes the Count, I will help them improve their physical strength, as the reward is even more terrifying than the punishment." They quickly changed their attitude, laughing and praising Gudo wholeheartedly. "Mom, thank you for not letting Gudo be born into the Count's family. I am very satisfied with my current position. The most suitable person for the title of Count can only be Lord Gudo." After the meeting, the Count promised to produce all the training equipment Hansen requested. Everyone gathered in the main hall to continue discussing the kingdom's next steps. Although the kingdom agreed to support, the training tools Hansen wanted are beyond the technical capabilities of the White Nation. I hear only the Fairy King of Biosland can craft them. But the difficult part is that no one knows where this king is. At that moment, Lai suddenly spoke up. "The spirits also have to respect my Pilates technique a little." She explained that thanks to her time living with the elf tribe and learning less, she can communicate with the spirits. In a moment of joy, Hansen immediately took her hand and begged, "Luckily, take me to Bimos." La looked at him seriously and set a condition. "It's not hard, but in return, you'll help me take revenge, right?" Gudo immediately turned pale, fearing she would target him. Nirvana immediately corrects herself. It's not the Count. Her true target is those who slaughtered her family, the dark mage organization called Illuminati. Meanwhile, in a dark and gloomy cave, a henchman was screaming in fear. The situation has become too serious. He trembled as he promised, "Next time I won't make a mistake." The girl with orange hair and a strange smile immediately sneered. "Ben, he's very disappointed in you. A round monster beside him also mocks your background." The orange-haired girl muttered coldly, "I guess it's better without Elise after all." Suddenly, a giant arm with glowing blue veins swung a massive scythe of death, striking like a thunderbolt. Witnessing the sudden attack, the faces of those inside the cave contorted in horror. A devastating explosion erupted right at the entrance, marked with a red triangle, scattering debris everywhere. The loud noise startled the crows into a panic, scattering throughout the dark forest. Below the entrance, a warning sign with a skull lies abandoned on the ground. A pair of heavy boots crush the weeds as a resolute voice echoes. "You hid so well that I had to search for a long time to find a spot to gather the squad." The target has appeared right before the Illuminati. A female warrior with an extremely muscular body and short red hair, smiling confidently. Her hand clenched the sword's hilt, ready for a purge. Witnessing the scene, Ben roared furiously in utter rage. "I will kill you." Standing from afar, she observes the wreckage, covering her mouth with a smile full of delight. He freaked out and looked at Kwangxio, saying, "Let me add a little more fuel to the fire." The monster Farron beside him also let out excited cries. Suddenly, the girl's eyes turn cold. She mutters, "All right, I've made my decision." The girl lifts her skirt, her blazing red eyes revealing a savage intent to destroy Elise, while Ben frantically injects green vials into his bulging arm, causing bright blue veins to spread across his body. The power of darkness erupts, transforming him into a terrifying entity with glowing yellow eyes in the shadows. From the cracks in the ground, a pitch-black figure emerges with a sinister smile. "Well then, at this point, I guess it's fair to call it a betrayal." The shadow monster immediately agreed. "Betrayed, betrayed?" the orange-haired girl said triumphantly, her voice echoing across the battlefield. "All right then, I will report this choice of yours to that person." Ben is completely exhausted, sweat pouring down his drunken face. In front of the giant arm reaching out from the void, he only managed to scream in despair before vanishing completely into the wreckage. Chapter 32 of Jim's Dungeon begins with the scene of the girl in the blue dress and the monster Farron rushing through the dense forest. She laughed out loud with delight. "Ben really betrayed us. He must have known in advance. That's why he sent him, right?" Farron confidently declared that there was nothing that person didn't know about. The girl became curious about Ben's research journal, but Farron immediately claimed that it would belong to her. Even though she warned that many others also desire the journal, the monster remained confident, insisting it would definitely take it. Farron declared arrogantly, "Ben's belongings are mine." Forbidden to fight under the full moon, Lai immediately activates his aura technique and swordsmanship skills. A thunderous clash erupts, causing a series of explosions that tear up the ground and blow away everything around. Amidst the dust and smoke, the girl could only scream as Farron roared. Lai moved with incredible speed, gliding smoothly like a shadow through the deep forest. She lands softly right up behind her opponent, catching him off guard. Farron is stunned, turning around in shock. Lush grass stands tall behind, coldly eyeing the monster and mocking him. Too much wild grass growing, huh?
A teasing move that always gets to you, brother. Farron instantly erupts in fury, his whole body blazing with dark green energy as he roars in anger.
Grass. He activates the skill of the Rotten Forest Song, unleashing a blazing green energy that engulfs the entire battlefield. Farron swung the scythe, creating raging waves of magic that fiercely chased Lai among the trees, as ancient trunks were cut down one after another by the brutal power of the monster. He continues to unleash his Wood Symphony move, transforming into a giant, terrifying entity. Lai has to put all his strength into his legs to keep dodging the destructive attacks coming down from above. The giant monster wielding a blazing green scythe charges forward, but Lai quickly activates her aura, radiating a golden glow to protect herself. She fought calmly while explaining, "Let me teach you the traditional way to pull out weeds properly." Lai sternly insisted that she will show no mercy to end this ritual, causing Farron's face to contort in horror as she sees Lai approaching with murderous intent right before her eyes. Lai insists she's still a traditionalist and immediately activates her aura and top-tier swordsmanship, rushing like a whirlwind, unleashing a series of blazing strikes to crush the green monster. The powerful sword swings made the opponent scream in pain before being completely swallowed by the light, while Gudo was diligently clearing the bushes on the roadside with his sword, even though he was told not to cut the grass. The spirits hate that very much. Gudo quickly explained that he did it only to make it easier for Hansen to walk. Hansen suddenly appeared from behind, placing his hand on the Count and Anton's shoulder. "It's okay, just go around to the back to practice wing laying." Going into the forest, but still unable to escape the thigh and buttock training. Gudo immediately obeyed. Hansen turned to Lai to ask for directions, feeling that the team had been walking in circles around the same spot for a while. Lai calmly explained that the paths of the spirits are completely different from normal trails. Lai stops and gestures to confirm, then Hansen tries to shrug and comments, "With such soft ground, not doing squats would be a waste." He immediately shouted an order for the whole team to do 20 squats right on the spot. Lai begins to perform L's breathing technique, closing her eyes to relax her breath. In the peaceful space, Hansen's rhythmic counting echoes clearly. In the stillness, Lai clearly perceives the chirping of birds on the branches and the rustling of leaves in the wind. Even the delicate movement of blooming buds cannot escape her senses. At that moment, the path of the spirits officially appeared, radiating a dazzling multicolored light that pierced through the fog of the forest. Lai pointed to confirm, and immediately, a brilliant magical light burst forth, opening a gate to lead the entire group. Meanwhile, Hansen still focused on training. Seeing the flustered Count, Hansen reminded everyone, "So, we agreed not to shout slogans anymore, but everyone heard Gudo shouting, right? He's weak but still tries to attract attention." Gudo just stood there stunned, sweat pouring down his face from embarrassment. Hansen continued to scold, "This time everyone stay focused. We will do 40 repetitions." "How many times?" The muscular army responded in unison with enthusiasm. 40 times, still not satisfied with the volume. Hansen roared, "The sound is too quiet. Increase it to 60 times." "How many times?" The entire army roared like thunder. 60 times. Hansen smiled with satisfaction. "Good." Immediately, a terrifying force pulled the group into a whirlpool. Lai reminds you to relax and surrender your body to the wind as they fall freely, through an enchanting space filled with vibrant rose petals. This is the realm of spirits, where earth spirits reside. She confidently declares that this is Guy Mother's land. Guy appears with a majestic and harsh beauty, where volcanoes erupting with glowing lava and floating islands suspended among the clouds can be seen. This place was unexpectedly pressed down by an extremely powerful invisible force. Dry, cracking sounds echoed repeatedly as the muscular team members were forced face down into the sand. Unable to move, someone moans in helplessness. "Teacher, this weight is too heavy for me to bear." Hansen nodded slightly to confirm. "That's right, it is." But instead of worrying, he seemed incredibly excited. "As I do heavy squats and shout out, 'Isn't this the best place to do squats?'" Watching the giant stone pillars sway with each breath, Han's son excitedly thought to himself, "I never expected there would be such a fancy gym room here." To the personal trainer, everywhere is a gym, and a warning about the entity named Baimote appears. Heavy footsteps shake the ground, followed by the fierce red eyes of giant stone guardians. Hans looks toward the brightly lit palace, his eyes shining with determination. I want to meet him quickly. In front of them, a colossal stone monster loomed, guarding the entrance to the dungeon. A giant stone fist slowly lifted, ready to strike with a thunderous blow. The giant punch exploded, crushing the ground and causing the muscular army to panic and flee. But Hansen didn't dodge. He braced himself with his bare hands to withstand the 1,000-pound weight pressing down on his shoulders. Seeing that breathless scene, the team members shouted in worry, "Hansen, Nim, are you okay?" Immediately, a series of other stone guardians also raised their fists, ready to attack and support. The continuous punches and kicks rained down like a storm, burying Hansen under the debris. He let out a loud roar, but instead of pain, Hansen appeared incredibly excited. Wow, at this late hour, the pressure keeps rising. With his explosive power, Han's son roared loudly and threw all the stone guards around like debris. A terrible collision occurs, filling the air with thick dust. The Muscle Squad members can only call out his name in shock and extreme worry. The ground started to shake violently with pounding sounds, leaving everyone stunned and wondering if it was an earthquake. One member realized something was wrong and shouted, "Run now! Master Muscle is about to explode!" Hansen stands tall, his eyes blazing as his muscles tense, creating an overwhelming pressure. He confidently announces an increase in weight, and the unleashed power causes even Gudo and those around him to panic and flee in terror. At that moment, the heavy Blant skill was officially activated at 10 times its usual power. Hansen was straining to perform heavy squats with a massive purple energy pressing down on his shoulders. He slowly counts the beats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Seeing the strange scene, the red-haired girl asked in confusion, "What is he doing?" A member of the muscular team casually replied, "Today is Hansen Nim's leg day, the most terrifying day of everything." Before the girl could get confused about what a leg day was, another guy quickly explained, "Oh, it means the lower body workout day. The seniors here aren't very good at explaining, so please understand." Suddenly, a thunderous voice boomed from above. "Have the curious ant creatures already arrived here?" The entire group looked up in awe at the rapidly moving sky as the commanding voice continued clearly, "I am Bios, the master of the thorns in this spirit realm." From the middle of the clouds, a majestic volcano island appears with imposing grandeur. Behemoth roars and demands, "What is your purpose for coming here?" Despite the suffocating pressure from the Spirit King, Hansen focused on his training and shouted loudly, 15 introduced to the old man, he's just counting beats." As soon as the training session ended, Hansen quietly stood up and strolled away, leaving Bimo stunned. The Spirit King could only gasp in confusion as he saw him head straight for the shoreline. To everyone's amazement, Hansen bent down and began drinking the seawater happily. Biot, furious, shouted, "What do you want here, huh?" Hansen still ignored and kept drinking happily. In his mind, there was only one thought. Seawater is a wave of nature. Just drink it, brothers. Hansen stood up, his body soaked and muscles gleaming in the sunlight. He quietly noted that although seawater usually contains a lot of sodium, which isn't good for rehydration, the water here was very sweet and clear. He thought to himself that they would discuss the country matter later. Seeing that, the muscular team eagerly asked again, so drinking water would help muscles grow, right? Immediately, the entire muscle army cheered in unison. "Yes, build muscle." Everyone rushed into the water. Biot was completely speechless at the chaotic scene. What the hell are these guys doing? The muscular army rushes into the sea, drinking water and cheering excitedly. After quenching their thirst, Han's son wipes his mouth and calmly says, "Ha is amazing. Now let's talk." "This action is like pouring oil on the fire," Behemoth roars in extreme fury. "Do you dare to drink water while talking to me, Behemoth? They are a bunch of fools and idiots." The Spirit King declared he had nothing more to say to these disrespectful beings. A series of giant stone guardians with blazing red eyes suddenly appeared. Behemoth roared loudly, "I will teach you a lesson about manners from the very root." Behemoth roared arrogantly, declaring this place to be a living maze, where, without the guidance of the spirits, intruders wouldn't even find the entrance, let alone escape. He challenged Hansen's team to get past the moving stone walls and the guarding stone soldiers waiting inside to reach the distant volcano. Biot sneered, "Good luck finding your way into my heart." Faced with that challenge, Lai immediately assumed her stance. She pushed all her strength into her legs and leapt into the air using the Bristock exercise technique, aiming to cross the maze from above. But Bemos immediately intervened, but it was useless. The increased gravity and a sudden enormous pressure made Lai gasp in shock. Unable to resist the pull of the earth, she was dragged down freely and slammed hard into the debris, creating a deep pit in the thick dust and smoke. Struggling to get up after the fall, Lai gritted her teeth in helplessness. The gravity was too strong and she could no longer move through the air. Suddenly, the dry, cracking sounds echoed repeatedly, making her turn back suspiciously. Behind her, the muscular army was starting to move. Dongthan counts 1, 2, 3, 4 as guardian arms with bulging muscles reach out. The counting echoes throughout the maze 6 or 7 times, each beat causing the ground to shake violently under extraordinary strength, as they train their arms and clear the way. Seeing this scene, Behemoth laughed loudly in contempt. "You fools, this is the dwelling of the earth spirits, the land of gravity and minerals." He insisted that these walls couldn't be broken just with trans hands, but the counting still didn't stop. 9, 10. Hansen suddenly steps forward. By the 12th count, he poured all his strength into his hands and pressed against the rock wall. At the 13th, Hansen roared loudly and pushed forward with terrifying force. A loud explosion echoed as the solid stone wall began to crack violently and shatter into pieces under his hands, catching the enemy off guard with their surprise. One of the muscular soldiers smiled confidently and explained that hard, or not, they would shatter easily when facing them. Then he immediately ordered the others to focus on destroying the wall along the cracks that Hansen Sonim had created. The muscular troops cheer excitedly as they see the stone walls shatter easily. That was really easy to break. But before their joy could last, a colossal being suddenly emerged from behind the thick dust. The muscle soldiers were stunned, unsure what to do with these golems with their threatening glowing red eyes. Immediately, the aura and 9 secret sword techniques are activated. a blazing golden streak tearing through space straight at the enemy. Lai swings his sword and strikes a lightning-fast stab directly into the glowing red eye, the creature's critical weak point. Lai smoothly flips in the air and explains to his teammates, "Just aim straight for the eyes and you'll be done." Immediately after, the giant golem collapses to the ground. The muscular army seemed to be infused with new strength as they frantically charged to attack the remaining golems with powerful punches. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, a furious roar echoes out. "Damn you all!" A cataclysmic explosion erupts from the distant volcano, pouring down towering columns of smoke and fire. Standing before that magnificent scene, Hansen remained calm and curious. "Is this where Behemoth is?" Lai points forward to confirm. The spirits say that lifting that object is the only way to meet him. In front of them is a giant stone platform blocking the path with a long spear piercing straight up into the celestial cave. Looking at that enormous mass, everyone wondered how to lift it up. Hansen nonchalantly made a brutal suggestion. "Why not just destroy it, at 17 years old with such a hot temper?" Immediately, a muscular team member hurriedly stopped him. Hansen nodded. "There's a rope connected over there." At this moment, Hansen, who had left Earth to come to this world 11 months ago, still looked like a guardian spirit but was actually only 17 years old, still full of youthful emotions. One team member wondered what strange object was hanging from the ceiling. Lai squints and observes, then realizes it's a pendant, but why is it here? Hansen has always tried to hide his homesickness deep inside. But when he saw the familiar item from his homeland right in front of him, he couldn't help but be stunned. Hansen froze in place, eyes wide as he stared intently at the object. After so long holding back, the emotion suddenly overwhelmed him, causing tears to stream down the face of the muscular leader. It was a nostalgic device he never expected to see again in this place. In the dark cave, a training device shines like a priceless treasure. Hansen softly calls its name, overwhelmed with emotion. "Oh, my long-lost brother." The Milo is a training device developed in the 1960s by American coach Andrew Memo. He recognized the motion of gripping the iron bar and leaning back, which closely resembles the laying L-pound exercise, and from that he created a machine to perform this move more safely and effectively. To this day, this device has been improved with many different styles and designs. Seeing the familiar machine, Hansen was moved to tears. He wiped his eyes and muttered to himself, "If the measuring machine suddenly stops crying, what's the point of losing face?" The muscular soldiers looked at each other in confusion, wondering what that Powo device was. On the other side, Gudo was trembling with fear. He stammered and asked, "A trap tunnel? Does Hansen have a wide range of detection? Normal people see traps." "I see the weights." Hansen hesitated, then walked away and confirmed. "No, this is not a trap. You're asking the whole team. What exercises have we done so far? Let's list them out." A muscular team member quickly listed Onambel row, P-cup, ba, and Romanian deadlift. "Am I right?" Hansen explains that because of mutual support, they can perform the cup, but usually most people don't have a training partner. He demonstrates the movement himself and confirms that the exercise equivalent to the P-cup is the LP down. Because you can freely choose the weight and perform movements similar to PUP, this is a back exercise loved by everyone from beginners to professional athletes. It focuses on the shoulder blades and the trapezius muscles. However, if you lose focus, it's easy to make mistakes by using your wrists, biceps, or shoulders to lift the weight. Hansen enthusiastically suggests, since the equipment is available here, let's demonstrate how to use it properly. The muscle army raises their hands in excited cheers. Build muscle, build muscle, build muscle. Start the first exercise with the Pondo machine. The task is to adjust the position of the pad and the fixing component so that the torso is not lifted. In the second step, grasp the bar slightly wider than shoulder width and secure the lower body to the pad. Moving on to the third step, Hansen emphasizes the importance of tightening the core muscles and focusing on contracting the shoulder muscles instead of using arm strength to pull. He notes that the movement between the bar and the ground must always be in a straight vertical line. In the fourth step, the trainee must pay special attention not to arch their back excessively and absolutely must not use body momentum to cheat. Hansen turned back with a bright smile to his teammates, saying, "This weight might be heavy for you guys, so let's leave it for next time. Now go ahead." The muscular army responded in unison, yes, wishing him to develop his muscles. Hansen channels all his strength into his guardian's hands. He roars loudly, and immediately, the secret mechanism is activated, a notification sounds, and it opens. The giant stone door in the cave slowly slides open, revealing a passage inside. The team cheerfully shouts and rushes in. Seeing that, Gudo asked a member, "Hey, your training schedule and your actual practice are completely different, huh?" The muscular guy calmly explains that Hansen's physical condition is on a completely different level from theirs. Gudo, still shocked, anxiously asks, "So how do we get in after we're done with the training?" The question made the muscular soldier break out in a cold sweat, stammering speechless. Meanwhile, inside, Hansen was still tirelessly lifting heavy weights. He counts steadily to 8. As soon as the fourth set ends, he enthusiastically calls Guro and affirms that applying pressure at the right spot will create an incredibly satisfying muscle stimulation. At this moment, Heavy Blant 1/10 skill is activated. He tenses up and shouts loudly, "All right, Mr. Hansen Nim, please come in." The entire muscle army must work together with all their might to lift the heavy stone door and push it open. Hurry up! Hansen walks in leisurely, not forgetting to praise his apprentice's progress. This door is just a few tons heavier for you. As he stepped through, the giant stone door collapsed, sealing the entrance. Strangely, inside were hamsters in protective gear rushing across construction scaffolding. Deeper inside, a vast space with blazing furnaces and giant gears constantly in motion unfolds, revealing a mysterious workshop hidden deep within the mountain where countless tiny creatures resembling kangaroo rats continuously jump onto buttons to operate the machinery. The blazing furnaces spew out hot streams of air, and the sound of machinery echoes throughout the space. Witnessing the diligent mice at work, the girl with Hansen is incredibly excited. Her eyes sparkled like stars as she excitedly cheered, so adorable. Unable to resist, she moved closer to touch Hansen's muscles. She excitedly said, "I want to try touching it. It looks very soft," and seeing the muscles makes her forget all about the danger. Hansen immediately stepped in and sternly reminded her, "Wait a moment before registering for Zim's room. You must first receive advice from staff or the owner, and you can't touch others like that without permission." Seeing that the girl still looked confused, Hansen confirmed that not touching others casually is a mandatory rule. Suddenly, a small white dog appeared and confidently declared, "I am Bios, king of the earth spirits." Seeing this tiny figure, Gudo and a muscular team member looked clearly disappointed. "What kind of spirit king has a six-pack like that?" The white dog sneered, furious, shouting, "How rude of you to compare yourselves to noble spirits like me." But the dog was immediately subdued by a different presence as a white and blue-clad cat suddenly appeared, smiling cunningly. "The situation is so interesting that I couldn't bear to interrupt." The cat introduced the white dog as Lena, a high-level earth spirit, and himself as Biose. Behemos truly warned everyone not to underestimate the creatures working here because they are all high-level spirits. Hansen and the group simply nodded silently in agreement before the majesty of the Spirit King. Biot looked at Hansen and said he understood his strength from Lena's test, then asked about the purpose of the visit. Hansen got straight to the point. "Can you create Jim's training tools?" Biot confidently affirmed. "Are you talking about a training device? As long as I have enough time and materials, there's nothing I can't create." Seeing Hansen about to speak, Gudo hurriedly stopped him. "No, Hansen Nim, you can't negotiate like that." He stepped forward and bowed politely in a noble manner. "Hello, I am the Lord of the Gudo Kingdom, Count Gudo Kot." With a very humble attitude, Gudo pleaded earnestly. "Excuse me, Mr. Cat, do you want to eat fish or do you want us to do something?" Behemo quietly observed and silently judged. He's quite a polite person too. Is it a reward? The Spirit King in the form of a black cat declares that money is fleeting, but serving me is eternal. Gudo immediately bows and pledges, "I will obey any order given by the Spirit King." Biot smirked with a knowing smile. "So that's how it is." He then began to talk about a notorious figure named Truck who recently appeared and contaminated this land. The space suddenly darkened as the mournful caw of crows echoed through the dark forest. Bemos said this one is so powerful that all the clients he sent out have completely lost contact. The warning signs of death scattered deep in the forest are proof of his danger. Biot clasped his hands and stated his condition. "If you can defeat that infamous demon and cleanse the land, I will help you." Hearing this, Han Sun smiled excitedly. "All right, is there someone to lead the way?" The Spirit King explained that he used to send only mid-level spirits, but this time he wants to get the most accurate information. Biot pointed and ordered, "High-level spirit Lena, go with them." Lena was startled and amazed to hear her name. "Behemos Nim, I still have to manage and oversee this place." But Behemos immediately became furious, baring his teeth and growling loudly. "Do you think I don't know you spend all day sleeping and secretly snacking?" He shouted loudly, "Hurry up and go quickly!" The deafening roar made everyone, including Hansen and Gudo, scream in fear. Meanwhile, in another dense forest, Commander Lion was hurriedly fleeing, muttering to herself that she shouldn't have poked the fire ant nest earlier. Seeing the dense swarm of monsters in the darkness ahead, she was stunned and wondered, are there already many waiting here? Leon clenched his teeth and prepared himself as the mad laughter of the monsters began to surround her. From the darkness, bloodthirsty screams echo out. "Swordsman Lion, catch her now!" The monsters in the form of clowns and those in black cloaks rush wildly to chase them, shouting in unison with fanatic fervor. Because Oculus is working, he's just as passionate. Leon suddenly changes direction. She glided past, muttering about the laws of nature. But the interconnected ecosystems were not afraid of the swarm of bees. There are also those who just want to take the honey. Do you know? She immediately swung a beautifully curved sword to repel the approaching monsters as an angry commander with an eye-shaped headband roared. Leon suddenly radiates a brilliant golden aura amidst the encirclement. She puts all her strength into the toe-sand sword technique as a small insect flies across the night sky, signaling a shocking change. The black dark mage, sweat pouring down his face, stared up at the sky in horror and exclaimed, "What is that?" He tremblingly realized the terrifying truth, never before hearing of something this powerful, right? In the high sky, hundreds of glowing golden swords suddenly appeared, covering the entire space and preparing to fall, like a rain of destructive light. A giant beam of light suddenly exploded, tearing through the night and startling the birds into a panic as they flee the forest. The story continues with the image of the spirit beast Lee, engrossed in gnawing on the rocks. She smugly boasted to Hansen that if he wanted to know the past, he just needed to watch her chew on rocks. And Hansen, while doing squats, marveled at how amazing it was. Suddenly, Lei widened her eyes in amazement, prompting Hansen to quickly ask if she saw something unusual, but it was all a trick as she exclaimed about how delicious the stone was, leaving Hansen and his team speechless. Lena cleared her throat and explained that it was just a joke because these minerals were still very new, so the memories obtained were very brief. She snapped at everyone not to look at her like a glutton and immediately ordered the team to find and dig up the oldest-looking mineral blocks in the area. The muscular team quickly approaches the giant stones. A member carefully asked to confirm that they just need to bring them back, right? The whole group started digging vigorously around a large stone while Hansen crossed his arms behind his back, wondering what his juniors were planning to do. The muscular guys honestly explained that they are trying to make a handle so Hansen can easily lift this stone. Hansen mumbles to himself about making a handle before slowly extending his guardian hand. Hansen presses his fingertips firmly into the hard surface of the stone. He takes a deep breath and with incredible strength squeezes tightly, causing the stone to crack violently under his grip. Hansen deeply pressed his fingers into the hard stone, calmly guiding how to grip the rock as if he were just holding a foam puller, while the muscular disciples beside him could only gasp in amazement. Wow! Hansen immediately performs the one-arm dumbbell row with the giant stone using just one hand. He keeps changing his stance and counting rapidly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, switching hands. Seeing that, Lo steps forward to a large stone and asks, "Is this what you mean?" You start performing the snatch deadlift exercise proficiently, followed by a series of coordinated movements from snatch pull, snatch balance to overhead squat. Block forcefully lifts the stone overhead and throws it down, causing a loud shockwave. Standing amidst the dust, Block confidently declares it done. Hansen smiles with satisfaction and gives a thumbs up. "That's right, Block. Your posture has improved a lot." The student wiped the sweat from his brow, smiling brightly in response. At this point, it's just a small matter. It's easy. The intense training atmosphere spreads everywhere. The muscular army tirelessly carries and lifts heavy stones, with the rhythmic counting echoing throughout the area. 1, 2, 3, 4. The other members are also not to be outdone. They tie the giant stones tightly with ropes to train their endurance, shouting 5, 6, 7, 8. Amidst the chaos, the fairy stood still with a small stone in her hand, gazing at the broken debris around her and silently thinking about finding ancient stones. They are going to do Zim training again. Lei quietly puts the stone into her mouth, then suddenly stops with a face full of surprise. It's an egg, underneath a simple wooden bridge leading into a deep cave in the heart of the leafy mountain. Inside the dark dungeon, a man wearing a bird beak mask and red glasses sits facing a formidable partner. He speaks seductively. "We at Okus highly value your frog's abilities." He continued explaining that turning this place into a prison would require a lot of resources. As he spoke, the bird mask man raised his teacup to take a sip, but immediately spat out the entire liquid and shouted in horror, "You bastard, do you dare bring poison to the negotiation table?" Its proper name is Whiskey, Toad. The one who just appeared is Toad, a powerful frog leader. He casually smokes a cigar, holds a bottle of liquor, and confidently states, "Don't call it poison. This is the essence for toasting." The crazy bird mask roars angrily, "You've already been ordered to join Okus instead of taking over this place," and he can't contain his rage as he charges at Cock and shouts, "Do a lowly reptile dare to joke with his kindness?" However, just as he was about to act, the bird mask guy suddenly felt dizzy. His vision blurred from the shock. Ko remained calm and adjusted himself. "Look carefully. I'm a frog, not a gecko. Joining Okus is fine, but I don't like that condition at all." Frog. He said that while pouring the bottle of alcohol into his mouth and drinking it all. Then, the toad and his henchmen tightly seized the struggling bird mask man and started pouring alcohol into his mouth, mocking him. "Come on, finish it." The bird mask guy screamed in despair as the hot liquid poured into his throat, burning him alive. Moments later, he collapsed completely, his eyes bloodshot and dazed from drunkenness, hiccuping uncontrollably. Frog looks at the opponent who has lost all their spirit and sarcastically says, "Now you want to negotiate?" Frog. He grinned maliciously, exhaling cigar smoke and declaring, "My friend, there's no shortage of alcohol here." Frog. Behind him, a squad of well-dressed toad soldiers appears with threatening expressions. The toad confidently states, "Now the real negotiation begins." Frog. This is CC, the mysterious leader of the Red He Army. Frog sneers as he looks at the drunken envoy. "Drink until you're drunk and sign whatever you want, right, Hien?" Meanwhile, the fairy Lena suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Found it." But when she looked down into the valley, she immediately froze at the sight of the muscular army tirelessly training. The coordinated shouts echoing in unison resound throughout the area. Lena narrows her eyes with disdain. "Ha! These low-level beings! These intermediates! I can't believe these creatures are obsessed with physical training to such an extreme degree." The two members of the muscular army are training while chatting. One praising, "Your squat lately is as wide as an eagle's wings." The opponent modestly replied, "It's just blood flow. You're the one increasing the weight." He smiled confidently, saying that weight is the truth for building muscle, a statement that immediately touched the pride of another teammate, causing him to pause and look serious. "Wait a minute, I can't ignore that statement." He radiated intense aura and countered that what matters more than weight is the feeling of excitement. He began flexing his bulging muscles to prove his point. The other side also matched him with a blazing red aura and roared to affirm that weight was the ultimate truth. Both immediately engaged in a fierce debate, continuously shouting their viewpoints, causing the surrounding space to explode with opposing forces. The two muscular warriors face each other head-on, with murderous intent filling the entire area. One challenger, who talks a lot but lacks muscle, comes forward after a little push, and the opponent remains unfazed. He relaxed his muscles and nodded firmly. Yeah, I was about to do the same. Yeah, they're fighting. Is it weight versus stimulation? My chest muscles are feeling truly heroic right now. Immediately after, a warrior strains and roars loudly with blazing eyes, and the two instantly assume their contest stance. One observer notes that the front shoulder muscles on the weight side seem larger, but the stimulated side has a more perfect balance and symmetry. The atmosphere heats up as the shout of round one echoes loudly. The two warriors simultaneously strike a confident front double biceps pose, followed by the second call. In the midst of the intense competition, Hansen suddenly appeared from behind and asked coldly, "What are you guys doing?" His sudden appearance startled the members, who stammered loudly, "Hansen, are you guys calling out your abs? Instead of wasting time thinking about that, I'd rather put all my energy into training and then rest completely." A member muttered sadly that he was really curious to see which one was more important. Two others immediately rushed to grab Hansen to ask if stimulation was more important, right? And it's not, right? Weight is the true principle. Hansen looked directly at them and asked back which was more important, Tadon or Tadon. The question left the opponent stunned. Yes, the question leaves everyone stunned. Hansen continues to press with tough questions about anatomy.
Which is more important, the hamstring or the quadriceps?
Still asking difficult questions despite having muscles. He tenses his chest and shoulder muscles tightly. He roared, "I'm asking about the deltoid and pectoralis major muscles. Which one is more important?" Watching from afar, Gudo sweats profusely and wonders aloud to another member. "I think I understand him a bit now, but usually people compare their father and mother, right?" The muscular soldier quickly put his hand to his mouth to signal silence. Oops! Hansen is really good at eavesdropping. Gudo could only nod repeatedly in fear. Seeing his subordinate lost in thought, Hansen approached, placed a hand on his shoulder, and spoke gently. No need to overthink it. He smiled brightly, revealing his bulging muscles, and gave a sincere piece of advice. Just keep adding weight and feel the stimulation, right? Hansen's words touched the heart of the young warrior. He was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes, and he silently called out to the leader with boundless admiration. That day, the entire muscular army once again felt that truth with their own bodies. Hansen enthusiastically declared, "That was just the warm-up. Now it's time for the real training. Everyone get ready." Everyone firmly believed that Hansen was the one who would help them change and break through their limits even further. The entire army shouted in unison, "Yes, sir! Charge forward!" Uracha roared loudly across the area. From afar, a tiny creature is busy gnawing on a mineral stone, secretly watching the muscular army and wondering if they plan to carry out the mission or not. Meanwhile, Lai appeared quite skeptical. She watched their movements and wondered if any enemy would stand still to endure such slow attacks. In another corner of the forest, no profis, Lob quietly gazes at his hands with a thoughtful expression, haunted by Hansen's reminder that he needs to strengthen his supporting muscles to truly break through. Lop tirelessly made his way through the dense forest, searching carefully until suddenly his eyes lit up as he spotted the target. Block exclaimed excitedly, "I found it!" Slim saw the lush green creature hiding in the grass and immediately thought of using it to make resistance training bands. Without hesitation, Block leapt into the air and shouted his move, "Tree chop!" He rushed down to attack the liquid creature with rapid strikes and finished with a powerful crossblow. But an unfamiliar presence makes Block hesitate. Someone from above the branch, a strange creature quietly watching him. It is an anthropomorphic frog holding a bag full of Slim. He casually apologized for taking this specialty used for soaking alcohol, not knowing someone had already marked it, and Locke was stunned, then exclaimed, "A beast person?" The frogman asked curiously. "But what do you humans use Slim for? You're not even a wizard." "I don't think you know. It can help me become stronger." Hearing that, the frog excitedly cheered. "You want to be stronger? Why didn't you say so earlier?" "My big brother is actually an expert in that field, a specialist in amphibian poultry farming." "Really?" The frog leader immediately invited him. "Follow me, I will introduce you to the boss." Although he secretly thought he already had Master Hansen, Block still followed out of curiosity and soon found himself caught up in a lively drinking party with the Goblin Gang. The sound of wine pouring down their throats as Block drinks up the large jars. The Frog Gang cheering excitedly. "You're quite tolerant. You usually drink a lot, right?" Blushing red and hiccuping nonstop. "I'm just a kid. You guys are too harsh." In his drunken haze, he sluggishly asked when. Hiccup. "I just got stronger." Hiccup. A one-eyed frog wearing glasses presses its face against the block and grins mischievously. "Aren't you getting stronger right now?" the toad shouted. "You're already starting to feel it. You're clearly getting stronger." Seeing only part of the picture, the frog guesses the whole. His mind spins in confusion. He staggers among the scattered bottles on the table, slurring his words in drunkenness. "It's not good. I can't drink anymore." He collapsed onto the table, completely losing consciousness. The toad, wearing glasses, looks at the prey caught in the trap, grinning slyly to reveal his white teeth and declares, Dear customer, this time I'll charge you a very high price for the alcohol. In the darkness, Block wakes up with a dry throat and whispers that he's extremely thirsty. He looked around in confusion, wondering where he was, as a severe headache struck, causing Block to moan. Ugh, my head hurts so much. When I regained my senses, I was shocked to find myself inside a huge dark cave. He struggled to break free as he realized he was trapped in a thick, slimy blue liquid on the rock wall. Its stickiness and elasticity were so strong that he couldn't escape at all. Suddenly, a deep voice echoes from the darkness. Who are you? Stay still and wait for your luck, little brother. Locke looked over and saw a strange creature being held captive right beside him. He introduces this as the poison toad from the amphibian's food storage. This guy is the leader of Lizardman from the alley mine. He insists that Block absolutely cannot escape on his own. Seeing no reaction, he growls, "Don't ignore me." But then he shrugged and mocked himself for losing his temper at someone about to die. Locke calmly asked, "Hey, I have a question. Why don't they kill us right away?" The Lizardman leader explains that everything is for creating the dungeon. Seeing Block's confusion, he says it's a dark land where monsters constantly breed. A gloomy tower with eerie blue flames appears deep inside the cave, signaling a presence full of evil. In reality, monsters cannot be created endlessly. To operate the dungeon, they must steal energy from living creatures. This is the basic principle behind creating a core that can store and sustain energy. That's why the amphibians store living creatures in the food warehouse. This place also serves as a backup power bank for this cave. Thousands of people are being dragged along the towering cliffs in utter despair, while Block is trapped in a thick green slime. Tired, he asked, "Is there no way out?" The Lizardman leader imprisoned nearby coldly replied, "As you can see, the chances are zero." He advised Block not to waste energy struggling because the more he moved, the faster his energy would be absorbed, then sarcastically asked if he wanted to die early. Block closed his eyes in helplessness, blaming himself for being too weak and causing all this. He muttered his final apologies. "Master, I'm sorry I couldn't repay your kindness in time." Hearing that name, Lizardman's face instantly paled, sweat pouring down from fear. "Hansen, are you talking about you, Hansen, the lord of the Aleo block mine?" Block nodded in confusion. "Yes, that's right." "How do you know?" the leader immediately shouted wildly. "There, I have to get out. I must leave this place immediately." He frantically struggled, trying to escape the slimy mess he had just claimed was impossible to get out of. Seeing this sudden change, Block wondered, "What are you doing? Weren't you saying struggling would only make you die faster?" But Lizardman had completely lost his mind out of fear. His mind was filled with the terrifying memory of Hansen using him as a weight for push-ups. Hansen then calmly smiled and said, "Let's start doing push-ups again from the beginning in the field. Come on." Thinking of that scene, Lizardman the leader shouted in tears, "What kind of madness is this?" He gaped and shouted in utter despair, thinking it would be better to die right now. Meanwhile, in the city, Hansen looked around and wondered, where did Blob go? A member of the muscular army reports that Block left the resistance wire and went to Sun Slim early in the morning. Hansen is a bit worried because Block didn't tell him to bring extra backup wires. Lai standing nearby also looks suspicious. It's strange that he still hasn't come back by now. Hansen gently smiled with confidence and affirmed, "He's grown up. At most, he'll lose a few pounds of muscle." Gudo nervously looks around and reminds Hansen that this is enemy territory and staying here so casually might not be a good idea. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was stunned and surprised to see Hansen casually carrying a huge boulder on his shoulder. Hansen smiled brightly, but with pressure. "If you don't want to take it easy, start doing 100 squat exercises right now." Gudo could only cry silently, his face soaked with sweat and tears from the harsh workout. At that moment, the fairy lay explained that the next mission involved a toad named CC, who was planning to turn this place into a dungeon, so no force should be used in certain areas or else it would help the enemy. Hansen listened and pondered, "So you're a frog? I heard frog legs are high in protein, so they must be good for muscle growth, right? Does that mean it's really true? Is it really good for muscle growth? Oh, muscle development." The muscular crowd surrounds the tiny spirit and growls. "So where is that source of protein?" Lai nervously replied, "Help me. A bunch of monsters are asking for the menu." One of the muscular team members immediately suggested, "Why don't we split up to search? If you find it, use your chest muscles to signal." However, Hansen doesn't seem very interested. "I don't like doing long cardio sessions." Seeing a chance to escape the brutal workout, Gudo immediately grinned brightly and volunteered. "Hansen, leave the search to my expertise. Please just assign that task to me." Even though his legs are trembling violently from exhaustion, he still tries to beg to go complete the mission. Hansen looks at Gudo with a knowing gaze and asks, "Have you finished 100 reps yet?" Gudo still forced a strained smile and admitted, "No." Hansen's face suddenly lit up with a terrifying brightness. He gently ordered, "You can only go after finishing all the training." Even in old age, meeting a strict teacher, the poor Count could only remain silent, tears streaming down his face in despair, softly whispering a submissive yes. The goblin hummed a tune while dragging a huge sack through narrow rocky crevices into a vast chamber with a giant red urn, where he met another of his kind and announced, "I have returned here." A frog's hand touches the magic orb containing a whole galaxy as the mechanical door slowly opens, accompanied by an invitation. "Please come in, frog creature. There is a shining mass of matter, and it is muttering, 'I will soon create many friends for you.'" He poured all that light into a deep hole and gave the order. Grow up and become a great source of nourishment for this dungeon. Below, the captive leader Lazarman is horrified as he realizes the presence of the hunters. It's over, boss. The giant earthworms are coming. The huge worms are starting to crawl all over the ground, heading toward those trapped. The bloodthirsty swarm of worms approaches the cliff where Lizardman's leader is trapped, baring their sharp teeth and ready to attack. Meanwhile, at Hansen's camp, a muscular soldier asks nervously while eating, "Hansen, did Block bring chicken breasts and will his protein intake be okay?"
Hansen calmly chews the color of the cake in his hand and affirms, "What about Block?"
It will be fine because he was already blessed by the heavens. Seeing his subordinates' puzzled faces about Block being born with special powers, Hansen explained that, in fact, Block's sense of taste is among the worst in the world. Seeing the opponent think it's a weakness, Hansen laughed and said, not knowing the flavor, "Every dish is just chicken breast." In the dark dungeon, Blob suddenly unleashed its power with glowing eyes. Instead of being afraid, he opened his mouth wide and began devouring the very monsters trying to attack him. A horrifying truth is revealed. Except for his parents, there is nothing in this world that Block cannot eat. Block voraciously chews through the pile of monster meat. The green slime drips from the corner of his mouth as he roars with excitement, eyes burning with desire. Next, where's the next one? The sounds of chewing and smacking echo continuously in the silent space. Block is stuck tightly to the cliff face by a thick, bright green slime, with a swarm of giant worms writhing below his feet. Seeing this horrifying scene, the demon trapped next to him exclaimed in shock, "Can that even be edible?" Disgusting. Unlike the disgusting opponent, Block seems to feel incredibly refreshed. He can feel the energy spreading through every cell. The water is so sweet and his muscles are so pumped. His face lit up with satisfaction as if he had just tasted a delicacy. Block began to tense up, channeling all his strength into his muscles to break free from the chains. Despite the godly snake constantly insisting, "I told you there's no way out," Block still doesn't give up. His eyes suddenly shone with a tense purple light. A loud explosion erupted, tearing through the slime and causing the nearby monster to gasp in shock. "Did you manage to break it?" Block forcefully escaped from the cliff. Block suddenly lifts his head with a sinister look. He calmly asks, "Which one should I eat first now?" The monster screams as it's chosen. He points to the crawling bugs below and dares you to guess which one it is. The twisted smile and greedy drool of the Block make the atmosphere even more chilling. Meanwhile, in a sunlit forest, a muscular army is hurriedly running and training. A curious member asks Uranim if there would be any benefits to collapsing the dungeon. He firmly believes that destroying the dungeon will pay off. Just trust him. Hansen explained that dungeons are actually an automatic system capable of accumulating power. Once established, the energy absorption range will expand. The absorption rate also increases, helping the owner establish a recognized separate territory as a muscular team member runs by, wondering, "But why don't humans build dungeons?" Gudo, panting, explained that it's because humans don't know how much energy is needed to create them. He emphasized that humans operate on taxes, and if their biological energy is drained, chaos will surely ensue. Gudo held his head in tense frustration, as maintaining the dungeon was a tough problem for an average population. The little spirit fairy explains that if an environment seems to lack energy, there are two possible explanations. One is deliberately maintaining a small territory to limit external invasion. Lena continues to analyze the second possibility that the enemy has a different goal besides building a dungeon. Gudo and the warriors all show signs of worry because in both cases, turning this place into a dungeon is extremely difficult. Lee wondered curiously, "What are you planning to do and why the enemy's weak point? Do you know why you should drink?" It's just to trick each other more easily. He confidently claims that alcohol helps him make friends more easily. He laughs loudly among the cheering henchmen, believing that alcohol helps them get to know all kinds of characters. The lively scene in the tavern unfolds with various monsters drunkenly celebrating. Suddenly, a contract was presented to Block with an invitation. "Do you want to sign this agreement?" Huyen? Block was completely out of his mind now, standing there dazed, stammering speechlessly with a vacant expression as the frog henchman poured alcohol into his mouth and urged him on. "Drink more, Toad." The Toad stands in front of the drowsy monsters and shouts loudly, "Come on, let's go make some alcohol, guys." "Which factory, huh?" The tired monsters stagger through the dark cave, their faces showing clear signs of drunkenness. Suddenly, a horned monster begins to go berserk from alcohol craving. He screams in despair, "Give me the alcohol! I will destroy everything with it." Immediately, Cack smashed the bottle of alcohol onto the crazy one's head, causing serious injury. Seeing the fallen figure, "It's over, Frog. Take him to the poison spot." Cock, leading the excited crowd, announces, "Let's dig peat," the main ingredient for smoky whiskey, to make things easier for everyone. Toad! A toad just dug with a shovel while guiding his buddies to do it like this. Toad puts all his weight into the move. This is the old Toad's mandatory cardio workout, guys. Amid the smoky construction site, Hansen suddenly appears and turns heavy labor into a high-intensity workout, carrying heavy carts of stones and hauling massive rocks amidst the echoing shouts of the miners. Hansen eagerly comments as he digs with the shovel at an incredible speed. The muscles are starting to feel excited. The most addicted miner in history. He still smiled confidently and wondered whether he should use his big chest muscles to push. Witnessing that extraordinary strength, the two toad-like guys looked at each other in amazement. Could it be you? Frog. The other guy nodded. Friend? Probably so. Frog. Hansen clapped to signal the people around him that the break was over. Let's move on to the next round. The whole group of frogs rushes into work crazily under his guidance. Hansen was flexing and encouraging at the same time. Digging without tensing the opposite muscles is a technical mistake. The group of frogs was swept up in Hansen's enthusiasm, all digging wildly to the sound of his shouts. Hansen continued demonstrating how to use the shovel like a workout, shouting instructions loudly, relaxing his arm muscles as if lifting a pair of dumbbells. Just imagine the shovel is attached directly to your elbow. The frogs keep working tirelessly, sweating and shouting non-stop. Clang, 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 one of them starts to resist and shouts, "Why should we listen to you, huh?" Seeing the opponent distracted, Hansen calmly picked up the shovel with a serious face and warned them not to treat the training equipment poorly. He smiled brightly with an unsettling expression and ordered everyone to start over. Come on, let's do it again from the beginning. The frogs started whispering excitedly, saying Hansen wasn't really their friend. "You're not our friend, you're crazy, so we got confused." "What do you mean? Didn't we agree to be training partners earlier?" That statement was the last straw, and the toads went berserk, screaming wildly. "What the hell are you trying to do? Turns out you're not my friend after all." They all lunged forward, using their shovels to strike Hansen's shoulders and back. But despite the brutal blows, Hansen remained steady as a rock, leaving the gang of frogs in stunned amazement. Hey, you're not allowed to use workout equipment to hit people." Hansen also added a warning that hitting people with weights will get you your membership card revoked. The iron shovels shattered upon hitting the steel-like muscles, causing the onlookers to tremble in fear. The shovels broke on their own, too. Maybe it's because I've been digging so much that it broke, huh? One guy still stubbornly insists that someone so skinny couldn't withstand our attack. Immediately, a blazing red energy erupted with earth-shaking power, enveloping Han-san in the form of a muscular, threatening entity. Han-san stood tall amidst the red smoke, his eyes glowing white in the darkness. Hansen asked back with fierce determination, "I do!" A suffocating pressure fills the space as Han-san growls, his guardian form radiating overwhelming power, causing the tiny frogs below to tremble in utter fear. To build muscle, heavy training is important, but stretching with things like resistance bands is just as crucial. Hansen, with his glowing eyes and bulging muscles, performed the movement while growling. However, he also warned that overstretching could significantly reduce muscle strength. Just beneath his feet, a frog is suffocating under pressure. He desperately begged for mercy and despair. "Please forgive me. My tongue is about to be torn off." Hansen continues to urge proper stretching to extend the muscles and shouts loudly, emphasizing that the most important thing is to train with better posture. Hansen strained to stretch the red cord and insisted that if you didn't want to remain thin forever, you had to stretch it out. In the extreme pain of being used as a weight to stretch, it cried out, "Help me." In a luxurious room, the Toad gang gathers around a table planning their schemes, with one one-eyed glasses wearer sipping wine and admiring himself in the mirror, handsome and cunning. He smugly realized that as long as they had us, they could operate the dungeon without Okus's help. The leader raised his wine glass confidently and declared that today was the perfect time to toast, ordering all the drunks to be summoned immediately. The frog gang below cheers loudly, while many others lie unconscious on the ground from drunkenness. In the dark cave, CC sits calmly drinking at his desk when he sees someone approaching. He gently adjusts his monocle and asks, "You're here already?" The top officers of the Redhead Legion in front of CC are a bunch of drunkards, and the Wolf Cavet roars with excitement. "Does gathering us mean you're ready to ignite?" Juliet immediately speaks up to remind. Mr. Cav is really not polite at all. Behind him, the white bear Gulim clears his throat softly. While the girl with the green hair is sensing the taste of battle, Teo Cat is showing a disdainful attitude. "Too much time wasted. I was sleeping peacefully when I was called, and I laughed out loud with pride." "Good. Teammates should be close like this." Frog. His glasses suddenly shone brightly. He declared, "It's been a long time since everyone gathered like this. Let's all enjoy it." Immediately, a giant magic circle enveloped the frog casting the spell. The drinking game officially began. A powerful surge of energy spreads to the wine cellar where giant wooden barrels are stacked high. Urgent announcements echo, confirming the sacrificial offerings and taking the sacrifices away. The entire wine cellar was swallowed by a magical light. From the center of the glow, a pyramid-shaped creature with a long red tongue suddenly appeared. It calmly introduces itself. "I am the four-sided die, Nagaro. You are responsible for leading." Nagaro excitedly declares, "The drinking game has begun. Now choose a player for each side." It begins scanning the entire area and reports that there are 380 intelligent lives present. Nagaro continues explaining that everyone will be divided into two teams, based on each person's tendencies. Hansen was calmly eating a sweet potato when he was startled to see Nagaro appear right in front of him. He looked confused and asked, "What is this?" The game master announced that each side would have 5 direct participants, with the rest being spectators. Nagaro shouted excitedly, "Boo will be my partner in this game. If you don't join, I'll get everyone here drunk right now." Hearing this, Hansen was extremely confused and quickly asked the sages for their opinion. "Sages, what is blood alcohol concentration?" A system screen immediately appears with the response. "It's been a while. In fact, alcohol doesn't directly cause muscle loss in the first place. Hansen attentively listened to the explanation from the masters that because the liver prioritizes breaking down alcohol, which is a protein-producing organ, muscle synthesis is significantly hindered, and the illustration showing the liver struggling to process alcohol made Hansen realize this could harm his muscle development. The breakdown of alcohol consumes a lot of water, leading to dehydration in the muscles, which significantly reduces workout performance and effectiveness. Hearing about the threat of muscle loss, Hansen immediately turned pale and growled. Losing muscle? Absolutely not. He quickly touches the magic screen. Instantly, the system notifies that Yu Hansen has joined. Seeing that, Guro also curiously stepped closer and asked, "Is it okay to just press like this?" At that moment, Gudo hurriedly rushed over and shouted, "Wait, the only sane person trying to prevent the disaster." Gudo was extremely worried, believing this was an enemy's magic and could be a trap, so he warned not to press it casually. In the count of the count, it's better to stay outside and observe the situation to keep yourself and the soldiers alive. Gudo grinned slyly, but immediately shouted, "I told you not to press it." While trying to stop Guro, Gudo accidentally touched the screen and screamed in horror as the message Gudo joined appeared. If I don't participate, Han Sonim will think I'm just fooling around. He decides to press his finger and the system confirms. A white cat appears and explains that this is a conditional magic field of the attacker. This type of magic doesn't have an immediate effect, but it can cause severe punishments depending on the specific conditions. Hearing that, Lee quickly analyzed and decided to involve the most influential people to be safe. The cat agrees. That's right. Both reach out and touch the screen. The system announces Lai and Lena's participation. Nagaro excitedly shouted, "The players have been chosen." The A-team lineup is now official, including Hansen, Guro, Gudo, Lai, and Lena. The opposing team B is also confirmed with members C, Randip, Kavat, Ket, and Teokas. Nagaro excitedly announces that since the players have been decided, we will choose the game. A golden pyramid begins to spin and rushes into the middle of the forest. Nagaro calmly announces that this round's game is spinning. The golden pyramid stops spinning, revealing the game name Bani Bani Thokan. Nagaro explains, "The rules are simple. You will turn into rabbits, but each team will have one person who is not a rabbit, but a carrot. Each team must protect their own carrot while fighting the opponent. If the carrot is captured, the losing team's blood alcohol level will increase by 0.1% and the game will end." The harshest punishment for the dying people is of course that catching a carrot is more beneficial than catching 3 rabbits, right? Even the reserve members can join in, so the drinking game is exciting and fun. Start. A toad man proudly gives a thumbs up. "This is really lucky." Frog. He sneers maliciously. "The hidden one on our side is the one behind the mask, right, Toad?" But a big question remains. Who is the masked one? Suddenly, a deafening explosion tore through space. The frogman panicked and ran for his life, shouting for help as he fled. "Someone's messing around here, Frog. Call for backup." He was extremely worried when he realized the situation was unstable. More than 100 people had already gathered there. Can the carrot handle this, Toad? The Toad man gritted his teeth with determination. "I don't know, Frog," but he looked up in shock and shouted out in fear. "He's too strong. Oh no." Immediately, Hansen appears with a giant form and blazing red eyes radiating fierce energy. Han San roared in fury. "Anything but my muscles." His aura engulfed the entire forest.
The muscle squad with bunny ears is frantically fleeing through the deep forest, chased by mysterious shadows. A team member shouts in panic, "Damn it!"
He shouted in despair, "Everyone protect me now!" While running, he revealed an important secret of himself. "I am the carrot of our team." The ground started shaking violently with heavy thuds. Gudo hurriedly ran away. When he noticed the enemies had stopped chasing, he paused suspiciously. Are they tired of the chase? A muscular warrior standing beside him points upward and asks, "Can't you hear more?" He explained that Guro confirmed the other member was the carrot. Gudo stroked his chin, realizing they were after the carrot. However, he still wondered why the enemy knew the target so well that they no longer chased him, especially after hearing that Guro was running and shouting the name of the carrot everywhere. "You idiot," he shouted in frustration. "Why are you shouting that while running?" The muscular warrior pointed ahead and warned, "Stop him quickly. He looks too dangerous." Randip with blue hair and glowing red eyes is rushing towards us at wind-breaking speed. Seeing the opponent closing in, the muscle soldiers still casually comment that this guy probably never knew what a squad was and that one kick would break him in half. Ignoring the sarcasm, Randy performs a powerful spinning move. He easily glides past the muscular warriors and dismissively remarks, "I can smell the scent of the slow ones." Seeing Randip's incredible speed, the muscle team members could only gasp in amazement. Too fast, they immediately coordinated to use the bell swing skill combined with heavy blunt 1/10, launching a giant purple energy sphere toward the opponent. Randip nonchalantly dodged the attack, mocking, "If he can dodge this, it's all over." He kept moving swiftly, causing the magic sphere to miss its target. Then, a bright white cross-shaped light erupted violently, tearing through space. On the other side of the battlefield, Lai was swinging his sword fiercely against the enemy and suspiciously asked, "Are you a swordsman?" The fiery slashes erupt one after another, accompanied by comments about a luxurious scent emanating from the opponent, as Lai realizes he's facing a demon swordsman amid the intense clashes of light. A giant beam of light suddenly shoots straight up into the sky, causing a muscular soldier below to gape in horror as the blinding light shines directly down on him. Just as he's watching the scene, he's illuminated by the headlights. In another corner, a guardian's hand forcefully unscrews a bottle cap, gulping down the fiery liquid and growling with excitement. Ka is on fire. He screams for everything to burn fiercely, especially as the fierce flames begin to engulf the entire body of the guardian. The toads panic and jump into the water to escape, shouting, "Run, your back is about to be roasted," while Cabot stands amidst the sea of flames, laughing maniacally.
This place is really burning up. Kia-ha!
He confidently faces Hansen's muscular back and proudly reveals his magic, which creates a fiery armor around his body based on the alcohol content of the drink he consumed. The more he drinks, the bigger the fire, and the more chaotic he gets. Kavot keeps pouring the bottles into his mouth and shouts provocatively, "Let's burn together." Kavot roared with excitement, unleashing his ultimate move, the Firestorm Crescent, a gigantic blazing fire entity engulfing the space, charging straight at Hansen with immense power, while a fierce firewolf bared its fangs and claws, howling at the opponent. "You will be burned to death." That giant. Facing the blazing attack, Hansen remains calm and observant. His eyes glow brightly as he recognizes the opponent's traits and mumbles softly, "Losing my muscles? I can't stand the thought of that." He immediately tensed up, adopting a powerful cable fly stance that radiated overwhelming pressure as Hansen poured all his strength into his guardian hands, crushing the fire monster's resistance and causing it to scream in agony. The muscular leader stands tall like a god, silently looking down at the defeated opponent crumbling at his feet. Kavot collapses to the ground, completely unable to fight. The system immediately announces that Kavot from Team B can no longer continue the game. A sad truth is revealed. It's a shame that Kot was a heroic sacrifice but played the wrong role, brothers. A shining gold rabbit-shaped coin in the sky serves as proof of this outcome. The biggest question now is who really is the carrot of Team B? Kavot has officially been eliminated from the game. Meanwhile, in a dark room inside the cave, Randy is resting exhausted. She suddenly sat up and shouted, "Water! Bring me water right now!" Immediately, Butler JQ respectfully brought a tray of water to her bedside and said, "Here is the young lady's water." Randy looked annoyed, sipping her drink and grumbling, "Kill it, why do I have to do these exhausting things?" The feelings of the Monday morning staff, Ket remains calm and quietly looks at the young lady, replying, "I have no choice but to follow the terms of the contract with you, miss." "Ugh, I hate it, I just want to drink and play." Randy shouted angrily and paced back and forth in frustration. Seeing her mistress in a rage, Killet quickly adjusted his glasses and reassured her, "Don't worry, miss. I will handle everything so you won't have to get involved." He skillfully changes the subject by asking about the new gift. "By the way, does the young lady like this new bunny doll I brought back?" Randy stared at the round white doll, then clicked her tongue. "It's not bad, but staying in the room forever would be so boring." Suddenly, she spat decisively. "I changed my mind." Killet quickly grabbed the doll as Randup excitedly roared, "I'm bored now. Let's go tell the others, guys." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lai is unleashing a powerful kick called Pick Series Ron's Jum. "Now do you understand? Don't look away while facing me, or else." But the blue-haired guy coldly replied, "No, it's not her." He pointed behind him. "You have arrived." The frog looked at the muscular crowd and muttered, "That's right, the carrot is right here." Seeing the zombie soldiers start to run away, he yelled in fury, "I was talking, so don't even think about running." Law immediately soared into the air and declared arrogantly, "I'll handle this alone. What do you guys know about drinking?" Facing the attack, Frog quietly takes a sip of wine and activates his skill. From the first stage, he opens his mouth wide and unleashes a terrifying sound wave called the Shattering Roar. The enormous wave of pressure swept away everything, leaving Lai stunned in utter shock as a powerful explosion engulfed the entire battlefield. Its internal energy was terrifying, like a giant bomb. To minimize the impact, Lai quickly covers her ears and seeks the balance point amid the intense sound wave. She spins continuously in sync with the space's rhythm, silently telling herself that as long as she keeps her core steady, she can reduce the damage. Lai spun in the air like a top, then shot forward, tearing through the sky before landing in the distant dense forest. Using the tiny step technique to stabilize herself, she quickly regained her balance. Immediately, she saw a muscular soldier lying defeated, crying out in agony. Amid Lai's confusion, two strange beings emerged, towering from the bone screen. The tall giraffe in a suit politely asks, "Are you satisfied with this rabbit hunt, young lady?" The rabbit girl with a cold expression replied listlessly, "Everything is too weak. I'm about to get bored." Both entities are talking to each other, ignoring her presence. A muscular soldier hurriedly warns them, "Be careful, those guys are not to be underestimated." The scene before us leaves everyone stunned. Hansen lies motionless, face down on the ground, unable to resist. A muscular soldier utters in despair, "Even Han Son Nim is like that?" Lai couldn't believe her eyes, trembling as she wondered if that muscle-headed fool really had failed. She gasped in panic and rushed to support him, repeatedly asking Han if he was okay. "What's going on? What happened to cause this?" Han Sonu Tao was gasping for breath. "Lai, listen carefully." Seeing something wrong, Lai shouted in worry, "No, stop talking." "What should I do if I fall here? You said you would help me get revenge." Hansen whispered back, "No, I think I need to say this. Be careful." "Lai, Panic-stricken, hugs him tightly and asks urgently, "What technique did you get hit with? What caused you to fall like this?" Hansen trembled as he raised his hand and began to explain. Building muscle doesn't happen during training, but while you sleep. So he advised that you should sleep at least 7 to 8 hours to ensure muscle growth. But according to ancestral tradition, she also hinders the muscle development process. His face grew serious. "Please, the drinking game relies on you." Turns out she's been teased by him all this time and didn't realize it. I'm so annoyed by this obsession with overly developed muscles. Lai kicks Hansen hard in the face and curses at this crazy guy. Looking at Han's son lying face down on the ground, he clicked his tongue. So basically, he just wanted to sleep deeply. She looked ahead and thought to herself, well, since I don't know who the carrot is anyway, picking someone at random has a 50-50 chance of being right. On the other side, Randeep is holding a bunny doll with a displeased expression. "I thought I would be watching a thrilling movie. How dare you be so arrogant?" Immediately, the young man with the alcohol burst out and declared, "I will clean everything up, miss." After being scolded, his face clearly showed irritation as he hesitated before walking away and revealing, "My magic is that the more I drink, the faster I get." The bespectacled JQ also growled with deadly intent, "You disturbed the young lady. Repent now." He launched a powerful attack that completely distorted the scene in a different location. Seeing the attack miss its target, the red-haired girl exclaimed in shock, "Did it miss?" Immediately, Randy exploded in anger, rushing over to scold the servant cat. "Are you not paying attention?" The goat butler could only bow his head politely and apologize to the young lady, calmly admitting that he didn't know how to drink alcohol, so the more he drank, the less accurate his attacks became. Hearing that, Randy shouted in fury, "Why did you reveal your weakness to the enemy? This isn't honesty, it's foolishness." A muscular soldier suddenly roars and charges into the enemy circle, channeling all his strength into his guardian hands to perform a powerful bench press, unleashing purple energy waves that sweep away everything around him. But then he was confused, wondering why he felt like he hadn't actually hit him, even though he had defeated him. Suddenly, Ket appeared right behind him and delivered a thunderous headbutt, causing the muscular warrior to bleed in pain. The butler kept moving at lightning speed, sweeping across the battlefield while the enemies were helpless. From the shadows, Randy casually took a sip from his cup and revealed that everything they saw was actually just an illusion. They have fallen into an illusion. If they keep acting or attacking within the illusion, they will tire themselves out quickly. She explained that her magic allows her to expand the illusion's range in proportion to how much she has drunk, and that Ket is truly hiding somewhere within this fog. Randy smirked arrogantly. "Even if you know, there's nothing you can do." She asserts that when the game ends, this entire battlefield will be under her absolute control and challenges anyone to see how many can survive the combined attack of both of them. But as she finished speaking, she was attacked by the white cat spirit. Seeing this, the tall-necked butler ran over anxiously and shouted, "Miss, amidst the dark monster encirclement, strike a lightning bolt at the enemy and coldly tell them to go learn how to breathe again." She eliminated her opponent spectacularly, and the monsters could only scream in despair. Immediately, a shocking announcement rang out. Kill It from Team B cannot continue the game. The monster cat lies collapsed, foaming at the mouth in defeat. The system continues to confirm, unfortunately, Kill It from Team B is just a rabbit. Lai stands firm beside the shining golden rabbit coin and calmly says, "I knew this would happen." But another piece of news arrived. Guro from Team A could no longer continue the game. Lai Bonghuang, upon hearing that Guro is also just a rabbit and has been eliminated, watches as the opponent with the green hair smiles smugly at this sacrifice. Before they could celebrate, the situation changed again with the next announcement. Teocat from Team B could no longer continue the game. An unexpected result has been announced. Team B's sandbag is actually a carrot. He was very proud and made sure to remind everyone to report this to Lord Biemos. Because losing the carrot, all members of Team B must face a penalty of increasing their blood alcohol level by 0.1%. Gudo was now exhausted, panting as he was teased about his hobby of doing cardio. A horrifying secret revealed through the A-Team's carrot notification is that Gudo is the true identity. Count Guro secretly thanks Guro for creating the perfect decoy to hide his identity. The drinking game officially ends, but the frog-faced guy starts to go crazy. He finishes the bottle and growls. "Since I am very angry, the alcohol content is starting to rise. I can't accept this result, so I immediately took the next action to challenge my opponent with my mouth curled up to my chin. Do you think I would say something like that?" He raised the bottle high and confidently declared that this force is his territory. Is it certain that all the energy from the recent battles will become valuable nourishment to feed the dungeon? He raised both hands, summoning a terrifying dark magic, and shouted loudly. The good dungeon house confirmed with a thunderous roar. Immediately, a giant red magic circle shone brightly, covering the entire area, marking the birth of an evil dungeon right in the heart of the kingdom. With a triumphant emphasis, he pressed his hands to the ground and cheered. Finished, he laughed arrogantly, declaring that the final good house dungeon had been successfully established. But sensing that something was wrong, he covered his face and shouted in fury, "Why is it not working this time?" It turns out he failed once again. The story goes back to the time before Count Gudo left the kingdom. In the middle of the training area, the sun-kissed guy named Block is straining to do a heavy bench press. Hansen walks over slowly. You just reminded Block to stand up straight and gently asked Han, "Are you worried about something?" Block broke out in a sweat, avoiding the gaze of the boss and Theo Tao. "It's nothing, really." Hansen smirked mischievously, but his big cheeks were telling him otherwise, knowing he couldn't hide it. Block sighed heavily, his face showing clear disappointment. "Actually, I think I'm too weak and starting to feel discouraged." Hansen immediately reassured me. "You're not weak at all. When it comes to the weight, you're only behind Ta. Keep training with a positive mindset so your body won't get too tired." Block recalls the time when Hansen Nim was teaching me training, and at some point, he started guiding me to focus on powerlifting, right? Hansen nodded in confirmation. "That's right." Block continued to share his feelings. "Then at least my strength should be close to Hansen Nin's, but in reality, I have no chance to compare with him." Hearing the ambition of his junior, Hansen suddenly changed his expression, smiling slyly and sarcastically. "Your training time is short and you already want to compete with me? You really have a ruthless heart." Under the pressure from the boss, Block could only bow his head and apologize. "I'm sorry." Hansen suddenly patted Block hard on the shoulder and laughed loudly. "Just kidding, so basically you're hitting a plateau, right?" Block nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Yes, that's right." So Hansen now knows why Block has lost his motivation to train. Hansen stared intently at Block before speaking. "There's something that's been bothering me all this time. Try raising your hand like this. Does this look right?" Hansen carefully observes his junior's expression before asking, "Do you feel any pain or discomfort when lifting your shoulder?" Block honestly admits that although it doesn't hurt, he feels a bit uncomfortable. Hansen asks him to do the movement again while placing his hand on his back to directly check the muscle movements. Seeing that Block's arm couldn't lift smoothly, Hansen confirmed that it couldn't go all the way up, right? Block nodded slightly in confirmation. "Yes." Hansen begins to analyze the technique. "Block, you have never used your serratus anterior before." He explained that to perform the movements, other muscle groups had to work in place of that neglected muscle. Hansen smiled encouragingly and said that this proved Block possessed an incredibly impressive natural physical strength. Having identified the cause for his junior, Hansen began explaining the anatomy. He pointed out that when lifting the shoulders, the body needs the coordinated effort of the serratus anterior, rotator cuff muscles, and deltoid, but Block was lifting his shoulders without using his serratus anterior. Hansen decided that once he found the problem, he just needed to teach you how to use your front teeth muscles. He then began guiding the first advanced exercise. First, loop the resistance band around both hands and extend your arms slightly wider than your shoulders. Hansen directly demonstrates the movement of pushing the hands forward to expand the shoulder blades while maintaining maximum tension on the band. After holding the position for about 3 to 5 seconds, he lowers his shoulders and tightens the muscles in his back. Hansen hands the resistance band to Block and carefully instructs, "Do about 15 repetitions per set and do 3 sets daily." He carefully and specifically guides his student, and once he confirms that the student has grasped the rhythm of the exercise, he confidently affirms it to his trainee. "You will soon feel a complete difference from before." While Block closes his eyes to focus on sensing the changes in his body, the scene suddenly shifts to a dark and treacherous cave. Here, thousands of frog-headed henchmen stand shoulder to shoulder on the cliff to guard the frog poison warehouse under the orders of the leader. Amidst the strong smell of alcohol, a dapper white bear in a suit casually drinks from a bottle in his hand and mutters, "Alcohol. If I drink it, then the creatures I touch." As the liquid enters his body, his hand and the bottle of alcohol begin to turn gray and stone-like. The white bear stares intently at the transformation and mutters, "It starts to erode and harden like stone. When fighting the enemy, this hand really is a powerful weapon, isn't it?" The masked bear minion paused at the cave entrance and silently thought. He immediately charged forward with determination to protect it. Meanwhile, Hansen began explaining the first benefit of strengthening the front jaw muscles, which is that throwing power will become stronger. He throws a lightning-fast punch that tears through space, and the masked bear guy is suddenly hit square in the face by a strange object flying straight at him. He endured a series of continuous blows in pain, but stubbornly insisted, "Is that all? I am the strongest drunkard here. Whoever drinks well is the strongest, unlike the rest of the world." Immediately, a guardian hand firmly grasped his head. Hansen continued to reveal the second benefit, which is that all body functions will be enhanced. Meanwhile, a muscular soldier suddenly roars and lines up, the team collectively flexing their shimmering muscles before starting the kettlebell swing exercise. They firmly declare that no one is allowed to disturb Hansen's muscle-building process. The frog-headed guy begins to enter level 1 drunkenness, flipping the bottle into his mouth and drinking it all, immediately triggering his chaos scream skill, causing a deafening explosion that wipes out everything around him. That damn frog's mouth really is a high-tech weapon. A muscular warrior shouts to encourage his teammates, "Hang in there. If it hurts, it's because you haven't trained enough." In the middle of the battlefield, Lai focused intensely and told himself there was no time to pay attention to the other side. Gudo rushed forward wildly and shouted, "Don't wake Han-sun, you frog bastard." He gritted his teeth with determination. "I don't want to be killed by that training session." A powerful collision threw the enemy far away, accompanied by a desperate scream. Gudo hid behind the tree, trembling as he watched anxiously. That loud noise earlier must have been pretty intense. Sweating profusely, he wondered, could he be awake now? Remember, I have heard your will clearly. Hansen smiled darkly and ominously, confidently declaring that he would make the opponent train until their vocal cords were torn apart while counting. Immediately, Hansen executes the one-arm doom bell press with terrifying strength, a thunderous punch that causes the enemy to cry out in pain before sinking deep into the ground. He continues with the medicine ball throw overhead, using his hands to hurl the opponent into the sky, sending them soaring high into the air. Hansen stands below, counting rhythmically. 1, 2. He coldly warns that if they don't count in time, the entire exercise will have to start over, while the opponent is overwhelmed and only able to whimper under extreme torment. Seeing that scene, 2 members of the muscle army secretly observed and thought that this distance was probably safe. However, one suddenly noticed that Hansen's muscle condition was somehow very strange. He told the person next to him, but they still insisted that the boss's muscle quality has always been the best ever. Hansen's back muscles began to twitch and swell abnormally, radiating lightning-like energy around his body. A red system alert appears warning that the muscle groups have stopped synthesizing and are rejecting signals from the cerebellum. Han-sun's face becomes expressionless as his shoulder and rib muscles are completely out of control of the brain. Although the miraculous muscle recovery skill was activated, the system immediately reported a failure. Things got worse as even the inner thigh muscles began to go out of control, causing Han-sun's body to deform violently under immense pressure. Hansen's vital muscles from the front teeth, calves, erector spinae, pectorals, major, and triceps continuously lose control of his brain. The bulging muscles swell abnormally, pressing against him and distorting his face in pain. All of his organs and tissues lost control. Could he be possessed by a demon? Immediately after, the muscle compression combat skill was deactivated, leaving Hansen completely overwhelmed by his own massive muscles. A bright red system message appears, indicating that the muscle monster mode has been activated, releasing a terrifying pressure that suppresses the entire space. Witnessing this scene, he mutters in shock, feeling like he's seen this somewhere before. In his mind, a distant memory from when he was a tiny tadpole with an eye patch surfaced, facing a giant aquatic monster with sharp teeth. That was a terrifying nightmare of an absolute power, bringing a complete helplessness he never wanted to experience again. Once bitten by a snake, you're afraid of ropes for life. In panic, he turned to urge his teammates, "Wait, let's run now." But the purple-clad man beside him immediately grabbed his shoulder and insisted, "No, you can't run." He looked at the frog with a serious expression and said, "Actually, everyone can feel it too." A dark vision unfolds in their minds. If they cannot stop Han-sun here, the entire land will surely be destroyed, leaving only ruins and debris. Cock clenched his teeth and made a decision, scoffing. "There's no other way," he roared with full force. The Redhead Legion assembled, and the frog minions immediately appeared, ready to fight. "Just this once, we will form a temporary alliance." He firmly commands the remaining forces. Bodybuilder teams 1 and 2 immediately form a line to surround Hansen. The 2 allied armies fight fiercely, neither side knowing who will fail. The Redhead Legion immediately acts, shouting orders. Redhead Legion quickly blocks Hansen's view as tiny frantic creatures cling to the giant, losing control, aiming to make Hansen fall back into a deep sleep once more. Asik. Below, the muscular troops also rush toward the fiery giant. As chaotic memories of past training flood back, Hansen grits his teeth under the terrifying weight of a 900-kilogram bench press. With iron will, he roared loudly as he achieved his goal. The harsh clanging of metal echoed as Hansen finished his set and placed the barbell back on the rack perfectly. He walks leisurely, drinking water and humming confidently, then glances at his teacher and teases him. "What's this? 100 kilograms is nothing to worry about, right?" The master is really too weak. The master with the red headband laughs heartily at the arrogance of his disciple. Haha. To Hansen, "I'm just doing a simple bench press, right?" Hansen looked confused and replied, "Isn't it just bench press? Even you should know that." The teacher begins to explain a higher realm. The bench press you just did only uses your small chest muscles. See, he breaks down each part for training. Each muscle fiber is trained with its own method. He insists that if trained properly, every part of the body can move naturally like the hands. Hansen, what do you think? If you try to get familiar with each individual fiber, a new world will open up before your eyes. The dedicated master beckons, but Hansen immediately dismisses him with a pout on his face. "I don't like the head. I only train because I find it fun." The teacher ruffled his hair and smiled kindly. "Haha, this kid. All right, for now, it's good enough." Returning to the brutal reality, the giant Han-sun emits eerie, broken sounds. A massive foot stomps down forcefully, causing a deafening collision that flings everything around in screams of despair. Han-sun, wherever he goes, destroys everything. Cover his line of sight, make him sleep at all costs. A loud shout rises as the goblin soldiers frantically cling to Hansen's massive body, shouting for everyone to unite and stop the monster from moving. Amidst the strained moans, the giant trembles under the weight of dozens of creatures trying to pin him down. They shout loudly together. He regained his strength, but a powerful swing followed immediately after. Hansen roared loudly, knocking the frog people and the muscular soldiers into the air. This is no longer a fair fight, but rather a battle between a tiny ant and a giant elephant. A thunderous stomp from the giant is enough to prove absolute power, completely overwhelming all efforts based on numbers. But the 2 allied sides still didn't give up. They were still trying to find a way to fight this giant monster, even as they casually drank wine upside down. Hey, Allie, I can take one leg, the other you handle, okay? Hearing this, a soldier stepped back in fear and shouted, "No, I'm not good at close combat." The henchman in the hat looked up with a terrified expression, only able to cry out in despair as the shadow of the giant foot loomed over his head. It was already too late to say anything now. A deafening collision erupted, and the tiny spirit Lei-Na arrived just in time, silently telling herself she wasn't a moment too late. A muscular purple-skinned warrior looks relieved and exclaims excitedly, "Good, the minimum requirements have been met." He immediately turned to shout loudly to order everyone inside. "Now, hold on and fight through it." Until Lord Hansen regains his composure, the warriors will all charge at the giant, ready for a fierce standoff. They try to hold him back and find a way to make him sleep so everyone can survive. Stay strong and protect everyone. A scream echoes as the colossal entity engulfs the space, and a cracking sound erupts as Hanson's phone shatters under the crushing force. "I just broke it again. I still need to check my rest time." Seeing this, my teammate could only shake his head in frustration. Hansen broke his phone again. Looking at his hands, Hanson quietly recalls the words he once said to his master years ago. "Master, I can't control this overwhelming power." Luke recalls in his mind the words of his master, images of his worried teacher flashing through his memory. The master gently smiled and asked, "Is that all you feel?" Seeing Hansen look confused, he began to explain. "Hansen, whatever it is, controlled strength will lead us to a beneficial path. But what about uncontrollable power?" The master's face grew serious. He affirmed that uncontrollable power is like a weapon, immediately squeezing the iron bar of the weight until it shattered and deformed completely, with sharp metal shards piercing his hand and causing bleeding. Uncontrolled power is a kind of weapon, capable of attacking enemies, but also endangering allies. Hansen pondered silently, recalling his original vow. He once thought that if he helped them increase their muscle size, they would feel pleased. He once believed that if he enhanced their physical strength, they would be happy. Even when training them for unlimited endurance, Hansen was convinced that everyone would be happy. But looking at the current situation, he wonders what this thing really is. Uncontrolled growth. Like this is no different from a monster. Now a glowing nervous system appears in the empty space, and no muscle anymore obeys his commands. A giant blazing red foot crushes everything beneath it, forcing tiny creatures to flee in despair. Witnessing the terrifying scene, Gudo can only stand frozen, staring up at the enormous entity ahead. Hanson silently thought to himself, "Master, this humble disciple knows that my giant foot is unintentionally harming innocent people, and looking at the pounding brain, I bitterly realize the truth. I have misunderstood my way of leading all along." A single eye stares intently at the red, tender flesh. Hanson painfully admits that he has never truly faced these muscles properly. The blazing golden neural entity stands facing its own muscular form in the dark space. Heavy rhythmic beats echoing, signaling an irreversible transformation. Amidst the pounding vibrations, a member of the muscle army is approaching Hansen's giant flesh. He is stunned and asks, "Ma Mère, what are you talking about?" In despair, the small man burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. He keeps patting the bulging muscles and recalling old memories. "Do you still remember the lateral deltoid? We trained the lateral rise wrong together." He tried to awaken Hansen's mind with old memories. The memories of training days with Hansen come flooding back vividly. It was the first time they performed the lateral rise together to isolate the lateral deltoid. He choked up as he recalled the encouraging slap on the shoulder from the boss that year. "He praised and encouraged me. You haven't forgotten that, have you?" Hansen's massive muscles began to tremble and throb like a pounding heartbeat. The warrior continued to pat his flesh as Thu Thao called out, "Big chest, big boss. The first day I became a bodybuilder." He then recounted how a female bodybuilder once asked to swap her chest muscles with his, making Hansen burst into laughter. Even as tears streamed down his face, he still smiled brightly. "I remember clearly because he was my ideal role model." The massive muscles continued to contract fiercely. Knowing this is only a fragile chance to help Hansen regain control of his body, he still tries to persevere. The man recalled sneaking up from behind to surprise Hansen while he was focused on lifting weights, but Hansen still pretended to be startled to make his junior feel happy. Thinking of that forgiving heart, he patted his mighty shoulder and sobbed. "My shoulder muscles also want to have a generous heart like yours." At this moment, the entire muscle army is frantically climbing onto Hansen's enormous body, calling out each muscle group in unison with reverence. The triceps and forearm muscles, the members of the muscular army, are climbing onto Hansen's massive body. They respectfully touch each muscle group and exclaim, "Hamstring, calf, and erector spinae." Faced with that sincerity, Hansen's mind began to tremble violently. A warrior shouted in panic. Hansen notices the trembling muscles, and at last sincerity is rewarded. He immediately orders everyone to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to massage the boss. "Hurry up and dream for him. Don't miss this rare opportunity." Immediately, a spirit casts a summoning spell to call forth golems. A series of monsters emerge from the ground on command. Surround Hansen and gently press onto each point. The sand monsters surrounding Hansen begin to use their rough hands to massage his enormous body. Lai also didn't stand aside. She delivered kicks to the spots the golem couldn't reach and declared, "I will handle the places the golem can't get to." At that moment, an ally hurriedly asked Block if there was a type of herb with a fragrant scent that helps with sleep. Block calmly confirmed that there was. There is a plant called aroma here. You immediately run into the forest to pick some. I will go pick it now. They each assign themselves a task. Everyone willingly helps Hansen calm down. A frogman in a vest approaches, touching Hansen's leg while singing. Softly, good night, our muscles. The entire frog troop joins in singing about the front yard, the hill behind, the birds, and the lambs falling asleep. All things are now deep in sleep as the muscle army and the toad people sing a sweet lullaby together. The moon falls into the dark with silver pearls and golden gems entrusted to tonight. Sleep well, our muscles. But the giant entity Hansen suddenly roared with a deafening cry. Witnessing this scene, a warrior exclaimed in worry. Huh, was I wrong? He shouted urgently. Wait a moment. His face became unusually calm and he confirmed that this echo was not an attack. We have remained safe until now, like the call of a whale in the vast ocean, a mother's anxious heart reaching out to her child. Those beats are a sacred symbol of maternal love. The giant Han-sun once again lifts his head and roars loudly. The monster's roar continues on, lasting long enough for 20 sets of 15 reps each, though the sound is loud and echoes across the wilderness. Deep inside it brings a strangely warm and beautiful feeling. As the final roar faded, everyone on the battlefield had fallen into a peaceful sleep. The giant shadow sat quietly resting among the trees under the faint moonlight. After everything, the awakened person has regained their mind, and those people are also exhausted and sleeping peacefully. Suddenly, the aura surrounding the giant body begins to tremble intensely. The monster's form gradually shrank and disappeared into the opening cloud of smoke. Hansen returned to his normal appearance, his face showing extreme exhaustion, with vacant eyes devoid of any energy. Hansen's guardian body collapses to the ground, completely unconscious after a battle that drained too much energy. It was a day Hansen secretly thought he hadn't experienced the sweet muscle exhaustion like this in a long time. In the vast land, the muscular soldiers and the toad people lay exhausted everywhere after their brutal ordeal. The next day, the real nightmare began as Hansen launched the training called Walking L. He casually sat slumped on a giant tree, forcing the muscular army and the toad to carry him on their shoulders and move like a train. There is pain and crying out in the ultimate torment. I feel like I am about to die. In contrast to the suffering of his subordinates, Hansen was very excited, humming a hymn as he walked. Looking lively and bustling, he even reminds us with a sly hint. If you lose strength in your core, especially your back, you'll be done for. All you can do is grit your teeth and endure the 1,000-pound weight pressing down on your muscles. Indeed, evil people often live carefree, everyone. Meanwhile, Ben smirked maliciously and muttered to himself. Indeed, no one is kinder to a disciple than a master. He thanks them for reducing the danger by destroying the Oculus organization, making the plan to turn this place into a dungeon a complete success. Standing proudly in front of Lon Ben, he asked, "Do you know what makes me happiest right now?" He shouted wildly with excitement. "It's that Elis has been resurrected." From behind the smoke, a woman with long white hair and vacant eyes slowly steps out. Seeing the figure before her, the red-haired girl skeptically remarks that it looks quite real. Ben immediately wrapped his arms around Elis from behind and sneered, "Do you really think this is the real Elis?" He smirked cunningly and asserted that it no longer mattered. Suddenly, a fierce burst of blazing golden flame erupted. "First, get ready to take a beating." Ben's eyes shine with determination, signaling an upcoming brutal purge. What was destined to happen finally occurred, and an earth-shattering collision erupted instantly. Amidst the dust, the female general swung her sword to face the giant arm of Ben head-on. She shouted in anger, "Too many people have sacrificed themselves for your revenge!" Ben yelled in uncontrollable fury, "Because everything of mine has been taken away. Don't act like I'm the only one at fault." He frantically swung his guardian arm forward. The female general calmly deflected all attacks, then cried out in pain as her body began to suffer severe injuries. The female general stands tall with her glowing sword and calmly admits, "My mistake was not stopping you on the day Elis died," Ben murmurs in bitterness. "No, it was my fault that Elis had to die," as the fiery veins began to appear all over his enormous arms. Unable to control himself, he roared wildly, "It's your fault!" Then she launched the decisive attack. Suddenly, the scream stopped, echoing across the battlefield. Elise appears, standing between the two forces, causing all attacks to halt immediately. She spreads her arms to stop the fight and tearfully asks, "Why do you two have to fight each other? You two are supposed to be master and disciple, so you should settle this with words." Looking straight at Ben, the girl questioned him. "First of all, uncle, I heard that the master has helped you a lot. So why are you behaving so badly? And you, sister, do you really teach your disciple with a sword? Is that what you call teaching? I don't think it's proper education at all." Leon is sweating profusely. Bang Huang turned to ask Ben, "What is she saying like that?" Ben just thought to himself that the memories hadn't come back yet. Leon suddenly closed his eyes and laughed loudly. "Haha, is that so? Now it's definitely clear." Without hesitation, she suddenly shouted and rushed forward, grabbing the white-haired woman's neck tightly. Leon looked at the opponent with a cold gaze. "Elis, what about her?" This is just Eliza's shell. The suffocating white-haired entity is gasping and whimpering. The customer coughs. Lion confirms that this is a living dungeon disguised as a human. While that shell was whispering desperately for help with Lion close to its ear, "I have no personal grudge against you, but if we leave it like this..." Lon looked down thoughtfully, knowing it would become a disaster. Ben was now completely exhausted, his gaunt face screaming in despair. "Lion, Master, I'm sorry, please, just kill me. Please, please spare Elise." He knelt on the ground, screaming in fury. What did she do wrong? Why do you people of the White Kingdom always want to kill her? Ben is crazed and takes all the blame himself. "It's my fault. I was the one who killed the guard. It was also my doing to attack the White Kingdom. Please, I beg you." I wonder how angry everyone is that they are so determined to have her die. Ben lies on the ground, begging that he will die obediently. "Master, please." Lion looked at the disciple with a look of deep sorrow but unwavering determination. "Ben, I apologize, but you know very well that this is not Elizabeth, right?" Ben faintly smiles with a bitter look. "Master indeed," Lion coldly declared. "I told you I wouldn't change." Taking advantage of her distraction, Ben quickly jabbed the syringe into his master. Now even pleas are useless. In the gathering area, Hansen and his muscular troops face off against the Redhead Frog army. A trembling frog promises, "I will never drink alcohol again," but then smirks maliciously and raises a finger to confirm, "I will only have one more time." Seeing their stubbornness, Han's son immediately flew into a rage, grinding his teeth and growling with intense pressure. "I told you to drink to your heart's content." Seeing the deadly aura of the boss, the toad turned pale and immediately changed his attitude, promising he would exercise instead of drinking. Seeing that the other person was reasonable, Han's son smiled brightly with satisfaction and cheerfully waved goodbye. "See you next time," as the group of toads all bow respectfully to see off the guest. However, things did not go as they promised. The alcohol withdrawal attempt failed after just 1 hour. As Hansen and his muscular troops disappeared into the distance, Frog smirked smugly, his one-eyed glasses gleaming with cunning. Uncovering the truth was still a story far from reality. At the alley mine, the Muscle Squad members ask for permission to stay and manage internal affairs as promised to Hansen. He gives a thumbs up and offers a final reminder. "All right, while you're staying here, don't slack off on training and eating." The followers all bow their heads and shout enthusiastically.
"Then I wish you success in gaining even more muscles." Hearing the sincere encouragement, Hansen tensed up and confidently responded before continuing his journey with Lai.
Hansen meets Biosi. He raises the training equipment design sketch high and enthusiastically declares, "Behemos, you have completed the task as promised. Now will you craft it for me?" He insisted he had brought all the spirits here fully. "But what should we do now?" "The materials needed to make this are not available here." Hearing this, Hansen immediately snapped, exuding an overwhelming pressure that made Lai struggle to intervene. Biotos hurriedly reassured that as long as they found enough materials, they would start immediately. The cat warned that since it seemed you didn't know, that's why I said the requirements for gathering them are extremely strict. Looking at the design, Baimos seemed dissatisfied and thought that demanding the creation of a beam that wouldn't bend even under a 100-ton load was an excessive requirement. Making it according to the drawing requires extremely precise materials. But the real question is where to find that material, Hansen asked innocently, prompting Gudo to explain that because the kingdom lacks the necessary technical expertise, they had to come all the way here. However, the Spirit King immediately changed his attitude. He confidently asserted that he could do it and knew exactly where to find the materials. The essential material is black bonestone, a rare mineral only found in newly formed dungeons. Luckily, a new dungeon has just appeared nearby. Although easy to find, Bios warned that the place is extremely dangerous because no one knows what creature is lurking inside. When asked if he still intended to go on, Hansen straightened up and confidently assured there was no problem. Biot was very pleased with this decisive action and decided to let Lena continue accompanying him, causing the little spirit girl to gasp in surprise. She didn't expect to be going with him despite her mission. Meanwhile, Gudo appeared to be extremely respectful, bowing his head and asking the Spirit King for permission to behold the great works of a mere mortal like himself. Seeing his teammate's sluggish attitude, Hansen immediately snapped. He rushed over, grabbing Gudo tightly and shouting, "Gudo, are you crazy? You need to quickly go make the tools." Gudo, trembling with fear, explained that he was not as strong as Hansen and could die from any attack. This statement left Hansen stunned. He asked in surprise, "Will I die if I get attacked?" Looking at Gudo with a sympathetic gaze, Hansen wondered whether the other was truly human or just a single-celled creature like Amy. Finally, he gently pats Gudo's shoulder in comfort and says, "Keep going, Gudo. Bios is taking the group to tour the weapon vault." He introduced a suit of armor that once belonged to the human commander-in-chief during the Great Demon World War. This armor is as light as a feather, but so durable that even a dragon's claw cannot pierce it. While Gudo kept praising its greatness, Hansen casually remarked, "Is this meant for skinny people? Who has muscles like him anyway? Just a scrawny guy." Biot continued to introduce an elf elder's bow with arrows made from unicorn horns and other rare materials. As he walked, Hansen suddenly stopped, sensing something out of place. Everyone was stunned as they looked at the display case in front. The girl accompanying them couldn't help but wonder why this thing was here. In the middle of a room filled with legendary weapons and divine gear, a tiny pink object lies still, shining. It is a pink dumbbell. Gudo, curious, approached and asked the Spirit King for permission. Can I try lifting it? With approval, he gently took the pink weight and performed a few wrist movements with ease. Gudo frowned and remarked, "It's too light for my expectations." Seeing that, Lai was also eager to try. She only needs to use one finger to lift the weight and casually say, "It's true, it has no weight at all." Both of them, after trying, find it too ordinary. Standing from behind, Han-sun quietly stepped forward and asked everyone to move aside a little. He looked at the pink dumbbell on the ground with a very serious expression, took a deep breath, and then bent down. Hansen concentrates intensely, his breath ragged. He tenses his muscles, putting all his strength into his arms, and roars. Ugh! Han-sun's face is flushed red, his muscles tense as if facing a weight of several tons. Why is it so easy for those two, but so hard for Hansen? A memory of his old teacher suddenly flashes through Hansen's mind. You once wondered why I always end training sessions with this pink dumbbell? The master with the red headband asked back with a smile. Hansen, what do you think bodybuilding is? Hansen confidently holds up 3 fingers and answers. It's strength, muscle mass, and a thin layer of skin. The master gently shook his head and affirmed that his view of bodybuilding was different. He picked up the pink dumbbell and began to explain. Hansen's master, with his enormous biceps, confidently declares that bodybuilding is the practice of making a light weight feel infinitely heavy. Immediately, Hansen tenses up, his face contorting under the incredible pressure as he tries to lift the small pink dumbbell. He grits his teeth, sweat pouring down as he pushes himself to the limit. Watching this strange scene, Gudo and those around could only look at each other in confusion, wondering why he was doing this. Who would have known that in his memory, he had learned and understood what his master had taught before? From the shadows, a pair of sharp cat-like eyes quietly observed everything. Biot suddenly appears in his blue and white outfit and exclaims in surprise. Are you the child Kang Dong-run mentioned? Master, Bios explains that Kang Dong-run, who comes from another world, is actually your former teammate. The Spirit King began to recall the words his old friend said after saving the world. In his memory, the master held a red dumbbell in his hand and advised, one day, the child who can lift this dumbbell with the greatest difficulty will appear. Until then, Behemoth, can you keep it safe for me? Biot then looked skeptical about the meaning of this action. The teacher chuckled happily and explained, haha, only those who truly feel the weight of a light object can heal and restore this decaying world to its healthiest state. He is confident he knows someone capable of doing that, as predicted. Someone who will protect what he has built and preserved in the future. Biot asked curiously if the teacher already had a disciple. Hansen's master laughed proudly. Haha, you've caught me. He'll definitely recognize him as soon as he sees him. But promise you'll pretend you don't know. My friend Bim can only sigh because he can't understand the strange thoughts of this odd friend. The teacher calmly took it as a compliment. When asked if he planned to return to the old world, he firmly denied it and raised his finger pointing straight to the sky with determination. No, I still have something I want to lift. Maybe you want to lift the whole universe, right? Immediately, a thunderous roar from Lena urged. Listen carefully. Han-sun clenched his teeth, trembling intensely from the extreme pressure. The Spirit King continued to shout loudly, You must surpass your master Nong. Hansen's eyes bulged, veins popping from intense concentration. He shouted in pain. Hansen puts all his strength into trembling hands to perform the exercise with the pink dumbbell, determined to lift it. A soul-wrenching scream echoes through the space as Han-sun channels every muscle fiber into his final effort. A deafening collision erupts at the center, sending shockwaves and dust into the air, witnessed by Gudo and Lai. The pressure from Hansen was so intense that the ground cracked violently open. Amidst the dust and smoke, Hansen appeared with blazing red eyes emanating fierce killing intent. He threw back his head and roared loudly, his body bulging with veins, finally conquering the infinite weight of the small red weight in his hand. He did it. He learned what his master had taught him about the red weight. After reaching his limit, Han-sun's hands gradually loosened, causing the red weight to fall to the ground with dry, cracking sounds. He was completely exhausted, lying face down on the ground with labored breathing and limbs trembling. Witnessing the scene, Gudo quietly approached, lifting the weight with a bewildered expression, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Hansen struggled to sit up, looked at Lena and asked, So do you know where my master went? Lena quietly replied, He handed me this red weight and then disappeared. Young Beam gently smiles and says, I have a feeling that he's still training somewhere in this world. Hearing the news about the master, Han-sun exclaims in shock, Is he still alive? He immediately asked urgently, Do you still have any of my master's belongings here? The Spirit King replied thoughtfully, Yes, but they are a bit dangerous, and asked if you are okay. Hansen firmly declared that it was not a problem no matter how dangerous it was. He wanted to recover some mementos of his master. An ancient stone door gradually appeared before them. Inside was a towering cliff wall covered tightly with hundreds of closely packed horizontal bars. Seeing this, Gudo worriedly exclaimed, Hansen? Nim, I think something's not right here, but instead of concern, Hansen smiled confidently and recalled his master's teachings. My master said that the more dangerous it feels, the faster your body will change. Hansen said excitedly, flexing his muscles and confidently declaring, All right, I'll start training a bit before we go. Gudo could only watch with a look of disappointment, thinking I didn't think he would just do a little training. Since training is his passion, if you don't urge him, he'll stand up on his own. In the muscular army camp, the training atmosphere is extremely intense. A soldier excitedly shouts, "Guro has returned." A muscular warrior looked around in confusion and wondered why everyone was so fired up. Another with a serious face began to explain that while everyone was away, many important things had happened. He recounted that after the cock Chi-Chi's monster disappeared and Hansen was absent, a fierce power struggle erupted again. Although the muscular army tried to maintain balance at the alley mine under their control, the situation changed completely when the brainless ones started to act. In front of the wreckage and the blazing red flags, a young warrior wondered, "I didn't think the elders would lose so easily to the brains." Their doubts are understandable, because with their strength, those guys are nothing. The elder bitterly admitted, "Yes, the OCS could never defeat us," but his face suddenly grew extremely tense when mentioning a terrifying entity. Until the moment he appeared, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat and asked in shock about the name of the tribe that gave birth to that monster. The warrior trembled as he remembered and confirmed that the name of the tribe was definitely the Red Hand tribe. His face contorted with horror and his eyes wide open as he uttered the final name. A terrifying roar echoes, signaling an unimaginable danger. He recalls in the past, in the tribe, a wooden cradle holding a newborn brain tribe child amidst the whispers. This child is truly special. When held in your arms, the baby's body radiates a blazing red aura along with the declaration that the one who possesses magic power will become the future leader. The innocent baby laughs happily with delight as the blind-eyed fool hurls the orb forward. Heavy blast doubled. A giant wild boar roars fiercely and charges straight at him. The blind-eyed fool desperately flees in panic and despair. This time, did he leave with his legs frozen? At that moment, a blue-skinned warrior with fiery red hair suddenly appeared. He lands a 1,000-pound punch to defeat the monster, and in an instant, the one-eyed fool is stunned as he looks at the savior. The towering blue-skinned warrior approaches and asks, "Do you also have magic power?" He smiles confidently and declares, "I am from the Red Hand tribe, and I am the only one in the tribe with magical power." The red-handed, red-haired guy smiles friendly and offers, "Let's be friends." Okay. Since then, every time they meet, he always greets in his own way. "Hello?" A slap from the sky struck down, causing the one-eyed bastard to scream in pain. The relentless series of blows left the victim screaming in despair, leaving a terrifying trauma deep inside. The red-handed brain casually waves goodbye with a triumphant smile as the opponent is knocked away, while the one-eyed fool gazes blankly into the past. He bitterly thought to himself that he had tried to escape to this remote corner, but still couldn't escape his fate as the loud noises shook the ground repeatedly. A soldier hurriedly runs to report that the enemy is approaching to invade. The blind fool decisively raises his hand to command. "Let's go," he resolves. "Today, we will settle the past." A mighty army is marching fiercely forward. They carry a giant palanquin forward. The one sitting on the throne points ahead and roars fiercely, sweeping them away. He asserts that the creatures here are only slaves and the Red Hand tribe. The leader continues to order, capture all the creatures at the alley mine and make them submit. Immediately, a barrage of blazing purple rocks rain down from the sky like a meteor shower, leaving the troops below staring in amazement as strange objects hurtled straight toward the battlefield. They didn't expect to be ambushed by the enemy's army. A series of giant rocks poured down the canyon, causing deafening explosions. The red-haired fool looked up in shock and shouted loudly. Immediately, a one-eyed member of the muscular army led the eager soldiers forward, shouting loudly. The one-eyed armored member smugly muttered to himself, "Good, the enemy is panicking now." Watching his teammates crazily pushing rocks onto the enemy, he was sure that if they kept attacking relentlessly, victory would be theirs. As he lifted a large stone in his hands, an idea formed. If he could personally deal with Ol's here, it would be his chance for revenge after all the times he was tormented. Only by defeating Ol can he destroy the haunting shadow that has haunted him for so long. Below, a muscular warrior is straining so hard that the stunned enemy exclaims in surprise. "What kind of sword can't even pierce through like this?" The one-eyed member starts to gasp for breath, his heart pounding from the suffocating pressure. He wondered nervously if the opponent remembered his face when their eyes met. Just then, Olot grinned maliciously and declared, "Got has been found." He quietly observes and is convinced that this battle will end once the leader is defeated. Below, the muscular troops are still fighting tirelessly and showcasing their bulging muscles. Olot suddenly leaps into the air. "Die got." His face immediately turns serious. This guy Dan dares to aim straight at the leader and play the headless snake trick. He channels all his strength into his guardian's hands and unleashes his move. One-arm doom bell press. A lightning-fast punch straight down, ending the attack of the opponent. Ol spot disdainfully and looks straight at the opponent, commenting, "Not bad at all." "What do you mean?" "Why am I Goot?" Oklot didn't believe the denial and rushed to grab Guro, asserting that he had heard a rumor about a human-shaped being uniting the Gao tribe. He roared angrily, "Are you trying to treat me like an idiot?" Immediately, Oklot launched a series of slaps that made Guro cry out in pain. "Ah, that hurts." I was just about to tease him a little, but he went all out. Caught off guard, Guro went berserk, delivering a powerful punch to his opponent's face while repeatedly throwing lightning-fast strikes and shouting, "I am not Got. Master Hansen is the real Got." Guro continued to press and explained that the person over there was actually Goot temporarily taking his place. Lot, stunned from the beating, mumbled the name vaguely. What's going on? Suddenly, his gaze shifted to a pale, trembling figure standing in the distance. Olot slightly smirked, ignoring Guro's warning not to be careless, and slowly approached the new arrival with a sinister smile and a greeting. It's been a while since I saw my old friend. Olot eagerly reached out as if to grab the opponent. Do you still remember me? It's a pleasure to meet you again, old friend. The scene shifts to another location where a muscular soldier with a drunken physique is hanging suspended on a steep cliff wall covered with pull-up bars. Hansen is diligently doing his workout nearby and casually orders to do 100 more push-ups before he can come down. Gudo is also hanging there exhausted and at his limit. He cried out in despair, Hansen Nim, you've gone too far. What do you mean? Gudo screams and blames Hansen, saying he's always given Guro special privileges and doesn't have to train. Why is he the only one being treated differently? He's diligently doing his breathing exercises. Hansen calmly asked back, Doesn't Guro train? You really think that? Hansen showed off his muscular back and explained, Guro, do you know that the intensity of training is only relative? He insists that his warm-up routine could be someone's main workout. Moving heavy stones for Hansen is just a warm-up, but for others, it's an extreme challenge. For someone at the top of the muscle mass, holding anything with him is too simple. In fact, Guro is not lazy at all. His body has now transformed completely since the first time he appeared. Even Guro might not recognize it, but he now possesses a very solid and firm core area. That is a powerful core muscle mass like a monster. Guro roared confidently, I am no longer the weakling I used to be. My eyes blaze with power as my hand radiates a mighty purple aura. Guro confidently declares, I am Hansen Nim's right hand and the greatest mage of all. A huge surge of purple energy erupts, easily crushing large rocks and completely controlling the enemy in an instant. He looks straight ahead with a determined gaze and asserts his identity. I am Guro. That confidence has given me the chance to lead the army in battle against the enemy. In the rocky area, the sounds of clashes echoed constantly as the muscular army trained tirelessly with the monsters. A warrior suddenly paused, sweat pouring down his face as strange noises approached. To maintain peace at the alley mine, the builder hoodies realized they needed a more effective fighting method. Instead of wasting the toad monsters as mere food, they came up with the idea to tame them to enhance the team's mobility and combat strength. From then on, the Sea Rider army was officially formed, with warriors blazing like fire. The commander ordered the Sea Rider troops to launch a full-scale attack. The battle cries echoing through the space blend with the screams of monsters as the entire army runs while lifting giant birds overhead. Gudo shouted in panic, Isn't this extremely ineffective? A warrior immediately responded confidently and introduced himself. This is the frog overhead press technique, where the entire army performs the lifting motion using frog monsters during the march. Watching this, the companion gives a thumbs up in admiration. It really is effective, fighting and training at the same time. Very practical experience. Immediately, a formation order was given to the Good Builder team. The warriors all strike a front double biceps pose, showcasing their shimmering muscles full of power. Then, the CC Raider team receives the order to attack from the enemy's rear. They cheered loudly as they performed the CC overhead press, lifting the giant birds overhead and charging forward, while the bewildered enemies had no idea what was happening with this strange tactic. This is the new meat-eating tactic that has been established. A blazing red structure descends. The muscular army and the frogs collide fiercely with the enemy's formation. A warrior delivers a decisive blow, leaving the opponent no chance to resist and causing them to fall instantly. After a fierce battle across the battlefield, one member asked if all enemies had been defeated. But suddenly the atmosphere grew tense as someone shouted from underground. A giant, blazing red energy hand named Spike suddenly emerged, emanating a terrifying aura that engulfed the entire area. A member of the muscle army suddenly unleashes a new skill called gravity magic. A brilliant purple beam erupts, trapping the idiot inside, causing him to gasp in shock. The energy rapidly spread out, forming a giant magic circle. The move called Babel Tower caused a devastating explosion that wiped out everything, and Guro stood amidst the ruined scene, telling his teammates, Don't tell Hansen Nin about this skill. The brain sits collapsed on the ground, sneering and challenging. Do you think defeating my Red Hand tribe is the end? Even though the brainy one was defeated, he spoke with a challenging expression, and Guro coldly asked, What do you want to say? The brainy one whispered, You guys don't know anything at all. The other members of the muscular army team suggested to Guro to proceed with body modification to force him to reveal everything. Another added, Just inject a strong spirit into this healthy body and he'll spill everything. Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, the OT guy quickly surrendered. You don't have to do that, I'll talk. He insists he no longer wants to fight and suddenly asks, Guro, do you know about Oculus? Guro is surprised. Oculus, is that the group Lai mentioned? I admit, I've heard that name a few times. The demon started recounting the story, saying that one day, those people came to the tribe and granted them power. In exchange, the tribe had to give up 20% of their life energy each month. Although he wanted to refuse, he couldn't do anything because those mysterious cloaked figures had taken the children of the tribe hostage. The children of the tribe are the key to its survival, so they use this weakness to pressure the tribe. The subordinate growled that he was just following orders to observe everyone, all just waiting for the right moment to take revenge. During that process, he seized the abilities of those bastards and uncovered the identities of the key officials, especially the one codenamed Water Bomb. But just as the secret was about to be revealed, a sudden white light shot straight through his chest, leaving everyone in shock. He gasped in pain, blood pouring from his mouth as his body collapsed amid the terrified screams of the henchmen. A frightened soldier pointed up the cliff and shouted loudly, "There's someone above!" Amidst the dust and smoke, a stranger with fiery pink hair appears, jumping down while complaining irritably. "Ow, it hurts so much. It's too hot. I told you I wouldn't shoot." "Hey, talking too much could get you into trouble." He sneered maliciously, looking at the dying Oklot, and mockingly said that unnecessary words would lead to a tragic end. The purple-haired figure quietly looked down at the steaming, slimy green puddle and nonchalantly suggested, "How about I make it so you can't speak at all by eating everything up?" Standing tall on the towering cliff, the pink-haired individual confidently declares a deal. "I will spare the life of the first person to reveal Hansen's location." He is determined to find the leader and fight the strongest. He notes that these people have quite good momentum, but also reminds that within the Oculus organization, there are those they must absolutely beware of. Meanwhile, in the training area, Gudo was hanging from the bar with a terrified expression, shouting out in despair, "Let go. I'm about to fall. I really will fall at this moment at hand," exhausted and slipping from the bar, helplessly. Immediately, a foot executed the point technique, then shifted decisively to Freak to cling onto the bar. That was Lai, an officer of the Oculus organization. She is hanging upside down and grabbing the man's leg to save his life, with thick fog above, resembling a falling bird in midair. Meanwhile, a mischievous pink-haired figure named Gan appears with a sinister smile. He smugly asked, "What did I say? If you accept everything easily, wouldn't that be more comfortable and better?" Around him, the scene is in ruins as the entire muscular army has been defeated and lies scattered on the ground. A struggling warrior uses his last remaining strength to send a final message. Block informed Hansen Nin of this. Taking on this heavy responsibility, Block frantically ran through the forest in a state of panic. He ran desperately, gasping for breath, sweat pouring down his face, shouting in despair to deliver his final warning, "Never come back here." Meanwhile, Hansen was clearly moved by the new gift. "At this point, thank you very much." The Fairy King in the form of a cat calmly replied, although not far away, "I cannot let you go empty-handed." But Gudo was extremely disappointed and grumbled that Lord Bios showed no gratitude at all. "How many legendary swords, shields, and armor are there? Why do we have to carry this pile of scrap metal?" Gudo shouted in frustration as he watched Hansen calmly take the pile of old, broken items. He wondered, "Hansen Nim, since we're coming back here anyway, why are you adding this heavy luggage?" Hansen quietly looked at Gudo and suddenly asked, "Do you know what football is?" Gudo looked puzzled, wondering what someone who only cares about muscles like Hansen would know about football, but still honestly replied, "Yes." Hansen continued, "Do you like it?" Gudo nodded. "So, do you want to play well?" The Count responded with just a moderate level of effort. Hansen smiled. "That makes it easy to explain. People say that to play ball well, frequent contact with the ball is very important because over time, data about weight, feel, and the results of your actions will gradually accumulate." Hansen suddenly placed a heavy purple weight into Gudo's hand and declared that since Gudo said he wanted to play basketball well, the Countess could only gape in amazement at this unexpected, practical exercise. "If you don't wonder, you won't be burdened any further. It's a pity to think about it, but oh well." Hansen cheerfully announced, "Today, try getting along with these dumbbells." Gudo couldn't help but shout in confusion, "What does that have to do with football?" Still keeping a calm face, Hansen blushed and awkwardly explained that since the weights are round 2, they will definitely help him play better. Hansen turned to Lai and asked if she wanted to be good at playing football. Receiving an indecisive answer from her, he could only awkwardly try to save face. "Oh, I see!" Hansen immediately shouted go and began using his incredible strength to pull a huge stack of weight plates. Lai and the fairy Lena are sitting calmly watching, while Gudo behind them trembles holding a small weight plate, staggering along and cursing in helplessness. This crazy person. Meanwhile, a fierce battle is raging with blazing golden swords. Leon charged into the circle of enemies, delivering powerful slashes that left his foes trembling in fear. A soldier, trembling, with his mouth agape in despair, shouted, "Monster!" The clashing sounds of metal echoed repeatedly as Leon faced the mysterious masked enemies alone, delivering a deadly strike that severely wounded them and left no chance to fight back. Leon moves at an incredible speed, continuously closing in and launching deadly attacks. In front of her now is a colossal creature with glowing, menacing eyes and teeth. The Guardian roared loudly and wildly swung his weapon to attack. Leon quickly somersaulted to dodge the blow, fighting 1,000 pounds in the blink of an eye. Amid the chaos of this battlefield, a soldier in a black cloak shouts loudly, "Hurry and run, we will hold them off." He desperately orders the remaining members of the Tua mercenary regiment to retreat. Retreat now. After hearing the order to retreat, a sharp, cold sword pressed against the trembling soldier's neck in utter horror, while Ben stood alone in the dark forest, feeling the surge of life energy and muttering with satisfaction. Good, good. The life energy is surging even stronger. He looked at the red-haired woman with a sinister gaze and asked, "Master, the disciples are very happy. You must be pleased too, right?" Seeing the opponent remain silent, Ben sneered. You don't even have enough intelligence to answer? He stared intently at the expressionless face of the woman with blazing orange eyes and wondered, should I call her master or just an empty shell? On the path leading to the towering cliff, Gudo looked anxiously into the distance and asked Han-san. Han-san, Nim, there are a group of people heading this way. From the horizon, screams of panic echo out. Count, count. Immediately, a group of people rushed forward and knelt before Gudo, begging earnestly. Our Tutula mercenary team, please help ease the people's anger. Gudo gasped for breath as he carried the heavy weight plate. He asked them to stay calm. Panting, what's going on? Please, tell me the full story. A blond man with 2 swords on his back steps forward and respectfully introduces himself. I am Talon, the leader of the Tutula mercenary team. He began recounting that many members of the team had lost their families in the zombie attack, and for that reason, they had been relentlessly seeking the mastermind for revenge. But during that process, an unexpected variable occurred. Ben's face with a crazed smile reappeared in their memory. Suddenly, a muscular team member with a shaved head screamed in horror. Hey, the red-haired woman. I always hurried to explain that the one helping the mastermind was none other than General Lion, but he immediately reassured his frightened teammate. Look carefully. It's not her. The red-haired woman stands silently, with only one question running through her mind. What's going on? Gudo tried to explain to dispel the tense atmosphere. Maybe there's a misunderstanding here. General Leon certainly would never betray the kingdom. Hansen asked curiously, so what exactly is going on? Gudo broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that if he didn't explain clearly, Hansen would definitely make him do more brutal training. Carrying that heavy thing all this time is enough for him now, he hurriedly explained. You know that Ben often changes his body to fight, right? Their point is that General Leon, who brought you here, is covering for him and helping him commit those crimes. Hansen nodded. I see. However, he still appeared very suspicious and muttered to himself. That's strange. With Leon's massive arm muscles, there's no way he could do that. It's completely a lie. With that level, they wouldn't even touch her toes. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps and heavy breathing echoed from afar. A furious warrior is running wildly towards Hansen and shouting loudly. Hansen is stunned. Hansen looked at the newcomer with a puzzled expression. Recognizing the familiar face, he asked in surprise, Block, why are you here? Block, in a panic with a terrified face, reports the news. The village. Something terrible has happened in the village. Immediately, a horrifying scream echoed from a dark cellar. A hand chained tightly, with a severely injured wrist, bruised and swollen. The ruthless villain with fiery red hair smirks maliciously and threatens, saying it's better to confess quickly for a more comfortable fate. Despite being subjected to brutal torture, a muscular team member still responds bravely, clinging tightly to the dirt and rocks, telling himself to stay strong and hold on. But their endurance has reached its final limit. In the dark dungeon, the chained muscular brothers are writhing in pain, one of them sobbing uncontrollably. The sounds of suffering moans echoed throughout the space. Witnessing this strange scene, the red-haired villain could only stare in confusion. What is this? I didn't do anything for them to be like this. Is some invisible force helping me? At this moment, the goody builders are suffering an indescribable pain, something they have never experienced before. The heartbreaking screams echo repeatedly amid the intense tremors of their bodies. This is truly their worst nightmare. The red-haired guy stands frozen, completely clueless about what's happening before his eyes. The source of this extreme pain actually stems from a very ironic reason, which is simply not training enough. A face twisted in horror, with eyes turned white, screaming in utter despair. What is gnawing at their soul and body right now is the fear of losing their body. Block hurriedly ran through the forest, breathing heavily and looking panicked. When he saw Hansen's figure, he shouted loudly, Hansen. Hansen turned to look at his gasping brother with a confused expression. Block, what are you doing here? Block screams in utter despair. The village is in big trouble. Hansen gently placed his hand on Block's shoulder with a bright smile. What's wrong, Block? Going back earlier, Gudo had warned you. You need to think carefully. There's a 90% chance we will fail. Block can't believe his ears, frowning as he objects. How could that be? We defeated those fools easily. Don't you feel anything when we launched that stone attack just now? He recalled the scene when the whole team threw the giant stone, but the enemy with fiery red hair easily nullified the attack. One of them didn't even bother to fight and just watched silently from afar. Their attitude was very dismissive of the enemy. That means those guys have power comparable to Hansen Nim. Block is eager to find reinforcements. I will go pick up Hansen Nim here, but my teammate immediately shouted loudly to stop me. He told Block to stay calm because although Hansen is very strong, if he happens to fail, everything will be truly over. He doesn't see us as a threat. His only target is Hansen Nim. Block, listen to me. He insists that only when we are sure Hansen Nim can completely overpower them is it the right time to bring him back. The senior pointed and advised, until that time comes, do not bring Han Sonam here under any circumstances. Block agreed but asked to stay and fight. Instead, he suggested that another senior go to deliver the message, as that would increase their chances of winning. However, the muscular army flatly refused, claiming they were not good at talking. They all flexed their muscles and asserted that protecting the youngest was the responsibility of the seniors. Although they knew the enemy was too strong, they chose not to run away. Watching the sacrifices of the senior brothers, Block could only hold back his tears. The seniors returned to the forest. Block approached Hansen and lied. "It's nothing serious. I just want to train more alongside Hansen Nin." "Is that so? That's great then." He casually considers that everything feels inefficient without wheels. Immediately, a command was issued. The entire Tutula mercenary group quickly shifted into a reconnaissance formation. The chariot-walking Lang exercise officially begins, with Hansen and the other members sitting heavily on a giant stone platform. The mercenary team has to use their strength to carry and move like living wheels. Hansen cheerfully orders, "If you go the wrong way, I'll change your rolls into wheels." At the same time, Lena activates her magic circle and shouts loudly, summoning a golem. The giant golems with blazing red eyes emerge amidst the dust. The red-haired girl hurriedly asked, "Finding the entrance to the dungeon is the starting point of the attack, right?" Gudo rushed behind and explained, "Yes, but even though it's a dungeon area, not the entire area is part of the dungeon." He emphasized that for that reason, the dungeon master would definitely try to fight in the area most advantageous to himself. Gudo continued urging the team, "But luckily, we don't need to conquer the dungeon. The most important goal right now is to collect the black bone stone that Lord Bimos asked for. Everything else doesn't matter much." A member of the team asked anxiously about their revenge, and Hansen clenched his teeth with determination, vowing to teach them a lesson so they could no longer disturb Helen. Gudo still couldn't help but worry about the current situation, but if General Leon really betrayed them, what should they do? Lee immediately spoke to reassure, "Don't worry, my stuff will never be defeated by that person, nor will I cooperate with him." Suddenly, the Spirit Lay hurriedly reported that the signals of 2 golems to the southwest had been cut off. And, noticing the missing information, Lena ordered the group to move immediately toward the golems that had lost signal. Lena was extremely surprised to find that the signals of 3 more golems in the northwest had also been cut off shortly after. Gudo wondered if it was because this was a dungeon that they were easily suppressed, and this question made La furious. She roared, "What do you think underestimating the high-level spirit golem means, Anne? Usually monsters can't even defeat a single golem." Anne was extremely worried because those golems had already been destroyed completely before the visual images could even be transmitted back. She senses something is wrong. She wondered why, in this ordinary dungeon, there wasn't a single zombie in sight. Deciding to act, she urged, "I will go ahead," and immediately cast her spirit magic and then used a swap skill to move across the rocks. But as soon as she stopped, her face suddenly paled in horror. Behind her, a giant wolf with glowing red eyes appeared threateningly. Lo trembled and said, "Damn it, we've fallen into their trap." Meanwhile, Hansen remained completely calm and cheerful as he suggested, "Why don't we do some arm exercises while waiting for Lo to find the entrance?" Gudo immediately flew into a rage, crossing his arms and snapping, "Exercising on enemy territory? Absolutely not. You'll lose all your strength." Suddenly, another member of the group smiled in agreement. "If our arms are exhausted, we can fight using our lower body, right?" Hansen smugly shakes hands with his teammate. "That's right." Witnessing the muscle obsession of these people, Gudo could only stand behind and scream in helplessness. "Damn it." Hansen begins demonstrating the overhead extension exercise, which helps strengthen the triceps muscles. When performed with both hands using a dumbbell, it's called a 2-arm overhead extension. The first step is to grasp the dumbbell tightly with both hands and lift it overhead. Next, slowly lower your elbows backward as if performing a stretch above your head. Step 3. Use your triceps to push the weight back up while taking a deep breath. Hansen notes that gripping the surface of the weight plate will help maintain a more comfortable posture, and emphasizes keeping the elbows from flaring out during the workout. Meanwhile, Lai is frantically running through the dark forest. In her mind, she kept asking, "Is Leon really here?" Her eyes burned with determination. "Even if it's nothing, I cannot let anyone tarnish what's left of my honor. I will personally catch that imposter." Lai put all her strength into her legs and shot forward like an arrow. She was determined to find out the truth. Suddenly, a giant golden beam of light descended onto the ground, causing a massive explosion in the middle of the forest. Witnessing the intense tremor, the blonde swordsman calmly concluded that this was the shock of a battle. But right behind him, Hansen and his teammates are just standing there, flexing their muscles and laughing, saying, "Isn't this so exhilarating? I feel so light." Seeing that strange scene, he could only stare in confusion, wondering if he had misunderstood. Hansen immediately became serious. He called Block back and confirmed, "Block, wait a moment. This is an external vibration outside the muscles. It seems that Lai or Lena, one of them, has already encountered the enemy." Block immediately nodded to confirm the situation. Block smiles confidently, thinking that this warm-up is already enough. Hansen turned to instruct them to stay here and continue training because it's very dangerous for beginners ahead. After receiving a thank you from Gudo, Hansen and Block immediately sped up, tearing through the wind with loud shouts. Let's start with the interval training first. Yes. Hansen, like his teacher, applies fighting and training exercises to his subordinates. And in the dark forest, a pure white lily suddenly shines brightly among the leaves. The girl with curious gray eyes looked at the flower and asked, "What is this?" The woman accompanying her gently explained, "That's called a flower. She continued to observe her surroundings, pointing at a small creature perched on a branch, and asking, "What is that one?" The woman calmly replied, "It's a squirrel." The little squirrel still sits calmly on the branch amid the quiet forest. In the peaceful woods, Ellis points to the treetops and asks curiously, "What is that?" "It's a leaf. What about this one?" Ben patiently replies that it's just a caterpillar. Seeing Eliza's innocent look, Ben asks softly, "Elise, do you really not remember anything about the past?" The girl gently shook her head sadly, completely unable to remember anything. Under the shimmering sunset through the leaves, Elise looked at Ben with trust. "But you can still feel it, how much I care for you and how much I long to protect you." Ben's face suddenly looked worried. "I warn you, Elise, that more and more enemies will come after us in the future." He looked at her with a determined but sorrowful gaze. "So no matter what happens to me, you must find a safe place to run to. Your innocence like a child's makes me want to protect you." "So a rustic demon master from the frontier region? With a background like that, it's really hard for me to accept you," he sneered with a sinister smile. "But luckily for you, my big brother is quite interested in your research project." The green-haired demon master trembled, sweating profusely as he replied, "I am truly honored to catch your attention." The red-haired man begins his inquiry. "Are you saying that what you're researching is a living dungeon?" The green sorcerer quickly confirmed. "Yes." The red-haired guy happily walks away. "All right, then it's just like a portable battery." When the opponent hesitated to clarify, it was actually not quite like that. He immediately waved it off. Nothing is more important than that. He leaned close to the demon master's ear, his eyes suddenly glowing red with murderous intent and threatening him. "So once that thing is done, you know what to do, right? Hand it over to me peacefully." Back in the present, in the forest, Elise anxiously asked Ben, "Is something really that scary?" Ben immediately smiled to reassure her. "It's nothing. There's nothing to be afraid of." Ben looked at Elise with concern and confessed, "I'm afraid I'll lose you again." Elise looked deeply into his eyes and softly remarked that his eyes always seemed sad. She gently touched Ben's cheek and thought to herself that it must be her fault, but he quickly took her hand to reassure her. "It's not like that. Elise trusts Ben completely." She gently stroked Ben's head to comfort him. "Don't worry because I will always be by your side, just as you wish." Ben blushed with emotion and called her name, Elise. Suddenly, a shadowy figure and sinister smiling faces appeared right behind him. Along with the announcement, "It's found," a sound of trembling. Ben's face immediately turns pale with horror. Ben shouted in panic, "Elise, run immediately!" Hansen strolled out of the shadows, recognizing the familiar face and asking, "So, it's you again from before? Are you bullying the newcomers again?" Hansen easily blocks the attack with his bare hands and warns, "Don't show off your strength right after meeting someone." A team member looked around and wondered, "Hansen Nim? There's no one here. I think we went to the wrong place." Hansen was stunned, opening his mouth in amazement, wondering if he had been led here unknowingly by his own heart. Ben shouted angrily, "What the hell are you talking about?" Then, he crazily charged to attack. Hansen quickly closed in, grabbed his opponent firmly, and shouted the name of the long pun move. Hansen suddenly grabbed Ben and unleashed a powerful press move, slamming his opponent to the ground, causing a devastating collision. Ben was crushed beneath Hansen's protective hands, only able to let out a cry of pain and complete helplessness. Hansen, with cold, piercing eyes, questioned, "Are you the one who often bullies newcomers?" Ben writhed under the crushing pressure, desperately struggling and screaming in unbearable pain. At that moment, seeing Ben in danger and out of strength to fight, Elise suddenly appeared with a radiant energy emanating from her hands and loudly demanded everyone to stop. Recognizing her dangerous intentions, Ben was stunned and shouted to stop her. "Elise, don't do this!" A muscular squad member hurriedly ran up to report to Hansen that this power seemed even stronger than Master Leon's slash. Amid the blinding light, Elise asserts that although she knows her immense and dangerous energy source, she cannot stand by any longer. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Ben anxiously shouts, "That's not right, Elise. I won't fight anymore, so please stop." But Elise still smiled firmly and declared that she would protect him, just like he once protected her. Although she couldn't remember her past, Elise still felt the strong bond between them and poured all her strength into the energy sphere. Ben lay exhausted on the ground, sweat pouring down his face, trembling as he cried out in despair. "No, Elise, it's not like that." Meanwhile, in a dark space, the red-haired man quietly observes a child being drained of energy and curiously asks what will happen to him after his energy disappears. Gan calmly hypothesized that after being drained, the child would surely die. Returning to the blazing battlefield, Elise shouted with determination, "I will protect you this time." She unleashes all her power, causing a cataclysmic explosion that engulfs everything. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lee decides to take the lead and scout ahead. She immediately casts the spirit magic called Swap, transforming herself into a block of stone to teleport elsewhere. But as soon as she appeared in her new position, Leia was horrified to realize he was in an extremely dire situation. In front of her, a giant wolf with blazing red eyes appeared menacingly, roaring fiercely as it charged straight at Lena with sharp teeth. In a split second, Lena quickly activates the spirit magic stone maker, creating a solid stone block right in front of the opponent's mouth. The wolf bites hard into the stone instead of its prey. The wolf's teeth seem to have been sharpened all at once. Seizing the opportunity, Lena frantically ran for her life, sweat pouring down her face from fear. Lena vowed to buy time at all costs because the countdown until the golem could be summoned was still running. She continued to cast stone screen to create a solid stone wall to block the pursuer. While worried about her final moves, Lena suddenly froze as she saw a giant tornado swirling from afar, leaving her completely stunned. Lena immediately countered with stone missile, launching a barrage of stones at her opponent. But the monster activated its Bornado skill, creating a dark, bone-chilling tornado that swept everything away, knocking Lena far away with a scream of despair. The Fairy Lee activates her floor whim skill, shrinks into a blue light, and dives deep underground to escape. Hidden beneath the rocks and soil, Lena confidently asserts that this is underground. Creatures that are not spirits cannot deal damage, understand? Before she could rejoice, the wolf above started sniffing and frantically scratching the ground. Are you a mole? That damn dog! I'm so scared! She screams desperately. Returning to lie, she was blocked by a mysterious person. She roared and demanded, "Please wake up, Auntie! What dirty tricks did they use on you?" The girl tries to find her old self from the past as a voice from her old memories echoes. Lie. Aunt Leon is busy, so I told you not to ask to play together. But the girl just smiled brightly and said, "No, it's not playtime. I'm training." Then she became serious and started to give instructions. Lie, try holding it again to get it right. She points to the sword and explains carefully. This part here is the hilt of the sword. During training sessions, Aunt Leon would set up scenarios where both sides tested their strength, but the opponent completely outmatched them physically. She asked Lai how he would respond in such a situation. Back in the real battle, Lai puts all her strength into her legs and responds with action. If it were you would use your body's agility. You would move swiftly like a lightning bolt, lowering your center of gravity to slip underneath your opponent. With terrifying speed, Lai roared, "I have to be faster." She was determined to overpower the enemy at all costs. The clash of metal echoed loudly as Lai realized her opponent's speed, even surpassing her own, and she was stunned to see countless dazzling golden swords surrounding her. She told herself that no matter how many slashes the opponent throws, there would still be an opening to counterattack. She would find the enemy's weakness to turn the tide. Lai immediately performed a spinning technique, swiftly weaving through the rain of swords like a tornado, then quickly lowered her center of gravity to prepare for a powerful strike. Lai continuously spun her body at maximum speed, creating powerful energy whirlwinds. Then, she poured all her essence into the Spirit Blade technique, preparing to draw her sword for a decisive strike. Looking at the imposing figure before her, Lai silently wondered, will my sword be able to reach anything? A devastating clash erupted, and a blazing golden light engulfed the entire battlefield. Even though she was struggling hard, Lai still smiled brightly and admitted, "I still need some guidance." Lai shouted out the name of whom. Lion then delivered a lightning-fast slash from above, but her sword was completely stopped by just a few fingers. Lai is stunned to realize the painful truth. It turns out she was pushed back and falls to the ground in despair. In her delirium, her childhood memories with her beloved aunt suddenly come flooding back. The image of the mixed blood girl excitedly running over and calling out, "Auntie, take this. I made it as a gift, you know." The girl spoke while raising her small wooden sword. Lai realized a profound truth and silently told herself that her sword had actually always touched something. In another place, Elise Bang Huang realizes something strange is happening within her own body and whispers in fear. "It's so strange. I want to protect everyone, but I can't control myself from doing so. But why does my body feel like this?" Meanwhile, Hansen is using overwhelming power to control Ben, rendering him completely immobile beneath the Guardian's hands. This marks the beginning of the concept of a living dungeon, something that has never existed before. That is the process of implanting a dungeon device, originally used to harvest life energy and create monsters, directly into a living creature. A blazing energy pattern begins to cover and transform the host's body in unpredictable ways. Since this is an unprecedented experiment, there is no information at all about how to utilize the energy or how to handle sudden mutations like this. A catastrophic energy explosion tore through space, leaving unpredictable consequences. Hansen looked at Ben trembling at his feet and nervously apologized. "Sorry about that. I didn't mean to bully you." Even in the face of confrontation, Hansen remains extremely polite. Seeing Eliza's dire condition, he hurriedly rushes over and shouts loudly. "Elis," the girl whispering in despair as her body gradually weakens. "What should I do? I can't stop the source of power from escaping. I told myself I have to think of a way to fix this immediately." In his mind, only one command kept repeating. Think, 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 think. Hansen realizes that Eliza's condition is no different from a cracked bowl trying to hold water. Her life energy is constantly leaking out through the cracks in her body. The problem lies in the scale of the situation. It's like a giant dam cracking apart. The energy flows out violently like a flood. And the cruel truth is that there is no way to stop this. From behind, Hansen could only stare in confusion, wondering why she had become like this. Ben frantically clutches her head, crying out in pain, questioning how it's even possible to sever the connection between her body and this raging energy source when even patching a hole in the dam seems impossible. There must be something that can stop it. In the middle of the deep forest, a sudden burst of flames erupts fiercely. Immediately, the Yang human sword technique is activated. To understand this pressure, look at the world's top free divers who can only reach 110 meters. Every 10 meters deeper doubles the water pressure, making untrained diving impossible. Yet, look at the Nguri Dam in Georgia with its staggering height of 271.5 meters. The idea of a small human trying to reach and repair the destroyed bottom of this dam sounds like a hopeless delusion. Amid the thunderous roar of falling water, a hand quietly reaches out into the blinding light. The black sword forged from this special energy is solely meant to sever the essence of living dungeon entities, turning the impossible into possible. That is the ultimate power of a swordsman. Under the sunset, General Leon with fiery red hair stands tall, holding Elise unconscious in her arms. And then the lost energy began to explode violently from its hiding place. Ben staggered and shrank before the enormous glowing sphere that kept expanding in the deep forest. His eyes widened in horror, the blood vessels around his pupils trembling and bulging. Ben frantically ran away and shouted, "Get away, demon!" A cataclysmic explosion then erupted, engulfing everything in a blinding light. No, it was no different from a luminous meteorite falling to Earth. As the dust begins to settle, Hansen approaches and asks anxiously, "Block, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Block struggles to get up. He steps back and replies, "I'm fine." But Han Sonam's face suddenly changed as he saw Block. He shouted a warning, "It's coming." He immediately channels his energy into his guardian's hands, hurling the massive stone forward. The enemy in the shadows with glowing red eyes only manages to see the streak of light approaching, and the collision creates an overwhelming force. Hansen performs the jumping squad exercise, causing the ground to crack violently. He leaps into the air, showcasing his bulging muscles full of power. Witnessing this incredible power, Ben trembled and exclaimed. The monsters he sweat bullets over were stunned, thinking to themselves, "I never expected Lion to possess such strength and finesse." Thanks to that, Eliz was able to survive, but Leon definitely won't remain intact. Her time is probably running out as her body begins to show terrifying cracks. In a frenzy, the entity screams, "Lon, fight until your body is shattered." That is the final act of atonement for the general. As if an irresistible force urges her to fight until her last breath, a slash tearing through space directly at Hansen, causing him to scream in terror. Hansen let out a terrified scream, warning to avoid catching the falling training tool, but Block still kept a determined face and asserted that if it were me from yesterday, I definitely wouldn't catch it. Block smiles confidently, but I am no longer the same person I was yesterday. He proudly displays his new treasure, a simple rope tied around his waist. This is the equipment Bios gave to Block. Although it looks like just a normal rubber band, and in fact it is exactly that, the Bio, a former teammate of Dongjun, recognized the flaw in Block's physical abilities and gave him this band. Through touch, it helps Block enhance his ability to sense the central muscle groups and is an optimal equipment to minimize instability in each step. Turns out, thanks to that rope, he has developed his muscles in an incredible way. Hansen, standing nearby, also gave a thumbs up to praise his protege's remarkable progress. Block scratched his head and chuckled in response. Haha, that's how it is. But I warn you, I really want to congratulate you, but now you better run. Block asked in shock, "Why is that?" Before he could understand what was happening, Hansen continued, "I think Leon's steel arm is really serious." Immediately, a terrifying wave of energy shot forward, and a soldier shouted in panic, "It's coming! Get out of the way!" Hansen focused all his strength into his guardian hands, using his steel-hard fists to block the opponent's lightning-fast attack. He silently thinks to himself that for those new to Zim training, directly confronting this kind of power is extremely dangerous. "Count, I see your body has become much more muscular." Gudo, panting heavily and sweating profusely, looked up and asked, "Have I changed that much?" Immediately, he struck a confident pose to showcase the bulging muscles on his arms. Gudo chuckled with satisfaction, then remembered, yes, he had changed a lot. After so many times being tormented by Han, there will be a day when he can finally stand proud in front of his juniors. He looks at his muscular body and then gazes toward the kingdom gradually being reborn. A body in this kingdom too. In a peaceful corner of the street, a child holds their mother's hand and wonders, "Mom, do you think everyone has changed lately?" The mother looked confused and asked back, "Changed how?" "What is that?" "Culture always changes over time. Under the influence of the environment and new values, everything constantly changes. For the white nation, instead of traditional swordsmanship, bodybuilding exercises have become more necessary, leading to rapid changes in the army. Now, even regular training sessions are filled with the atmosphere of intense muscle building. Massive, shiny muscles shining under the spotlight are gradually becoming the new standard of strength. However, there is still a group of people who persist in pursuing pure swordsmanship because, to them, General Leon remains an irreplaceable symbol. But most of them still prefer muscle training. Suddenly, Leon appeared and launched a swift attack aimed at Hansen. She unleashes a powerful surge of energy, performing the ultimate skill of the mountain-shifting sword beast with a barrage of dazzling swords covering the sky. Hansen stands silently amidst the encirclement, alone bearing the fierce rain of swords pouring down from the sky. The repeated collisions made him scream in pain. Seeing this, Guro shouted in panic, and despite being overwhelmed by the terrifying power, Hansen Nim still tried to command his teammates. "It's okay, stay back." Lai arrived just in time to stop him. Senior brother, wait a moment. She carefully observes her own and realizes that the mind control spell over Leon seems to be starting to break after this direct confrontation. She hopes that this time her aunt can awaken her consciousness. Lai Tramangam recalled that Aunt Leon always valued practical combat experience and sparring exercises more than anything. Carefully observing the bulging muscles enduring the Rain of Swords, she realized there were no cuts or serious damage anywhere. Lai wondered if someone was using this method to train Hansen. But Block immediately dismissed it, asserting that an ordinary sword could never pierce through the heavily hardened muscles. The real issue lies in Hansen's unstable mental state. Block believes that if Lai's hypothesis is correct, after this test, Hansen will surely reach a completely new level of strength. Amidst the earth-shattering explosions of energy, Hansen screams in pain as he bears the suffocating pressure. Leon's strike speed is so fast it surpasses even the signal transmission from the brain to Hansen's muscles. In a life-and-death situation, how should one fight to win against a sword? Suddenly, Hansen felt a voice echoing in his mind. Aunt Leon seemed to be trying to communicate with him. She asks a question full of implication. Hansen, how close are your brain and body really? Amidst the continuous collisions causing his body to shake, Hansen was stunned and didn't understand the true meaning behind that question. In the realm of subconsciousness, a strange dialogue between his brain and muscular system began to unfold. Hansen suddenly realized that all this time he had never truly confronted and understood his own muscles in the right way. His brain was criticized for overthinking and complicating everything in every situation. Although the mind tries to justify that analyzing to overcome adversity is inevitable, in reality, the body reveals a much simpler truth. All extraordinary movements and strength are essentially just contraction and expansion. Understanding the core essence, Hansen roared as his explosive power caused his muscles to swell violently. Although the mind and body were once separate entities, now they had become one, executing the move with absolute focus. Even the energy used for thinking is cut off to serve the process of ultimate muscle contraction. The opponent immediately activates their internal energy, reverses the mountain range of swordmasters, draws their sword under the full moon to face the 1,000-pound attack. A powerful press crushes down with earth-shattering force, destroying all resistance and leaving the opponent completely shattered. Lon is exhausted, his body trembling intensely. She whispered to herself, "Can I finally rest now?" Then gradually she drifted away, falling into a boundless space shimmering with golden light. She once understood the sharpness of the sword of Than better than anyone, but now even the sword of Than has fallen to a human will. In front of the Master Swordsman's disciple recruitment notice, the crowd couldn't help but whisper and discuss. Receiving instruction from a swordmaster, and it's the Mao family too? Everyone is full of energy, shouting with determination. "Let's go!" Seeing this scene, Leon couldn't help but be stunned and exclaim, "My God, why are there so many people gathered here?" It turns out they all have a special interest in swordsmanship, forming a sea of muscular, passionate people. Leon couldn't hide her happiness and smiled brightly. "I am truly very happy. Because of your deep understanding of sharpness, you have been able to come up with the most reasonable teaching methods." Leon demonstrated and guided meticulously. The direction of the force should be like this: the disciples diligently practicing the commands to block and slash, while a student with a red headband excitedly cheers when he succeeds. "All right, Master, is this correct?" Seeing the progress of the student, Leon gave a thumbs up in praise. "Well, I don't know who your master is, but you are truly a genius." The early disciples were trained to become talented swordsmen and quickly seized the opportunity to become heroes in the chaos of war. Lion watched their figures with a proud look. Before setting out, the Red Dome disciple solemnly vowed, "I will achieve great deeds, so as not to tarnish my master's reputation," but in reality, the Desolate One shattered all hopes. They failed miserably. Her beloved disciples could not return. The only thing that returns is blood-stained relics. Standing before 3 simple graves marked with broken swords, Leon bitterly admits that this is my failure. Under the faint moonlight, her face became colder and more resolute than ever. Leon realized a cruel truth that merely becoming stronger was completely not enough. Leon realized that real combat ability was the key, so she decided to maximize sparring training for the soldiers. Looking at the graves marked with the swords of the fallen, she resolved to change her training methods. Leon begins to focus on teaching the disciples how to use aura to make their swords shine with a powerful golden glow. Despite constantly changing and improving his teaching methods, he remains troubled beside the long rows of enemy graves. It always haunts her and also reminds her that she must constantly innovate her swordsmanship to achieve greater survival. Thanks to improvements in training methods, the number of disciples returning alive from the battlefield continues to rise. They gathered around and expressed their deep gratitude. "It's all thanks to our master." But no matter how hard she tried, the continuous losses forced Leon to collapse in pain in the cold cemetery as night fell. The sharp swords of her disciples, once victorious in battle, now became an unending nightmare. Suddenly, a rain of swords poured down fiercely from the sky, piercing through space, and the pain like sharp blades deeply stabbed into the heart of the female general. She suddenly sat up in bed and shouted out in shock and anger. Leon gasped for breath, sweat pouring down after the nightmare. She forced a faint smile to reassure herself. "Ha ha ha, it was just a dream after all, was it?" Leon sighed in relief, telling herself, "Maybe my health has been declining lately. That's why I had that nightmare." She eagerly opened the window wide, planning to meditate early in the morning. But in the dark cemetery among thousands of graves with spears piercing the night, a pitch-black hand suddenly reached out from the ground, grabbing tightly onto someone's ankle. Leon looked around in horror, her face showing terror as the thick darkness began to envelop her. From the void, gaunt, shadowy black hands suddenly reached out, frantically trying to trap her. The anguished, vengeful moans echoing made Lion gasp in despair as the dark entities relentlessly lunged at her, grabbing her limbs and pulling her down. In that split second of life and death, Leon summoned all his strength and swung a sword of light tearing through the darkness, trying to escape the grip of the screaming souls to reveal a deep, fiery abyss like molten lava. The anguished screams echoing from the depths of hell. Lion, come here too. You are the one who killed us. Lion, let's go together. The terrifying scene is suddenly interrupted by the image of a peaceful house under a blue sky. But suddenly, a giant sword of light strikes down. In Leon's mind, memories of his former disciples flood back with pain. She couldn't let go of her past failures, how her disciples had died. Her disciples were very diverse, neighbors, friends, lovers, family, and even commoners. She slowly recited each name like a prayer of atonement. Sly, Henry, Jack, Laura, Monty, William, Matthew. The swords planted on the graves began to shake violently, emanating a powerful spiritual energy. Leon continues to call out the names of the departed. Mary, Gray, Jawda Jackson, Amy. The swords trembled violently, emitting flames that reached the sky, officially unleashing the ultimate skill called Dao Sun sword technique. Standing before a towering forest of fiery swords like mountains. Lion quietly reflected, as the name suggests, it means my accumulated karma is like a mountain in steel. She raised her blazing sword high amidst the sea of flames and declared loudly, I will keep sword dancing until you are satisfied. Back in the forest, Hansen and everyone are panicking around the unconscious Leon. A desperate cry for help echoes out. Auntie, please open your eyes. Lion lies collapsed on the ground, struggling to breathe. Ah, I couldn't protect him. Life frantically grabbed Hansen's shirt, crying out in despair. Hansen, do something, anything, your strength or whatever, please save me. At the girl's urging, Hansen remained silent with a contemplative expression as Lai continued to shout, If I were to die because of you. Block suddenly spoke up to explain that, even before the battle, Master Leon's body had already begun to break down. You believe this is the result of forcibly separating the enormous energy source from the body. Lai stands frozen, tears streaming down his face. Lon lay there, still haunted by her inner darkness, whispering a late apology to all the fallen disciples. Everyone apologizes. If I hadn't taught you swordsmanship, maybe everyone would have lived a normal and happy life. I painfully blame myself for coming too late and wonder how much the disciples resent me. Suddenly, Hansen stepped forward with a calm smile and said, Lon, it's all thanks to you. He casually explained that thanks to us, Lion, he could communicate with his muscles and perform better movements. Lai Bong Huang looked stunned, wondering what on earth he was talking about. Hansen continued his strange philosophy, asking if reaching the highest realm would allow one to communicate with the silver sword. While Lai was still confused, sharp calls of Master suddenly echoed from the void. A series of radiant swords suddenly appeared, filling the dark space. Master Leon's call. The souls of his disciples appear within a blazing light. They sincerely thank their teacher for showing them a new world, and for allowing them to feel the joy of becoming stronger. Although they may not become legendary heroes, learning swordsmanship has made their lives incredibly meaningful. No, that's not it. If you hadn't learned swordsmanship, you wouldn't have had to sacrifice like this. A bright soul asked, Do you regret learning swordsmanship, Master? Do you all really not resent me at all? Of course, it's time now. Let's go together. There are many wonderful sword techniques I want to show my master. A warm, light hand reaches out towards Lion. She gently reached out her hand and stepped forward among her beloved disciples vying to showcase their talents. Before vanishing into eternity, Leon turned to Hansen with her brightest smile and entrusted her final words. I leave the rest of it all up to you, Han's Sun Gun. So all the lingering worries she had were finally eased. Her soul was very peaceful and light before she departed. The system reports that muscle and mental synchronization has been achieved like never before. The legendary skill of absolute reflex is officially created with conditions. Lon, you've worked hard. I have received your will. The disciples beside her couldn't hold back their tears and sobbed out. Sob, Master Lion. Everyone, look at this. Tears streaming down the peaceful face of the female general. She is smiling. Immediately, a new main mission called Leon's Request is activated with the sole objective of eliminating an Oculus organization officer. Meanwhile, Ben is struggling to carry his injured friend toward the red gate between the cliffs. Urgently urging him to hold on a little longer, they are almost there. Breathing heavily as he tries to escape from the enemy and find a hiding spot, suddenly a fatal sword thrust pierces through him from behind. The assassin in the red cloak sighs regretfully. He should have died from that single strike. The enemy of the family is dead. The mad assassins rush in, attacking relentlessly. The successive stabs brought Ben down. Despite his severe injuries, he still tried to protect his friend in his arms. In his final breath, his hand slowly loosened as he weakly called out Elise's name, a hand reaching out in despair as drops of liquid began to fall. Immediately after, a series of test tubes and glass bottles fell and shattered into countless shards. A giant beam of light suddenly erupted. From the midst of the light, a giant, muscular monster with blazing veins appears threateningly. It throws back its head and roars loudly, standing tall among the wreckage. Knowing there's trouble nearby, Hansen quietly turns his back and tells his teammates, "Stay here and remember Leon." Hansen's eyes focus on the source of the raging energy. He states, "That seems like something I have to deal with." Facing the giant shadow in the distance, Hansen focused his strength into his legs and charged forward, tearing through the wind. Looking at the opponent, he silently judged that the appearance was very similar to when it transformed into a muscular monster. Hansen frantically runs through the dense forest, heading straight for the roaring entity. Aware of the terrible sacrifice the opponent has made, surely he didn't spare himself. Hansen kept pushing forward, his mind racing with worry. If he couldn't stop it, what lay ahead would be a desolate, deathly land with withered branches. He softly asked his partner, "Can you do it?" Suddenly, a strange face with a giant, bright red mouth roared with intense pressure. "You're losing focus." "Did we learn it like that?" Hansen slightly smirked with confidence. He enthusiastically calls on his teammates. "It's been a long time. Let's shout together now." Immediately, he and his muscular team perform a rallying gesture with full energy. Hansen asks loudly, and the whole team responds firmly. "I can do it. If I keep leading, I will do it." And received a unanimous affirmation, as he always communicates with his muscles like a battle buddy. Hansen channels all his strength into a single attack and confidently announces the technique as one-arm doom bell press. A lightning-fast punch strikes straight down, causing the ground to shatter and creating a deafening explosion, while the blue monster's face widens in shock and pain as it endures this immense force. The giant monster roars wildly and attacks in desperation, but despite being smaller than the opponent, Hansen charges straight into the midst of the circle without any fear. He approaches closely and performs the cable pike deck fly, using his hands to stretch and tighten the opponent's muscles. Immediately after, Hansen continues with the outie technique, using his leg strength to push back the internal grip, causing the monster to tremble under extreme pressure. Ben was stunned to realize the brutal truth that no matter how giant his body was, he still couldn't defeat this tiny creature. He screamed in utter fear. Hansen was caught in the giant hand, but his face remained completely calm and expressionless. He continued to tense his bulging muscles and counted the beats. After a powerful twist, he continues to tense his entire body, unleashing a thunderous stomp that cracks the ground open violently. In the deep crater he just made, Hansen calmly mutters, "I need to do at least 8 more." Ben screams wildly as Hansen showcases his massive back muscles, standing firm amidst the thick dust and smoke, while the monster charges forward, causing a deafening explosion in the middle of the battlefield. Even as the opponent keeps screaming in helplessness, Hansen continues doing squats right on top of him, causing the ground to shatter beneath the weight of thousands of tons. Without giving the enemy time to recover, he uses his guardian hands to grip Ben tightly, and then unleashes the powerful pull lever technique. Witnessing this unbelievable power, Ben could only gape in astonishment as Hansen delivered a bench attack, followed by a thunderous crescent strike aimed straight at his opponent's face. In the midst of the battle, he gently smiled with confidence, but suddenly froze in doubt as a new presence appeared. A giant brown wolf emerged from the shadows. He is holding a small creature tightly in his mouth. It nervously warns him to move away. The wolf silently observes and concludes that among those here, the strongest is Han Sun, sensing the hidden power within him and directing its gaze at him. The question is, why do you train Zim? Some people train to diet, some to live healthily and long, or simply to avoid being bullied. For others, it's about managing their appearance or becoming famous. But for the majority, they train just because it's fun. But when that question was directed at Hansen, the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy as he was frantically training with a massive weight. Sweat drips down his bulging muscles as repeated clashes echo around him. And the truth is, Hansen is currently in a very bad mood. He is gradually losing his sense of direction and awareness. From a distance, the teammates began to notice something unusual. They whispered anxiously, sensing that Hansen's movements were strange. He seems to be sweating more than usual. Immediately, the senior brother shouted in panic, "It's dangerous, Sister Lai! Hold your position!" He started running for his life, causing Lai to scream in shock. "Senior brother, where are you going?" As he ran, he explained urgently that Hansen had reached his limit during the fight with the master. "He's just trying to care about our feelings." He insists that just by looking at that unusual amount of sweat, you can tell. In front of them, Hansen's back was soaked with sweat. Lai still didn't understand what was happening. She shouted, "So what if he was sweating?" "It's inevitable to sweat a little during exercise. Everyone knows that." He explains that muscles are made of blood, or in other words, water. The muscle fibers need water to maintain their strength, but if the water that should be nourishing the muscles is leaking out like that, it's truly a disaster for someone like Hansen. A severe decline in mobility and focus is overtaking Hansen, as if his body is weakening just like someone suffering from dehydration fever. He is straining to hold his breath under crushing pressure while sweat pours down his face. Hansen quickly spins around, gritting his teeth as he fights against the bloodthirsty creature's strength. He begins to tense his muscles, showcasing his forearm, rib, straight abdominal, underscapula, and large rhomboid muscles shining with a radiant glow as a colossal creature approaches in the distance. accompanied by threatening growls that shake the ground. Hansen stands with his head bowed, darkness covering his face full of pressure. He mutters, "My mood is terrible." Amidst the earth-shattering explosions and chaotic energy, he repeats gloomily, "Things are really bad." Seeing the scene, Block hurriedly rushed over, using his strength to support and shouting, "Hansen? Nim, take a rest. Let me hold on." Hansen still looked tense, sweating profusely. He repeats in frustration, feeling terrible. Block nervously asks, "Could it be not the break between rounds?" Hansen growled firmly, "It's not that." Seeing the boss still full of fighting spirit on the battlefield, I asked hesitantly, "So why do I feel so bad?" Hansen looked down silently before suddenly asking seriously, "Block, what are you training for?" Block responds without hesitation, of course, to become stronger. After hurriedly replying to Hansen, he suddenly had a realization and immediately changed his mind. He looked pensive, lost in thought. "No, lately my goal has changed." Your eyes burn with determination as you look toward the shining light that surpasses your limits. "I want to push or pull the heaviest weights I can." Block showcases his sparkling muscles with a confident smile. Hearing the correct answer, Hansen suddenly smiled the brightest smile he had ever shown. His face flushed and shone with happiness. Hansen suddenly turned to Block and shouted, "That's it! The reason I'm so annoyed." In front of the younger brother's confusion, he began to reflect on the fact that there are many different sports in this world. From swimming, kickboxing to ice skating, all share one thing that weightlifting does not: competition. Watching the two figures clash, Hansen suddenly remembered what he had learned from his battle with Leon. Lying exhausted on the ground, he muttered to himself, wondering if that opponent was ever truly fixed. Hansen trembled as he supported himself on the ground, wondering how much stronger the opponent he faced today would be tomorrow. "What do we have left to fight against them now?" Hansen roared loudly. Our martial artists always do. He puts all his strength into his bulging muscles and firmly declares that he must conquer himself, the one who has become stronger than yesterday. Hansen's face becomes extremely serious as he affirms that bodybuilding is not a sport to defeat anyone. He pushes himself through intense workouts under tremendous pressure and declares that his true goal is to refine himself, training both body and mind. Hansen pushes himself harder, seeing this training as a form of advanced meditation. Seeing the boss so immersed in his philosophy, I hurriedly sweat and reminded him, "But right now I have to beat them so I can train comfortably." Hansen was stunned to realize the truth, right? Block in some encouragement to boost morale, and with that, we also get a new training tool. Hearing this, Hansen cheered excitedly, "This is the best ever." For him, training with additional equipment is unbeatable. He immediately charges forward at wind-cutting speed, unleashing a rapid, low-weight combo. Amid the chaos of the battle, Hansen shouts excitedly, while Ben also screams, pushing himself to unleash his power. A giant black wolf suddenly lunges to attack but is immediately caught by a muscular warrior around the neck, choking it. He looks directly into the beast with a cold, steady gaze and declares, "Your opponent is me." Hansen sees this battle as if it were the day the new equipment arrived at Jim's room. Hansen smiles brightly, showcasing his bulging muscles and shouting loudly. On a day when he was in a great mood, Hansen delivered a 1,000 Jin strike that sent his opponent flying into the air helplessly. Hansen quickly landed firmly amid the thick dust and smoke. The black wolf growls and trembles with madness as he's treating it like a new game. The muscular guy, struggling with it, is amazed and exclaims, "How are its front teeth so strong?" Suddenly, with overwhelming strength, the beast broke free and charged straight at Hansen with a deafening roar. Hansen calmly raised his hand to block the wolf's attack and gave an order. Wait a moment and watch your owner go." He explains that such a drastic physical transformation that cannot be adapted to will lead to a tragic ending. The extreme physical transformation leaves Ben completely unable to adapt, causing his body to beat wildly and relentlessly, as if it might burst out of his chest. Ben's eyes widen in horror as he suddenly doubled over, vomiting thick black liquid uncontrollably. At that moment, a small dog with bright eyes was frantically running through the forest. It throws back its head and howls loudly, trying to run forward with determination. Returning to the village, a man named Han walks alone, ignoring the calls asking where he's going. Han choked back tears as he told the squad leader that he, like many others, had lost his wife and daughter in the brutal zombie disaster. His face was soaked with tears, his hands trembling with regret and cowardice for so long, making him unable to face the truth and unable to hold back any longer. They tilt their heads back and cry desperately, calling out for their wife and daughter in utter despair because they couldn't protect their loved ones. Suddenly, the shouts of dad and brother break through the somber atmosphere, leaving Han stunned and amazed. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw his wife and daughter running towards him in the flesh. Han hurriedly embraced his little daughter in his arms. Tears of happiness keep falling after so many days apart. He was stunned and asked how they managed to escape and why they appeared here. Bayo smiled brightly and revealed that it was the little dog who had miraculously helped them escape. Han looked puzzled and asked, "A dog?" The girl nodded in confirmation. "Yes. At that moment, I was running away with my mother." The girl happily told her father about how they survived. The image of the village engulfed in flames appears. Mother and daughter help each other escape through the wreckage. But disaster struck when they suddenly tripped and fell, facing imminent danger. The painful fall made them collapse to the ground just as the shadows of the zombies closed in around them. The girl could only stare in horror as death approached. At that moment, a dazzling green energy vortex suddenly appeared in the night sky, causing the monsters to halt. Witnessing this strange sight, the girl exclaimed with hope, "Mom, it looks like that dog is trying to help us." A huge creature with shaggy brown fur is standing in front of the zombies. Thanks to that timely intervention, the mother and child were able to escape from the tragic scene miraculously. They hid in the darkness and eventually found a secret cave. This is the hiding place for many people who share the same fate. According to those who stayed behind, that dog is very gentle. It always seems to enjoy being petted by everyone. It has helped many villagers escape and find a hiding place. But after each time like that, it would quietly leave for some place, and everyone who saw the lonely figure of the dog sitting on the hilltop facing the blue whirlpool could sense a deep sadness in its eyes. Back in the present, Bayo tightly hugs her father's neck and excitedly suggests, "Dad, let's keep it." Faced with her daughter's enthusiasm, Han can only stammer in confusion. Ha looks at Bio and ponders silently. Although he was very grateful to the creature that saved his child's life, he still worried whether it had an owner. On the other side, the man in monster form was collapsing, continuously severely wounded and coughing up blood. The small dog stands beside, its eyes filled with worry and whimpering painfully as it witnesses the tragic scene of its friend. In his labored breath, the man calls out Elas as a final farewell before collapsing onto the ground amidst the thick dust and smoke. Immediately, the small dog suddenly erupted with a blazing red energy surrounding its body, and a huge vortex of energy suddenly surged. The little one was determined to protect Ben, even with its body. The battle is temporarily over. Hansen wipes his sweat and orders Block to end the training session here. He looks down at his muscles and quietly thanks them for the hard fight they've endured. Hansen urges Block to get ready for bed quickly so his body can recover properly. The silent night falls, enveloping the space. Hansen let out a long, tired yawn after a long day. As he just woke up, he saw Lena already sitting and waiting on a rock. After a forced greeting in the dark night, it immediately demanded that Hansen follow because a serious incident had occurred while he was sleeping. When Hansen asked about gathering materials, Lena, with a serious face, confirmed that there was a different issue that was much more important. Hansen asked, confused, "What is that? Come on, take him to the front of a dungeon and point at the glowing object. Look at this. This is the dungeon core." Hansen still looked naive. He wondered if the dungeon core was some form of hack squad. Hansen chuckled happily. Gin confirmed that lower body exercises are indeed extremely important, and he was glad to have another training tool. Get up immediately and snap at him. That's not it. Looking at Hansen's guardian figure, she asked suspiciously, "Hansen, your race must be demon race, right?" Hansen radiated a shimmering aura as he clarified clearly, "No, I am human, a bodybuilder." Lena muttered skeptically about this unfamiliar race, but shrugged it off since he didn't care about wealth anyway, and then climbed a tree to give her important report, saying, "Listen carefully." Lena recounted that after the battle ended, she went around and sensed the surging biological energy. She quickly gathered nearby spirits to collect that energy together. As a result, Lena successfully rebuilt the dungeon core, allowing Hansen to own his own territory without any effort. Lena excitedly pointed and asked, "Hansen, don't you want to have your own territory?" Hansen muttered to himself, his own territory, and memories of the modern world suddenly flooded into his mind. It was a rainy day, and Hansen stood in front of the gym door with a vacant expression. The sign on the door reads, "Notice, our gym will be closed for the holiday from the 28th to the 30th. Hansen stood silently in the rain, soaked and with a look of regret. He silently thought that if he owned his own gym, he could work out even on holidays. Hansen immediately started calculating that owning a territory meant having a private gym. He excitedly shouted that the gym was closed, then quickly corrected himself. "It's not a dungeon," Hansen smiled smugly. He shouted excitedly, "That's right! The training room, no, the dungeon." To him, those names are just labels. What matters is that he now has his own space. His eyes burning with determination, he confidently declares the new goal, our own dungeon gym. In front of the entrance, the puppy howls loudly, tearing through the night. Hansen begins to teach manners to the puppy and the muscular team. Lei reassures her that the enemy has lost the reason and will to attack, making her wonder. Losing her will, Lena casually chews on a stone and prepares to explain everything. In the dark, damp basement, Elise gasps out instructions to the man beside her about the medicine on the other side. A syringe filled with pink liquid appears in the silent space. In the laboratory, Ben is diligently preparing a special solution emitting a mysterious purple energy. Suddenly, a muscular hamster appears and strikes a powerful pose. Benno cheered excitedly. "All right, we did it!" Then he quickly left, leaving everyone stunned. Gudo watched the scene before his eyes in shock. He kept hiccuping uncontrollably, his mouth wide open in shock as he called out Eliza's name in utter disbelief. Elise and the dog Beatum stepped into the field. She frowned as she smelled the strong alcohol emanating from Gudo. In his drunken state, Gudo shouted out full of resentment. "No way, you like me too. We used to be so good, so happy together." Before he could finish speaking, Ben threw a powerful punch that knocked Gudo to the ground. He coldly retorted, "What happiness?" He grabbed his collar and shouted, telling Gudo not to get drunk and act recklessly, but to stay sober and speak clearly. Ben firmly stated that only when one is sober and brave can they truly find love like he is doing. Gudo could only stammer in shock. I will remember. Seeing that the other person understood, Ben smiled, turned around, and walked away, not forgetting to tell Gudo to always be his brave friend and to apologize for the punch earlier. Gudo sat on the ground watching his back and told himself he would try. He secretly feels relieved that the person Elise likes is Ben himself. Gudo and Ben hold hands tightly, vowing a strong friendship amidst the blazing fire. But that love was short-lived as disaster struck. Due to a drought, the villagers surrounded the castle with torches and farming tools, shouting for the Lord to bring rain and save the harvest. Faced with the crowd's fury, Gudo's father coldly declared that it was only through his son's report that he learned there was a witch in the land to serve as a sacrificial victim. Gudo was no longer a coward. He decisively stopped his father's hand and shouted, "Stop it!" His face shows clear anger as he questions why his father is dragging the person he loves into dirty political schemes. Gudo points directly at his father and firmly declares that correcting his parents' mistakes is his duty as a son. He immediately called out Ben and Elise, the loyal allies always by his side. Seeing the fierce resistance, the old lord could only grit his teeth in anger as his plan was foiled. Gudo, Ben, and Elise are determined to charge forward. He firmly states that from this moment on, he will personally restore order to the country. Father, they have united and succeeded. Under the pouring rain at the city gate, the people panic and shout out loud, "It's raining, it's raining." Amid the chaos, someone anxiously asked, "What should we do now?" The helpless answer echoed, "What else can we do? We have to go back." Suddenly, from within that scene, the crying of a newborn child echoes out, "Wah wah!" In the warm room, Ben looked at his little child and wondered who he resembled that his voice was so clear. Elise smiled back and said she didn't think he looked like her. Time passed, and the child grew up laughing happily with Loyal Boar the dog. And then, the big day finally arrived. Ben quietly watches his daughter's wedding from behind, overwhelmed with emotion as he sees Soapy walk down the aisle. Ben couldn't hold back his tears and cried out loud, "Soapy, be happy, my child." Elise gently reminds her nearby, "Don't cry anymore, it's such a beautiful day after all." When the ceremony ended, Ben quietly confided that Sophie was now married too. "If you're feeling this bored, how are you supposed to live?" Elise mischievously winks and responds, "Just keep living close to each other like when you first got married." Both of them affectionately called each other's names before sharing a passionate kiss. Did they forget this is a crowded place? But Gudo suddenly stepped in with a tired face and shouted loudly, "Relatives, please tone it down a bit. This is the young couple's wedding." Immediately, Gudo's wife rushed over, grabbing his hair and shouting, "Hey, still can't forget your first love?" Gudo stammered nervously as Ben stood behind, smirking. "No, it's not what you think." The cherry blossoms gently fall amidst the lively scene. Amidst the vast starry sky, Ben Teo softly whispers as he gazes at the stars you created, recalling the first time he learned that secret. Illiz gently responds, "I remember too." Illiz leaves. He shouldn't have come close. It must have hurt a lot. But for Ben, physical pain is nothing. Don't you realize that losing the one you love is the greatest pain of all? Compared to losing you, I'd rather die, Illiz begged. "Can you always be by my side, Ben? The love between us will always be happy like this." Suddenly the space brightened, taking them back to the glorious days of youth amidst a field of white flowers. Ben affirmed confidently, "Of course, even if death separates us, I will definitely find my way to you." Elise smiled happily. "I knew you would say that. I love you, Ben." They hold each other's hands tightly as a radiant glow surrounds them. Ben vows that if he lived for her in this life, he will only live for her in the next. They called each other's names with boundless happiness and shared a heartfelt embrace in the endless space, as their final words of love echoed passionately. But the cruel reality soon revealed itself. Two lifeless bodies lying side by side in the desolate field. Ben and Elise are no longer breathing, closing a tragic and tearful love story. Hansen and his muscular team are rhythmically performing the stone-carrying exercise through the dungeon. While the others are straining under the weight, Hansen appears to be extremely excited, smiling energetically as he walks along. Seeing a team member behind showing signs of exhaustion and slouching, Hansen immediately moved closer to correct his posture. He placed his hand on the man's stomach and ordered him to tighten his core. Hansen pressed harder on his waist and shouted loudly. With his back straight under intense encouragement, the soldier gritted his teeth, exerted all his strength to lift the massive stone overhead, and roared. Increasing the weight, the entire army continued their journey excitedly. The shiny, muscular bodies glistened under the light. Hansen smiled contentedly, his face flushed with happiness as he watched the members' efforts. At this moment, the dungeon dim officially welcomed new guests. A mighty army with sharp swords marches in and shouts in unison, "The chess squad is here." That is the bodybuilder swordsmanship squad, the ones who came here as soon as they heard about the dungeon's creation. The fairy Lo stands watching as the tiny creatures keep clapping and cheering to welcome the new members. Amidst the lively atmosphere, the toad-like guy casually tips the bottle upside down and drinks it all. Whenever he had the chance, he would take out his wine and drink, truly a drunkard. He gently adjusted his monocle and declared confidently,
I heard that a new dungeon is being established here. Sep has confirmed that his Redhead Legion also wants to join and become part of this dungeon.
He raised the wine jar enthusiastically and shouted, "Let's toast first!" Tebep laughed loudly in pride, unaware of a huge shadow looming right behind him. Hansen appears with a grim face full of murderous intent, causing the frogman to freeze in shock with a series of question marks flashing in panic. Just a joke. He explained that what was inside the jar was actually just barley tea, trembling as he pulled out a wrapped container and hurriedly explained, "I didn't mean for you to just accept it like that. Our research team just discovered a new substance, so we're bringing it as a gift." The system immediately displayed a confirmation that the substance was probiotic bacteria. Hansen curiously opened the container, and a dazzling light burst out, making him gasp in amazement. When ingested in the right amount, this probiotic offers incredible benefits for humans, helping to improve gut health and boost the immune system significantly. Especially, they are also used to restore the immune system that has been weakened after intense weightlifting sessions. This is on par with Broy, with billions of beneficial bacteria. Haha. Hansen and the frog laughed joyfully together, calling each other affectionately. The toad smirked smugly, secretly calculating in his mind. All right, with this pace, I'll move up to second place immediately. Suddenly, Hansen rushed over, hugging the frog tightly and cheerfully saying, "Welcome to the team, little frog."
The cracking sound of bones made the frog painfully think to himself that he shouldn't have come here at all.
"Is the cleanup going well? I've brought the weight plates." The muscular army hurriedly carried the heavy weight plates, pushing each other to move faster. The front weight plate, "Get it inside quickly." Hansen suddenly stopped them and held up a weight plate, declaring firmly, "Wait a minute, just carrying them like that is boring. Let me show you the proper way to move the weights." He enthusiastically introduces the technique called bus driver handling, amid desperate screams of please. "Just move them normally. Since I am healthy, I think he's bullying others too much." Hansen begins demonstrating the first step. First, keep your back straight and stand with your feet shoulder-width apart. In the second step, he fully extends his arms and lifts the weight to eye level. In the third step, Hansen guides him to rotate the weight to the right once and then to the left once, as if steering. He smiled and concluded that after stimulating the front and middle shoulder muscles, it would be enough to pass the energy to the person behind. While Hansen and his muscular army were tirelessly rotating the giant stone weights, the Spirit King Bios in the form of a black cat suddenly appeared and spoke. Hansen nodded. "Sorry to interrupt your training, but there's an important issue at hand," Hansen asked in confusion. "What is that?" Biot, with a serious face, explained that maintaining the dungeon consumes a lot of energy, and if this energy runs out, the dungeon will completely disappear. This means that the training devices he painstakingly built will no longer be fully usable. Hearing this, Hansen was completely stunned. "So what should we do? Is there no solution?" Behemoth's eyes turned cold as he gave a mysterious instruction. "Fill the life energy of the neon creature." The Spirit King, standing in the haunting red space, coldly reveals that the most effective way to gather energy is through the death of lives in the domain. Hansen's limbs trembled as he stammered in horror. "Is death? Really? Using energy from it is the first time he's heard of." At this moment, Hansen's brain muscles start contracting and expanding at an extremely fast rate to find a way out. A new stream of thought bursts into his mind. If death means the destruction of cells, then high-intensity training is also a continuous process of destroying muscle cells. That means when the whole team trains together, the dungeon energy will automatically be replenished. Hansen suddenly woke up and declared a new rule for the entire army. Using training energy as a substitute means no one has to die. It's decided, from now on, every time you go to the bathroom, you have to do 100 pull-ups. While Han's son is full of energy, the muscular army behind turned pale with horror. Seeing this bizarre order, Bai him could only shake his head in frustration. Who would like that, Niang? But contrary to expectations, the muscular army all raised their hands and cheered happily, leaving Bai speechless as he watched the excited strongman and muttered to himself. "These crazies are being watched by Niang from the bushes afar." A soldier hesitated to report on the senior goody builders, but Gudo quickly stopped him. Seeing the bright smile of the leader, Gudo silently thought that since Han Sonnen was so happy, he couldn't bring himself to say anything. It's better to prolong Hansen's joy a little longer. Suddenly, a group of people appeared and greeted him. "Long time no see." Block Bang Huang recognized these people as his senior goody builders. Looking at their gaunt bodies with ribs showing, he felt a pang of pity and asked, "What happened to that miserable body?"
One senior gently placed a hand on Block's shoulder and sighed. "A lot has happened in such a short time.
Is this Lord Guro?" Guro, with his eyes shining brightly, recounted that after seeing a messenger, they were imprisoned and then disappeared. For many days, chained tightly to a stone pillar in the dark cave, they couldn't move at all. In their desperate wait for death, without being able to replenish their energy, their bodies had to burn their internal reserves to stay alive. As a result, all the excess fat and even the bulging muscles of the goody builders disappeared completely during that process. Now they look like starving people. The once mighty warriors are now just ordinary guys. One of them pats his flat stomach and sighs softly. "There was a time I was obsessed with muscle mass, but now I don't even understand why I was like that anymore." In the gloomy atmosphere, the mascot of the Red Abyss suddenly spoke up, urging us on. "Everyone, don't be pessimistic anymore. Let's move to the center of the dungeon. She smiled brightly and confidently announced that the dungeon transformation process would begin immediately. Standing before the many citizens of the kingdom and the frog tribe, Hansen reflected on his past, when he only lived for himself. But now he realizes he truly loves this bodybuilding culture, and hopes more people will share this passion. Hansen places his hand on the glowing magic orb, and earnestly asks for everyone's help. Please help all creatures in this world, regardless of race, to have access to Zim in response to this heartfelt call. Gudo Lai and the entire army united in placing their hands on the orb, ready for a new era. Hansen smiled brighter than ever amidst the dazzling glow. He raised his trembling hands and declared the dungeon submerged. A burst of maximum light erupted from the orb, marking the official start of a glorious journey. In the dense forest, a group of self-proclaimed kingdom adventurers cautiously move forward, thinking they're treasure hunting, but it feels more like a weekly fitness check. As they arrive in front of an ancient stone structure, one member confirms they've reached their destination. Looking at the dark entrance, someone hesitated and asked, "Is this the Hell Dungeon?" Above the gate, the dim inscription appeared mysteriously. A female adventurer nervously asks, "How dangerous can it be to be called the Hell Dungeon?" Her teammate responded seriously, saying it was caused by a demon king from another world. Despite his fear, the leader calmly reassured everyone, "It's okay. Our team is strong. I will lead." Just as he drew his sword to charge in, a giant guardian arm suddenly appeared, and a lightning-like clash sent him flying. The whole group shouted in horror as a muscular, white-haired man rushed out desperately from the smoke. Seeing the fallen victim, he was confused and said, "Sorry. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize someone was here. Are you okay?" Furious at the sudden action, a rogue drew his sword and pointed it at the opponent's face, shouting, "Do you want to fight?" The tension was as tight as a guitar string, only missing the warning sound of an imminent battle. Meanwhile, the others hurriedly ran over to help their teammate. "Are you okay?" The man nervously waved his hands to explain, No, I told you I didn't know." He looked directly at the adventurers and gave a sincere piece of advice. "But it's best if you all go back now. This is not a place for ordinary adventurers like you to challenge." The imposing man turned his back and walked away, asserting that only true warriors can face this challenge. Watching that giant figure's back, the sword-wielding adventurer could only stand frozen in doubt. Suddenly, the man stopped and roared loudly. His face contorted as he gritted his teeth, enduring the weight of 1,000 tons under overwhelming pressure. Witnessing this shocking scene, a fellow adventurer exclaimed in horror, "Is that a mimic monster?" But the teammate immediately corrected in shock, "It's just a block of iron." The muscular man with blazing red eyes radiating killing intent, crazily performing powerful lifts that shake the ground with each movement. He is performing a squat with an enormous weight under 1,000 tons of pressure. The system immediately displays a notification that Gudo has broken the squat record for 1 ringgit. However, he still needs to conquer another 560 kilograms to obtain the Wonder of More armor. Immediately after, a passage leading to the free weight training room was officially opened. Gudo stands tall before the glowing gate, giant weights at his feet radiating powerful energy. He whispers in satisfaction, "This is the warrior's paradise, where all races are united by muscle. Welcome to the Deem Dungeon, where the sound of footsteps and clashing weights echoes constantly, creating an exhilarating symphony." This place doesn't quite feel like a dungeon, more like a global bodybuilding festival, with a lively atmosphere of various monsters training intensely. At the reception desk, the girl Randeep, with bright blue hair, greets. "Hello, I am Randy, the manager of the GIM dungeon." She smiled warmly and curiously asked what brought the new guests here. The 3 adventurers from the kingdom of Monten said they came after seeing the guild's reward announcement. The team leader clenched his fist firmly and declared with determination that no one has conquered this place yet. "We are determined to conquer it and become famous adventurers." Randy started the registration process and asked if they had any acquaintances who recommended them or if they had ever used a gym before. Seeing the confused expressions of the adventurers, she quickly turned and called out, "Ah, Lord Guro has arrived. Please advise these people." Guro confidently approached with an authoritative presence and decisive steps. Guro adjusted his monocle and the shimmering gold chain around his neck, politely introducing himself. "I am Coach Guro, with the appearance of a noble butler. His aura is more like a final boss in Jim's room than a host." He shows a picture highlighting his bulging muscles, causing the adventurers to gasp in amazement. "Isn't this Golos?" "No way." Guro waved enthusiastically to invite them. "I will take you inside the dungeon. Are you coming with me?" "Wait a moment." The adventurer pointed his sword directly at the gray monster and growled, "I can't trust a monster that only lies." The tension in the air is like a stretched rubber band about to snap, and something big is about to happen. Faced with hostility, the monster began to show signs of annoyance. He quietly activated the Heavy Blant skill at 12 times its normal power, causing his hand to glow with purple magic. "What is this pressure?" Seeing his teammate in danger, 2 other adventurers rushed over and shouted, "At last you've revealed your true form. Remove the magic immediately." "Monster." Guro just let out a sigh of boredom and then walked away casually, leaving everyone stunned. He walks straight toward the steel barbell on the ground, and with a firm grip, performs a powerful 120 kilogram one-arm deadlift. Witnessing that extraordinary strength, the adventurers could only gasp in amazement, unable to believe it was the power of a monster. At that moment, a young man with brown hair training nearby sneered. "What's that, Guro? I thought you were different. I can do that weight too." To respond to the provocation, Guro immediately performs a 120 kilogram 1RR front rise, and raising the heavy barbell effortlessly in front of him. Frightened by the display of strength, the two adventurers quickly discussed, "Maybe we should move to a different dungeon. There's more than just this one." While the others kept training diligently to the beat of 1, 2. Guro suddenly spoke up to block the way. "Stop right there!" He stared intensely at the opponent with a mocking expression. "Actually, you're feeling jealous, aren't you?" Guro added a deadly remark, saying, "Because you've never had a body as strong as this." Then he quietly looked at the torn registration paper on the floor. A trembling young man standing there, sweat pouring down as he wondered bitterly. "Am I worth envying?" Over there, the adventurers who just completed their mission are excitedly planning to celebrate. "Everyone's been working hard, so how about we go have beetle, beer, and grilled meat now?" The response is enthusiastic agreement. "That's fine." Among the crowd, a girl with purple hair quietly refuses. "Please help me. I don't have any money." "Are you always saying you have no money? Or are you in debt?" The girl calmly explained that she's saving up for her wedding. "Even though I don't have a boyfriend yet, it's better to prepare in advance." Hearing that, the guy next to her blushed shyly and asked about her ideal type. The girl confidently replied, "Warrior." The boy silently thought, "Isn't that what I am? A warrior?" His face flushed with happiness, but the girl added an even stricter standard. "I like warriors with bulging muscles." The words hit him like a thunderbolt, leaving him completely devastated and crying out in despair. The girl shouted in panic, "Why did this happen all of a sudden? Come on, stand up!" At that moment, the giant placed his hand on the crying boy's head and said in a deep voice, "Just cry loudly now so that later, when you're no longer skinny, you can smile with confidence." "Can I really change, teacher?" The giant smiled brightly, encouraging. "Of course, let's start by signing up for PT right away." In a lush green valley, a giant eagle is soaring high in the sky. This peaceful scene hides the fact that it is actually a high-end outdoor training ground, where a strange training scene is unfolding below the surface. The muscular frog monsters straining to pull heavy ropes with ancient screeches are performing the CS frog sitting and rowing exercise. Hansen comfortably sits on the cart, using his strength to control the frog rider team as they train hard. Hansen excitedly counts the 8th beat. Suddenly, the eagle's cry from above catches his attention. Hansen looks up and smiles with excitement. Right after that, a fragrant bird hot pot was bubbling fiercely over the red fire. Emitting thick smoke in the middle of the deep forest, Han's son calmly enjoyed the delicious meal while resting. While eating, he carefully read the letter brought by the eagle. It said, "Lord Hansen, this is Gudo. I have found the location of Oculus. They appear in the northeast of the Roman kingdom, just as Guro described. But please be careful. The kingdom of Roman is at war, so it will be very dangerous. P.S. Please don't eat this eagle's meat. Training it was really tough." Lord Gudo read this far. Hansen froze with a guilty look on his face as he looked at the piece of meat in his hand. He sighed to himself. "Whatever, just one more round and then we set out." 3 hours before departure, at the reception desk of the Dime Dungeon, everything was still quite calm. No one expected that a chicken breast crisis could mark the beginning of the dungeon legend later on.
Guro pointed at a plate and asked, "Do you see the chicken breast here?" While everyone nodded in confirmation, he suddenly revealed that one of the two was a piece of cake.
Guro cuts a piece of chicken breast, revealing the chocolate layer inside, and exclaims, causing everyone to be amazed. He enthusiastically continues the game. "So which one is the cake this time?" Just then, Hansen rushed in and shouted, "Where is the chicken breast again?" He quickly grabbed a piece from the plate with an excited look. Hansen opens his mouth wide to enjoy it and starts chewing awkwardly. Is it chicken breast? It was truly a piece of incredibly sweet cake. As soon as Hansen held the remaining half in his hand, a sudden surge of overwhelming energy erupted, causing his whole body to shake violently as if electrocuted. Hansen's eyes widened, his face contorted in shock as his body trembled uncontrollably from the overwhelming sweetness. Have you ever participated in a bodybuilding competition or a profile photo shoot? To prepare for a brief moment of shining on stage, athletes must follow an extremely strict diet. A muscular man stands under the stage lights, quietly looking at a plate of food with only a few cucumbers and small tomatoes. After months of being disciplined by such simple flavors, the tongue becomes incredibly sensitive. Even the slightest stimulus can trigger a powerful explosion of pain. The moment they taste a piece of cake, all their senses are instantly overwhelmed. For 17 years, he had strictly followed that diet. Hansen's brain was experiencing an unprecedented intense stimulation called sugar for the first time. If there were a ranking of nutritional shocks, this moment would surely top the list without needing a cup. His nervous system felt like it was electrocuted, with blood vessels swelling and trembling violently from this overwhelming shock. Immediately, Hansen lost all control. He charged into the sweet feast wildly with eyes blazing. He fills his mouth with all kinds of cakes, strawberries, and candies in a state of extreme excitement. The convoy, pulled by the rider frogs, continues its journey through the dense jungle. No one expected the survival adventure trip to turn into an unlimited food feast. Amid the lively atmosphere, even the muscular team members started joining the drinking party. Hansen laughed loudly and happily, holding a fried chicken drumstick with a slice of pizza still hanging from his chest in total abandon. Seeing the leader's distant scene, a teammate worriedly commented, "I don't think he should do that." Another warrior stepped forward, offering a piece of white meat and advising Han Son-nim to eat chicken breast instead of these decadent dishes. But immediately his eyes turned completely white with murderous intent. A powerful kick sent the victim flying far away, causing serious injuries and a cry of pain. Hansen stood there with a terrifyingly cold expression. He growled warningly, "Do you dare touch my food?" Suddenly, the space fell into suffocating silence. To punish this interference, Hansen made all the soldiers carry giant frogs on their shoulders and continue training exhaustedly. Guro saw this and approached, holding out a piece of golden fried food and offering it. "Hansen-nim, open your mouth." Hansen calmly opens his mouth to accept the delicious food. Guro gently reassures him, "You don't need to frown. There are so many delicious dishes in this world." While Hansen is busy chewing and humming, two muscular warriors are struggling to carry their injured teammate away from the scene. When asked about their condition, the victim weakly replied, "I think my bones aren't broken yet," but their eyes all focused on the leader with great concern. Compared to that, I think Hansen-nim is the one who's really not okay. Hansen is now completely immersed in a pile of pastries and greasy food, ignoring all the strict training rules he used to follow. Hansen: "Nim, don't you usually move with a lunge?" The question sounds simple, but unexpectedly awakens a concept sealed in your training memories. Hansen was so absorbed in eating that he asked again in confusion, while Lang's chest suddenly pounded fiercely. Hansen held two sausages, his eyes shining with excitement, and exclaimed that eating was even more enjoyable than the Lang training. The henchman laughed loudly, pointing at his fat belly and agreeing. That's right. The Roman kingdom is coming soon, and it's very cold. So fat is definitely a must." Hansen fell into a dazed state, muttering to himself, his fatty body resembling a strict operating system, overridden by the diet, as the truth. He frantically grabbed a pile of sweets and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing loudly and shouting with joy. Fat is the best, he was completely immersed in happiness. He loved eating so much, and suddenly the scene shifted to a white snowfield with howling winds. In the foggy snowstorm, a small figure in a thick outfit struggles to walk with a bundle of firewood on their back and a torch in hand. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blows out the torch. The person worriedly thought to themselves that there was still quite a distance to the village, and their whole body was trembling from the cold. They softly exclaimed, "So cold, so cold!" Suddenly, a plume of white smoke rises from afar, drawing attention. What's that? Steam? A frozen house appears in the snowstorm with smoke billowing from its chimney. Can I go inside to warm my hands a little? They hesitated for a moment before approaching and softly said, "Sorry to bother you." Looking inside, they were amazed to see thick steam rising and wondered why there was so much vapor. The visitor's face contorted in horror at the scene inside, where in the hazy, steam-filled space, a squad of muscular figures was tirelessly performing intense workouts. The hot air is so intense that the snow outside might be quitting early. Amidst heavy breathing and the sound of weights dropping, they count each rep steadily. 1, 2. A member of the team grimaced in discomfort as the ice weight on his arm continued to melt under the intense heat. In the suffocating heat, the warriors continued their frantic training while Han-sun calmly relaxed, soaking in the hot spring nearby. Standing amidst the tense scene, a small stranger hiding behind a cloak trembles, swallowing nervously in utter fear. The outsider's presence is quickly noticed. Two muscular warriors approach with suspicious looks. One sniffs and asks, "Does it smell like you low-level guys are around here?" The remaining one also started sniffing and sneered. "That's right, this is obviously the smell of a new mat after a dim training session." Immediately, all three warriors turned around at once. "I must have gone to the wrong place. I apologize, but I will leave now." But the only way out was blocked by those massive muscles. A warrior stepped forward and declared that while entry was free for anyone, leaving wouldn't be so easy. Surrounded by muscular monsters with haunting smiles, the stranger only screams in despair. "What the hell? Help me." Despite their weak resistance, these monsters quickly lift the intruder into the air as the screams echo throughout the room, dragging him forcefully toward the hot spring. Meanwhile, Hansen calmly sat in the warm water, slowly chewing the food in his hand with a completely relaxed expression. Watching the chaotic scene unfolding before his eyes, he just glanced briefly and wondered silently, why do they live so diligently? In the hazy, steam-filled space, a muscular soldier is sternly guiding the intruder through training. The muscles bristle as if activating a game skill, but the pain is real 100%. He forced the young man to do perfect squats, slowly feeling the front thigh muscles and lowering himself down. The poor guy was sweating profusely, trembling with exhaustion, and nervously asked, "Do I really have to push myself this hard?" He pointed at Han-sun and asked, "Isn't he the strongest?" Contrary to expectations, Hansen was now casually lying on a chair. Just go with it. A reply that sounds light but is enough to crush the serious fighting spirit of the entire room. He smirks lazily and drops a laid-back philosophical remark. "Whether you try or not, everyone will die eventually." This statement left all the present members stunned and with faces full of amazement. Hansen continued to sink deeper into depravity, chewing nervously as he tried to advise. "So just enjoy your food and live comfortably." A muscular warrior wearing sunglasses also enthusiastically agreed, eating a pastry as he nodded. "That's right, happiness comes first." As the young man awkwardly forces a smile out of embarrassment, another member suddenly steps forward, grabbing his head with fiery eyes and shouting, "Next round!" Despite the leader's laziness, training in the underground dungeon still remains lively, with warriors tirelessly lifting weights and doing high-intensity exercises in the snow. While the giant frogs relax in the hot spring behind, a bright system notification suddenly appears. A new side quest, The Regret of the Former King, has been created. The story takes us back to a chaotic time in the past when the world was shrouded in darkness. A time when light was not something that could be extinguished, but something that had never had the chance to exist long enough. To confront the evil forces, countless heroes have appeared and fought in deadly battles. Most of these heroes have vanished from history because they couldn't surpass the limits of their own race. But history still records outstanding geniuses, those who possess power far beyond any measure of their race. These geniuses have made their names legendary, but there is always someone higher up, at the peak, forcing the entire hierarchy of strength to redefine its standards. Among the most outstanding, there was a warrior with extraordinary talent who became a symbol of terror for demons and enemies alike, Demon Swordmaster Hinderben. But in his most glorious moment, a soldier shouted out in despair and utter shock. "You were once a symbol of justice, so why did you do this?" a soldier shouted, pointing at the shadow. "The world is protected and becomes a righteous kingdom." "Isn't it thanks to you?" Hinderbrand calmly calls while holding his pipe. "Hey, young man." He calmly says that even if he's called a senile old man or a fool chasing false hopes, it's okay. Immediately, Commander Rhea Mepcam orders the priest, who then cast a series of magic enhancements on him, boosting his strength, agility, and focus. But what if that hope is to regain your youth? The narration confirms that Hinderbrand has been active for over 50 years. The commander breaks out in a sweat, trying to reassure himself that the opponent is just an old man lost in his glorious past. Hinderbrand hesitated, then stepped forward and said, "Maybe you've never thought about it. Well, let this old man teach you a lesson." Right now, all they see is a thin, frail old man, nothing more, but it's that unassuming appearance that makes him the most dangerous. Hinderbrand looked at the cup and wondered, is mana potion all gone? He muses quietly, people with much to lose often cling to their dignity, but at this age, everything becomes meaningless. Brand calmly empties his potion onto the ground as the commander roars to rally his soldiers. "If I am not afraid of my opponent's reputation, I can easily win." The sword is drawn decisively from its sheath. The commander charged forward with a decisive move to cross-last, but Hinderbrand still stood firm, despite the raging energy swirling around him. He coldly delivers the final blow. Honor or whatever else doesn't matter after death. His cold, glowing eyes see through the life and death of his opponent. He stammers in shock. Did he disappear? Then he immediately realized this was the technique of instant teleportation. He gritted his teeth in full resentment. Damn it. But just as he was stunned, a surge of deadly aura closed in from behind, making him only able to widen his eyes in horror. Hinderbrand appears like a shadow, delivering a lightning-fast strike that pierces through the commander with complete helplessness. The old man quietly watches the battlefield, calmly sighing. "I was just looking to regain my youth, but you kids keep getting in the way." Facing the overwhelming army surrounding him, the old man remained unshaken. The opposing commander shouted to reassure his soldiers. "Don't be afraid, the opponent is just an old man." Hinderbrand slightly smirked, quietly drew his sword from its sheath, and declared, "So this old man has decided to steal your youth." As the attack order ended, a barrage of arrows and spears rained down like a storm, as if the entire sky had decided to join the battle. But in an instant, the old man transformed into a deathly tornado, sweeping away all resistance and causing countless soldiers to perish. With a single swing of his sword, the old man took dozens of lives with brilliant blue streaks. His glowing white eyes full of menace made a wizard panic and shout, "Hurry and counter with magic now!" The mad mage frantically poured his energy into the blue gem right before the old man, but it was already too late, as if everything had been pressed too late to regret. A deafening explosion erupted, engulfing everything in a cloud of dust and smoke. Amid the endless white snowfield, a scene of devastation unfolds with countless fallen soldiers scattered in pools of blood. Standing at the center of the destruction is Senior Hinderbrand, the 75-year-old king of the Sinber Kingdom. The old man, with long white hair and a cold, indifferent face, said, "Giving youth to the children is truly a waste." In the Holy Kingdom of Roman, the atmosphere in the council chamber is becoming more tense than ever under the heavy snowfall. Even the candles in the room seem to be trying not to get involved in the debate. The young Pope Jackman Roland anxiously asked how to restore the declining reputation of the kingdom amid the current situation. A bespectacled advisor immediately suggested surrendering and accepting all of Hinderbrand's demands as a matter of course. Instantly, a female noblewoman angrily retorted. She demands everyone to be patient because the kingdom's honey is scarce and the population is mostly elderly. A country that lets itself decay will perish, so surrender is not an option. The reason sounds very political, but somehow it feels like reporting population status in a strategy game. The argument erupts fiercely as the bald advisor shouts that if they can't even stop a 75-year-old like Hinderbrand, then what right do they have to be proud? While the Pope was struggling with the loud arguments, a decisive proposal was made. Our holy god knights will march into battle. The door opens and Sister Pier, the leader, strides in with an imposing presence that makes everyone marvel at the trust placed in this knightly order. When a counselor, still muttering doubts about their abilities, is suddenly grabbed by the neck by Pier, producing a sharp cracking sound. The suffering advisor, his face contorted in pain, could only gasp in broken moans in shock as those around him watched, but soon he burst into a hearty laugh, feeling his blood flow strongly again, praising the strength of the knightly order in the Pope, while the scarred Pope silently observed everyone with a cold, mysterious gaze. Meanwhile, in a distant snowy forest, Hansen turned to ask about the remaining distance to the village, receiving a nod of confirmation from the small guide, and enthusiastically declared it was time to start the interval running exercise. After waiting for a long time, Hansen and his muscular team immediately focused all their strength on their legs and sprinted forward at an incredible speed. Heavy breathing echoed repeatedly in the silent space. Han-sun, covered in sweat, his face contorted from exhaustion, whispering between ragged breaths. His heavy breathing makes even Snowfall consider easing up to keep up with this pace. But despite being too exhausted to lift his legs, he still manages to order his teammates to go ahead. But even the strongest warriors have reached their limit. They lean on each other, gasping for breath amid the misty steam rising from their bodies. The footprints pressed into the white snow led to the village of Shin Bo Tom Thukvong, a peaceful settlement with snow-covered wooden houses nestled among majestic mountains. This peaceful moment feels like a rare halftime break amid endless days of training. From afar, a bright-eyed boy runs over shouting, "Dad!" Immediately, a kind-hearted old man lifted the boy up and affectionately said, "Oh, my good boy." The boy excitedly exclaimed, "Hey, everyone," his face shining with happiness as he was surrounded by loved ones. An old man approached, bowing to thank Hansen for saving young Jordan's life. Seeing the elderly men around him, Hansen couldn't help but be amazed and wonder why all the old men in here were so extraordinarily fit. A member of the muscular army whispers that there's something strange about this village, but Hansen casually concludes that maybe everyone here already knows how to train. However, another question arises because there are no young people in the village at all. It feels like the entire younger generation has been locked out of the server for a long time without anyone updating the status. An old man sadly reveals that all the young people have already left to migrate elsewhere. In front of Hansen's confusion, young Jordan began recounting the history of the kingdom of Sin Bo Tom, once a nation of mighty mercenaries who accumulated wealth through endless wars. But fearing overpopulation, the kingdom enacted a law allowing only one child per family. The tragedy began then, as a militarized nation prioritized sons, leading to a staggering gender imbalance of 70-1. When the number of women becomes too scarce, the birth rate drops sharply, causing the population to age severely, and the remaining young people have to bear enormous taxes to support the elderly, leaving them no choice but to migrate to neighboring countries. Now, only a few children like Jordan are left to bear the responsibility of caring for the countless elderly in the village. Hearing that tragic story, Hansen casually picked his nose and asked, "Do you have a gym's room here?" The strange question stunned the old man in shock. Jordan had to explain that he was probably looking for a gym. The whole group silently walks through the snow-covered village. A muscular team member asked the old man in front, "If the kids have to carry everything, it must be tough." "Is the kingdom doing nothing?" The old man replied softly, "I hear that in the neighboring country, the Holy Empire of Roman, there is a divine artifact that helps with rejuvenation." He explained that it is a sacred object that has collected wishes for 6 trillion years, with an image of a strange ceremony where people are kneeling before a glowing light sphere inside a tent. The old man confirmed that King Hinderbrand is using this to bring prosperity once again. Hansen listened and fell into deep thought. Hinderbrand. I think I've heard that name somewhere before. Immediately, a system notification appeared. The side quest is to mourn the former king. The goal is to meet Hinderbrand and obtain clues about Oculus. It feels like the entire universe just pushed the main quest into the player's hands without giving a moment to breathe. Hansen quietly thanks the sages with a smile. "Thank you, masters." He excitedly turned to ask the man next to him, "Sir, can you take me to meet Hinderbrand?" Faced with the sudden request, the man broke out in a sweat and nervously explained that Hansen Nim, in fact, it's very difficult to meet the human king. He said that meeting Gudo was just due to the kingdom's small size and the right circumstances. I see. So what do I need to do to meet him? Guro stroked his chin thoughtfully. This kind of thinking usually comes with exercises not meant for the faint-hearted. He wears a monocle, looking serious amidst the blowing snow. Guro grips his spear firmly, standing tall among the muscular troops while Hansen prepares for the next journey with a squat. Behind them, the elders are moaning in pain from their aching joints. Oh, their whole bodies are so sore. The coughing fits echo continuously through the snowy sky. The dry, cracking sounds persisted as the elders struggled to move their bodies with difficulty. Hansen stared in shock and wondered if he was hearing the sound of bones grinding together, then nervously turned to ask Guro. "Guro, is this correct? The simplest way to meet the king is to earn merit." It sounds simple, but in war, simplicity usually means nothing exists anymore. He emphasized that the most terrifying people are those who have nothing left to lose, and the veterans are exactly those kinds of people. A pink-clad guardian confidently stands next to the white-bearded knight and declares either reunite with the young king or perish in war. The guardian priest laughed loudly, asserting that this was the mindset of the veterans. He then turned to ask Hansen's group what their resolve was in this battle. Immediately, Hansen's muscular disciples all tensed up, showcasing their strength and responding with two short words: push and pull. The muscular army, carrying heavy loads, moved in unison while shouting 121 Ha 2, leaving the white-haired knight standing stunned and bewildered. What are they talking about? At that moment, a loud scream of panic erupted, echoing throughout the camp. A scout frantically urged his horse forward towards the barricade, demanding everyone to clear the way. But as he approached, the horse suddenly stumbled and fell, tumbling multiple times on the ground amid crashing sounds. The scout hurriedly got up and ran to the commander, only able to gasp and spit repeatedly, to catch his breath before being asked what was happening. He stammered with short breaths. "It's not about that!" Suddenly, the alarm bell rang out sharply. "The enemy is attacking. There is an ambush. Columns of signal smoke are blazing up from the mountain peak." A mighty army called the Holy Knights of God suddenly appeared from the horizon, led by a beautiful blonde female knight with a cold, piercing gaze. She coldly ordered the attack. On the ground below, a warrior turned to Guronim and asked, "You said we just need to make a contribution, right?" Hansen, in a relaxed squat stance, replied, "Yeah, that's right." The muscular disciple stepped forward and offered, "Hansen, leave this to us." A worried subordinate added that Hansen's increasing body fat would make fighting more difficult. But Hansen laughed and assured them they were mistaken, because gaining weight doesn't mean weakness. On the contrary, explosive strength becomes even more terrifying. He compared his current body to a powerful fuel-guzzling supercar. Hansen roared and then tensed his muscles, unleashing all his strength, causing his bulging muscles to swell intensely and radiate an overwhelming heat that shook the entire space. The pressure from the massive muscles flinging everything around left the disciples in awe and helplessness. Watching this shocking scene from above, the knight commander couldn't help but be amazed. Commander P stared in shock, bewildered by the strange entity before her. Suddenly, a deafening roar tore through the air. It's a jet engine. A earth-shattering collision erupts, creating a blazing red aura that engulfs the entire battlefield. As Hansen performs a squat jump, a terrifying pressure bursts forth, causing the atmosphere itself to seem to recoil in fear. Seeing this shocking scene, the muscular soldiers hurriedly report, "Guronim, what should we do?" "Hansen, Nim has disappeared again." But Guro remained completely calm and replied, "This wasn't the first time something like this had happened." Guro quickly regains focus and asserts that the current priority is to eliminate the enemy in front of them. He begins explaining the principle of knowing yourself and your opponent to win every battle, emphasizing that without understanding the strength of both sides, victory is impossible. Guro admits that they are completely in the dark about both their own and the enemy's strength for now, so he orders the Goody Builder team to prepare. The muscular warriors immediately line up. Guro reminds his juniors that we will observe the veterans' battle to learn from them. Still, one of the muscle soldiers was getting very impatient. "I'm itching to go in and crush them. Can I just do that?" Immediately, an old general with purple hair and bright pink attire stepped forward, smirking menacingly. The rookies have some ideas. Let me show you the power of a mercenary nation." The mighty old man stepped forward and declared, "Once we strike, there's no room for you to interfere." He confidently ordered the entire army, focusing on bones and joints. Under the command of the old general, the entire army began to emit a brilliant aura with skills to strengthen bone density, create replacement joints, and enhance joints safely. Witnessing this strange scene, a muscular warrior asked in confusion, "Guronim, what are those old men doing?" However, he also secretly worried when recalling the knowledge Hansen had taught him. But according to Hansen Nin, using artificial joints would come with unbearable pain. Guro looked ahead in silence and wondered how they were going to do this. The old general with the long beard roared and gave the order. The entire army, under the Bowser mode, responds to a single command, and the atmosphere instantly shifts to a no-retreat state. Their eyes blaze with madness as they charge forward, regardless of everything. Witnessing this scene, a muscular soldier member was stunned to realize they had used the Bowser skill to block out the pain. Is this the tactic of a powerful mercenary nation driven by war? With the order to attack and retaliate, the muscular warriors crazily closed in on the target. The thunderous stomps shook the ground violently, making it feel like the entire battlefield was turning into a high-intensity workout machine. But amid the intense battle, a cold voice orders to disarm. Instantly, a soldier suddenly collapses, dropping his weapon in shock. Hansen's disciples could only stare in horror and gasp. "What is that?" The mysterious figure with a cross-shaped scar on his face slightly smirked with a sinister smile and quietly issued the order to disarm. Immediately, the bodies of the muscular soldiers began twisting and cracking unnaturally. The dry, cracking sounds echoed repeatedly as their bones and joints shattered, causing one of them to scream in extreme pain. Witnessing that brutal technique, another member trembled, his heart pounding, and wondered what kind of skill that was. In fact, the enemy used their fingertips to pierce through the defenses and directly invade the joints instantly. The battlefield now resembles an autopsy performed at the speed of war, with a blazing hand of green energy slipping through the flesh, weaving between the bones and then withdrawing in an instant. The horrifying truth is that their first line will completely disable armor and weapons, while the second line will directly split the human body apart. The enemy was incredibly cunning, targeting the vital joints of the veterans, a strategy that alone sounds painful just to imagine. The screams of agony echoed as the old soldiers fell, no match for these ruthless techniques. Commander Peer coldly declared that she did not want to carry out pointless violence, and demanded the enemy to surrender and lay down their weapons. However, her gaze suddenly froze when she saw the muscular army, a strange unit she had never seen before. He couldn't hide her contempt. She thought the kingdom of Cimberthorn was too desperate to resort to using monsters to seek victory. For her, in the Holy Kingdom of Roman, monsters are never considered individuals. P orders the cavalry to charge, promising to show mercy by bringing them to the gods without any pain. Contrary to the seriousness of the battlefield, the muscle team members are panicking over a very ironic reason. If they get hit by that technique, they will be injured and unable to continue their dim training. They worryingly remind each other of Hansen's warning that injuries would hinder training, and only hope to return safely to training in the dim dungeon, witnessing disciples planning to run away just because they're afraid of ruining their muscles. Guro could only stand frozen, sweating profusely, unable to understand their way of thinking. When he heard their cowardly murmurs about whether to run or not to lose their muscles, Guro's eyes suddenly narrowed with danger. He roared fiercely, demanding the goody builders to focus immediately. Guro shouted loudly, questioning if they wanted to return as weak, despised dogs just because they were afraid of pain. He affirms that the muscles built through hard training are not for running away but to protect friends, loved ones, and family. Guro's fierce speech struck deep into their souls, or rather shook the entire large chest area of the army. If words had weight, then at this moment they were delivering a heavy blow. He encourages his disciples to trust in the strength that Hansen and themselves have built. The chest muscles begin to tense and tremble with powerful force as the leader's words ignite their spirit. Even the giant frog monster is caught up in this boiling atmosphere. This unexpected change makes the Roman knights look confused, as if the battlefield has suddenly shifted into an unpredictable mode.
Amid the screams of the frogs and the shouts of the muscular army, a terrifying pressure began to envelop the battlefield. A whole legion of pale giants with glowing red eyes and a formidable horde of raider frogs started to march in unison, creating thunderous sounds that shook the ground.
Facing that scene, Captain Peer silently watched with contempt. Is that all her body is capable of? How foolish. Paladin team, disarm the enemy immediately. The knights below looked confused and asked again, disassemble? As they hesitated, the muscular army with blazing red eyes closed in, their chests pounding rapidly, causing the knights to gasp in horror. The muscular warriors immediately start doing chest stressing and long powwow exercises right in the middle of the battlefield to prepare for a powerful attack. The shouts of 12 rounds echo throughout the space. Just by listening, it's clear this is no longer a battlefield but a continent-wide endurance tournament. The two warriors push together, launching their teammate like an arrow tearing through the sky. The knights below could only watch as Bang Huang looked up in helplessness. Oh, they're coming! P gritted his teeth in order to disassemble, but the deadly strike only produced a dry clash against the steel-hard muscles. He immediately grabs the enemy and shouts the move name, One Arm Dungo, a 1,000-pound press that crushes the opponent to the ground, causing a shockwave. On the battlefield of the dim dungeon, a muscular warrior stands tall among the defeated, who are groaning in pain beneath his feet. A member of the confident army team claims to have completed analyzing the opponent. He explains that the enemy's technique is to find a way to slip through the thin muscle layers, to penetrate and split the joints. But for goody builders with thick muscle mass, that is completely useless. Witnessing this scene, female squad leader P couldn't help but be stunned. She admits she has never seen a body that can hold joints so tightly and firmly like that. Looking at the warriors before her, she wonders if they are Minoto or even a being far beyond that monster. However, PE quickly regained her composure and asserted that every muscle has its fatal weakness, as if she had just discovered a universal law of the human body's battlefield. Immediately, she launched an attack targeting those weak points, causing the muscular warriors to fall into chaos and keep collapsing. Pierre coldly ordered the army to attack the opponent's finger joints, wrists, and elbows. The desperate screams echoed as the muscle army endured deadly strikes to their joints. P calmly challenged, "Do you think just aiming there will be enough?" Ignoring all threats, the muscle team members rush wildly at the enemy at lightning speed. A warrior strains to perform the one-arm dumbbell press, using 1,000 pounds of strength to crush the opponent's resistance with a thunderous blow to the ground. But when their muscular hands clashed with the opponent's powerful attack, their fingers were deformed. The members of the muscular army are suffering unbearable pain. They scream in regret. They should have stayed in the prison dungeon. I should have just lifted weights quietly. It hurts so much I can't hold on anymore. The blue-clad entity quietly gazed at the hands and calmly said, "That must be ingrained in your genes." She continued with cold words about the sound of death as her neck bones were twisted. A giant chicken with glazed eyes and sweat pouring down its face can only scream in terror as it sees the hand approaching right before its eyes, a resolute voice echoing out. Then go in peace. Immediately, the Heavy Plant 12 technique is activated, unleashing a massive magic sphere that crashes down on the monster, causing a deafening explosion and wiping out everything around. I didn't expect she could still stand after that move. Who are you? Facing the question, a pale giant with a monocle calmly introduced himself, saying, "I am the manager and trainer of the Dime Dungeon, also known as Goot." I flexed my muscles confidently and declared my name is Mr. Guro. Meanwhile, in the snow-covered kingdom, explosions and lightning continue to tear across the sky above the towering mountain as a group of soldiers silently march through the icy stone corridors in the snowstorm. Yes, please trust the army. He turned to his subordinates and asked, "Haven't you always trusted me all this time?" The old king requests them to take the mana potion for him and then confidently declares, "I will go now." Immediately, Hinderbrand sped out of the city. Flying at a terrifying speed, Hinderbrand suddenly halted when he sensed a strange object heading straight toward him. From the opposite side, Hansen is falling freely with a distorted face of terror, screaming in helplessness. I can't stop it." Hinderbrand quietly drew his sword and delivered a powerful strike to Hansen's guardian arm, a moment that felt like two monsters clashing and exchanging blows. The old king coldly declared, "I don't have time to distinguish between you and the enemy." As Hansen stared in shock, a system notification suddenly appeared. The side quest, The Regret of the Former King, meeting Hinderband, is complete. Immediately after, the current location of the Oculus organization is officially displayed on the magic map. Below the ground, the red-haired guy gently tilted his neck and suggested, "Johansson has left, so maybe we should just wipe them all out." However, his subordinate nervously reported that Hinderbrand's signal was approaching very close. He trembled, wondering if they could defeat the legendary king in their exhausted state. After a moment of silent contemplation, he sighed and decided to endure a little longer. He wondered which of Hinderbrand and Goot would ultimately win if they faced each other. Amidst the faint purple mist, a Gao warrior with pale skin faced off against a female warrior. At this moment, the atmosphere feels like standing in the middle of a lawless fight. He calmly remarks that in the end, the loser will just be devoured. Gao quickly analyzed his opponent and realized he was a close combat specialist, knowing he had no chance if they fought evenly, so he decided first to make his body heavier. Immediately, he tensed up and roared, unleashing a blazing purple mana flow that enveloped his hands, preparing for an explosive attack. The enormous purple pressure bears down, forcing the female knight peer to brace herself against the suffocating weight. Peer wonders in amazement if the weight of her armor has increased, but she quickly regained her composure and remarked that it was a really interesting technique. In response, P calmly declares, "I will make it even more interesting." Guro unleashes a barrage of spears soaring through the air, standing tall among the clouds before plunging down like a rain of arrows. Faced with the dangerous situation, P quietly observes and wonders what to do next, but then calmly remarks that it seems she has started to adapt. The spears plunged fiercely, pinning Pierce's position amidst the raging purple energy, as Go suddenly shouted, canceling Heavy Blunt and leaving Pierce stunned. A series of spears with different weights are activated and then dismissed, piercing through the opponent's shadow amid brutal clashes. Gao excitedly shouts, "All right, we've won." He's confident that he has defeated the female knight. But P suddenly caught the spear with his bare hands and calmly said, "This really confuses me. I didn't expect that after being pierced by countless spears, P would still be alive." The truth is revealed as all the members of the group are healing priests. The muscular soldier begins to show fear, running and crying as he is relentlessly chased. Suddenly, a huge purple beam of light enveloped her, making the opponent gasp in surprise. From the darkness, a pair of hands glowing with purple magic prepared for the decisive attack. A cold voice echoes, "Got it!" A purple energy circle appears. Then the triple tower skill is activated, unleashing a massive purple energy explosion that crushes everything below in a giant beam of light. A brilliant beam of light carrying a healing skill descends onto the battlefield, while a giant muscular entity silently observes from the shadows. The muscular army immediately surged forward like a storm. A warrior shouted loudly to order, quickly closing in so they couldn't use healing. Despite the attack, the priest remained calm and continued to command. "Ignore them. Focus on healing." Healing Lord Pyrotin is the key to victory. A giant hand covered in steel scales seizes everything. That entity roared, dispersing and crushing everything. "Give me the order." A press with 1,000 force power descended, causing a deafening explosion, and the giant still stood firm amid the shouts, launching the next attack immediately. "Let's go! Let's go!" A muscular team member runs while telling himself he won't let himself be caught off guard again. Behind him, someone else sneers and says that the one who looks the most like a monster is actually you. Another thunderous punch strikes down, crushing the ground within a blinding glow as agonized screams echo repeatedly while the enemies are shattered beneath absolute power. The chaotic scene leaves even the little frog stunned, eyes wide with amazement, unable to speak as dust settles and reveals the battered and broken bodies scattered across the ground. A big question arises: why do they have to fight? Amidst the overwhelming fear, the little chickens tremble as they look at each other with suspicion. Their tiny brains can't understand what the purpose of this slaughter is. Surely you've stood in front of a weight so heavy it seemed impossible to lift. In the rhythm of the gym, the muscle squad members are tirelessly training, but sudden fear engulfs them when facing the giant iron block. Because each person always knows their own limits best, heavy pressure weighs down on the mind. Although Then Ta remains still, the mind of the one trying to push it is already trembling with fear, resembling a battle between muscle and panic. A challenging question echoes, making him hesitate to lift it. He immediately started slapping his face, chest, stomach, and thighs to awaken his dormant willpower. "Are you really going to give up just because you failed once?" The bulging hands immediately grip the bar with fiery determination, a confident smile returning to his face as he firmly declares that, no. The fear at this moment is merely a deceptive signal from the brain. The excited shouts ring out endlessly as hot blood surges wildly through the veins. A muscular, pitch-black creature with blazing red eyes radiates killing intent, frantically charging forward to push back all the fear surrounding its body. With a fierce, thunderous strike, the giant lands blows on the ground, causing the space to shake violently. Suddenly, a giant claw swept past, leaving the opponent stunned and full of suspicion. The loud cry of cooked cheese announced the arrival of a new entity. A giant toad suddenly charges forward, hands emitting healing magic. A being quickly regains its footing amidst a green glow. With terrifying speed, it darted like a lightning bolt, causing those around to gasp in amazement while some screamed in fear. The cheese monster once again leapt into the air, frantically rushing forward. At that moment, a blonde priestess quietly slipped past the massive body of the monster and coldly ordered its removal, just as the Muscle Squad members suddenly appeared. A loud shout echoes as the 1,000-pound strike lands. The Muscle Army continues to deliver another press. The blonde priestess quietly observes the scene and sighs. It's been delayed for too long. She continued to cast her magic to heal her body. Standing amidst the radiant light, the female priestess regretfully said, "We should have caused more damage. It's a pity. Let's head back." Seeing the enemy trying to escape, a commander shouted. They planned to flee and attack, and the black shadows riding flying beasts immediately covered the sky. A muscular soldier member hurriedly intervened. "Don't do that!" he growled angrily. The group began to regroup and confirmed that we also need to reinforce our entire force. The scene shifts to a snow-covered area, where Hansen is curled up in a deep hole, his muscular body trembling amidst the rising steam. Suddenly, the white-haired old man Hinderband rushes in. However, Hansen calmly used his own front teeth to precisely catch the sword, halting the strike completely in midair, leaving the opponent stunned in amazement. The white-haired old man gritted his teeth, struggling in helplessness as he couldn't pull out the sword. Staring at the blood seeping from the blade, he was stunned. Had his muscles been cut? On the contrary, Hansen looked extremely worried. He looked at his side and asked his front teeth, "What's going on? Why are you so soft now?" He frantically pounds on the muscle and shouts loudly, "Front teeth, hey, are you asleep? Come on, wake up, kid." Seeing this strange scene, Hinderband quietly thinks that ordinary physical attacks probably won't work. The old man begins to gather his strength and mutters to himself, "If that's the case," while Hansen is still panicking trying to hold onto his muscles. "Are you sulking?" Hinder. Brainer raises his sword and channels all his magic, causing it to shine with a blinding golden aura. Immediately, Hansen's muscles begin to contract and swell violently in rapid succession. The opponent, Bang Huang, notices the unusual change. Is it multiplying stars? Hansen's muscles are expanding to an unimaginable extent. Hey, what more could you possibly be dissatisfied with? A blazing stream of energy erupts fiercely from deep within the red muscles. Hinderbrand soars into the sky, surrounded by a brilliant golden aura. Looking down below, the old man thought to himself that behind was the kingdom, so he absolutely could not let this monster invade inside. Seeing that physical attacks were ineffective, he concentrated all his spiritual power and declared, "If I can't cut you with my sword, I will use magic to pierce through you." The old man's face became extremely serious as he concentrated his ultimate power. Under the suffocating pressure, Han-sun in his monster form could only tilt his head back and roar out fragmented, furious screams. A deafening collision erupted instantly in the sky. Hinderbrand casually dismissed it as just a joke, because he was someone who didn't like wasting time on pointless things. Immediately after, he summoned a giant guardian wielding a golden hammer to strike a thunderous blow and send the opponent flying far away. Meanwhile, Hansen was knocked back, falling freely through the white snowstorm with his body covered in wounds. Hansen's guardian figure streaked down from above like a blazing meteor, kicking up dust and snow over a wide area, while Han-sun lay motionless in a deep pit amidst the howling snowstorm. "Your front teeth? Why didn't you answer me?" Suddenly, a voice rang out from those tense muscles. "Do you think I want to answer for sure?" The sharp reply left Han-sun stunned and confused, asking again, "What do you mean? What does that mean?" Looking at his current appearance, Han-sun was stunned to hear a voice emanate from his own body. "Look at yourself. Turns out you've been neglecting exercise because you've been too absorbed in sweets. Your brain is being reprimanded. Brain, you've been too absorbed in sweet treats and neglected balanced energy intake and exercise." The muscles all declared in unison that they have decided to go on strike, except for the essential parts needed to sustain life. Hansen froze in shock at the harsh ultimatum. Try living well with that pile of fat. Behind him, the voice continued to echo. "Oh, even your front teeth muscles are telling you this. That rotten brain of yours, get lost." If there were a ranking of the most impressive muscle betrayals of the year, you would definitely be at the top without question. Could it be that the muscle rebellion caused you too much of a shock? Hansen trembles in the snowstorm, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. This is the thermoregulation process of warm-blooded animals when blood vessels constrict, and the hypothalamus stimulates the release of TSH hormone. This process produces hormones that promote metabolism to sustain life. Normally, when a person feels cold, they shiver to regulate body temperature at a rate of 10 to 20 times per second. but Hansen's trembling muscles generate a terrifying vibration of up to 10,000 times per second, causing him to shake so violently that he becomes a blurry mass, melting the surrounding snow into a hot spring in the middle of the icy land. A hand rises from beneath the water, Han-sun emerging from the misty surface of the lake. The heat is enough to burn away all the excess fat, but at the same time, his massive muscles have completely disappeared. Standing in the snow with his thin legs, Hansen's metabolism has returned to normal. However, after losing his muscles, he suddenly became incredibly handsome with a delicate face. Hansen looked at his body with tears in his eyes and choked out, "Lost muscle." Just then, the system notification appeared warning him that he was in an abnormal state, frozen, an extremely costly price for becoming handsome so quickly without restraint. The system immediately activates the authority and offers two choices. A, do you want to be led to a warm place to sleep and bread? Do you want to be taken to a place with meat? Hansen still trembles in the snowstorm. He slightly smirks and makes his decision. Of course, the choice takes 2 seconds, but still favors meat, clearly a priority. Amid the howling wind and blinding snow, a trembling hand desperately reached out in vain. Hansen had become gaunt by this point. He used his last bit of strength to knock on the wooden door, but collapsed immediately. The patrol team found him and shouted in panic, "Are you okay?" He was frozen so badly, we need to move him quickly. After a period of coma, Han's son woke up in a warm room. The man who saved his life gently asked Han, "You're just waking up now? How do you feel?" "Does it hurt anywhere?" Han's son weakly replied, "Thank you for saving me." Bang Huang realizes his condition. "Oh, what's wrong with you?" Seeing him trembling so violently, the man quickly turned to call his wife. "Oh, look at him trembling. He must be very hungry. Hey, give him some food here." A woman carrying a tray of food approaches and encourages him. "You're too thin. You need to eat this to regain your strength." Looking at the bowl of soup and the dry, stale bread, Han's son silently thought, carbs and more carbs. If it were before, I would never touch this kind of balanced nutrition. His eyes suddenly lit up with a fierce pressure as he held the food in his hand. Memories of the days when Thang Huang Kim, with his muscular body, freely ate fried chicken and pizza, flooding back and making him even more frustrated. Seeing Hansen trembling while holding a piece of bread, the woman must have been starving for a long time to be so shaky over food. The husband also sighed in agreement. Yes, truly pitiful. Hansen lowered his head, darkness covering his face, as he told himself he was angry at himself. But right now feelings didn't matter. He had to refuel first. Hansen dips the spoon into the steaming bowl of soup and begins to enjoy it. Just one bite, he closes his eyes and lets the simple flavor seep into his body. But, as does the rumors say, even men who can only hold a spoon will find a way to lift weights. Hansen clenched the fragile spoon tightly, veins bulging under the self-imposed pressure. Right there in his seat, he began doing the Jason Ko workout seriously, using only a simple eating utensil. As long as he's breathing, he's training. Diemthu never gives up, always a warrior. Watching this bizarre scene, the homeowner couple could only stand frozen, looking at him with judgmental and annoyed eyes. That guy, furious, charged at Han's son, pinned him down on the bed and shouted, "Stop picky eating and just eat." Forced to eat roughly, Han's son could only cry out helplessly. After the forced meal, he hesitantly stepped out into the snowy outdoors, placed his hands on the ground, and silently assessed that his physical condition was not too bad at this moment. Hansen looked straight ahead with a determined gaze, then slapped himself hard on both cheeks to wake himself up and told himself, "Pull yourself together, you Han-san. What's done is done and can't be undone." He wipes the sweat off his face and suddenly bends down to put his hands on the ground. It looks like a desperate pose, but the answer is definitely no. Hansen quickly shifts his balance, positioning his body into a stable stance. This is the bare-handed push-up position to test his true strength. Hansen confidently shouted and began, rhythmically performing each movement up and down steadily. He focused intensely and started counting 5, 6, 7, 8. Sweat begins to drip onto the cold ground. His breathing also becomes more rapid with each movement. Suddenly, Han-san froze with a look of amazement. Bang Huang realized that after just a few reps, his muscles were already experiencing such intense stimulation. "I've never felt this kind of stimulation from doing push-ups before." Instantly, blue electric currents run through every muscle, making him shiver and scream with extreme pleasure. Hansen's face changes as he becomes immersed in an unprecedented feeling of satisfaction. The human brain always has a scale for moments of pleasure. If enjoying a delicious meal scores only 3 points or dangerous illegal substances reach 150 points, then for exercise addicts, it's a kind of drug addiction comparable to those illegal substances and grows hitting his peak dopamine while doing push-ups, just like an addiction with no need to hide. For Hansen, training after a long time was like injecting a heavy dose of stimulant into his body. He frantically did push-ups on the dirt until tears started to flow. Memories of the great teacher with the red headband suddenly flash back, and he sternly reminds him, "Han-son, no matter how difficult things get, you must never cry." When Hansen asks why, the teacher began explaining that water is the main component of muscles and tears are no exception. Crying means losing water, and losing water is like losing the muscle tissue itself. He posed a suggestive question. If the water meant to nourish the muscles turns into tears, what would happen? Focused on the exercise machine, Hansen weakly replied, the muscles would be lost. The teacher laughed heartily, affirming that a few tears don't actually cause muscle loss immediately, but the real issue lies in the mindset of the trainee. Paying attention to even the smallest details is one of the most important habits for building a perfect body. Hansen fell silent, sweat streaming down his thoughtful face. Hansen groaned, tensing his muscles around his eye sockets to hold back tears, then took a deep, determined breath and began doing push-ups in the snow right next to a system screen that just appeared. The former king's regretful mission was to meet with Brand, and the next goal is to help repair the Roman Holy Nation's fortress to gather clues about Oculus. Still in push-up position, Hansen looked up at the old man beside him and asked, "Sir, is this the Roman Holy Nation?" The old man replied calmly, "Looks like you've remembered something, huh? Doing push-ups while asking for directions, just your style of not standing still." The old man advised Hansen, "Be grateful to the Pope because he ordered the recruitment of all young men without question. That's how you survived." Hansen, panting heavily, pleaded, "I need to repair the fortress. Can you tell me the location?" The old man wondered silently if he was a citizen of this country, but he still gestured and said, "All right, follow me." Hansen, with powerful push-ups, shouted his thanks and quickly followed the old man. In the snow-covered fortress area, soldiers were busy moving around and helping the wounded. Seeing a soldier stretching a teammate on the ground, Han Sun's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "It's physiotherapy." He silently analyzed that rearranging and stretching the muscles would be much more effective in resolving the conflict with the protesting muscles. Hansen stood silently in the snow, then suddenly rushed forward, grabbing the old man's shoulder and asking urgently, "How can I get that kind of physical therapy?" The old man looked confused and asked if he was talking about recovery techniques, then explained that if he was a sapper, he would have already received it, because only soldiers who enlist are allowed 1 hour of therapy each day. Hansen's eyes shined brightly with excitement as he asked again to be sure, "Is it really just enlisting that gets you treatment?" Hearing the old man hesitate, Hansen confidently declares with a bright smile, "I will enlist." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, inviting him to join their side. Hansen quietly turned around and saw a mysterious figure cloaked in a blue robe, revealing a face with a long scar over one eye, smiling sinisterly and confirming, "I knew I hadn't mistaken you. The villainous aura is obvious. You can tell right away she's no pushover." Feeling insulted, Hansen angrily shouted, "Are you mocking me now?" Immediately, the HIV-3 skill is activated to analyze the opponent. The system shows PE as a human with a priestly profession, possessing above standard muscle mass and extremely low body fat, achieving a perfect in-body score of 101/100. Meanwhile, Hansen was stunned to see his current score was only 67 out of 100. He collapsed and frantically punched the ground in rage. "Damn it, muscle-brained idiot." P could only stand and watch with a confused expression at this strange behavior. After finishing the check start, Lee immediately felt like he had just seen his final exam report card. In the therapy area, Hansen was lying down enjoying a deep massage. P, dressed neatly and kindly, asked, "How do you feel now?" Hansen replied softly, feeling satisfied. "Good? No, very good." He quietly sensed the remarkable change as his joints were stretched, making the stretching exercises more effective than ever. Pierre also couldn't help but be surprised and remarked, "This is the first time I've seen an outsider respond so well to our physical therapy." Pierre, while pulling on Hansen's arm with force, asked anxiously, "Do you not feel any pain?" Hansen maintained a determined expression and confidently replied, "I can endure this slight pain to improve my body." His confident response left P deeply impressed. Hansen smiled contentedly as he felt the energy flowing back into every fiber of his body. While P also smiled brightly at the soldier's iron will, pain and all, just like the true spirit of Mev. At the fortress renovation site, towering wooden scaffolding is being erected against the falling snow, as miners and soldiers hurriedly carry heavy stones to aid in construction. Among the crowd, a worker is straining to pull a large sack next to a cart, counting steadily 1, 2. He used all his strength to lift the round stone onto the cart. Seeing this, Han Sun froze in place, his face covered in sweat. He was stunned and wondered, "What is this?" From afar, it looks like a clear mistake in technique. The workers probably want to jump in and fix it right away. Watching how the workers handled their tasks, Hansen couldn't help but worry, silently thinking that lifting like that would surely cause a herniated disc. And indeed, the entire construction site was filled with workers carrying stones with dangerously bent backs. Shouts of 1, 2, and damn echo repeatedly, along with the improper lifting movements. He immediately clings tightly to his waist and screams in pain. "Ah, my back!" A colleague standing nearby just shrugged and said, "See, I told you it would turn out like this." Amid the chaos, a priest from the Holy Roman Empire approached to ask if the injured person was feeling unwell, and the tired worker responded, "My back." Hansen stood with his arms crossed, watching the scene with a bewildered expression and disbelief. Seeing the priest begin to perform healing magic directly on the worker's back, Hansen's face turned bright red with rage, his eyes rolled back white, and he couldn't hold back any longer, shouting out a thunderous cry. The order is completely messed up. The sound of the door opening only left the female official behind, looking confused and bewildered. The female official stepped closer and asked anxiously, "Is something wrong?" Hansen frantically rips at his hair, shouting in utter despair. The order is completely messed up, seeing his over-the-top reaction. She could only stare and wonder silently. Is she an architect? Both of them stood silently beside the tents. She softly spoke. Fixing the fortress is taking longer than expected, isn't it? Hansen is now calmer. He replied softly, yes, it seems so. She looked toward the construction site and sighed, noting that because each brick was very heavy, many soldiers had been injured during the work. Just looking at it, you can tell the process was wrong. The villagers are probably stressed to the point of exhaustion. Hansen panicked, looked toward the construction site, and shouted in despair, you can't build a body like this, absolutely not. Seeing his strong reaction, Lai Hao eagerly stepped closer, clapping her hands and cheerfully exclaiming with confidence, I knew it, you're an expert in building walls, right? Hansen immediately regained his confidence. He smiled brightly, asserting that he was definitely an expert. La watched his back and nodded. I've also been taken care of, so I want to lend a hand with this too. He was talking, but people understood the uneven wall wave, yet he remained confident. With some help, how long would it take to finish the city wall? He pondered quietly to himself. The city wall? That's right, we also need to build the city wall. Watching the workers tirelessly carrying loads among the debris, Hansen realized a key point. He held up 3 fingers and confidently declared, 3 months, in 3 months, it will be done. But what he cares about most right now isn't the progress of the project, but their bodies. Objectively speaking, the bodies of the soldiers working here are not in bad shape at all. Thanks to performing heavy tasks on the field, they developed solid muscle mass and their youth helped them avoid injuries, but the reality is far from rosy. Continuously maintaining bad postures during work is silently destroying them from within. The soldiers are beginning to suffer from pain. Continuous damage to the vertebrae leads to serious harm to the body. On the surface, everything seems fine, but internally it's like a system error silently accumulating. If these injuries are not treated promptly, they will soon become chronic conditions causing soldiers to suffer so much they have to bend over in pain and hold their heads. Hansen emphasizes that to truly solve this problem, besides manual therapy, the most important thing is to change their basic habits. He suddenly appeared behind a worker and roared instructions, urging him to focus his strength on his core. His muscles tensed as Hansen swung a powerful slap to his back to correct his posture, startling him in fear. Seeing the crowd still hesitating, Hansen shouted loudly, not sure whether to focus on the core muscles, just ordered everyone to drop everything and lie flat immediately. All the soldiers on the site quickly put down their weapons and materials. 70 days have passed since Hansen began his care. A convoy of wagons is being strictly escorted by soldiers along the cobblestone road. The Holy God Knight's mission, though causing damage, was mainly just to buy time. The cardinal beside him anxiously added, if this continues, a large-scale invasion will break out soon. Hearing that, Jedman innocently asked, why? Why are they invading? The cardinal patiently explained, yes, that's why we are desperately repairing the walls. Jedman kept wondering, why? Why repair? The enemy continues to analyze that since they know they won't live much longer, they fight desperately. Moreover, the enemy doesn't even value their lives because they believe their time is almost up. The young Pope boy asked again, why? Why do they have little time left? The cardinal explained, because the enemy is old, their active time is very short. Just prolonging the time is enough. Yes, because of their advanced age, their time to act is very limited. The only issue is that we need to extend their time. However, Jack Min kept asking a series of why questions, making the atmosphere extremely awkward, repeatedly questioning why. Faced with the Pope's excessive curiosity, the cardinal silently decided to use complex technical terms to stop these incessant questions. He suggested moving to a private discussion using more sophisticated language. We should use academic terms to block questions before discussing ourselves. This approach leaves Jamin completely confused with question marks popping up. The boy pouts in disappointment and mutters, boring. Then she showed a sulky face, using overly sophisticated terminology. After hearing it, my brain just couldn't process it. Seeing Pope Jackman sad, the cardinal hurriedly reassured him. Pope Jackman's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing that the renovation was nearly complete. Is it all finished? The cardinal confidently invites you to see the results. Yes, please have a look. Seeing the scene before them, the cardinals were so stunned they gaped in amazement. Hansen stood tall in the middle of the road, showcasing his bulging muscular physique, and muttered to himself, although there are still shortcomings, this is enough now. He began to tense up, channeling all his strength, causing his chest and abdominal muscles to swell violently under the suffocating pressure. Hansen exudes an overwhelming aura of dominance in the form of a giant muscular being full of menace. Witnessing the scene before their eyes, Pope Jackman and the accompanying cardinal couldn't help but be terrified. Piratin, what is going on with this? Standing nearby, P could only gape in horror at the current situation as Pierre hurried over to question him. Hansen, what's going on? Didn't you say it was almost finished? He replied calmly, yes, there are still 2 weeks left. Pierre was completely stunned and speechless by the response. Suddenly, a massive shockwave erupted from the center, spreading throughout the fortress and causing the ground to shake violently. A powerful wave of energy continues to spread across the world map, from the Holy Kingdom of Roman to the fragrant Shinbo Tom Kingdom, where a sneeze breaks the cold atmosphere in a small snow-covered house. The old woman in the house, wrapped in a blanket, muttered about the cold and thought she had to turn up the heat immediately. The shockwave spread to the edge, but she only cared about how cold it was. The old woman carries a tray of sweet potatoes and vegetables toward the heater. To her surprise, inside the heater is not Cole, but a muscular warrior sitting in meditation with steam rising from his body. The old woman gently feeds him a piece and introduces it as a dish, combining chicken, sweet potatoes, and vegetables. After enjoying the nutritious meal, he shouts excitedly about doing 1,000 squats to boost the house's heat. The muscle-powered heating stove runs on dim magic, and the old woman sits by it, expressing her satisfaction. Oh, it's so warm, but the heat isn't coming from the firewood. It's from a muscular team member tirelessly doing squats right inside the stove. Suddenly, he felt a strange vibration spreading across his chest, his eyes wide with surprise, wondering if this was a signal from Han Sonam. Unable to stay still, he decided to check immediately. The bulging muscles began to tremble violently in sync with the powerful beats coming from afar. The squat in the furnace still manages to pick up signals. Muscles bulge as they flex. It seems like it's really Hansen's call, doesn't it? The person confidently confirmed that although the signal was faint, the characteristic contraction of the chest muscles definitely indicated it was Hansen. Seeing the gym they had been attached to for so long with the warning sign hanging on the wall, they couldn't help but feel a bit regretful to leave. But the command from the leader is absolute. A clear shout rang out. Let's go. The entire team of warriors stops training simultaneously, preparing for a dramatic regrouping. A slight contraction of the chest is the internal communication signal from the Demon Lord. I really don't want to say goodbye. You can't stay? Facing him is Guro. He quietly listened to the proposal in respectful silence. Guro gazed into his teacup and admitted that a lot had happened since they began their journey in the dungeon. Sitting by the tea table in the old-fashioned room, he affirmed that it was a truly meaningful time for him. Guro gently stroked his beard and added a sarcastic remark, also recalling the moment he nearly died at the hands of His Highness. Memories of brutal training days come back, where exhausted soldiers had to be carried on stretchers by their comrades through the battlefield. Suddenly, a deafening collision erupts, creating a deep crater amidst the thick smoke and dust. From the midst of the ruined battlefield, Hinderbrand suddenly appears with blazing eyes full of murderous intent. The king coldly stares at the opponent and questions sternly, "Are you the one who turned the army into this?" A panicked team member shouted, "Attack now!" Hinderbrand appeared solemn with a tired face, muttering, "I'm sorry, I lost my sword on the way here." Seeing the opponent still stunned, the king gathered his magic in his palm and suggested, "Let's settle the victory or defeat with magic since we forgot weapons in combat." "Your Highness, that's not the right way." Hinderbrand looked around in confusion. Then Gudo hurriedly explained that the attacker was actually an allied monster who had joined their army. Seeing the two warriors injured and confused, Hinderbrand gently smiled apologetically. "Sorry about that. Shall we go inside to hear everything more clearly?" Both quietly walked through the ranks of soldiers standing in formation to enter the main camp. Hinderbrand glances at Leon and those around him before asking, "You must also have something to say, right?" A sinister smile appears on the faces of the mysterious figures as they silently observe the situation inside the camp. Hinderbrand takes a sip of tea and explains that he's acting this way because he doesn't fully understand the battlefield situation. "Brother?" Guro awkwardly replied. "Huh, I understand." The old king curiously inquired about Guro's life in Simbertam over the past period. Without hesitation, Guro laughed loudly and confirmed, "It really is a mess." The old king smiled slightly, full of amusement. "You're truly an honest person, which is why I don't want to let you go." Guro continued to explain that the kingdom's welfare system used to be really terrible. Hinderbrand nodded in acknowledgement and said, "And you are the one who improved it a lot." Guro quietly took a sip of tea, looking down humbly. "It's just that everyone feels happy doing it. That's really the truth. The builders have always been willing and eager to dedicate their strength to the kingdom." Outside the camp, the two muscular warriors stand guard solemnly, protecting the important conversation taking place amidst the falling snow, embodying a level M of dedication. Counting 1, 2, 3, 4 echoes rapidly as the muscular team members pass each other the coal briquettes in sync, combining twisting and swinging movements to transport fuel while also working out. The heat generated from this training process even helps significantly save heating resources for the village. The builders easily create tailored workout programs for the elderly, allowing an old man to proudly show off his strong arms beside the instructor, working and training efficiently without wasting a single moment. The reason they can do this is because they all come from the Jiao race. From frail and weak beings, it was the weightlifting method that helped them revive strongly with bulging muscles. A Gao warrior stands tall, his eyes burning with fierce intent as he lifts a heavy barbell. With their accumulated experience, the hoodie builders go directly to the homes of retired elders to personally guide them. In the snow-covered training yard, the elderly enthusiasts follow the instructions, feeling less bored and becoming healthier than ever, as more and more villagers greet with waving hands and bright smiles. An old man smiles joyfully, revealing genuine happiness on his aged face. Watching this scene, Hinderbrand quietly observes from behind. This was the first time he truly saw the smile of his people. 2 weeks later, amidst the white snow, a powerful tremor began to shake the mighty city walls. Just when the atmosphere starts to settle, a major change is about to happen. In front of him is Hansen's guardian back, radiating powerful muscular pulses. Hydrant and Pierre both showed signs of worry, wondering what to do next in this situation, as Hansen with his blazing blue eyes stared directly at the target and confidently declared, "There it is, Tuong Than." The muscular army begins to stride forward on the freezing snow. Each warrior stands tall, their bodies trembling with each flex of their muscles. Hansen affirms that a well-trained body is a sturdy steel pillar. He leads the army toward the mountain range, where the flesh pillars are gradually overlapping to form a wall. Hansen continues to explain that these pillars, when combined, will create a fortress wall. The muscular soldiers line up in unison, tightening their joints to form an impenetrable fortress. The ultimate muscle wall technique is now unleashed. A giant wall made of thousands of muscular warriors standing shoulder to shoulder, ready to face any hostile force. Witnessing this scene, female Commander P clenched her teeth in anger and said, "How dare they mock our holy nation?" She immediately raised her hand and ordered the entire army to prepare for attack. P pointed forward and shouted loudly, "Eliminate all enemies." The cavalry charge with spears and lances crashes forward like a raging wave. Facing the enemy troops, Hansen roars and orders the muscular army to line up. The bulging muscles immediately tense up, ready to withstand the attack. On one side, deadly aura. On the other, rippling muscles. A series of spears pierced into the flesh, but all broke or flew out in helplessness. He was stunned, sweating profusely, and exclaimed, "Attacking and it's useless?" Hansen smiled arrogantly. "Don't think about who we were 3 months ago. A muscular warrior still stands firm, even under relentless attack," he added. "No, don't even imagine our bodies just a week ago," Hansen continued shouting excitedly. "Yesterday, just an hour ago, even compared to the previous set, their toughness had increased, with shining muscles gleaming under maximum pressure." Hansen roared the ultimate training philosophy of progressive overload. As the muscle army easily crushed the resistance of the Holy Nation soldiers, Hansen quietly looked at the opponent and calmly asked, "What about your rest time?" A muscular soldier member smiles confidently and says, "I have rested enough." Hansen gives a satisfied thumbs up and responds briefly, "Good." Immediately, the enemy spears pierced the chests of the warriors, but all shattered against their steel-hard muscles without leaving a scratch. Seeing this scene, P shouted in panic and doubt, "Hansen, are you lying when you say you'll build the city wall?" Hansen calmly replied, "Not at all." Pi kept questioning relentlessly, "How could you deceive me like that? But you insist you never lied." The truth is that the wall has never moved an inch. Amidst the dust and smoke, a giant wall made from muscular warriors interlocking their arms stands tall, protecting the giant frogs in front, leaving the enemy utterly helpless. P suddenly realized that, come to think of it, they had never counterattacked even once because that is simply the nature of a fortress wall. Pope Jackman confidently declares, "In our Roman kingdom, we absolutely do not use monsters as soldiers. But when Hansen suggested, what if we use them as a wall?" The boy's eyes immediately lit up with excitement, and Jackman enthusiastically gave a thumbs up in approval. "Then that's perfect. The world built with monsters looks really cool." While P could only stand speechless, a muscular team member suddenly touched Hansen and asked, "Hansen Nim, why do you look so thin?" Hansen immediately changed his expression and asked in a tight voice, "What did you just say?" The phrase skinny hit right at Hansen's vital point. He screamed in rage, "Are you saying I've lost muscle?" Without hesitation, Hansen patted his young teammate on the shoulder for speaking out of turn. A member of the muscle squad looked at Hansen with a puzzled expression. Immediately, Hansen frantically pounded thunderous punches into his own chest to trigger muscle stimulation, roaring the name of the exercise one-arm dumbbell press, before rushing forward at an incredible speed. A powerful punch lands, causing a violent shockwave on the ground. The muscular soldier closes his eyes, feeling the white smoke start to rise from his body after the blow. His eyes suddenly widened with an extraordinary determined look. He smiled brightly and told Hansen not to mess around with him like that anymore. But then he suddenly realized that Hansen no longer had the strength he once did. Hansen stared in shock with wide eyes as he witnessed the terrifying power erupting right in front of him. The muscular soldier looks at his smoking hand in shock, silently recalling the tradition that the strongest will become the goot. His face broke out in sweat, showing tension before his transformation. But just as he was about to declare himself the next goot, a figure in official attire suddenly appeared and delivered a deadly blow to the back of his neck, knocking him out. The stranger respectfully approaches to ask about Hansen's situation and wonders what just happened. He was about to take the throne but was caught off guard. Hansen, with a bruised face, tearfully calls out Gulow's name. Seeing the boss cry, the man in official attire immediately reminds him not to cry because it will cause muscle loss.
Both of them sat silently in the snow-covered land, Hansen curled up with a look of weakness and sorrow.
The henchman secretly worries that the leader's weakness will cause the long-standing order and hierarchy to collapse completely. As behind him, a muscular army with glowing red eyes and a giant chicken appear, exuding an ominous aura. A senior warrior approached Guro and asked, "Gurulot, shouldn't we re-elect God?" Guro broke out in a sweat when he sensed the presence of a powerful enemy. They have arrived. The giant frog monsters appear, causing the monsters below to panic and bow down in fear. Guro scolded, "The stupid monsters, don't you think about what will happen if the leader changes here?" He explained that because they are monsters, if they change leadership, they will be immediately attacked by the Holy Roman Empire. Even the Silver Kingdom would see them as enemies and disappear if they changed leaders, so no one dares to joke around. The only one who can maintain the balance of survival is Hansen. Turning to Hansen, Guro curiously asked, "Hansen Nim, can you rotate that just with your hand strength?" Hansen looked hesitant at the massive weight. "I'm not very confident right now." Guro immediately encouraged, "It's just a game. It's just a game. Let's try once and see." Hansen wondered where this big lump of earth came from. Then he lowered his center of gravity, focusing all his strength into his guardian hands. He took a deep breath, huffed, and despite his lack of confidence, assumed the stance, hands ready to unleash all his power. Hansen grits his teeth, veins bulging on his body. Hoo-hoo, he activates the heavy planning skill 1/20th. After pushing himself to the limit, Hansen cheerfully exclaimed. Seeing that scene, a muscular soldier casually approached and commented, "Looks pretty light. Step aside, let me try once." Guro quietly observes and thinks to himself, "My support for Hansen Nim is not just for this reason." He believes that, in theory, Hansen Nim's return to strength is only a matter of time. Hansen stands with his arms crossed with authority, while Guro silently decides that maybe it's time for him to join the ranks, risking everything. Wow, even this can't be done? That's terrible. In the vast snowy field, a hand is raised high among the crowd as Hansen Nim wins. While Hansen maintained his calm and cold demeanor, his disciples behind him kept clapping and cheering for their leader's victory. Immediately after, the scene shifted to the strength training area. The training atmosphere here is extremely intense, with the rhythmic counts echoing throughout the space. 6, 7, 8, 9 continuously ring out from the warriors, tirelessly building their muscles. Still expressionless and composed, Hansen completes his final push and ends the set with a count of 10. But he suddenly paused, looking thoughtful, silently thinking, this can't go on. The feeling is too different. Han-san gasped for breath, sweat pouring down his face. He silently made a decision to increase by 40 kilograms, witnessing this unbelievable minimal weight gain. The disciple standing nearby couldn't help but be surprised and asked, "What's going on, big brother? You only increased by 40 kilograms? Behind, two muscular soldiers start whispering with looks of horror. A trembling person revealed, "I've heard about this before." The other asked curiously, "What is it?" For someone as skilled in weightlifting as Hansen, he possesses a very special ability. He can lift a light weight, but make it feel infinitely heavy to himself. Hansen stands in front of the barbell, focusing all his willpower, bending down, gripping the iron bar tightly, and taking a deep breath. Phew! To regain his composure and dispel his fear, Hansen slapped himself hard on both cheeks. He silently thought to himself, "Here we go again." Hansen gritted his teeth, trying to reassure himself against the invisible pressure. "You, Hansen, don't be a coward. Are you really afraid of this little Ta? Remember, you've faced this mental state before when training with Ta, making things difficult for yourself. This game isn't hard. You're just overcomplicating it." Hansen strained to lift the massive barbell and shouted loudly, "Way, baby!" Watching this scene, the muscular soldiers behind couldn't help but worry, thinking it was going to go wrong. He realized that the current situation made it unlikely to return to the kingdom to ask for help. And to survive in the Holy Kingdom of Roman, he understood that relying only on the city walls was not enough. He sees through the fact that officials are still doing everything they can to drive Tonku's group away. In the council chamber, a voice affirms that total war is unavoidable. If we carefully assess our forces, we can achieve victory. Pope Jackman nodded in satisfaction. All right, the wall has been completed. If we focus on defense, the Holy Nation will win, right? A voice rang out decisively. In the end, we finally have a common voice, but Pope Jackman immediately waved his hand and shook his head in disagreement, saying no, the Holy Nation cannot defeat the kingdom. He explained that the fighting spirit of both sides was completely different. Despite the sharp glare from the opponent, he remained calm and analyzed, saying that unlike the Holy Nation soldiers who don't want to die because they have families to support, the Shin Botam soldiers longed for an honorable death after living long enough. He posed a challenging question. Do you really think the Holy Nation can defeat those crazy veterans? I believe our God's army has demonstrated overwhelming strength. Just don't get too confident. The opponent may be a whole army of dark elves with incredible endurance, but he immediately dismisses it, saying it's just a small group. Don't just boost morale, but assess the true strength of the enemy. He emphasized that the fact these soldiers can survive until they fake their deaths is proof of their incredibly formidable survival skills. Living to old age on the battlefield alone suggests they are not to be underestimated. Complaining and whining are things even a child can do. Standing in the conference hall, the gray-haired man confidently declared in front of the officials. He was reminded not to teach such things to Pope Jackman. Despite everything, he shouted out in anger. "Don't invest in useless places, invest in us instead." He pointed at the officials and questioned. "Do you not think that just one decision of yours could change the lives of tens of thousands or even millions?" He urged, "Stop dividing factions and focus on real values." Seeing that arrogance, a government official slightly smirked in contempt and said, "Just a monster and your tongue is also fierce." The gray-clad man suddenly asked, "Have you never heard the story of the Count's kingdom?" The young Pope Jackman looked confused and asked again, The kingdom of Count Gudo? A government official wearing glasses began to explain that it was a small rural country located in the south. Hearing this, Jack Min gasped in amazement. The official continued to say that the strength of that place had become so formidable that neighboring countries had to be cautious and watch every move of Count Gudo. He confirmed that this was the hottest story right now that everyone was talking about. It is a country where all the people have muscular bodies, with the image of Gudo and his formidable army wielding swords appearing with great power. Thanks to that influence, no country dares to look down on them. That national strength was built entirely by Han San.
This information left everyone in the room wide-eyed with shock. After hearing it, everyone was stunned, especially the one who carried the entire nation's hope.
So, you mean that in a short period of time, you can also help our Roman Holy Nation's strength grow like that? The gray-haired man confidently affirmed. Of course, isn't the Holy Roman Empire already possessing what the poor kingdom lacks? When asked what it was, he smirked and replied that it was the healing ability rooted in youth. A muscular being radiating a powerful stream of hopeful green energy appeared vividly. The gray-haired man points forward and confidently declares that it's only a matter of time before the Holy Kingdom of Roman becomes as powerful as Count Gudo's kingdom, with youth strength quickly reaching the next level. Facing the leaders, Guro calmly spoke. I understand what you mean now. So what is it that you want? Up above, the Pope observes in silence. Guro slightly smirked, his one-eyed gaze shining through his glasses at what we want, while over at the training area, Hansen was straining as he bent down to start a new set of weightlifting. Behind him, a muscular soldier diligently counts 5 sixes. Across the training ground, dozens of warriors are immersed in their training, creating a lively atmosphere. A man with purple hair and a towel draped over his shoulders, breathing heavily and feeling so satisfied. Nearby, 2 muscular soldiers are looking around cluelessly for their equipment. Someone asks, "Do you see the 5-kilogram dumbbell here?" The other points in the distance. "Look over there." In a corner of the yard, a stranger sits casually playing with colorful weights, muttering happily. Looking adorable, so he keeps a firm grip. Seeing the training equipment turned into a joke, Hansen stood frozen, veins bulging on his face with rage. Guro silently observes and thinks to himself that not only are the demands not being met, but the supervision is also increasing. He looks toward the watchers with anger. These damn Holy Nation bastards are really playing with the Ta family like toys. No wonder Men froze in shock and was about to explode, but Guro suddenly changed his expression and laughed maliciously. As planned, he is calculating in his mind. What Hansen Nim needs now is weight and ignorance. Amid the lively training ground, Hansen approaches 2 strangers and reminds them, "Hey, let's behave politely and use reason." All we get in response are contemptuous sneers. "Hey, even monsters talk about manners now?" The purple-haired guy also joins in smugly. "But this is the funniest thing I've ever heard." Suddenly, a red weight was thrown and lodged directly into Hansen's shoulder. He looked on in confusion. The boomerang hit him. Hansen stands frozen in place, terrifyingly silent, having messed with the boss, and then running away laughing, even triggering his own self-destruct mode. Hansen's lips pressed tightly with pressure. Instantly, a blazing red aura erupted, enveloping his entire body. His eyes blazing like fire, his face contorted with extreme rage. All of Hansen's muscles began to tremble violently. Immediately, he charged to perform the bench press with terrifying strength. Seeing this scene, the muscle team members couldn't help but be stunned. They sweat nervously, wondering if the leader's mind is okay for choosing to lift weights in this situation. But one member realizes the truth and confirms that this is not just about training. He analyzed that at the exact moment he was about to attack the enemy, Hansen instinctively grabbed the barbell. This is surely a habit that is formed from prolonged extreme tension. His instinct is to grab the weights and fight first, then figure out the rest later. All of Hansen's usual concepts are gradually disappearing, replaced by an iron will. Even though he was extremely angry inside, he told himself that when rage reaches its peak, nothing is better than immersing himself in the iron blocks. Hansen focused all his attention on each push. He quietly counts to clear his mind of all distractions, too angry to fight anyone, so he turns to lift weights for Besse. Hansen is lost in his own world. He realizes that the numbers no longer matter. The key is to truly feel his own body. He told himself to focus absolutely on each muscle fiber. Deep inside, the fibers trembled violently with every movement. In the quiet space that should be peaceful, Hansen is suffering from unbearable pain, his face contorted in agony as he angrily questions why he has to feel pain over something so trivial. He angrily berates his weak body and is determined to end it all today. Hansen screams in ecstasy, putting all his strength into the workout. Seeing that scene, the 2 muscular soldiers couldn't help but be amazed and shocked. One of them wondered how long he had been doing this workout. It has probably been about 21 minutes. Despite the intense pain, Hansen's posture remains unwavering and steady. The disciples praised the leader's incredible focus and muscular endurance as he tirelessly lifted the small dumbbell, while the nearby guards looked on with contempt. They think that because they are too scared, the opponent dares not resist. One of them sneered and asked if the monster boss was so frightened that he was trembling. He confidently declared he would deliver one more blow and then forcefully threw the red plate toward the muscular army. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. The tall warrior stood there, staring directly at the aggressor and said in a stern voice, "You don't know that during training,
Even a dog isn't allowed to be touched.
He calmly warns that having observed for so long, he knows well that the opponent is constantly pushing beyond their limits. A whole army of muscular giants advances together, exuding fierce aura. The one who just struck now begins to tremble, stammering in horror. Huh? Are you really going to do it? You don't realize that touching us would make Saint Nation your enemy? I didn't do anything. I just saw you looked cold and wanted to warm you up a bit. What do you think now? Feeling warm yet? Caught between sweaty, bulging muscles. The young man shouted in terror, feeling a strange sense of anticipation. Get lost now! The muscular guy calmly explains that muscles only generate heat when they move, then mutters threateningly, I will make you feel even warmer. His eyes suddenly blaze with red, veins bulging as he confidently announces his move. The large wave of chest muscles immediately caused the giant's chest to shake violently, creating continuous shockwaves that engulfed the victims. The poor young man writhed among the trembling flesh. He screams in despair, it feels so filthy. I was wrong. The heat radiating from him made him scream out in pain. No, it's too hot. Meanwhile, Hansen is diligently working at the bench press with a flushed face from the pressure. He wondered if it was because he had poured all his anger into the barbell that his whole body was burning like this. Hansen pondered that whenever he got angry, lifting weights was the only answer. But the pain from training only made him angrier. I'm telling you, I'm really angry. So the more pain I endure during training, the more it burns. Seeing that scene, a member of the muscular army nervously asked Builder how long has passed. He sweat bullets in response. He has only done one thing in the past 42 minutes. Disciples keep cheering. Hansen Nim, just try a little harder. You are awakening the muscles stored within your body. Hansen continues to strain under the 1,000-pound weight as the cheering of the muscle army members echoes around him. Hansen put all his strength into doing pull-ups on the sheer cliff wall. He told himself just a little more effort, and it seemed his old body still couldn't come back immediately. It took him a full 9 hours to complete a single workout session as night fell with a full moon, and after the brutal training, he fell into a deep sleep beside the heavy weights. In his trance, Hansen's muscles began to spasm and shake violently. His eyes suddenly shone brightly in the darkness as he confidently prepared to engage in dialogue. As dawn broke, Hansen began a new challenge with the massive stone weight in his hands, a voice echoing doubtfully. Can you push it? What should I do if I get injured? Despite the advice, train slowly and safely with a suitable weight because this dumbbell seems too heavy. Hansen grits his teeth, enduring the 1,000-pound weight pressing down on his chest. Before the questioning about the principle of progressive overload, he suddenly growled, Be quiet. Hansen admits that progressive overload is good and he is well aware of that. But if you keep fearing and giving in, your body will never change. He clenched the bar with a confident smile and declared that his limit is the one who has given up. All his muscles tense with power as he pushes himself to break through his old limits. Basically, if he doesn't set a new record, he won't stop. Once he starts, there's no turning back. The sound of the bench press echoing through the space as the weight slowly rises. Hansen roars with extreme excitement, his eyes blazing amidst the suffocating pressure. As the barbell was lifted to its maximum height, a greeting echoed out. You're back! Hansen looked up with an emotional gaze and recognized the presence of the primal source of power all along. That entity silently watched him and softly called. The comrades, witnessing Hansen training passionately, couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Does Hansen seem different today? Another person nods in agreement. He seems to be in a very excited mood. They are curious whether he has just made a new breakthrough in muscle development or not. Did he just build muscle? However, a member with a contemplative expression firmly stated, No, that is mana. He explained further that monsters who don't care about aura, like the others, wouldn't notice, but for Hansen, his aura always poured out like a raging waterfall during training. In fact, this disciple had been quite worried when that energy disappeared for several days. I haven't seen any aura for a few days, so I've been quite worried. At this moment, Hansen suddenly waved his hand and called out loudly, Guru! As the loyal disciple approached respectfully and asked, What do you need from me? Hansen then expressed his curiosity. I have something I want to ask you. Guru calmly replied, Yes, please go ahead. Hansen began to explain that he had always thought the energy flowing inside him was just blood circulation, so he didn't pay much attention. But then he raised his hand and said, Look at this. It takes a few days for the disciple to hide, thinking I was being avoided without warning. A sudden burst of blazing red energy erupts from Hansen's palm. He stares in amazement at the strange light surrounding him and asks, What is this? Guru immediately explained, That's called the magic power. Hearing this, Hansen clearly looked disappointed. He muttered to himself, So it's not a new muscle group? I thought this kind of muscle only existed in this world. Seeing the elder brother a bit disappointed, Guru quickly added an important piece of theory. If mastered, it could allow the creation of any training equipment anywhere. Hearing that he could create Zim training tools, Hansen's eyes immediately lit up. Really? Guru began to explain in more detail that magic power is what can change the laws of the world by creating pressure on internal or external circulation. The user can make the internal circulation even stronger or directly influence external factors. The instructor explains that disrupting the external circulation is the fundamental principle, but in Hansen's case, strengthening the internal circulation would be much more effective. He first asks Hansen to spread his legs shoulder-width apart, As he places his hands on Hansen's guardian spirit's shoulders, he advises, close your eyes and try to sense the flow of mana from your stomach or your heart. Hansen followed the instructions, silently wondering if he should feel the flow of mana from his heart. He continued to concentrate intensely, questioning whether it was supposed to be sensed from his stomach. But Hansen quickly gave up, scratching his head and complaining, I don't know, it's too hard. Seeing the difficulty, the instructor suggested, try focusing your strength on your lower abdomen. He even placed his hand directly on his stomach to demonstrate for Han-sun. Training is tough, but asking questions makes you confused. The instructor continues to guide you. Try controlling the muscles as if drawing a circle, using the lower abdomen as the center. Immediately, Hansen's abdominal muscles began to contract and move rhythmically. He encouraged himself, imagining that he was channeling the flow of those muscles out through his hands. A technique called pamping control is now activated, with Hansen's chest muscles spinning fiercely to form a powerful muscle vortex. As the previously separate muscle groups begin to connect seamlessly, flames of energy burn through Han-sun's body, converging into his glowing hands as he suddenly unleashes the swirling crimson spiritual force. A massive explosion erupts, unleashing skills like a final boss, causing the earth to tremble. Witnessing a huge blazing red sphere appear in the sky above the castle, the muscle army members and Lin Oe are left stunned and terrified. Someone tremblingly exclaimed, "What is that?" The mysterious sphere kept shaking before suddenly disintegrating into red dust in midair. Hansen looked up in confusion and muttered, "Oh, it's gone," while Guro was panting heavily, sweat pouring down from exhaustion, and Hansen seemed full of regret. "It's a shame," Guro thought in shock. "I didn't expect the power to be this strong." Looking at Hansen's guardian's back, Guro's dark ambitions arose. If I can figure out how to exploit this monster, could I conquer the entire continent? Even to dominate the entire world? Hansen suddenly turned and asked, "Gurozu, what should we do next?" Guro was startled and replied, "Yes." Next, he begins to explain that there are many ways to use mana. Please try to investigate and learn how the creatures here use mana. Guro grinned widely, with a mischievous smile. In the Kingdom of Roman, an emergency meeting is underway with a firm declaration to expel them immediately. A concerned official wearing glasses asked, "Have you all seen the aura of mana from this afternoon? It will definitely harm the Holy Nation. While we're still learning skills, they're already in a high-level meeting preparing to send it away." Another person nodded in agreement. Yes, that was clearly a threatening act. Please allow us to chase away that monster. Amid the tense atmosphere, the young Pope Jack Min casually inquired, "How is the kingdom of Jinbo Tom doing? Are they coming?" The whole room was tense like a stretched string, with only him casually discussing some drama. In the council chamber, an elderly official anxiously reported that the kingdom's army was delaying our nightly guerrilla operation. He earnestly suggests that now is the time to build a proper city wall. It's not too late. Contrary to the seriousness, Pope Jack Min calmly replied, "Tuong Then monster looks way cooler." The advisors could only scream in helplessness. The Pope was met with opposition. Jimin pouted in frustration. Seeing the tense situation, an official finally relented. "I understand. Please repeat the story about the city wall once more." The meeting continues in the vast hall with rows of empty seats, while far away in a snowy mountain region, cold winds howling fiercely envelop the towering peaks under the silent night. Amidst the white snowstorm, the monsters gather to plot, when a colossal ice entity boldly declares that the human wall has already fallen. His eyes shone brightly as he declared, "Let's seize this opportunity to make humans kneel before us." Immediately, a long-haired female monster questioned, "All right, but why are you acting like you're the leader? Our three clans are equals, but before we even fight, there's already a power struggle, and before the meeting is over, there's drama." A fierce gray-furred Conti snarls with fang and growls excitedly. The female demon is right. Among the three clans, Jetty has the largest number, so I am the leader to show our strength. The giant ice entity takes a deep breath and channels all its power into its guardian hands before delivering a thunderous punch to the ground. A deafening explosion tears through the ground, causing it to crack open and shake violently under the overwhelming force. Standing amidst the dust and smoke, the cold ice entity asks again, "Is Jetty the leader?" Try saying that again. Watching from behind the rock, a muscular soldier softly asked Hansen, "Did you see him use mana to create the ice pillar just now?" Hansen quietly observes and replies, "It's a good thing you saw that." The subordinate continues to explain that for monsters, mana is the most accurate measure of strength. He excitedly suggested, "Now, let's try to guess who will become the leader just based on mana levels." But Hansen had his own answer. He suddenly appears, lifts the giant arm of the Jetty with one hand, and confidently declares that muscle density wins, while Hansen smiles confidently as the monster stares in shock and amazement. Amidst the endless white snow forest, Hinderbrand stands tall facing the young red-haired swordsman in a fierce duel as the boy fights back while smirking provocatively. "This old man is really hot-tempered," Hinderbrand replied with a serious, cold expression. "The old man's time is precious." He suddenly speeds up. He sped past like a shadow and in a low voice asked, "Do you want me to make it even more expensive?" Hinderbrand focused all his strength into a decisive attack. A giant blue beam of light pierced through the young boy's chest, causing a devastating collision. He collapsed to the ground, bleeding in pain and moaning in his final moments. The attack seemed like the endgame, but it was only the beginning. Hinderbrand quietly sheathed his sword and turned away, convinced his opponent was defeated. But the young boy still refused to die, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, and a swift counterattack somehow made Hinderbrand stare back in utter shock. The young boy stands tall with a deep wound in his chest, smirking. Wow, you actually survived that? The boss thought he was done and turned around only to be struck back. From behind, a friend approached and nodded. Do you need my help? The red-haired teenager said casually. What help is there? Just live comfortably and move on. My friend muttered that you don't look like a winner at all, which made him angry. What's your name, kid? Hinderbrand quietly observed and concluded that it was indeed a strange body. Seeing that the opponent seemed to know something, the young boy pressed further. Is that so? He spoke as if he already knew what was coming. Hinderbrand smiled faintly and responded calmly. The longer you live, the more things you hear about in this world, like how an Oculus officer's heart isn't in his chest. It's somewhere deep inside the 5 viscera and 6 organs. That's about it. Hearing the secret exposed, Ogun gritted his teeth in fury, while Lai was also focused on observing the opponent. Immediately, his liver gathered a blazing red energy in his hand, ready for a furious counterattack. Columns of ice and water erupted in succession with overwhelming force, engulfing the entire battlefield in a white storm that made everything appear tiny. The battle erupts fiercely as 2 streams of red and blue energy clash violently in midair, while a hexagonal shield appears to withstand the fiery attacks raining down like a storm. Hinderbrand, with blazing eyes, concentrates all his essence into a decisive sword swing. Hinderbrand quietly observes the unfolding events with a calm expression. A triumphant smile on his face, he reached out and exclaimed excitedly, "That was so exhilarating." Standing in the vast snowy field, Hinderbrand coldly confirms that the rumors about him using magic to transform his internal organs into a new form are true. Ogun roars in anger, "How dare you judge me?" Immediately, an arm cut off flew into the air in horror. Hinderbrand coldly swung his sword. Hinderbrand quietly observes and comments thoughtfully, "Your healing ability is better than I thought." A giant piece of flesh resembling a beating heart suddenly appears in the middle of the battlefield. Winnie, with her sinister yellow eyes, softly smiles and calmly says, "Thanks for the meal." Seeing that, he shouted in anger, "Winnie, I told you not to help." Winnie calmly replied, "If I didn't help, you probably would have had to fight seriously, right?" Hinderbrand stood tall before the giant entity and asserted no matter how tough you are in the end, this is just a magical concept, isn't it? Hinderbrand unleashes a series of lightning-fast slashes into the writhing mass of flesh, triggering a cataclysmic explosion of energy after his final strike. Ogun looked back and warned the girl behind him, "Winnie, make sure to report everything clearly to the boss." His face turned extremely sinister with glowing red eyes full of killing intent. He grinned maniacally and shouted, "I will wipe out everyone." Hinderbrand quietly sheathes his sword and calmly declares, "I will accept that offer." The tension eased for now. At the sturdy city gate, the cavalry was lined up, guarding the camp area strictly. Hansen looked at the soldiers blocking the way and calmly remarked that they were just like walls. Just as the tension eased, another living wall suddenly appeared before him. "While you were away, I built a section of the wall, so your presence is no longer needed." He wondered how it was possible to repair the city wall in just half a day. That was truly unreasonable. A blue-skinned warrior stepped forward and explained, "Surely you have confirmed that we mean no harm. But the followers with you are all J-Tai, ice giants, and snow women, who are always causing trouble in this area." The story quickly shifts from defense to a tense collective background check. He firmly stated that the Holy Nation would never risk allowing enemy monsters to enter the city. Just then, a Sea Scout soldier ran up to report urgent news. The official unrolled the scroll with a tense expression and immediately called for a halt to hold a secret meeting. Inside the tent, shadowy figures are whispering secret discussions in a very serious atmosphere. After a moment of deliberation, the official clears his throat to regain composure. He declared that the Holy Kingdom does not need to take additional risks, but if they are driven back, Hansen's group will become vulnerable to external attacks. Suddenly, he smiled brightly and confidently stated that life is invaluable. The Holy Nation decided to allow the monsters to enter the city. This happened 1 week before the official outbreak of the war. On the towering wall, a soldier secretly observes the distant scene amid the howling wind, nervously swallowing his saliva in the terrifying silence until suddenly the drums beat loudly and a row of blazing red flags and spears appear on the horizon. The elite troops of the kingdom march forward confidently, with seasoned veterans, their muscular bodies bulging as they stride, some wearing rabbit masks, others in fancy pink bow ties, but full of deadly intent. Princess Bunny. General with red glasses sighs arrogantly. "Ah, war is so boring, no dopamine at all." The national minister next to him also nodded in agreement. Every fallen nation ends up like that. Looking at the structure ahead, the rabbit general muttered, "I remember breaking down that wall before." He sneered softly as he saw the enemy repairing it so quickly. Looking at the closed city gate amidst the snowstorm, he turned to his teammate and asked, "Let's just charge in first." Receiving a nod of approval, a full-scale attack was launched. The mighty army with thousands of red flags marching loudly through the snowy mountains as the battle drums thunder. Soldiers on the city walls look down in panic as the pig troop has already reached the foot of the city. Suddenly, his eyes behind the glowing red glasses shone sharply, and a decisive shout rang out. Causing the attack to halt for a moment, the rabbit general immediately sensed something unusual and muttered, "Are there snow witch magic traps on both sides of the wall?" Bright blue magic circles begin to appear beneath the thin layer of snow. He deduces from experience that the enemy has used fog magic to conceal these formations. He sneered maliciously as he realized those bastards dared to consider the kingdom their enemy. Immediately, the target was changed. "All right, the next mission is to conquer the Snow Queen," he roared excitedly. Gong Min tore off his armor and ordered the entire army forward. "What are you doing?" Charge straight into the middle. The muscular army rushes forward like a whirlwind of strength, heading straight for the city gate. On the wall, Roman soldiers strain to pull their bows, ready to fight. Following the firing order, a barrage of arrows tore through the sky, raining down on the enemy. But the muscular warriors with strange helmets calmly observe despite the arrow rain. The fireworks are flying over there, so easy. Watching this scene, it's like witnessing a meteor shower in slow motion. Instead of being hit by the arrows, these soldiers skillfully executed evasive maneuvers, dodging all the arrows with incredible finesse. Seeing this unbelievable scene, a soldier on the wall exclaimed in shock, "What kind of soldiers are these?" Immediately, a muscular guy wearing sunglasses sneers and declares that the next step is to set up ladders for an assault. The sound of Hosoda echoes loudly as giant wooden ladders are erected, pressing against the sturdy city wall. After dodging, he immediately pushes the tower to prevent the enemy from catching his breath. Up high, a white-haired warrior looks on in confusion. What is that guy doing? Just below, a man in a yellow tank top is struggling to climb up amid shouts to get away because it's dangerous. Hansen suddenly appears at the city's peak. He concentrates intensely and clearly announces the name of the technique, the cover tree. The ladders are pushed over, accompanied by the screams and cries of soldiers falling from the great height, witnessing the strange move Cable Pool Lover.
This is the first time I've heard of this magic. Which region does it come from?
He adjusts his red glasses with a look of great interest. Well, even at this age, he's still facing a magic he's never seen before. Instead of being afraid, he became very excited and shouted out loud, "This is so thrilling." With a powerful leap straight toward the city wall, the soldiers, hearing the noise, panicked and shouted. That's the sound of General Deut's footsteps. "Quickly, clear the way." General Deut, with his red glasses and distinctive rabbit ears, grins maniacally and roars with determination. "I will break through the entire city wall." A thunderous collision erupts. But amidst the dissipating smoke, General Deut suddenly paused, full of suspicion. He realizes that his attack seems to have been blocked by an invisible obstacle, as if something is stopping it. From the mist, a pale, muscular entity stands firm like a rock. Seeing this unbelievable scene, General Deut widened his eyes in amazement and asked, "What the hell is this?" Fate brought them together to clash, and they faced a towering army of pale-skinned, expressionless muscle men emerging from the dust. "Are they monsters?" one of the soldiers casually confirms in response to the doubt. The Great Wall, in response to the challenge, did. The general from Bit smirked and then suddenly swung his rabbit-shaped staff with a powerful strike at the opponent's neck. After the collision, General Debit couldn't help but be amazed. Wow, that's really tough. Maybe even tougher than the wall. Seeing the smug look on the pale giant's face, he immediately recognized the weakness and shouted loudly, "But you're too short, General Day." Bit swung his staff down, aiming at his opponent's head, but he was immediately stunned and opened his mouth in shock at a new presence. What on earth is that? The city gate shattered as a giant creature suddenly appeared, leaving General J-Bai in awe. Kokakars immediately ordered the entire army to retreat 10 steps to maintain a safe distance. Seeing this, Gudo's soldiers cheered, thinking they had won. But the Count quickly warned that the enemy was not just relying on brute force. In fact, General Doi is a man of intellect, and he feels extremely excited about this new challenge. To focus on studying how to conquer his opponent, he ordered his subordinates to bring coffee and donuts to the battlefield. Receiving the tray of food, he proudly prepared to enjoy the sweet treat right in the midst of the fight. But suddenly, a hand swung in and knocked the cake away, causing him to gasp in shock as Hansen confidently appeared right in the middle of the enemy with a serious expression. General Dai sneered maliciously, believing Hansen was courting death by choosing the hard mode to face him. Hansen stood tall and fearless against the enemy's spears. He coldly affirms that he can hear the continuous screams. General Dewey Bit mockingly asks if those are the screams Hansen will be forced to utter when he is defeated. Hansen asks firmly, "Can't you hear it?" He explains that the muscles on General JB's body are trying to break free and are constantly screaming. Surprised by the enemy, Hansen roars loudly, training this kid. The murderous aura from Hansen engulfs the space. Your muscles are trying to break free from your world, and they are screaming. At the foot of the towering city wall, a large crack appeared right above where the muscular army was lining up, while two members wearing heart and star-shaped glasses silently observed and discussed. "Hey, do you think this place can be broken through?" the other confidently asserted. "It's as easy as flipping a hand." They decide to have a speed race to see who will break the wall first before the official order is given. Suddenly, a deep voice boomed from above. "Jedi won't let anyone bully his subordinates." A giant creature with dark purple fur crashes down from the sky onto the city wall, smoke and dust covering the fiery red area. The monster roared proudly. When the boss is away, Jetty will be the boss. The boss must protect his subordinates. It bares its fangs, swipes its claws, and roars to intimidate the two muscular warriors. The two muscular soldiers exchanged a quick, sharp glance. As Jedi swung her arm to attack, they swiftly leapt back to dodge the deadly sweeping strikes. Faced with a series of attacks, the monster suddenly paused with a look of annoyance and muttered to itself. Jetty feels itchy. Rage erupts, it roars, die. The monster opens its mouth wide and roars loudly, revealing sharp, threatening teeth, as two muscular team members wearing heart-shaped and star-shaped glasses suddenly charge at it, delivering a heavy blow that causes the giant Jetty to collapse. They confidently claimed they had memorized all of the monster's attack patterns long ago. Looking at the creature lying motionless, both of them smugly asked, "Jetty, why don't you get up?" Immediately afterward, they shouted their attack and began to retreat. However, despite taking a barrage of direct hits, that man remained standing firm as a rock, his face completely unshaken. The calmness of the opponent in front of an entire army behind them leaves the two attackers stunned and amazed. Both start to gasp for breath from exhaustion. They are confused and wondering why they can't deal any damage. What is the way to break through? Upon closer inspection of the massive muscles before them, they suddenly realize a shocking truth. Wait a minute, looking at these guys, they see skin as tough as steel and desperately wonder how they could possibly break through such perfect muscle armor. Hansen appears imposing like a guardian, drawing all eyes, as a man in a pink rabbit costume comments, "Nice outfit, but this is our first time meeting, right?" He coldly warned that if he didn't understand his opponent's attack, Hansen would die unnecessarily. He skeptically asked if he truly trusted his own resilience. Immediately, Hansen was surrounded and attacked by the crowd. Amid the chaos, he suddenly closed in and seized a man from behind. Use your guardian hands to grip your opponent tightly and start guiding. Hold on like this. What the hell is a three-branch move? Your strength is too great, I can't move. Hansen calmly continues the exercise and begins counting the rhythm. Feel your back muscles. Do 5 more times. 1, 2. The man screams in pain. Don't move. This feeling is terrible. Despite the screams of protest that they hated this, Hansen moved on to another person wearing a red tank top. He adjusts his posture and reminds him to spread his arms a bit wider. Hansen coldly announced the next exercise, forcing the poor victim to kneel with his whole body trembling. Stunned, I wondered what trick they had just played on me. Looking at Twung's torture more closely, it turned out that PTF's form was a bit over the top. Watching this strange scene from afar, a commander with a mustache and sunglasses subtly smirked maliciously. He muttered, "All right, I admit this is the first time I've seen this kind of power." The old man quietly observes the muscular army, using bodybuilding exercises to torment their soldiers. But the commander remains completely confident. The old man believes that no matter how fierce the beast is, there is always a way to counter it. By launching continuous attacks, the stamina of the wild beast will gradually be depleted. At that point, the true weakness of the creature will be exposed. Once it loses confidence and falls into fear, the beast even becomes unable to use its natural strengths. Finally, when the monster was completely subdued and curled up, a single sword strike would end everything instantly. He confidently believed that the end was finally on his side. He smugly observes and taunts, wondering how long Hansen can hold up against this pressure. Meanwhile, Hansen remains calm, continuing his overhead press right in the middle of the smoky battlefield. 30 minutes have passed, and the enemy is confused, wondering why the opponent hasn't fallen yet. A member of the muscle army suddenly turns back as he senses someone approaching. He silently observed his opponent and uncovered a shocking truth about uneven muscle stimulation. Regardless of life or death, the muscular soldier demanded the opponent perform another 1,529 repetitions on this side. Gudo is no better. He moans that everything is too heavy, making him feel like he's about to die. Hearing that, Hansen immediately approached to check and calmly asked, "Does it hurt?" He continued adjusting the posture, instructing him to bend his knees lower and lean slightly forward to start the exercise. Hansen urged him to contract and relax his muscles to the fullest right on the spot, shouting for a powerful contraction to achieve the best results. Furious at being dragged into this bizarre training session, Rabbit spun around and shouted in utter rage, "What have you been doing all this time instead of fighting, huh?" Hans looked at him with a haunting gaze and asked back, "I already know, so why ask?" He smiled brightly with madness and confidently declared the safety training motto, "Light W baby." The entire muscular team performs their training exercises in perfect sync. They shout in unison, "Huh?" Hansen leads the way, counting the rhythm clearly. The arms begin to shake violently under the extreme pressure of the exercise. The whole body trembles, but he secretly feels it's truly intoxicating. But his joints didn't feel any pain at all. The old man even shivered as he realized a strange sense of pleasure was spreading through his body and told himself that everything was still fine. But even strength has its limits. He collapsed to the ground and muttered, "It's time to stop now." "Are you tired, member?" Hansen asked with a bright smile, secretly acknowledging that this training truly brought a fresh and exciting dose of dopamine. He thought to himself that he almost had to admit defeat for his army. The sudden halt was because the king had arrived. From afar on the snowy windswept hilltop, King Hinderbrand with long white hair gazes across the battlefield with a cold, piercing look. "Are you the one Guro chose?" The final boss appears, and the atmosphere naturally shifts to a serious tone. Looking at Hansen's guardian body, Hinderbrand quietly assesses that such a physique is certainly not the result of ordinary accumulated experiences. The old man firmly claimed that behind that layer of flesh lies the power of a truly formidable opponent. Hinderbrand quietly moved closer, his eyes never leaving his opponent. Hansen also stood tall, his face serious as he faced the legendary king head-on. Hansen delivered a 1,000-pound punch directly to King Hinderbrand's face, the strike causing the opponent's face to distort under the terrifying pressure. Currently, Hinderbrand's muscles exist in two main forms: atrophied muscles and enormous muscle memory. Hansen stands tall, showcasing his powerful bulging muscles while the old king struggles to regain his fighting spirit, neither knowing which will have a greater impact before the first strike is thrown. In other words, the question now is whether Hinderbrand's muscles actually exist or not. A deafening collision erupts immediately afterward, causing the atmosphere to shake. A powerful punch to Hansen's face creates white smoke, and at first it seems there is no response. Hinderbrand keeps unleashing thunderous punches on his opponent, leaving Hansen stunned and defenseless, as another heavy blow continues downward. But the truth is clear and firm that it does exist. His bright red eyes with a determined blue hue quickly regain their focus to counterattack. Watching the scene from afar, a curious noblewoman with sunglasses asked Princess Rabbit why King Hinderbrand was fighting barehanded. The pink-eared character quietly observed and replied with deep insight. "You haven't experienced enough yet. Simplicity is true class. No weapons needed, just muscles. The best feeling is defeating your opponent with their own strength. That is the ultimate level that veterans always strive for." Hansen stood firm against the relentless punches and calmly declared that this time he didn't feel any pain. He immediately countered with a powerful bench press move, thinking that his style, though heavy, was too simple. The continuous strikes to Hansen's chest start to show his difficulty. Hansen roars and affirms that weight training is not easy. Memories of the early days of training come back, when Hansen was still a naive teenager asking his master, "Master, why do we have to do the same things over and over again?" He complains that repeating the same thing every day is really boring. The master with the red headband smiles and begins to explain the diversity in each part, the number of sets, and the total weight. He emphasized that from the range of motion to the angles, there are countless things constantly changing in each training session. The most miraculous change is in each cell of the body, and that is the greatest of all. Hansen then nodded respectfully. The master was right. It turns out the workout isn't repetitive. Only the trainee hasn't fully understood it yet. Back in the battle, Hansen swiftly dodged past his opponent at an astonishing speed. The enemy still confidently claimed that such obvious attacks would never hit him, but immediately a lightning-fast punch struck him, causing serious injury and blood to spurt out in shock. Seeing that scene, someone outside excitedly cheered, "Was it a lucky punch?" Hansen frowned slightly, repeating with doubt, "Is that a lucky punch?" "No." Without giving the opponent a chance to react, he quickly switches to overgrip and delivers a lightning-fast strike that sends the old king flying backward, causing his body to crash hard onto the ground. After the blow, Hinderbrand slightly smirks with amusement and comments, "Do you dare to change the course of your attack?" The old king calmly admits, "I acknowledge your fighting technique." Hinderbrand quietly drew a sharp weapon, suddenly unleashing a blazing blue aura around him, activating his body enhancement technique and coldly declaring, "The game ends here." Seeing the opponent begin to use supernatural power, a muscular soldier shouted in panic, "Oh no! He's not only physically strong but also using magic. Han Nim, you have to use magic too." Hansen stood in confusion, wondering, "Magic?" A new definition began to take shape in his mind. Magic is the abs. I tell myself that the abs are the core, and the core is the center of body balance. Hansen's abdominal muscles began to contract and tremble with powerful force. Hansen focused all his attention on the core to make his body magic as solid as possible. He roars out his magic and immediately shifts into the 2-1-2 division state, a brutal professional bodybuilding mode. With a muscular guardian body and clearly defined steel-like thigh muscles, Hansen stands tall amidst a blazing red aura. Hinderbrand couldn't help but be amazed. He muttered that this was a type of magic he had never heard of before in his life. But Hinderbrand remained unfazed, gripping his sword tightly and channeling a surge of brilliant blue spiritual energy around the blade. He sneered, thinking that his opponent was merely shrinking his body, then suddenly unleashed a massive energy slash tearing through space directly at Hansen. A powerful collision erupted, but Hansen calmly used his steel-hard guardian arm to completely block the energy attack. Hinderbrand's eyes widened in horror, sweat pouring down as he witnessed the young man's unbelievable defense. Contrary to that panic, Hansen slightly smirked, confidently and arrogantly facing his opponent. The story suddenly jumps back to 2007, when all professional athletes competed together on a single stage without any weight class divisions. Amidst the towering muscles of the taller opponents, a giant killer suddenly appears. It is an athlete of modest height, but with perfectly sculpted, sharp muscles that shake the entire arena. Since then, as shorter athletes consistently ranked higher than taller competitors, the bodybuilding industry faced a huge shock. The tall athletes began to fall into depression and despair, realizing that having a physique with chiseled muscles is the true ideal. The pride of the tall bodybuilders was deeply wounded after losing to shorter opponents. They painfully hid in the darkness, calling themselves trash and feeling smaller than even a lizard. This situation is so serious that it threatens the survival of professional bodybuilding competitions. Faced with this pressure, officials have had to consider changing the judging criteria to make it more difficult for shorter athletes. In a tense press conference, when asked why separate competitions were created, Chairman Ips Santosa confidently stated that his organization had long considered this issue, but the smaller the body, the more advantageous it is for body care. No matter what size or shape they desired, it was completely meaningless. The bodybuilding reporters couldn't help but be stunned and asked again, "What does that mean? Even if the conditions change, isn't it the same?" The official frowned and snapped irritably. Do these so-called bodybuilding reporters not understand this? Because each of these people's cells are extremely connected, it means they can transform their bodies as flexibly as chameleons. Returning to the battle, Hansen in his 212 form stands tall, facing Hinderband. The old king concentrates all his magic power and confidently declares, "I will pierce you with a forceful strike." A lightning-fast strike of blazing blue energy rushes straight at Hansen's guardian back, but he remains as steady as a rock, coldly striking a back double biceps pose, flexing his arms. Hansen's back muscles start to tense and quiver with immense power under the pressure of the sword tip, and the situation gradually spirals out of normal logic into a very hard-to-explain direction. Hansen gently glances and tells the hoodie builders not to feel inferior because of his small size, just look closely. The muscle army behind him only stares wide-eyed and holds their breath, witnessing the unbelievable display of strength by their leader. Hansen's back muscles coil like steel mountains, squeezing the opponent's sword until it cannot move. The dry, cracking sounds echo repeatedly until Hansen confidently declares, "Weaker, the weapon destroyer." The king's sword shattered instantly under the grip of muscles, leaving Hinderbrand stunned and exclaiming, "I cannot accept failure." Hinderbrand frantically activates multiple states, boosting muscle strength, explosive power, and stamina. The blue spiritual fire engulfs the old king. Hinderbrand roared, "I will give it one last all-out effort and charge forward at wind-like speed," unleashing a series of thunderous strikes surrounding Hansen in a blinding light. Hinderbrand desperately screams in despair, but Hansen still wears a proud smile. He calmly stands still, enjoying the continuous collisions, and calls it a full-body MAS. Mage uses electricity. Hansen stands tall, using his opponent's most brutal attacks to excite and relax his massive muscles. Hinderbrand gasps heavily. The old king was completely exhausted after the continuous attacks. Hansen strolled over and casually asked, "Is it over now?" Standing tall before his fallen opponent, he confidently declares, "I will take your next move." Hansen turns around, showcasing his bulging muscles, and shouts loudly. A blazing aura suddenly erupts, leaving Hinderbrand stunned. Hansen continues to display powerful chest poses, while the old king quietly collapses. In everyone's confusion, an observer shouted fiercely, asserting that didn't they hear the roar of the beast emerging from those very movements? And immediately, a blazing red aura in the shape of a ferocious beast's head engulfed Hansen, creating an overwhelming pressure that suppressed the entire battlefield. Everything escalated to the point where no one could tell if it was a performance or destruction. Hinderbrand silently watched his opponent and whispered, "I will withdraw. Should I stop here?" Throughout his long life, he had never seen anyone possess such terrifying defensive skills. The old king decisively announced his surrender. Hansen smiled in response. "You were right to think that." The old man suddenly swung his glowing blue magic sword in close combat, but Hansen dodged with incredible speed. Hindren marveled, admitting his reflexes are truly monstrous. The old man raised his sword high and declared that he now recognized Hansen's body as a type of magic, since magic is fundamentally the power to manifest mystical energy. And at this moment, Hansen clenched his teeth, channeling his energy to turn his entire body into a blazing red flame full of power. Hindren created a special magic weapon with a brilliant blue energy flow. Although Hansen's body can destroy ordinary weapons, muscles can't hold something without a fixed shape like this. Hinderbrand moves at incredible speed, swinging his magic sword to slash directly into Hansen's shoulder, injuring him. Hansen gritted his teeth in pain and muttered, For the first time in my life, even my muscles admit this one's pretty intense." Hansen began his preparation, his leg muscles coiling with power. This is the act of gathering strength necessary before unleashing full power. With a body already trained, almost all of his previous preparation steps are now nearly completely omitted. Hansen darted forward like a lightning bolt, charging through the deep blue magic barrier with overwhelming force, leaving no way to defeat him. But Hinderbrand suddenly reached out and grabbed his face, coldly denying it. Hansen was stunned as he realized he was completely under control in an instant. Amidst the dust and smoke, the old king calmly pressed one hand down on the giant, struggling on the ground. Hinderbrand looked straight at his opponent with a cold, clear gaze and declared that nothing in this world was impossible to conquer. Hinderbrand gripped Hansen's head tightly and coldly declared, "If I can't cut through your muscles, I will peel off your skin layer by layer." The old king concentrated his vibrant blue magic into his palm, pressing his intent, "As long as I make it thin enough to cause pain, I will scrape off that layer of yours." Sharp streaks of green spiritual energy continuously raked across Hansen's guardian's back, leaving countless wounds amid the clash of sounds. Surprised by the sudden attack, Hansen widened his eyes in shock. He quickly analyzed the situation and came up with an idea. What if he broke the fingers that were holding him tight? Hansen immediately moved, launching a swift counterattack before deciding to use the hit-and-run tactic. To create distance, he pushed off with his legs and jumped away.
But Hinderbrand didn't give the opponent a chance to rest, roaring fiercely, "Don't even think about escaping," then crazily chased after him at a terrifying speed. In an instant, Hinderbrand's hand once again seized Hansen's face.
The king coldly declared, "Got you again, riding on the giant shoulders of your opponent beneath the blazing blue aura." Hansen grits his teeth in frustration. He silently thought that if this were a bodybuilding competition, he would definitely have won. Hinderbrand quietly watched Hansen from behind the surging aura. The old man confidently declared, "But if you get hit by this move, not even your bones will remain intact," as his face grew extremely serious under the pressure of the deep blue magic aura. At this moment, Hansen's speed suddenly skyrocketed to terrifying levels, with punches so fast they were invisible to the naked eye, like those of a professional boxer. But professional fighters usually dodge such quick thrusts skillfully, and this is likely thanks to countless real combat experiences accumulated over a long period. Through those experiences, every attack from the opponent could be easily seen through. Hinderbrand widened his eyes in amazement, focusing intensely as he realized all his moves seemed to be immediately countered. Brand is stunned by the incredible speed he is experiencing for the first time in his life. Standing in the vast snowy field, facing a type of warrior he has never seen before, Hansen begins to tense up and showcase his glowing, powerful muscles. The boots stomp hard on the ground as Hinderbrand smiles with delight and says, "This is interesting." The old king officially ignites his fighting spirit more fiercely than ever. Hinderbrand wondered silently what would have happened if they had met a year or even 10 years earlier, then charged forward with a blazing blue aura, putting all his strength into the tip of his small sword. Hansen was also not to be outdone, roaring and charging straight ahead in a blazing red aura. Hinderbrand only regretted that if they had met in their prime, this battle would have been even more spectacular and exciting, especially when he launched close-range attacks on his opponent. Hinderbrand exclaimed bitterly, "This old body is really annoying." Hansen grit his teeth and silently complained about the suffering of constantly moving without a single moment of rest between training sessions. This method minimizes the risk of injury, but deeply impacts and destroys the target muscle area to the very end. Hansen was suddenly caught in an invisible magic technique, standing below and observing. Brand sighed to himself, thinking that with age his stamina declines and he can't fight for long, and he doesn't want to ruin things just for personal preference. A deafening explosion occurred, causing the muscle army members to panic and shout loudly. Hansen. Nim saw the leader being thrown away, some worried about Hansen Nim again, but others immediately cut in. No, this time is different. Hansen Nim is holding his stance, still maintaining perfect form in the middle of combat, truly Jim with iron discipline. In midair, Hansen maintains a steady squat position and softly says, "Squat." It's a move that uses the lower body to push against the ground. Hansen remembered a day when he was doing squats in the forest and had a strange thought. Why doesn't anyone push the sky? It was this simple shift in thinking that allowed Hansen to fly by stomping hard into the air as if pushing the ground, continuously propelling himself through the sky before landing decisively right in front of Newton, a sight that might have brought tears to his eyes. Hinderbrand realized that stalling now became more difficult and decided to refocus. Hinderbrand reaches forward, channeling his magic to create 1,000-ton pressure down on Hansen from afar. Immediately, a muscular soldier locks him from behind and firmly declares support for the decisive fight, taking advantage of the moment when the opponent is trembling in helplessness. Hansen unleashes a powerful lightning-fast punch directly into Hinderbrand's chest, causing severe damage to his ribs. Seeing this scene, a one-eyed muscular team member excitedly shouted, "They're face-to-face now. With that level of damage, he won't be able to get up." Hinderbrand gasped heavily, his face exhausted. The old king bitterly said, "Time is so ruthless, so ruthless." How? Bitterly admitted that he could have easily defeated this opponent before, but now he was struggling like this. At that moment, a system notification suddenly appeared before Hansen. The old king's regretful mission is finally complete, bringing the second clue about Oculus. In the silent atmosphere, a sarcastic voice echoes, "Exactly. Who would have thought that the mighty Hinderbrand would fall so badly?" From the shadows, the bold red-haired man stepped forward, casually pulling up a dark figure from the ground. He muttered maliciously, finally facing him. Gan looked straight at Hansen, a crazed smile on his face, and said, "Long time no see, Hansen." Physical therapy always provides excellent results in posture correction, functional recovery, and muscle reduction. Hansen thought to himself that among these benefits, one that especially appeals to dedicated practitioners is the chance to have others assist with stretching exercises. I had planned to find a specialist for intensive treatment after this, but seeing the opponent in front of me, Hansen gritted his teeth in anger and said, "If you don't harm my therapist like that." But Block suddenly raised his hand to stop him and advised Hansen Nim to wait. He insisted that the reason he was here was because of that guy. He is an officer from the Oculus organization, a mage who can alter the functions of internal organs for combat, and the person in front of them is Zoom, who has the ability to control the bladder. Rage erupted as Block remembered the disgusting scene where this bastard dared to urinate on the muscles of the elders. He growled, "I cannot forgive the one who dared to dishonor the muscles of my predecessors." Hansen radiated deadly intent. He gritted his teeth and said, "I will destroy you," but Block once again stepped in to stop him. "Han-san Nim, you should rest. Your muscles look severely dehydrated from the injury." He emphasized that Hansen must prioritize stopping muscle loss immediately. Hearing this, Hansen snapped out of it and agreed. "That's right, I almost accidentally pushed my body too far." Watching Block's back, Hansen quietly felt proud that he had become so trustworthy now that he cared about his muscle health to this extent. "All right then, try trusting me and get some sleep for once," the red-haired guy sneered as he noticed his presence. "Isn't that the one who ran away last time?" Block replied casually. "Thanks for remembering me." The enemy laughed mockingly. "You're so scared back then that you wet your pants." Block quietly admits, "I don't think I did that. But it doesn't matter, the truth is, I completely failed." Block's face became extremely serious. He thought to himself, "To erase those shameful days, I had to go through a brutal training process repeatedly." Block begins to train himself with brutal exercises from powerful bench presses to intense deadlifts under the rushing water and heavy squats to forge his willpower. Watching this scene, a muscular team member nervously asks, "Lord Guro, do you think Block can win?" Guro stands on the city wall and chuckles softly. "Haha, it seems you've never seen Block train before. Someone else still doubts him, but looking at that fat body, I'm sure he's going to lose." Guro confidently states, "I admit his body fat percentage, but when it comes to the 3 basic exercises, Block is not inferior even to you, Hansen." Block rushes forward wildly with explosive strength. On-In didn't hesitate, risking everything. The red-haired guy easily dodged and sneered. Too simple. He gathers a blazing red energy in his palm and strikes back with a swift counterattack. A burst of brilliant blue energy explodes, tearing through space. Guro shouted encouragement to move forward. Block, with his muscular strength, charged forward like an arrow piercing through the blazing red energy to get close to the enemy. Block confidently claimed he could easily repel this type of attack, but immediately a cold blue light pierced through his chest. He exclaimed in shock as he realized his defense had been completely pierced. The blazing red streaks continued to pour down, causing Block serious injuries and blood to keep bleeding. From afar, the red-haired guy sneers with a sinister smile and mocks that Block now looks like a dying wild boar struggling to survive. But the red-haired guy still calmly smirks and mocks, asking if that's all he can do, while Hansen remains resting, unaware of what's happening. The desperate muscular soldiers cry out and beg someone to save Block. A warrior tries to rush to help, but is immediately stopped by orders to hold the formation. If they abandon their positions, the fortress will be breached and all previous efforts will be in vain. Despite being extremely worried about Block's life, Guro asks everyone to look carefully again. Only when you look closely do you see that there is still hope. He affirms that the fire of battle in Block's eyes has not yet been extinguished. Block whispers with ragged breath. Yin Jiang affirms it's not over yet, trembling all over. Block struggles to drag his injured legs forward. The red-haired man standing from afar sneers and sarcastically asks if Block wants to keep going, as he begins to feel sorry for having to attack such a pathetic person. A trembling hand clutching the iron bar, that is the spirit of a powerlifter. These people dedicate themselves to training or competing with the sole goal of lifting the maximum weight in the 3 basic lifts. They don't care about building an aesthetically pleasing body like bodybuilders. Their philosophy is simple: lift and push with all their spirit and strength. Even when the enemy's attack pierces through the body, or even when half of the internal organs have fallen out, that willpower remains unshaken. Block roared wildly, focusing all his energy on the opponent in front of him. Just once, only this one time, Block stretched out his bony hands and grabbed tightly onto the shirt of his eyes, shining with a blue aura, his powerful arm muscles bulging with force that made Gon gasp in horror. What kind of strength is this? He was stunned to realize he couldn't escape from that fateful trap. Block lifted the organ off the ground with his guardian hands, crushing all resistance with a 1,000-pound squeeze. Block clenched his teeth and shouted the name of his decisive move. Deadly unleashed a terrifying pressure that caused the opponent's body to start deforming under the explosive force. Seeing that scene, Block was stunned and thought to himself that surely his entire spine had been separated. Who would have thought one would arrive just then? What a trick. Life really isn't fair. He couldn't believe his eyes and stammered, "How is this possible?" Under the ground, the liver and fiery red hair began twisting their bodies with cracking sounds. He sneers sarcastically, "You hit me hard earlier, but now you're out of luck?" Og slowly stands up, his eyes glowing with a sinister light amidst the white smoke. "Just as you said, I am Bang Kwang's Zoom, and Bang Kwang doesn't need bones." Block didn't hesitate, immediately roared and charged crazily at the enemy. Block throws a thunderous punch called Press, but at the moment of impact, his body suddenly swells up like a giant balloon. Block was stunned in amazement as the opponent suddenly transformed into a giant round ball, towering and blocking out the sky, the pig's bladder. Back then, when the concept of a ball didn't even exist, humanity always yearned to find ways to fill their boredom. And then, they accidentally discovered that the pig's bladder, when inflated with air and tightly sealed, becomes an extremely durable, elastic object with incredible bounce, a thing that can gently absorb and deflect all external impacts. Back in reality, it has now completely transformed into a giant blood-veined ball, making all of Block's attacks futile as he struggles to withstand its enormous elastic sphere. A soccer ball has been born. Its bizarre deformation makes the battlefield seem to enter a new chaotic phase. The core inside the sphere was shot out like a lightning bolt, plunging straight down with a water missile technique. The impact caused a massive explosion right before Block's eyes. Seeing this scene, Guro could only gape in horror and say, "Damn it!" Another member asked blankly, "I think we're winning." The fragile hope that just flickered was immediately shattered by reality, and Guro instantly denied it. Not at all. He calmly concluded that the essence of a powerlifter is to lift or push out. But for an elastic object that bounces continuously, like that ball, pushing or lifting becomes meaningless. Block quietly watches the sphere soaring through the air. He understands that trying to lift it up is pointless. Seeing the danger, Guro shouted in panic, "Get out of the way, Block! We need to find a way to deal with this first." Block smiled faintly and replied, "Thank you, Guro, for your concern, but I still believe in the power of powerlifting." His muscular hand clenched tightly around the surface of the determined sphere. Block asked Guro if he knew what the most important thing in powerlifting was. That is the strength to push the bar on the bench press. His hand grips the bar with iron will. It is also the strength to stand up during a squat. Block's muscles tense as he puts all his spirit into the barbell. And finally, it is the strength to pull and lift enormous weights in the deadlift. The true power of a weightlifter begins with their grip. When channeling all your strength into your hands, your fingertips grip tightly, leaving deep marks on the target as a testament to iron will, and suddenly a shockwave erupts across the foggy battlefield. Back at the gym, a Bullman warrior is panting heavily, sweat pouring down from exhaustion. "Come on, members, let's move on to the next round." "Hey, teacher, we're at an exciting part. Why stop here? If you want to hear the rest of the story, finish this round quickly." Immediately, the Bullman roared and trained furiously to hear the continuation sooner. All right, let's see what happened next, because a story without muscles and no training isn't worth the drama. If the fight were allowed to proceed naturally, Block would definitely have won against Ogun. But just then, someone else suddenly appeared to intervene. Hinderbrand, in his youthful form, strides confidently onto the battlefield, standing between the vast war zone and his opponent, questioning whether he can win. Hinderbrand coldly advises, "Give up, young man, aren't you already exhausted?" Seeing the dire situation, his teammate from afar shouts out in concern, "Block, that's enough. Run now," he urged, knowing that with jumping squad skills, escaping at this moment was no problem. The young man muttered doubtfully, "Run away?" He bowed his head in deep thought, eyes shadowed by contemplation, facing the formidable opponent before him, not with fear but with a surge of excitement that made him grit his teeth with determination, shouting out loud as he suddenly lowered his stance into a powerful ready position. Hinderbrand scoffs, "How foolish," then swings his sword glowing with a blue lightning aura, unleashing a thunderous strike. A clash of immense power erupts instantly between the two forces. Hinderbrand slightly smirked, smiling with interest. Whether foolish or not, first you have to face it, that's a very good habit. The old king claimed that thanks to the time Block spent fishing, he has completed super muscle recovery through deep sleep, while Hinderbrand stands tall with a sharp sword in hand. Hansen confidently declares that he is no longer just a bodybuilder who has completed his muscle growth for today, a super bodybuilder. Amid the snow-covered battlefield, an organ lies fallen to the ground, while Hinderbrand quietly observes from behind the dust. "What is that super bodybuilder?" Immediately, a member of the muscle army broke out in a cold sweat. He was shocked to realize he had heard the terrifying legend about this existence before and, amazed by his teammates, began explaining the basic principle of muscle growth, based on the cycle of destruction and recovery. Usually, exercise destroys muscle fibers, and the athlete must maintain perfect balance with sleep to allow the body time to regenerate and grow muscle cells. But the super bodybuilder is a completely different level. Faced with everyone's curiosity, the muscular soldier pointed at Hansen and asked everyone to look closely into his eyes. Hansen stood tall with bulging muscles radiating a dazzling aura, but his eyes were strangely closed tight. The shocking truth is revealed. The super bodybuilder is actually not conscious. It is an extraordinary existence capable of destroying and regenerating muscles simultaneously. Meanwhile, in the peaceful kingdom of Sinbo Tom, the atmosphere is becoming extremely tense over a giant stone structure. Amidst the falling snow, soldiers worry and discuss about leaving King Hinderbrand to face the battle alone. Gudo silently looked ahead, worried that in chess, when the king is captured, it's the end, yet now they are letting the ruler of the kingdom lead the charge into battle. An old, white-haired general standing nearby asked about Gudo's enlistment time. When told it was 35 years, the general slightly smirked, thinking that Gudo was still too young to understand. He asked what is currently taught about the growth process of the Sinber Thoam kingdom. Gudo replied clearly that they are told it is a powerful military nation because of sending mercenaries everywhere. The white-haired old general nodded slightly, confirming that this is what all the people have always known. The reality of the Sinber Tom kingdom is completely different from what people have always mistaken. In the past, King Hinderbrand single-handedly invaded other nations, coldly eliminating anyone who dared to oppose him and then calmly annexing their territories. Standing among the wreckage and countless bodies under the blazing red sky, Hinderbrand is the symbol of the blood and tears that birthed this kingdom. Hinderbrand confidently declared that Hinderbrand is the kingdom of fragrant butter. He darted forward like a lightning bolt, swinging a thunderous slash toward Hansen. Even with his muscular body, Hansen was still pierced through the muscles by the sword, making the wound more serious. Hinderbrand looked down from above at his collapsing opponent and sneered that no matter if you're a super athlete or not, the outcome remains the same. Suddenly, Hansen's arm muscles bulged and rippled abnormally right at the injury site. Hinderbrand kept launching explosive attacks around him but seemed unable to stop his opponent. Hansen's calf muscles continue to swell violently. He roars the name of the move bench press and charges forward at an incredible speed. The enemy is terrified to see Hansen becoming faster than before, but Mr. Bang Huang, focusing intensely to observe every move, realizes that the problem isn't speed, but that Hansen's size is continuously growing. Hansen delivers a thunderous punch to the ground, causing a catastrophic shockwave. Hinderbrand screams in pain as he is completely overwhelmed. Hansen unleashes all his strength, stomping forcefully to make the ground shake violently beneath his weight, as the muscles on his arms contract and emit flashes of brilliant light. Wong, could it really be that we are being pushed back completely? Even the muscular soldiers are stunned to admit that while they knew Hansen was strong, they never expected the gap to be this huge. Comparison chart between Hinderbrand and Hansen appears. In reality, Hinderbrand's average ability score is significantly higher. Especially in terms of experience and fighting instinct, the gap between them is truly worlds apart. The stats might look impressive, but in actual combat, they don't seem to match. With the ability to see through all patterns, every attack from the opponent should have been easily dodged by Hinderbrand, but even before his vision could activate, Hansen's hand suddenly pressed close to his face. With every movement, Hansen's muscles are torn apart and rebuilt at maximum speed, releasing a suffocating heat. Witnessing victory within reach, Guro cheers excitedly. Good. Hansen Nim, keep moving forward. Among the disciplined soldiers, a soldier suddenly asked Guro Nim, but he looked at the leader with a puzzled expression, wondering how Hinderbrand had become so young. A muscular soldier suddenly shivers in fear as he feels a chilling aura and urgently shouts to warn his comrades to stay away from this area. Below the city wall, a greenish liquid begins to seep out from the cracks. The corrosive green fluid gushes out like a flood, engulfing the entire line of soldiers standing in formation. The mastermind behind this scheme subtly smirked, his eyes gleaming with wickedness, whispering, "It's too late. This plan is doomed to fail." The muscular army fell into chaos, screams of agony echoing as the itching and burning sensation spread under their feet. The toxic green smoke enveloped everything, directly affecting the warrior's skin and causing them immense pain. Amidst the messy scene, Han Sun stands silently, bowing his head with a serious expression, quietly noting that skin irritation or injury would cause significant distraction during movement. For someone who values absolute focus like him, this is an unacceptable obstacle. Hansen grits his teeth in anger, his face shrouded in darkness with eyes burning with fiery rage. He harshly states that being disturbed during training is what annoys him the most. The teeth of the green plants tear through to sustain life. Then, at the end of the hunting cycle, life gradually loses its original strength. An eagle spreads its wings and swoops down from above, aiming straight at the fox holding its prey in its mouth. The decayed bodies reveal their skeletons amid the earth and sky as bacteria begin to invade the rotting flesh, causing them to gradually vanish. Those decayed bodies will become the earth, from which a new life will rise again. Everything continues in a cycle of eating and being absorbed so that the flow of life never stops. From grass and locusts to mice, snakes, and eagles all form an endless cycle. In essence, life is a giant digestive system, and the true function of the stomach is the reincarnation of all things. Amidst the mystical space, a mysterious entity appears and loudly declares that the mother of life called digestion is Winnie. Witnessing the terrifying muscle explosion of the leader, the muscle army couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Great, Han Son Nim, go ahead. But amidst the intense atmosphere, one member appears extremely worried. He trembles, swallows hard, and whispers in fear. This is not good. He was stunned to realize that Han Sun Nim could no longer maintain this state. Seeing his teammates' confusion, he asked about the 3 basic factors for muscle growth. Upon hearing the answers about proper training, enough sleep, and proper nutrition, he became even more panicked. A loud noise erupted, tearing through the atmosphere. From the city wall, he shouted in despair. Hansen, Nim, you must not fight anymore. Go eat something first. Down below, Han Sun collapses, completely exhausted from overexertion. A member panics and shouts, "There's also backup protein here." Suddenly, a giant toad appeared with a frightened and trembling face as a subordinate nervously approached, looking at the leader's back and hesitating to ask. Hansen, Nim, if we keep fighting like this, will we lose? Hansen faintly smiled a sinister smile in the darkness. He confidently declares that he will win. Despite being exhausted, Hansen officially states he will succeed without needing to refuel. The muscle destruction process begins to activate. Hansen lowers his center of gravity into a squat stance, his entire body erupting with a blazing orange heat wave that causes his muscles to swell violently under crushing pressure. He rushes forward at lightning speed, delivering a thunderous punch that tears through the ground, carving a massive scar in the dust and smoke. He smirks slightly, unimpressed by the weak opponent, and continues rushing like a blazing arrow, closing in on the enemy hidden behind a cloak and wide-brimmed hat. The opponent shouted once more, then suddenly their eyes shone brightly, activating a powerful summoning magic to turn the tide. The battle seemed decided, but the enemy still fought on stubbornly. A giant wall of flesh called the stomach wall suddenly appeared, blocking Hansen's 1,000-pound punch instantly. The impact from the collision caused the summoner to be thrown back several meters. Hansen clenched his teeth, pouring all his strength into squeezing the bulging muscles and the violently contracting wall of flesh. He was amazed at how thick it really was. Hansen was pushed back, stunned to realize that his opponent suddenly possessed an incredibly terrifying burst of power. Winnie smirked, her eyes shining with a challenging glint. "Do you really think that way?" She calmly explains that as a stomach mage, she has the ability to convert what she has digested into an endless source of energy. Below, a pool of corrosive green slime filled with debris and bones bubbles ominously. Winnie adds a psychological blow, asserting that as time passes, Hansen will be increasingly disadvantaged. Meanwhile, she will become stronger and stronger. Immediately, Tuyet Key summons, and the stomach gun is activated. Winnie holds a dazzling golden weapon and declares, "This conflict is really not good for you at all." Deadly blue beams keep firing from the stomach gun. Han-sun frantically dodges, constantly performing quick, evasive maneuvers amidst a rain of energy bullets. Even in a dangerous situation, he calmly remarks that the attack carried an extremely powerful kinetic energy. "But between you and me, there is an overwhelming difference in physical strength." He approaches Winnie with a cold stare that leaves her stunned and amazed. Hansen roars out the move-jumping squad. Amidst the relentless barrage, Hansen still evades perfectly like a master. Winnie slightly frowns and observes, "Your sixth sense is sharp." She immediately activates her full stomach acid armor, transforming her body into a giant monstrous entity with a mouthful of sharp teeth bubbling with acid. Winnie, standing inside the slimy sphere, sarcastically remarks, "I told you so. This conflict isn't good for you." Contrary to expectations, Hansen calmly jumps into the toxic water and replies, "No, this conflict is actually very beneficial." Winnie asked in shock, "You mean that? What does that mean?" "Instead of avoiding the problem, you face it head on." Hansen stands confidently in the dust and smoke, calmly explaining, "Your digestion ability combined with my training intensity." He confidently thumbs up and asserts, "Isn't that the perfect combination?" After hearing that, Winnie burst out laughing happily, causing the muscular soldiers behind her to look at each other in confusion, wondering if Hansen Nin's meaningless words truly matched her sense of humor. Suddenly, the smile on Winnie's face fades. She is stunned to realize a shocking truth. Wendy stared at Hansen and said, "No way! You've always seemed so calm, but your muscles haven't grown at all until now." She tremblingly asked her final question. "Could it be that you have truly regained your senses now?" Hansen calmly admits he has been caught. He explains that when the body lacks nutrients, the first excess resource it targets is the muscles. To maintain growth, he absolutely cannot allow muscle loss to occur. Witnessing the scene, Wendy coldly declares that she will consider the opponent to have surrendered. She gathers a radiant golden energy in her hands and demands that the creature obediently become her source of nourishment. Winnie's blazing hand presses firmly onto the small monster's body. Hansen stands confidently, observing and confirming that his prediction is entirely correct. He sees through the opponent's weakness and questions the limits of its digestion ability. Hansen analyzes that because of its impatience to win, the opponent has been frantically consuming everything in its stomach until reaching its tolerance threshold. He clenched his guardian fist and proposed a threatening hypothesis about what might happen if a powerful external force struck that swollen belly. Winnie watched silently with a worried expression as Hansen gained the upper hand. Her initial advantage is gradually turning into a ticking time bomb inside her body, and suddenly a sinister smile appears. Winnie calmly reveals that when the stomach sees a new tempting food, it automatically contracts to make room. Suddenly, a giant mouth with sharp teeth opens wide, ready to swallow Hansen's entire body in a sea of crimson gastric juices. Winnie looked at the deadly trap closing in and sarcastically asked if he really had no idea about this. Hansen widened his eyes in shock and asked back, "You don't know?" Just before being pulled into the giant open mouth, a bright beam shot straight into the creature's core amid the watching eyes. Hansen falls freely through the air as a frightened soldier calls out his name. A giant column of orange liquid suddenly erupts from the ground, throwing everything into chaos. Hansen grits his teeth and roars loudly, then blocks. He stands tall facing Winnie, who calmly remarks that there's no need to digest anymore now. Winnie stared directly at Hansen and coldly declared, "I will focus on you, Hansen." Hansen felt his body grow heavy and silently thought, "My muscles can no longer move." He grits his teeth in anger, questioning himself. Was it because I neglected to nourish myself? The stomach monster opens its mouth wide once again. Winnie smiled hauntingly. Good, just obediently get absorbed. At that moment, the muscular army suddenly appeared and charged forward wildly. Dongthen shouted loudly, "Hansen Nim, we're here to help!" Hansen asked in shock, "Did you abandon the wall to come here?" Anyway, if Hansen Nin loses, the wall will fall apart anyway. He confirmed that the whole team had decided to abandon it and come here. The muscular warriors charged into the giant mouth of the monster and shouted, "Just make that woman see it, right?" The muscular army rushes into the giant mouth of the monster and boldly declares, "I was created by the grace of Lord Hansen. We dedicate everything." Seeing his disciples being swallowed one after another, Hansen shouted in despair, "No, you can't." He panicked and warned that this was a theory never proven by science, but it was already too late. Winnie calmly absorbs all the energy from his relationships and smiles contentedly. Delicious. A massive purple energy explosion then erupted, shaking the snowy mountains. Winnie stood amidst the thick dust and smoke, smiling cunningly and praising that this was truly a cheating ability to the point of being terrifying. In the midst of chaos, Guro's sudden appearance makes Hansen cheer with joy. Guro is cautious, quietly trusting that he is different from those who only rely on brute strength, and surely he has found a way to turn the tide. Guro calmly confirms to Hansen that he has calculated all the moves to secure victory. In the chaos, his appearance is like a glimmer of hope. Guro raised a finger and confidently declared that this was the only winning move among millions of possible options. Without hesitation, he charged straight into the giant open mouth of the enemy. Just before being completely swallowed, Guro calmly told Hansen that this move was the sacrifice itself. The monster's mouth closed, leaving Hansen standing in utter shock. The pain and rage of losing his closest friend began to surge fiercely within him. A brutal sacrifice where victory comes at the cost of his own self. Hansen's neural pathway suddenly lights up, activating all dormant senses. He begins to move again. The bulging muscles on his back tremble fiercely with power. Hansen takes a running start and suddenly launches himself into the air like an arrow tearing through the sky. He puts all his strength into his legs and roars the name of his inner technique. A thunderous clash erupts between Hansen and the opponent's orange energy stream. A confident voice confirms that the attack has hit its mark, while the companion can only silently watch this final confrontation. Amidst the blazing red space of the enzyme, Hansen's consciousness begins to waver as the pounding of his heart and his teammates' calls echo around him. Two members of the muscular army rejoice wildly upon seeing him wake up and cheer. "You're awake. Hansen, can you hear me?" Hansen gazed blankly upward and muttered, "Woody builder." Hansen gradually realized the situation and asked, "So you guys, until I woke up, between consciousness and unconsciousness, your awareness was gradually pulling me back. Did you protect me?" It turns out we are all trapped inside a giant capsule, and the muscle army is using their last strength to push back the squeezing walls of flesh. A clear-headed person replied, "We have to protect you during the rest periods between training sessions." Another member, trembling all over and gritting his teeth, said, "Hansen Nim, this place is a natural training room with incredible pressure." He still smiles despite facing danger, warning that if you slack off even for a second, everything will be crushed and broken down immediately, just like hell. Gym level. If you take a break, you'll be gone. The stomach is the digestive organ that, through coordinated muscle layers and continuous contractions, turns everything inside into a liquid mixture. The digestion time depends on the type of food. Carbohydrates take about 2 to 3 hours, proteins 4 to 5 hours, and fat 7 to 8 hours. For Hansen's group, their total digestion time is only about 4 to 5 hours, with the pressure from the stomach walls constantly squeezing down, making it hard to breathe. In this turbulent environment, maintaining balance is extremely difficult because the ground of flesh is constantly shaking, and the uneven force makes it hard for the muscle army to coordinate their timing to push back. At this moment, the gastric juices start to secrete and cling tightly to their skin, making sizzling sounds of pain as the protein begins to break down from the muscles. In that dire situation, Hansen suddenly spat out something. After clenching his jaw, he gritted his teeth with a dry, cracking sound. Hansen opened his mouth wide and suddenly lunged to bite into the wall of stomach tissue. His eyes blazing red, he used his 1,000-pound strength to tear a large piece of flesh from his opponent's body. Hansen began to chew fiercely and swallowed the piece of meat. Although this is just a normal feeding action, it is enough to rekindle the dwindling source of life. His abdominal muscles start to contract and tremble with immense power. All of Hansen's muscles explode and swell violently under the suffocating pressure of growth. He extends his guardian hand forward, preparing for his next move. The effect was so quick, it was as if he had just injected corn on the spot. With the energy he just gained, Hansen stood tall in the cramped space of the monster's stomach. Standing among his amazed teammates, he opened his mouth wide and declared clearly, "I will eat happily." Hansen prepared to launch a brutal assault, officially beginning the feast inside the enemy. Hansen began devouring the stomach lining with powerful bites. Seeing that, a member of the muscle team nervously asked Hansen Nim, "Can this really be edible?" While still chewing diligently, Hansen realizes this is a high-nutrient stew stomach with over 21 grams of protein and almost no carbs per 100 grams. Knowing it's a super protein food, the muscular team cheers excitedly. "Is this high-protein food? Let's eat quickly too." A warrior immediately charged forward, biting hard into the wall of flesh, causing a spray of liquid. However, he soon realized something was very strange. Even after trying his best until his face contorted, he still had to admit defeat. Strange, he just couldn't bite through it. While Hansen was still enjoying it, the other members were completely at a loss against the toughness of this stomach lining. To clarify the issue, a top eating expert was brought in for consultation. That is the legend Takeru Kobayashi, famous for his extraordinary eating abilities. When asked by the reporter about his confidence in eating, she smiled arrogantly. He sarcastically remarked that perhaps the reporter still doesn't know his true capacity. After an apology and a question about the actual number, she confidently announced the record of eating 110 sausages in 10 minutes. Not stopping there, he also listed a series of astonishing achievements, like eating 12 burgers in 3 minutes or even consuming over 5 kilograms of brain tissue. The reporter was both amazed and posed another tough question. Those numbers alone would make most people feel full just hearing them. She curiously asked if Shibayase had ever tried eating a tire. The awkward question made the martial artist choke on his drink, and he hurriedly denied it. Are you joking? How could a human possibly eat that? Seeing the reporter about to conclude she had never tried it, she flew out and shouted, affirming that the tire was something even impossible to chew. The truth was revealed. The hardness of the monster's stomach wall was actually comparable to the most durable rubber tires, a comparison that makes anyone hearing it want to give up on eating immediately. Even the mighty bodybuilders with extraordinary strength still can't chew through this rubbery stomach lining. A member of the muscle army shouted in despair, I want to get my protein too. Amidst extreme hunger, a strange object suddenly catches the attention of the warriors craving protein. The object that makes Hansen stunned is the mouthguard. Usually, this is a device used in martial arts to prevent broken teeth during impact, but in high-intensity sports, mouthguards are also used because biting down too hard can generate extreme pressure that wears down or shatters teeth. While the average bite force of a normal person is only about 84.2 kilograms, the hippopotamus has a bite force of up to 770 kilograms. And aquatic predators like saltwater crocodiles can reach over 2,200 kilograms. However, thanks to his rigorous jaw muscle training, Hansen's bite force is estimated to reach 5,000 kilograms. This strength is likened to the resurgence of a creature from ancient prehistoric times, a power beyond all standards making every comparison obsolete. It is a force comparable to the terrifying bite of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. To avoid being decomposed, Hansen decides to unleash all the biting force he has long sealed away. He decisively removes his mouthguard and chooses to reverse digest his enemy. Hansen frantically bites and devours the stomach lining in utter rage, choosing to reconsume the boss boldly on the brink of survival. Witnessing Hansen's madness, Winnie, clutching her stomach in pain, sweating and trembling, questions herself. Digest you before being digested. Are you planning to digest me in return? I can't let the opponent dominate, she shouted angrily. All right, let's see what tricks you can pull off. Then, he immediately unleashed lightning bolts of energy that engulfed his entire body. Winnie poured all her magic, asserting that this power was even more terrifying than the crushing force of his stomach muscles. She is frantically focusing on increasing the acid concentration in her gastric juice to melt her enemy. But Hansen just slightly smirks with a deadly smile and coldly declares it's too late. Immediately, Hansen activated his super bodybuilder mode as the corrosive green acid poured down, causing his muscles to swell violently. Hansen was amazed to see the growth rate now even faster than before. The red, bulging muscles rolled up with immense power. Seeing the shocking scene, a muscular soldier member shouted in panic, ordering everyone to hold tightly onto Han Son-nim to avoid being swept away. The tiny warriors frantically climbed up, clinging to the ever-expanding muscles of the leader. Standing amidst the pile of guts, a young noblewoman nervously asked, "What is this phenomenon?" Lord Guro, with a serious expression, began to explain that the previous super bodybuilding technique was not yet fully perfected. He analyzes that although the process of muscle destruction and recovery has occurred, Hansen cannot break through the final limit due to a lack of energy supply. But Guro looks at Hansen's blazing figure and affirms that everything has changed now. In an environment filled with protein all around him, Hansen can absorb nutrients instantly. In other words, this is the perfect muscle mass he has never had before. Hansen clenched his teeth and tore through the stomach wall with overwhelming force. His muscles grew enormous and covered with prominent veins. He firmly declares that there is no need to set any limits on muscle growth anymore. Horrified by the fierce resistance, Winnie screams wildly, demanding Hansen to stay still and be digested. She unleashes all her strength to activate the acid to the maximum level to burn her opponent. Hansen's feet begin to sink deep into the bubbling blue water. Their skin was fiercely corroded by the brutal effect of the maximum acid concentration. A true bloodbath as both poured all their resources to overpower each other, with relentless stomping causing the ground to tremble violently. In the midst of danger, a thought flashed. If it could be digested, the body would instantly regenerate. Amid the pouring green acid, the question of which is stronger, destruction or growth, remains unanswered. Winnie's opponent faintly smiled with arrogance, admitting she was truly amazed by this extraordinary digestion ability, something she had only seen in her master. But Winnie's eyes suddenly turned cold, and she declared that Hansen had underestimated her. Winnie roared in anger, insisting that if he wanted to win, he needed to chew thoroughly. She began explaining the nature of the stomach, an organ of the autonomic nervous system. Winnie used the image of a snake as an example, asserting that even without chewing, they are still capable of swallowing prey. She tightly clutches her stomach in pain while Hansen struggles in the acid bath. Wendy confidently declares she will show him how a snake performs digestion. An image of a giant python appears, capable of swallowing creatures larger than its own size. But the tragedy of pythons is that if they cannot find a warm and safe place, they will lose their ability to digest completely. In the pouring rain, deep in the forest, the poor snake had to die before completing its survival cycle. Winnie insists that the fact that snakes don't chew is actually a fatal weakness, not an advantage. Immediately, Hansen opened his mouth wide and began crushing with powerful bites in response. Still explaining, he countered with an extremely ruthless action. Hansen begins to activate all the muscle groups in his body from longitudinal muscles, circular muscles, to oblique muscles to generate terrifying pressure. The internal organs start to contract and tremble violently with each powerful beat. He continues to list various muscle groups from the masseter, temporalis, to the esophageal and sphincter muscles, channeling all his strength into using every fiber to aid in the reverse digestion process. A massive explosion suddenly erupts from inside the orange monster, throwing everything outwards. Hansen and his muscular army escape the horrific scene amidst a raging torrent of corrosive fumes. Standing among the wreckage, Hansen quietly declares a final victory for the team. A spear tears through space with a scream as it rushes forward to its death. But as he collided with the guardian arm of the man, the sharp weapon was instantly knocked away and shattered. This is the other world where Hansen's master accidentally found himself during his deadly training. Standing on the battlefield, a soldier tremblingly points his spear at him and screams in horror, Don't come any closer, monster," he roars. "This damn world. I realize it's truly a miserable place where everyone is just skin and bones. A chaotic scene as he's only practicing, but is called a monster. Everywhere he went, he only saw thin and weak people. To change that situation, he began his journey to build an empire called Jim Dungeon. He tirelessly interacts with all kinds of creatures, from guiding an old man on how to intake enough carbohydrates, proteins, and healthy fats, to forming alliances with beast tribes. He patiently teaches each exercise to everyone and gathers like-minded allies. He is determined to create a peaceful world where everyone can dedicate themselves fully to training every day. From an outcast, he unintentionally built a cross-world dungeon system. As the system gradually took shape, the people began to regard him with reverence and worship him as a god. Hoping to help others, he earnestly suggested that the healthy take on farming tasks on behalf of the weaker ones. But his words were misunderstood by the world in a disastrous way, a fanatic raising a book and a whip, screaming wildly, "The gods have spoken. Race, gender, appearance, and all differences have become reasons for humans to torment each other." A madman with a whip strikes fiercely, shouting and forcing the strong to work harder. While monsters continue to commit acts of cruelty against humanity, the man with the red headband feels disgusted and no longer wants to face the world. He silently thought that the system had been completed long ago and quietly turned to walk along the trail in the deep forest. Suddenly, he stopped as if he had realized something. He gently turned his head, smiled knowingly, and said, "Hanon, you're watching, right?" His eyes shone brightly as he beckoned to his apprentice. "This is the Zim room at home that I want to invite you to. It is Utopia Zim." A blinding burst of light erupts, enveloping the space, and suddenly the red headband falls from the sky, landing right on Hansen's face as he sleeps deeply. Hansen suddenly woke up, the red headband still hanging on his forehead, covering one eye, and he exclaimed in shock, "Master is waiting," his whole body covered in sweat, with a face showing surprise and extreme tension. Seeing Guro standing beside the bed, he panicked and asked, "What happened, Guro?" Guro, with a calm face, gently replied, "Are you awake now?" Hansen nodded. He began recounting the events after the battle and asked if Hansen still remembered successfully escaping. Hansen nodded slightly in confirmation. "Yeah." Guro continued that at that moment, the entire team was planning to push forward and completely overpower the enemy. But Winnie suddenly collapsed while still clutching her aching stomach. At that moment, Hansen seemed to have suffered a huge shock, causing his face to contort in horror. He suddenly collapsed and lost consciousness entirely. The battle ended with all enemies attacking the Holy Nation defeated, leaving Hansen's guardian body lying motionless, creating a huge crater in the middle of the battlefield. A seemingly victorious ending, but with significant aftershocks. In the deepest, darkest dungeon of the Holy Kingdom of Roman, an old figure sits silently among the cold chains. Hinderbrand has now returned in his true form. The old man looked at the person outside the bars and sighed. "Age has truly caught up with me. Did you come here just to mock me?" Young man, a scene both sorrowful and like a fallen final boss, sitting and reflecting. Hansen looked at the old king with a troubled expression and asked, "Why do neighboring countries that were peaceful have to force each other into such a war?" Brand chuckled self-deprecatingly. Everything is over, but you're still curious, huh?" The old man pondered for a moment before deciding to open his heart. "All right, I will tell you. My kingdom has fallen ill, a disease no doctor can cure. A reason that sounds grand but makes people curious about what kind of sickness is so severe." The old king bitterly said, "It is aging." Hinderbrand explains that to save a kingdom now filled with only the elderly, he must seize the holy artifact of the Holy Nation, a sacred item capable of fulfilling any wish. Hansen was stunned, sweating profusely as he asked again, "Does that thing really exist?" Heberbrand firmly confirmed, but also revealed that the size and true source of energy of the sacred object are secrets never before known to the world. Hinderbrand reveals that this is the reason why they cannot seize the entire holy relic. They can only steal a tiny fragment to bring to the battlefield. Their goal is to use that shard of energy to help the old man become young again, gaining enough strength to conquer the holy nation. Looking at the frail hands chained up, Hansen naively asked, "So your only wish is to become young again?" Hinderbrand looked at the chains and sighed that the youth these days don't realize how precious youth truly is. Hansen confidently affirmed that he could fulfill the king's wish. Hinderbrand was stunned and asked whether Hansen could make all his people young again. Looking at the bulging muscles, Hansen asked whether he truly wanted to make his country young again. Hinderbrand gritted his teeth and declared that as long as he could achieve that, he was willing to pay any price. A deal that sounds like a big bargain, but the price is not small at all. Hansen stared intently at the other and asked again to be sure, "Any price at all?" Hinderbrand shouted in utter despair that he might even sell his soul to the devil. Hansen smiled wickedly and declared that he would become that very demon. Hansen's towering figure appears with threatening, glowing red eyes. 4 years later, a carriage slowly enters the new land. The old man in the carriage softly said that they had finally arrived, a strange turning point where the long-ago promise gradually became an unbelievable reality. The carriage crosses the bridge leading into the Senior Classic Kingdom, a place that was once the humble kingdom of Shin Bom Tom. The boy Taylor curiously asked why they were traveling to such a remote place. The old man calmly explained that as people age, they lose their health. But in this kingdom, even in old age, health is maintained in a miraculous way. Here, anyone can learn valuable life lessons. Everywhere are images of muscular people passionately training and showcasing their strength under flickering torches. The cheers and applause echo throughout the space, creating an unprecedented, lively, and energetic atmosphere as the symbol of Health Dungeon shines brightly, marking a new era of physical strength. The scene shifts back to the present. Hansen quietly sits by the tea table with a contemplative expression after acquiring the red headband. Gudo takes a small sip of tea and admits, "I've never heard of the name Utopia Zim before. Could it just be a symbol?"
Wherever I am, that's where the training room is. Hansen immediately dismisses it.
My master is not the type of person like that. He begins to explain the philosophy of a teacher.
Everyone knows that a master doesn't choose tools, right? But a true master is someone who can utilize that tool to 120% of its potential.
Hansen firmly believed that the training machines at Utopia Zim would be completely different and definitely a very special gym. Hearing that, the spirit dog wondered if such a place existed. Haven't people heard of it before? Hansen replied thoughtfully, "Maybe it's because the entrance is a bit special. I remember the instruction. My master said he had become a god." Hansen believes that just like Health Dungeon is completely different from ordinary dungeons, the entrance to Utopia Jin must also be extraordinary. He guesses that even the conditions to gain entry are probably very special. Watching the discussion reach a dead end, the toad sighed softly, the issue returning to square one. The toad, the more they talked, the more confused he got. The meeting was just for show. Nothing concrete came of it.
Guro pondered silently during the meeting before suddenly making a bold proposal. What if we organized a bodybuilding competition?
Hansen was stunned and repeated, "A bodybuilding competition?" Guro explains that he heard that in Hansen's hometown, such competitions are very famous and highly performative,
with images of muscular athletes posing on stage serving as proof of the appeal of this art of muscle.
Guro enthusiastically raised his hand and declared, "So we will show them that you want to combine the hard-earned muscles of everyone to create a miracle that can reach the divine." The intense training images, from heavy lifting to stretching, are filled with determination. The official announcement rings out, signaling the start of the bodybuilding competition. A plan that sounds both fantastical and intriguing, leaving one to wonder if it's truly real. The promotional posters featuring flexing poses are pasted all over the trees in the forest. Two members of the muscle army mutter suspiciously as they work. Who would bother coming this way? I think so too. A worried person thinks that this place only has the Health Dungeon as a decent gym, so in the end, it will just be members fighting each other without creating much momentum. Suddenly, a giant shadow with glowing red eyes appears from behind and asks, "What is this, huh?" Just when I thought it was doomed, someone shows up in the most unexpected way. The giant ox-headed monster stared at the poster and muttered that this was the first time it had heard of the concept of bodybuilding. But as soon as it read that the reward was a year's supply of food, its eyes lit up with excitement and it roared decisively. "Hey guys, I'm joining this." The monster exhaled powerful breaths, revealing its shiny muscular physique under the light, flexing its guardian arms in a mighty stance that left the two muscular team members stunned in front of such a formidable opponent. Because this is a different world where even a safe meal cannot be guaranteed, the strong grow even more restless, and martial experts from all over the world are going crazy over the upcoming event. With only 90 days left on the countdown, the atmosphere at Hell's Dungeon Gym grew more lively with each beat of the energetic music. A member of the Muscle Squad asked curiously, "Is Guro also participating in the tournament?" Guro casually replied while lifting weights, "Yeah, I might give it a try." Seeing Guro's somewhat chubby figure, the younger teammate muttered suspiciously, "I don't think this is a good idea. Immediately, Guro snapped. Who said I joined for the prize? The younger brother asked back in confusion. Isn't that right? So why did you join? Guro looked down at his fat belly and honestly explained. Although officially a trainer, with such high body fat, I find it hard to earn the members' trust, so I want to take this opportunity to lose weight as well. Hearing that, the junior casually retorted, just fast for yourself. A piece of advice that sounds wrong to everyone who hears it. Guro shouted furiously, you think everyone can easily stick to a diet like you do? He yelled in utter helplessness. There are many people who love eating like me, but without motivation, you can't do it. Faced with Guro's insane enthusiasm, the younger brother could only sigh and say resignedly, well, just keep trying then and quietly turn away. Guro could only stand there crying bitterly in frustration and despair because no one understood his suffering. A very real-life tragedy where a passion for eating clashes head-on with the goal of losing weight. At the machine area, Guro was doing leg exercises while asking, Hansen, which category do you plan to join? Hansen focused intensely on each push and explained that on Earth, bodybuilding competitions lack a unified overseeing body, so the categories are often chaotic and depend on the organizer's preferences. Guro listened carefully, sweat pouring down from his intense workout. Hansen continued to analyze the common categories such as 212 physique, classic physique, or open bodybuilding, but they are completely unsuitable for a place with such a diverse range of races. Guro is sweating profusely. He firmly states that since this is the first championship, rules are the most important thing. He worries that if the participants feel it's unfair, keeping the event going will become extremely difficult. Hansen nods in agreement while continuing to train diligently. He believes the whole team should develop the bodybuilding competition in their own way, so that even if viewers don't understand bodybuilding well, the event can still showcase the contestants' physical beauty as it progresses. A tough challenge to balance the meta while keeping the audience engaged. Guro watched Hansen train and thought this would definitely be a headache. But first, I need to do one thing, Hansen roared, deciding to put aside his mind and focus all his strength on finishing today's last training session. 3 months have passed as everyone strives toward their own goals. Finally, the big day has arrived. A huge crowd from all over gathers to attend and watch the event in a lively atmosphere that fills the entire arena. After days of hard training, it's finally time for the real muscle to show. Stepping onto the stage, the young woman Randy with her bright green hair confidently introduces herself as the host and sincerely thanks the large audience for supporting the first Heen bodybuilding event. Randy excitedly announced that the number of contestants had reached 572, but due to the large number, the organizers had to eliminate many people right from the preliminary round. With a serious face, Randy confirms that the rules for this round will be very simple. Randeep immediately invites the skilled assistants to come on stage. 2 members of the Muscle Army step onto the stage, one raising his hand confidently, I am Sin. The other adds, I am the judge. Immediately, the announcement for the first round echoed throughout the arena. The first task was simple, attack. But instead of the contestants striking, the organizers declared, of course, from the organizer's side. Seeing the strange scene, a member of the Muscle Army asked, Hansen Nim, why is the selection method to fight the contestants? Hansen didn't reply. He quietly approached a contestant and suddenly launched a lightning-fast close attack. Instinctively, the contestant tensed up, displaying a solid front lat spread stance to defend. Han San smiled brightly, placing his hand on his shoulder and asking, Do you understand? The poor guy, still stunned, could only stammer. What do you mean? A quick lesson on understanding deeply, but the learner hasn't even finished taking notes. Hansen begins explaining that the instinct of all creatures is to use their hardest body part to block attacks when they anticipate external impacts. After showcasing a powerful attack to create pressure, the organizers are actually just threatening to make the contestants reveal their hidden strength without causing real harm. And at that moment, a golem monster roars and strains itself. He frantically displays his most confident muscles under the suffocating pressure of the approaching attack. While sitting at the judges' table, Hansen wears sunglasses and keeps taking notes to select the most promising candidates. The contestants take turns performing and receiving their results. Even a beetle warrior easily passes the qualifying round thanks to his massive muscles. However, a giant with a huge belly stepped forward but was immediately rejected by Han Sun with a cold statement that the result just announced was unacceptable. He roared loudly and slammed his fist into the ground to vent his anger. Kron approached to question, furious that this was a bodybuilding competition but was pointing angrily at a walking skeleton, while the scrawny bone could somehow pass the qualifying round. This slow and pointless contest ends with the full muscle guy losing to a skinny skeleton. The more he thinks about it, the angrier Kron shouts, Does this even make sense? Then he charged to attack the staff members. Hansen quickly appeared, catching one of the muscular team members and asking about their well-being. Are you okay? After getting a proper answer, Hansen confidently stood in front of the giant and sternly reminded him, even if you don't understand, you shouldn't provoke the organizers like that. Ignoring the warning, Kron begins to channel his energy, revealing muscles trembling with super regeneration and a complete lack of pain sensation. Kron tenses his body, clenches his guardian fists with absolute confidence in his own strength. He confidently states that there is no existence more terrifying than a warrior who does not know pain. With eyes blazing with murderous intent, Kron charges straight at Hansen from behind and roars, I will show you what a truly strong body is like. But Hansen calmly blocked the opponent's 1,000-pound punch with one hand, surprising everyone. He leapt into the air, gliding past Kron's head and softly sneered. It's a pity for someone who doesn't know pain. Hansen immediately countered with a combination of one-arm dumbbell raw and one-arm dumbbell press techniques. He coldly remarks that because Kron doesn't know pain, he doesn't understand the importance of defense. Immediately, Kron's super regeneration ability is activated. The green energy surrounding the wound heals it instantly. Seizing the opening, Hansen delivers a thunderous punch that shatters the opponent's bones. He stands tall, watching the giant lying defeated on the ground, casually cracking his knuckles. Hansen firmly grabs the monster's head and coldly asks, feeling suffocated? He believes that because Kron was born with innate strength, he has always lived according to his own will, without caring about wounds, as they heal instantly. Hansen continues to explain that most creatures have to struggle with their own weaknesses. They strive to improve their weaknesses or hone their existing strengths to keep growing. He tenses his muscles to showcase his enormous biceps and uses his skeleton friend as an example. He asked Kron if he knew how that skeleton friend managed to pass the qualifiers, because when attacked, instead of just taking it, he had a very special way of handling it. A light flicker, but enough to make the viewer reconsider their approach. Using magic, the skinny friend created muscles of his own. He displays his brightly colored, incredibly white muscles, making everyone marvel. Hansen gazes intently at Kron and proposes a hypothesis. What would happen if you trained based on your strengths? The image of Kron tirelessly carrying huge stones on his shoulders to train his strength appears in his mind. He realizes that even without feeling pain, he can still use pure power to block any attack. That is the natural beauty of muscles formed through hard training. Acknowledging the superiority of his opponent, Kron quietly bows his head and mutters to himself. It's a total failure. The giant strolled away, leaving the stage in silence of defeat. The first qualifying round officially ends with 257 outstanding contestants advancing to the next stage, and the atmosphere in the arena erupts once again as the blue-haired girl confidently announces the start of the second round. A tiny hamster, identified as a low-level earth spirit, sits nestled in the protective hands of a contestant. This round's task is extremely special. The contestants must find a way to interact with the spirit without using violence at all. A muscular warrior waves his hand and calls out, "Hey spirit, look over here." Immediately after, the bizarre requirement of the challenge was revealed. No fighting, but you must make this low-level spirit cry. One warrior took a deep breath, tensing his muscles until they bulged fiercely under the suffocating pressure. A confusing level challenge where you have to make the opponent cry without fighting. The giant's whole body erupts with fierce red aura, squeezing his bulging muscles to intimidate his strength right in front of the tiny creature. Seeing this terrifying scene, the tiny earth spirit mouse could only gape in horror and scream in agony. The only goal of this round was to make it cry. In Waiting Room 2, a mysterious female warrior in a cloak quietly judged that this challenge seemed simple at first glance, but was actually far from it. She understood that the earth spirits were not afraid just by observing the muscles with the naked eye. Their true terror comes from the discordant vibrations emitted by those very muscles. The female warrior watches silently, confident that she hasn't wasted her time revealing her slim waist and firm abs. A display that seems simple but is actually quite challenging. She begins to introduce her secret technique, a perfect blend of traditional martial arts and modern weight training methods. The result is a balanced body with rounded shoulders like grenades, and most notably, the legs, and perfectly symmetrical lower body that she believes will never be defeated by anyone. The female warrior confidently believed that with this strength, passing the second round was a piece of cake. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the atmosphere. A frog tribe warrior suddenly falls to the ground in shock, causing the surrounding people to gasp. From above, a dark figure with vulture wings appears and sarcastically asks, "You said you wanted to settle this with your body, right?" The stranger charged forward, attacking wildly and loudly, claiming that fighting like this was also a way to determine superiority with the body. The victim could only cry out in pain before the surprise attack. The attacker revealed himself as Kira from the Happy Tribe, grinning mischievously with excitement. Kira repeatedly unleashed powerful swimming and psychic skills, with a lightning-fast kick that severely injured the opponent and caused them to spit blood instantly. Looking down at the arena, the black shadows lie scattered across the stone floor, and a voice with authority echoes. "In a way, you're right, but here in House Dungeon, you must follow the rules set by the strong." Immediately, the image of Dungeon Master Hansen appeared towering like a fiery, muscular figure behind a long-haired girl. If there's a challenger, shouldn't they first defeat him before making any demands? The enemy sneers with a sinister smile. "Heh, just tell me who the Dan Master is, you idiot." He transformed into a fierce tornado, sweeping everything into a whirl of energy. Amid the storm, the challenger smirked confidently, giving me another reason to win this tournament. He roars full of ambition, aiming to kill Hansen and become the Dung Master. The red-haired girl watches silently and responds with contempt. "So stupid that I don't even bother to fight." She frowned and reaffirmed, "Wasn't it the strong who set the rules?" The enemy in the form of a birdman roared provocatively. Even the strongest in the dungeon avoided fighting. Unfazed, the red-haired girl counterattacks with the move called Thunder Spear. The lightning bolt strikes the birdman, causing him to gasp in shock. After the declaration ends, she delivers a 1,000-pound strike from above. The battle concludes, and the girl stands proudly in the arena with her fiery red hair. She quietly looked around the battlefield, where countless defeated enemies lay scattered at her feet. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from the large gate in the silent space. Do not shame the dragon race any further. A giant shadow with blazing eyes surrounded by a fiery red aura boldly declares. That is Drava, the proud representative of the dragon race. In waiting room 4, a mysterious figure cloaked in black silently appears on the icy ground. He calmly asked, I hear there's an uncontrollable skeleton around here. Has anyone seen it? Immediately, the L named Belay with a crown on his head appeared, issuing a cold threat. Should I dig through your brain? Diamond the demon quietly observes from waiting room 6. Meanwhile, in room 7, the warrior stone or named Duram was also emanating an overwhelming pressure. Before the managers of the health dungeon could intervene, Hansen had already sensed the roaring muscles coming from the other rooms. Every muscle on Hansen's body begins to tremble intensely with power, and the terrifying demonic aura he emits causes all the warriors present to be shaken and involuntarily drawn toward the center. Han San stands tall in the arena, emanating an overwhelming pressure that envelops the strongest contenders emerging. Facing these formidable beings, you are the strongest here, right? A confident smile appeared on his face along with the confirmation, yes, that's right. What are you talking about? He furrowed his brow in annoyance and asked back, so you mean to include me in that? The atmosphere grew tense as Diamond was about to strike, but suddenly, a grayish-blue dragonkin arm rushed in to stop him. Hansen quickly intervened. You use your guardian hands to grip your opponent's arm with 1,000-pound strength, while Hansen keeps a bright smile on his face and calmly reminds you, hold on, let's put the argument aside for now. Hansen firmly grasped the green monster's arm and asked, so in the end, you're not satisfied with the rules either? The opponent was sweating in fear, secretly wondering what kind of terrifying power this was. Hansen confidently announced that the winner of the battle would receive the prize money and claim the health dungeon along with everything else. He asked the opponents if they were satisfied with this change to the rules. Seeing the monster stunned, Hansen smiled with satisfaction. The dark entity silently observed and seemed to agree that everyone was pleased with this decision. Hansen raised his hand to his throat to control his vocal cords and tested his voice. Standing in the middle of the vast arena, he clearly announced the change in the tournament's procedure from now on. According to the first rule, the competition area extends from Ali's mine in Heian all the way to Count Google's territory. Wherever or whenever, victory means claiming everything. The second rule states that when the last 2 contestants are determined, they will gather here in the arena to settle the final victory. He confidently thumbs up and adds that since the rules have changed, he will also participate in this competition. Hansen grinned mischievously and challengingly at all the contestants, organizing himself and jumping into the competition. Truly a lawless move. The dissatisfied ones finally left, leaving the 87 best faces to officially enter the battle round. To help contestants recognize each other, each person was given a special badge with their contestant number, personally made. Looking at this somewhat unfamiliar process, a member of the muscle army nervously approached and asked, Hansen Nim, is it okay for us to hold the bodybuilding assembly like this? Hansen didn't answer immediately. He quietly observed the scene and then softly smiled with a mysterious expression. Hansen quietly shared that he has always been pondering a way for people to approach bodybuilding in the most natural way. He flexes his abs like cold steel and confidently states that bodybuilding and street fights are actually closely connected. Hansen smiled excitedly and emphasized, yes, those street fights. He gives an example of an area where disputes and collisions happen daily, starting from a tense car accident right in the middle of the street. The question is what these men do first when they face off in that situation. A driver steps out of the car with an annoyed face, constantly arguing about the other's driving. Will it be a tackle or powerful punches like in martial arts? The answer is completely different. The aggressive driver yanks open the door and shouts defiantly, "Are you coming out already?" This kind of tension usually starts with everyone pretending to stay calm. In reality, as soon as men face each other, their instincts drive them to immediately analyze and assess their opponent's strength. The driver suddenly froze, sweat pouring down his face as he saw a giant shadow with bulging muscles emerge, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The weaker one could only tremble in terror, stammering speechless. He started to fear for his life because before the law could protect him, the absolute power of the strong was right in front of him. The giant looked straight at his opponent and asked in a gruff voice, "What did you just say?" The opponent could only scream in desperate despair, eyes wide with horror, sweating profusely and begging nonstop. "I'm sorry, it's not like that. I was wrong." Facing a huge entity, the weaker one can only bow their head and admit fault in utter trembling. Hansen realized that physique is a battle of cells directly related to survival. He stood tall, showcasing his muscular physique with a confident smile. At this moment, Hansen truly understands the core value of training the body. His muscles seem to be saying that you should never joke with self-discipline. At the alley mine, the so-called protector of this place, Lizarn, officially makes his appearance. With his lush, muscular body, he strides confidently through the forest carrying a heavy burden on his shoulders. Lizarn looks up at the high sky with determination, but after provoking Hansen's group, his position has drastically fallen. To escape poverty and save his tribe, Lizardman is determined to win at all costs. Lizardman stops, stands tall, and issues this challenge. Let's have a fight. The challenger is a fierce red-cloaked dragonborn warrior. You're serious, right? Larman smirked menacingly and confidently stated, of course the question is whether the dragonborn race is really weaker than Lizardman or not. In reality, they are a higher level race. If you see Lizardmen as mere tiny lizards, then Long people are fierce Komodo dragons. Between an ordinary dragon and a clearly superior giant beast, there is no contest. So what made Lizardman daring enough to challenge such a formidable opponent? He opened his mouth wide and let out a deafening roar. Don't underestimate the Lizardman tribe, aiming straight at the back of the Beastman man, but instead of defeating his opponent, it was the Lizardman's arm that bore the brunt of a powerful recoil. He widened his eyes in shock as he saw his attack completely useless against the steel-like defense. The Beast Warrior still stood firm as a rock. The old Beastman silently turned away and coldly said, "Get out of here. You only realize after punching that you chose the wrong day to push your strength." Larima lay flat on the ground, sweat pouring down her face, watching the strong figure's back in fear. The old Beastman said in a deep voice, "Even though your bloodline has been diluted, aren't you also of a race carrying dragon blood?" He declared he would spare his life this time, but left a stern warning. Run away and never appear before Long Non again. Overwhelmed by the unexpected mercy, Lizardman hurriedly bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you, sir." He promised to bring this favor back to his tribe and turn it into a lesson to be passed down for generations before quickly fleeing into the deep forest. But a challenging voice suddenly echoed from above. "Do you think everything will go as you expect?" He suddenly launched a surprise attack directly at the old Beastman, and the powerful collision forced him to raise his hand to defend, as the ground trembled violently under the crushing force of the strike. "You said you would spare me once, right? Just this once only." In waiting room number 1, before the final round officially begins, a tiny Lizardman warrior stands trembling, completely overwhelmed by the giant back of a dragon race member. He was filled with regret, trembling all over, wishing he hadn't participated, wondering why he was even in the waiting room with the dragon folk, certain he would die. Sure, he would be crushed instantly if the opponent attacked. But then Lizardman was stunned to see the giant quietly turn his back and walk away without bothering to look back. He was shocked and wondered, is he just going to leave like that? Lizardman didn't feel relieved, only humiliated by being completely ignored and treated as if he didn't exist, which was worse than being beaten. He gritted his teeth and growled in fury. "You dared to ignore me once already. To stand here today?" Lizardman had to undergo a brutal training process with the sole goal of catching up with the goody builders. He pushed his legs to the limit, from his quadriceps, glutes, hamstrings, to his calves. Even the pelvic muscles such as the iliopsoas, pubic muscles, and the entire tail muscle complex have been trained to become stronger and more flexible than ever. This is an explosive coordinated attack, leveraging the perfect connection between the powerful tail and the stable lower body. He charged forward with unwavering conviction. With this strength, even a high-level dragonkin could be defeated. But still standing tall like a steel mountain with eyes shining full of authority, and exuding an overwhelming pressure ready to crush any resistance. The battle round officially begins, and the contestants gradually disperse everywhere. But the members of Health Dungeon are not like that. As the organization with the largest number of bodybuilders, Health Dungeon maintains a strict discipline. Even if the enemies suddenly attack, nothing can stop them from continuing their interrupted battles. The only thing that could make these muscle monsters stop is the brief rest between rounds to let their hearts stabilize. In the quiet space, Block and a member of the muscle squad are sitting panting after a brutal workout. The teammate looks over and marvels. "Block, you've really been growing stronger lately." Block modestly replied that he's just been sticking to his usual daily training routine. Seeing your dedication, your teammate joked, "Don't push yourself too hard, or they'll think you're the senior here." Then, both of them collapsed on the floor, enjoying a precious moment to recover. Block continues to charge into heavy sparring sessions with intense focus, simultaneously straining himself and jokingly admitting, "My center of gravity is a bit heavy, so it's understandable that people might mistake me for the senior." My teammate laughed heartily and confirmed that usually the one who trains first is the older brother. Block also happily agrees. That's right. The hierarchy rule sounds simple, but surprisingly leads to intense debates. But then he suddenly remembers another unwritten rule and adds, "But I heard that the one with the higher total weight in the 3 basic lifts is the senior." My teammate immediately dismissed that strange idea. He asserts that the one with the better physique is truly the senior. Amidst the heated debate, Hansen suddenly appears and makes a dramatic proposal. "Then, you two should compete against each other. I remind you that both Block and the Goody Builders are currently official contestants in the tournament." Hansen smiled, believing that clear hierarchy is necessary to keep things organized, as a sweaty member of the muscle army trembled. He was stunned to realize that despite being a monster, Block was actually a human being. Someone else looked at Block's guardian figure with suspicion. Could this body really belong to a human? Block sighed softly, admitting he had no intention of fighting and asserting that there was no way I could attack the senior Goody Builders. Immediately, a senior Goody Builder stepped forward, unleashing the ultimate technique called vacuum. Witnessing the skillful abdominal hollowing, the crowd couldn't help but cheer in amazement. They realize it by making their waist appear slender, fully highlighting the aesthetic value of the body. The senior continues to showcase the front double biceps pose, flaunting the perfect Zaper physique down to every detail. The crowd cheered excitedly as Block immediately responded with the same double biceps pose, but the quick difference became clear, causing everyone to buzz. It's no different. Block is completely overwhelmed, and it feels like two worlds are clearly out of sync. Look carefully. Do you know why Block is losing? But just look at Block. Due to his powerlifting training, his core muscles are very thick, and his excessive tensing makes the muscles that should be showcased in this pose appear relatively small. Hansen confidently states that with the current momentum, it will be an absolute victory for Senior Woody Builder. Block gently relaxes his body, smiling to admit that he truly cannot beat the seniors in this sport. After a tired sigh, he suddenly holds his breath and tenses up fiercely. This is Block's counterattack, using the signature breathing technique of professional powerlifters. He pushes all his strength to make his chest and abdomen swell to the maximum, creating an overwhelming pressure that fills the entire arena. And with a single tense moment, it feels like the whole space is being compressed. Seeing the scene in front of him, a member of the muscle army shouted in panic, "Woody Builder, retreat quickly and find a way out." He tremblingly warns that no matter how big the arms are, once caught by a powerlifter, the spine will definitely be crushed instantly. In reality, although both involve weightlifting, powerlifting, and bodybuilding, create completely different bodies. If powerlifters put their entire lives into a single push or pull, bodybuilding focuses entirely on the aesthetic beauty of each muscle group. One side is raw strength, the other is artful beauty. A weightlifter strains to perform a heavy deadlift with a distorted face from the pressure, while bodybuilding is the culmination of efforts focused on the aesthetic beauty of the muscles. When a powerlifter and a bodybuilder face off, victory will surely not belong to those who only focus on beauty. Block rushes forward wildly, grabbing hold of Goody Builder's body with his veined hands. However, a shocking truth is revealed. Block cannot bring himself to harm his opponent. He grits his teeth, trembling violently as he is torn apart by inner pain. Because in his eyes, Goody Builder's body is like a finely crafted ceramic art piece shaped by master hands, and Block deeply understands the pain and hardship his teammate endured to create those perfect muscles. For Block, this body holds an even greater value than World Heritage sites like statues or pyramids. Watching Goody Builder proudly display his hard-earned results under the dazzling glow, Block could only hold his head in despair and helplessness. He stands awkwardly, completely subdued by the beauty of a living masterpiece that he cannot bear to destroy. A dull-colored member of the muscle army suddenly grabs the young man from behind to perform the wrong chest pose. The victim gritted his teeth in pain, his face flushed from suffocation as his whole body trembled under immense pressure, horrified to realize he was being constricted like an anaconda, while being forced into an awkward pose. Hansen quietly watches from behind, understanding the desire to escape that is brewing in the opponent's mind. He desperately struggled to escape, but then a strange thought suddenly crossed his mind. Staring at the muscular guardian figures right in front of him, he wondered if he had the courage to harm such a work of art. Block felt guilty for thinking that his own spine and skull were hiding the beautiful chest muscles of the opponent. He completely surrendered his will, silently believing that covering up this perfect body was a waste for all of humanity, and that dying would be better. Suddenly, a towering giant stone creature with blazing, threatening eyes appeared behind. It coldly called everyone slim, causing the atmosphere to instantly freeze. In the middle of the gym, the giant stands tall among the warriors lying on the ground. The fiery red eyes of the stone monster radiate menace as he declares firmly that he will punish those who dare to bully Slim. As hard as stone and as heavy as Mount Tai, those are the words that best describe the stone orc. A battle with muscles as solid as boulders makes anyone feel like they are facing a moving fortress. Seeing the towering giant with blazing eyes emerge behind the wall, a member of the muscle army nervously comments. "It won't be easy," Hansen asked in confusion. "Why?" The teammate explains that the GAU species didn't follow a normal evolutionary path. Without effort, they will lose their muscles and soon revert to being ordinary, weak Gao. There was a time they were obsessed with muscle mass, but now they don't understand why they were like that and ended up returning to their original form. But stone ore is completely different. This is the most suitable race for bodybuilding because even without training, they will never lose their muscles. This type is basically born with auto muscle start, no need to build at all. Facing a tough opponent, Block quietly steps forward and firmly asks to take this battle. Hansen looks on worriedly and asks, "Are you okay, Block?" Block didn't answer, only focusing on channeling his strength into his outstretched hands. He thought to himself that although he couldn't destroy a work of art, completely destroying a similar weapon was entirely possible. Block quickly realizes it's coming. He understands there's no need to rush in and take the hit right away. And the most important thing right now is to get out of the opponent's attack range. Block calmly dodges the thunderous punch just in time. Stone Orc relentlessly presses forward with powerful continuous strikes, forcing Block to keep moving and stay alert to the danger posed by the stone giant. Facing an opponent with a longer reach than expected, he lowers his stance, prepares to unleash his strength, and tells himself there's no other choice but to use the next method, but the battle remains fierce as Block continues to endure the 1,000-pound punches from the stone orc. Seeing this scene, a member of the muscle army asked Hansen if a powerlifter only knew how to endure before fighting back. Watching his overwhelmed teammate, Hansen remained calm and affirmed that Block still hadn't unleashed his full strength. Although his subordinates remained skeptical seeing Block just standing still and taking the hits, Hansen calmly explained that although powerlifters' signature moves are usually the squat, bench press, and deadlift, what looks like being forced is actually a gradual exertion of strength. But there is always a crucial difference between powerlifting and bodybuilding training. Hansen confidently declared that just by using that thing, the entire situation of the fight would definitely change. Amidst the brutal rain of blows, grinding his teeth and enduring the pain, he felt himself unable to move even a step forward against the opponent's pressure. In a desperate moment, Lowe clenched his fists and begged Hansen to let him use it. Receiving a confident smirk and approval from the leader, Hansen decisively gave the order. Do it! Block immediately tensed up, channeling all his strength as his muscles swelled violently under the crushing pressure. He confidently declares that he has been waiting for this moment for a long time. This is the technique that Block has long suppressed to uphold the most basic principles of a powerlifter. Block suddenly concentrates his power on a point, triggering a blinding explosion of energy that destroys all resistance within the blazing light. His finger presses as if activating a chain of explosive attacks. A series of powerful punches and kicks directly hitting Stone Orosa's stone-like body, causing the ground to shake violently under the incredible force. Moving too fast for the muscle army outside to keep up, they are left stunned and amazed. Dong Thun asked Hansen Nim, "What is that technique? We've never seen anything like it before." Hansen quietly looked at his disciples and calmly explained that pure bodybuilders would never learn this technique because it is almost never used in traditional weightlifting training. He shot forward like a lightning bolt, delivering a heavy strike to Stone Orc's chest. Hansen confidently states that this technique uses the elasticity and recoil of the entire body to maximize speed and power. We call it cheating the essence. A lightning-fast collision erupted immediately after, and he asserted that once you master the attack trajectory, your strikes become exponentially faster and more powerful. Channeling all his essence into the final punch called the one-arm Doombell Press, a deafening explosion erupts, shattering the enemy's stone defenses amidst thick dust and the sound of dry cracking. Stone Orc desperately throws desperate counterattacks in vain, leading Hansen to secretly think this is a reckless approach. Standing among the weight benches, Hansen looks down at his opponent lying exhausted on the ground and affirms that even if he's tough, the massive damage just dealt has left the enemy unable to resist. He told himself he had to end this with the most decisive attack. Gong Min prepared his ultimate move, roared loudly, then used his 1,000-pound strength to lift the massive stone into the air, executing a powerful deadlift right on the enemy's body. He clenched the stone so tightly it seemed everything was about to shatter. But at the climax, he wondered if he had just heard the sound of his spine breaking. Yet the reality before him was incredibly blurry. A shadow with glowing eyes suddenly appeared right behind him, holding onto the dark aura until a sharp blue streak suddenly struck his face. What just happened? His body lost control, collapsing and falling freely in utter shock as consciousness gradually faded into darkness. He was falling uncontrollably, but quickly spun around to land with a confident strike. He looked up at the giant entity before him and thought, yeah, right, that's impossible. He quietly concluded that he must have been hit on the head too many times, causing hallucinations. I diagnosed myself as experiencing dizziness from continuous hits, but I quickly regained focus and realized my opponent has also suffered significant injuries. I confidently assert that in terms of raw power, I still hold the absolute advantage. I charge forward with a concentrated strike, crushing the opponent's resistance completely. Watching the opponent collapse with a deformed head, he confidently declares, "I am the one in control." Suddenly, the defeated body's muscles begin to spasm and transform in an abnormal way. Strange lumps of flesh bulge out from behind him. He smiles confidently, but then immediately halts in shock at an unbelievable phenomenon. In front of him now are two individuals with similar physiques, each with 2 star blocks. He stares intently at the 2 guardian bodies with the dense core muscles characteristic of professional powerlifters standing tall before him. The boss is not only resurrected, but also cloned. The excitement from training spreads throughout the space, making someone scream out in unbearable ecstasy. Throughout the gym, warriors crazily push through heavy sets to release their energy. A sharp clang echoes as the heavy iron crashes down onto the stone floor. Hansen points to the barbell and confidently states 240 kilograms. The strongman looks confused and asks again, 240? What do you mean? He hesitated, stepped forward, gripped the bar tightly, and strained to lift the iron weight high. After lowering the bar gently, he casually said a word. Hansen kept adding weight and announced a new record of 280 kilograms. He wondered what his intention was. He focused all his strength into his arms to perform the next lift. But this time, his face started to contort from the pressure. Sweat pouring down his forehead as he realizes he's struggling with an unimaginable weight. Hansen suddenly delivers a powerful slap to his back and roars encouragement. Under intense urging, the strongman grits his teeth and pushes all his strength to lift the weight, shouting out with determination, After completing the challenge, he drops the bar to the ground amid enthusiastic applause from the muscle team members. Hansen didn't stop there. He continued to increase the weight to 360 kilograms. With only one arm, he performed the one-arm deadlift and calmly declared victory. Hansen's arm muscles tensed tightly around the iron bar under immense pressure, as the weight of the workout quickly skyrockets to a crazy 14 tons. In the vast arena, Hansen stands tall above, alongside his teammates lifting a giant weight amid the deafening cheers of thousands of warriors below. What am I even doing? Seeing the muscles tense up so fiercely, he starts to feel afraid. Could my body be losing control already? Hansen immediately rushed forward, gave a hard slap on his opponent's back, and shouted loudly, "Go, go, 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 go." Surprised by the push, the angry strongman shouted back, "Don't talk nonsense. How can I lift this?" The shout of "Go, go, 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 go" echoes through the stadium as thousands of spectators watch below. The man grits his teeth, his face contorted by the pressure of thousands of pounds and despair as he screams, "You can't do it." Just as he was about to give up, a gentle hand placed on his shoulder to comfort him. Hansen quietly handed him a quick-release lifting belt, a specialized powerlifting belt that can be fastened or loosened with just one finger. After securing the belt, the man regained his composure and stood tall on the podium. Amidst the relentless cheers of the crowd, he gathers all his strength for the decisive lift. Hansen suddenly appears behind him, gently touches his back, and offers technical advice, demonstrating the proper grip. He demonstrated the proper hand placement to optimize the pulling force, causing the man to nod slightly in agreement. Just a small adjustment, but it felt like unlocking a new level of strength. The tense atmosphere was suffocating with each count of go. The man's back muscles bulged like rocks, emanating an incredible pressure. He took a deep breath, channeling all his remaining strength in trembling hands as Hansen and the crazy muscular team cheered wildly, creating an intense surge of energy that engulfed the entire arena. The man gritted his teeth so hard they bled. He continued to pour all his strength in madness under the watchful eyes of thousands. When Thenta reached the top position, the steady man declared, "It's easy." Hansen approached, looked at his sweaty and bloody teammate, and gently saluted. "Hey, buddy." Immediately, the record-breaking number was announced, shocking everyone at 14.5 tons, and the powerlifting training continued intensely.
The muscle squad members all exerted their full strength to lift the heavy bar amid cheers, but Stonor, with the weakest spirit, was the first to be defeated and give up.
He collapsed on the floor, gasping for breath as his teammates watched in concern, and he was quickly carried away on a stretcher. Immediately, another terrifying challenge was undertaken with a weight of up to 20 tons.
The atmosphere at the training ground is hotter than ever. Hansen grits his teeth, sweat pouring down as he puts all his strength into the decisive lift.
He takes a deep breath, his veined hands gripping the iron bar as if to crush it. Under 1,000-pound pressure, Hansen's muscles swell wildly. The giant bar is gradually lifted high as everyone holds their breath. Hansen stands tall like a god of strength, completing the exercise perfectly amidst a dazzling aura. About 1,000 years ago, in the Dungeon of the Departed, a dark atmosphere enveloped the entire space, sitting on a throne amidst flickering blue flames. The owner of the dungeon, the Elbic Dungeon Master, quietly gazes at the glowing magic book and realizes the intruders have arrived. With eyes burning with murderous intent, he coldly orders his army to kill them. A series of skeleton armies immediately obeyed the command, rushing forward wildly with weapons in hand to destroy any intruders. But the appearance of this hero was beyond all the monster's expectations. Facing the skeleton army, the hero stands tall with bulging muscles and pale white skin. Overwhelmed by such extraordinary physical strength, the skeletons are completely powerless and unable to even scratch him. A bone soldier, witnessing the shocking scene of his comrade being crushed by rock-hard flesh, suddenly froze, thinking to himself, "Wow, it's so beautiful that even monsters want to ask for Link's workout plan." Although under the absolute control of BC and unable to speak, a red-scarfed skeleton soldier couldn't hide his admiration as he exclaimed. Seeing that the opponent seemed interested in his muscles, the hero began striking powerful flexing poses that shone brightly. Even the skeleton soldier eagerly mimicked the hero's poses right in the middle of the battlefield. Suddenly, a sword struck the hero's back with a sharp clang, breaking the friendly atmosphere. The truth is that Bake's power is absolute. He used direct magic to completely seize the will of the Bone Army and force them to keep attacking. Seeing his potential friends turned into soulless machines and trembling constantly, the hero began to show signs of discomfort and fury. Not allowing the Lich to dominate any longer, he struck decisively, shattering the throne and crushing the Lich's skull into pieces. The Bone Warrior has finally been freed. He walks slowly away from the faint blue smoke, leaving behind the figure who once controlled him. That is Benz, the one who has just been resurrected from the dead. His bandaged white hand clenches the staff tightly, emanating a mysterious pressure. To rebuild the kingdom and recover the lost skeleton soldiers, Benz quietly entered the deep forest to officially join the assembly. Suddenly, the red-scarfed skeleton soldier turned to look at his master and asked, "Hey, aren't you the one who said you wanted to reduce excess caused by overeating?" Standing in front of him is a muscular team member with an eye patch. Looking confused as he asks, "What does it mean to lose weight while eating?" The giant shows clear signs of worry and explains, "If I don't eat, I'll lose muscle." Looking at the sweet cake on the plate, the skeleton soldier couldn't help but feel suspicious. I don't think eating cake will give you muscles. Don't touch my pride. The muscular guy roared in anger.
You also said you wanted to learn how to gain weight. The skeleton soldier replied casually. Not about gaining fat or debating nutrition, but it sounded like two magic schools arguing fiercely. Immediately, a burst of brilliant green energy erupts, revealing a muscular arm. The skeleton soldier points at it and firmly states, I mean the muscles inside. Seeing the unbelievable scene, the muscular guy eating his cake suddenly froze and tremblingly asked, Do you see my muscles? The bone soldier sincerely replied, Of course I do. How could I not see your sweat, blood, and tears? That statement moved the giant to silence with emotion, because all along his body has only been met with ridicule. He recalls the day standing next to real bodybuilders, only able to shyly stammer when asked about his abs, saying, Abs? He is hiding because he's embarrassed. Even when he's in the gym, he still has to face suspicious looks from the trainees. Teacher, are you really good at lifting weights? During those moments, I could only scream in helplessness. I told you I'm good at this. I frantically hit my stomach and confidently claimed that all my muscles had been completely buried under this layer of fat. But miraculously, in the eyes of that sorrowful child, all his efforts seemed to be seen through. The proud muscular warrior tensed up, feeling the fruits of his hard work seep deep into his bones. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from the darkness. Found it, along with a confident hand pointing directly at the target. Suddenly, a giant block of ice erupted, freezing everything in sight. A muscular warrior shouted in panic, Get out of the way! Then the crazy skeleton soldier and I ran desperately to escape the danger zone. The skeleton soldier with the red scarf widened his eyes in horror at the destructive power looming behind. Guro was completely frozen, leaving his teammates shouting in despair. Oh no, Guro! The mysterious figure standing silently atop the high mountain calmly asks, Do you know how long I've been searching for you? That is the Bone King with blazing red eyes, wondering how his magic was so easily dispelled. The red scarf skeleton soldier trembles in fear, teeth chattering nervously in the face of the threat from the powerful enemy. The Bone King stares intently at the opponent and is determined to uncover the truth through this very skeleton soldier. The Bone King cast a gravity spell, creating sharp ice pillars that surrounded the space, but he was immediately stunned to see the glowing blue spirits tirelessly lifting weights right in front of him. The old man was stunned, wondering if it was a summoned creature. These muscular beings shone brightly, breathing rhythmically as they trained. A shout of exertion echoes as the guardian spirit strains every ounce of strength to lift the massive weight overhead with unmatched power. After the shout ends, a series of weights suddenly blast forward at wind-breaking speeds, showcasing the hand-throwing technique, and the lightning-fast impacts make the Bone King only manage a cry of pain. Looking down at the defeated opponent, he sarcastically comments that he seems to be the former director of this place, and he calmly questions whether chasing after employees who escaped from such an exploitative company isn't too cruel. A skeleton's life is truly monotonous. Every day they silently walk through the dungeon, unaware of what they should do until they encounter a living creature and attack. Even if their bodies are shattered, it doesn't matter because the magic power will revive everything to continue that meaningless cycle. Employees running KPI but not knowing what KPI is. Suddenly, a skeleton starts to pose excitedly amidst a shining halo. It no longer wandered aimlessly but started walking decisively, then shifted to jogging, and called it guarding. It kept running through the dark corridors of the dungeon. On the first day, the kneecap started to ache. It realized that cartilage is a consumable item, so it had to use it sparingly. From now on, the dungeon officially switches to Zim Cardio Hell mode. On the second day, it tried to adjust its running posture. Realizing that stomping hard causes knee pain, it started lifting its knee higher and landing on the middle of its foot. The pain seemed to ease significantly thanks to this new technique. Soon, a security crew was formed. Many other skeletons started to follow and imitate its movements, creating a mighty running army deep inside the dungeon. However, not everyone can keep up with this training plan. A skeleton suddenly tripped and fell heavily to the ground, accompanied by dry, cracking sounds. The red-banded skeleton quietly turns to look at its teammates shattered into pieces and silently thinks, running like, this is wrong. It looks at the pile of broken bones on the floor, moves its jaw slightly, making cracking sounds, then stammers out 3 words. That foot position is the first sign of concern for his teammate from the skeleton soldier as he rhythmically lands on his feet while frantically running. Over there, Guro and the skeleton soldier are facing a mysterious entity in a black cloak. Guro quickly analyzes that in a duel between mages, technique, casting speed, and magic power are the key factors determining victory or defeat. Because Guro's magic has many variations, the enemy will be extremely difficult to predict. He decides to unleash all his strength and attack relentlessly immediately. Guro roared, unleashing gravity magic and releasing his ultimate move called the Three Reeds Tower. A massive purple energy column erupted, engulfing the cloaked entity in overwhelming pressure. But the enemy quietly drags the staff across the ground without any harm, confidently asserting that the basic principles of magic are the same everywhere. The king dismissively believes this trivial magic is too easy to counter and begins gathering radiant energy to declare, "Now it's my turn." A cold wave of chilling air emanates as the old Bone King prepares to cast his ice magic. He confidently challenges the opponent to try and stop this attack. The blizzard technique was instantly activated,
forming a sharp ice wall rushing forward at wind-cutting speed. Amidst the chaos, the skeleton soldier kept shouting to land on his feet as he and Guro desperately fled to avoid the ice pillars. Seeing this strange action, the Bone King couldn't help but be surprised and wonder what was happening. Seizing the moment when the opponent was off guard, Guro shouted loudly, and at that moment, the secret technique of throwing the weight was unleashed. The Bone King kept screaming in pain as he was bombarded by relentless blue energy spheres. He wildly swung his staff in a desperate counterattack, but his target had already vanished from sight. The red scarlet skeleton soldier lands on his feet to boost his speed, leaving the enemy far behind. Seeing this, the Bone King grits his teeth in fury. This is not just a simple escape. Every step the skeleton soldier takes is carefully calculated and contains immense magical power. Guro observes from afar and realizes that he is using this very technique infused with magic to disrupt the old Bone King's energy flow. The giant Bone King looked down at his palm where the tiny skeleton soldier was still tirelessly marching, causing the onlookers to panic because their opponent was an equal match for Dan Master. A shocking truth is confirmed that the old king's power actually belongs to the same level as Hansen. A swift collision sends the skeleton soldier flying into the air. Guro broke out in a cold sweat in shock as he saw a giant blue magic circle suddenly appear on the ground. The skeleton soldier frantically ran along the magic lines, utterly amazed. He shouted loudly when he realized that the skeleton soldier wasn't just running aimlessly, but was actually directly drawing a huge magic circle. With such a scale, the amount of magic power and stamina consumed must surely be an unimaginable number. But the eyes of the skeleton soldier suddenly burst into a fierce blue flame, marking the start of the NS2 state. The skeleton soldier explains that if he maintains this intense level of activity continuously for over 30 minutes, his body will gradually become weightless and filled with a sense of euphoria. Guro could only stand frozen, watching the blue flames of the skeleton soldier as he sprinted past. After hearing that, all he wanted to ask was, is this cardio or unlocking a new skill? The skeleton soldier slightly smirked, revealing his teeth in a moment of extreme excitement, admitting that during times like this, he often feels incredibly insecure because he truly has no confidence that he can stop. Lich clenched his staff and silently realized that he wouldn't be able to dispel all the magic circles. Suddenly, the blazing red magic circles appeared and surrounded the muscular team members. With a swift wave of his hand, Elderlich caused giant ice columns to pierce through the fiery red earth like magma, but the decisive attack was completely nullified. Seizing the opportunity, the muscular team member and the tiny skeleton soldier quickly launch a swift counterattack. They move in perfect harmony, gliding over the sharp ice blocks to close in on their target. A brightly colored purple magic potion bottle has been collected, proving that this unlikely alliance has yielded very promising results. Alone, you're no match for anyone. Together, you're unbeatable. Suddenly, a bony hand delivers a powerful punch to the armored team member's chest, making him stumble. He stood frozen with a blank expression as the small skeleton soldier kept punching him repeatedly in the stomach. The skeleton soldier looked up with a very serious face, as if carrying out a great duty. Immediately, a notification appears confirming it. The hero feels quite upset. A knight gallops past the soldiers lining up to march toward the commander, as a wounded soldier carefully hands over a child and reports, "My lord, I have brought the young master back safely." The lord in the green cloak turned around in shock, unable to believe his eyes at the sacrifice of his subordinate. The loyal soldier whispered emotionally, "Lord, my lord." The lord hurriedly embraced his brother's shoulders and tearfully affirmed, "I can have another son, but a loyal subject like you is one of a kind in this world." So, how could you forget that? Surrounded by soldiers, the commander clenched the soldier's hand and warned him, "Never do that again for me." That is the power of recognition. When your self-worth is valued, you can cherish others more than your own life. Returning to reality, a muscular soldier stands still like a rock as the small skeleton soldier keeps punching his stomach. Suddenly, a Bone King wearing a crown laughs mischievously as if he's just joking around and already so amused. He smugly claims that controlling the mind of a skeleton is easier for him than climbing stairs. The little skeleton soldier's eyes suddenly blaze with a strange blue fire, completely under the influence of the hidden Bone King behind him. Faced with danger, the muscular warrior quietly channels his energy, releasing a powerful purple aura to prepare for a counterattack. The throwing hammer technique is executed, with a series of glowing weights soaring through the wind toward the enemy. The Bone King quietly dodged and sarcastically remarked that although he was initially a bit surprised, these techniques were too trivial. He looked bored and claimed that these attacks only made him feel sleepy. Immediately, the old king swung his staff to create a series of giant ice pillars that pierced through the ground, crushing all resistance. Sharp ice shards continuously shot toward a member of the muscle warrior team. But strangely, they only produced dry clashing sounds without causing any injuries. Elder Bone King looked at the scene before him and wondered, "Strange, why do I see their shadows overlapping like this?" No matter how powerful the attack, it proved useless. A muscular warrior charged straight ahead, ignoring the shards of ice shattering on his chest. His reckless attack left the opponent no time to react, and in an instant, the Guardian's hand seized the enemy's head. He confidently announced the move one-arm Doom Bell Press, then unleashed a thunderous strike that crushed the opponent into the ground. The powerful collision caused the ground to crack open, leaving the scene shrouded in a faint gray smoke. The Bone King hurriedly activated the frozen barrier skill, trapping himself inside a deep blue ice sphere for defense. Guro quietly looked at his hands gradually freezing and remained silent in contemplation. Inside the ice sphere, the Bone King anxiously thought, if I am defeated once, I keep wondering what to do if that person returns. Or even his descendants come in here. The frozen chicken pieces are quickly flash frozen to keep their freshness so they can be enjoyed anytime. But the old king was mistaken because that only works with lifeless muscles. Guro looked at the shards of ice breaking apart in his hand and confirmed, but that's only when the muscles are still. When the muscles are moving, the flesh on his arms begins to tense violently, releasing maximum heat that melts the ice instantly.
Guro confidently concluded that it was extremely hot, his whole body steaming with heat that completely overwhelmed the coldness of the dungeon. In terms of freezing resistance, I surpass even Han Sun Nim, with a body perfectly combined of fat and muscle.
The Marling Press ultimate skill is activated, crushing the old man beneath it, causing him to cry out in pain. Not stopping there, a powerful stomp like thunder makes the enemy scream in complete helplessness. A stream of purple light envelops the scene as the muscular warrior continues his aerial assault. A powerful collision erupts, and he sits firmly atop his opponent, confidently asserting that this is the true power of God. Guro stared intently at the defeated enemy and asked, "Do you want to Jaichu mind control magic now?" The opponent could only gape in horror and cry out desperate pleas. The Bone King trembled and begged V, "Please spare my life." Guro watched silently and started to play around to see what to do next. He laughed triumphantly and said he was also feeling quite conflicted, but Guro's body suddenly started freezing while he was laughing arrogantly. The Bone King stands tall beside the ice block and coldly declares, "I am not pleased at all." The king grits his teeth as he recalls the unpleasant memories stirred up by the opponent. The old man decisively decided to deal with this arrogant one immediately, but the small bone soldier suddenly stood up, charged forward, and shielded him with his body. Old man Bang Huang realized that the mind control magic still hadn't been lifted, and below, the tiny bone soldier was trembling uncontrollably. Seeing the reaction of his subordinates, the king suddenly realized, "Ah, you want to return to the laboratory quickly?" He smiled cunningly and declared firmly, "Since there are many experiments to conduct, both of you will depart immediately." Meanwhile, Guro remains trapped inside the eternal ice, helpless tears beginning to stream down his frozen face. Deep inside the dark cave, a mysterious ritual is taking place with a blazing red magic circle and flickering candles. The one kneeling inside is the red-haired demon lord with threatening long horns. From a nearby rocky crevice, two strangers are secretly watching his every move. The orange-haired man confirms that the main target is Diamond, and this is the chance to complete the mission to eliminate the demon. He drew his weapon, recalling that the demon race is very afraid of things formed by two intersecting lines, then decisively decided to charge alone. Seeing his teammate ready to attack, his companion anxiously asked if he really planned to use that weapon. As he crazily rushes forward, he confidently introduces himself as the new magic artifact he just acquired from the submerged dungeon. He leaps into the air, heading straight for Dai sitting quietly inside the magic circle. He roared, demanding the demon to die, then shouted the name of his move, ABSL. A giant AB roller was swung with 1,000-pound force straight at the opponent's head. But just as the attack was about to land, Diamond calmly blocked the entire force of the abdominal roller with one hand, then stood up silently with an annoyed expression, despising the petty trash that dared to ruin his ritual. At this moment, he has been completely defeated, lying on the ground trembling uncontrollably in helplessness. Jimin looked down at the defeated opponent with a cold, steady gaze and asked whether he was ready to face death. Seeing the danger close at hand, the remaining teammates hiding behind the cliff hurriedly discussed using the angel's weapons immediately. Although hesitant, the team leader affirmed that there was no other way to turn the tide now. He decisively ordered the entire team to charge and attack to rescue their teammate. The captain roared the name Angel Sing, then threw a series of weighted discs slicing through the air like deadly discs tearing through space toward the demon. The red demon with long flowing hair stood still, enduring the relentless attacks. Seeing this, the group of adventurers couldn't hide their smug satisfaction. Someone shouted, "Well, these dungeon items really are something else." But the joy was short-lived as the demon suddenly closed in right in front of him with glowing, threatening eyes. He delivered a lightning-fast counterattack, unleashing a blazing red energy that shattered the enemy's confidence, leaving the two remaining adventurers staring in horror. He smirked slightly, his eyes darkening, and calmly declared, "I just had a great idea." His eyes gleamed with the sinister light as he calmly continued, "This ritual is a bit dull, so I will use you as sacrifices," he sneered, claiming that even useless beings like you can become useful entities. "Are you having fun?" He, clutching his head in pain and looking confused, asked, What just happened?" The horrifying memories flood back, causing him to tremble and mutter. The demon looked into the distance where a blazing red magic circle shone brightly amidst the devastated scene. Where the comrades are being sacrificed to the gods, the demon casually walks by, carrying a lifeless body on his shoulder. He glances at the one who just woke up and asks, "Are you awake?" He quietly observes his prey and warns, "It'll be troublesome if you run too far." The demon lord smirks confidently and firmly states, "You know you can't escape anyway." "Is that right?" The adventurer could only stand frozen, sweat pouring down as he faced the suffocating pressure. He swallowed his saliva in despair, silently admitting that the other side was right, and at this moment he couldn't even think about running away. Watching the demon's figure stride away, he painfully questioned himself whether he truly had to end his life in such a hopeless and illusory way. Grinding his teeth in fury, he growled, "Don't be ridiculous." It turns out he carefully asked how to use this treasure before pulling off the heist. In my memory, holding the AB roller and asking a muscular team member curiously, "Sir, how do you use this?" The muscular guy casually replied, "That's an ABS roller." The usage is very simple. Just push out and pull back. The process is guided very carefully. Step 1 is to kneel, tighten your core, and slightly curl your waist. Then, push the roller forward so that your back and elbows remain straight. Finally, use your abdominal strength to pull your body back to the starting position. An extremely important note is to never let your back arch excessively. Adjust the pushing distance according to your own ability. Returning to the present, as he begins to activate this magical item, he frantically pushes the roller forward, but immediately his whole body starts to shake violently. As his eyes widen in horror and he screams in helplessness, this trembling cannot be stopped. Standing from afar, the demon silently watched the struggling shadow and wondered, is he going insane out of fear? As he felt his stomach as if being hit by 1,000 punches, he clenched his teeth and endured the burning pain, shouting that all the mana in his body seemed to be drained completely. Despite sweating profusely and his body nearly shattered, he kept telling himself not to give up because his teammates were counting on him. He clenched his fists and shouted out loudly to boost his strength. Dai stands next to the magic circle, full of doubt because he cannot sense any mana emanating from that strange action. Breathing heavily, Teotao concludes that this is a level that an ordinary person cannot endure. He looked down at the roller and kept wondering why, despite all his efforts, no magic effect appeared. When he suddenly realized that Guro was actually a mage, he began to suspect that the real reason for his exhaustion might be a mana deficiency. With his limited mana as a thief, he questioned whether he could use this item even once. His strength was running out, his breath was rapid, while his hand still clung to the abdominal roller. He gasped in disbelief, wondering if this was the mana backlash phenomenon tormenting his body, as his whole body trembled violently and sweat poured down like rain with each agonizing movement. Just then, Hansen's stern reminder rang out, "Don't let your back sag." Hansen moved closer with an excited face and continued urging, "Feel the contraction of your abs to the fullest. Do not relax at all." As if floating in the vast starry space where every heartbeat consumes all the essence of life, Hansen begins to count rhythmically, 1, 2, 3, 4. Grinding his teeth in pain, his face contorted from extreme torment under strict supervision. The truth about the dungeon item called a B-slide is gradually being revealed. It turns out that inside it has been enchanted with a very special summoning magic. Master Dewey in Hansen appears majestically, smiling brightly and placing a hand on his head as a sign of praise for the extraordinary effort just now. That's all for this video. Brothers, please like the video to help us bring more great series. Thank you and goodbye everyone.